After hearing Shin Jingnian's explanation, Yun Haoyan looked both surprised and delighted, almost wanting to scream in celebration. He never expected that little uncle liked Peking opera because of him. You should know, his little uncle was a very stubborn person, never easily accepting others' opinions. But now, because his little uncle was starting to like Peking opera, it showed that he held a very important place in his heart. Yun Haoyan felt more and more touched. He turned to look at Shin Jingnian with deep affection. Little brother-in-law, I didn't expect I am so important to you. For me, you've even changed your preferences. Boo-hoo, you're the best little brother-in-law in the world. Sniff sniff. Shin Jingnian. The car was moving very fast. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Yun family estate. Yun Jingyi doesn't like luxury, so his birthday wasn't grand. They just decorated the house simply. Shin Jingnian handed over the gift he prepared, speaking softly, brother-in-law, happy birthday. Yun Jingyi smiled as he took the gift box. Jingnian, if only you could bring a girlfriend here today, that would be the best gift for me. They say that the higher you go, the colder it gets. Shin Jingnian often keeps to himself. Yun Jingyi and his wife hope that their little brother-in-law will find someone who can see the world as he does. Everyone needs a partner in life. It can't go on like this forever. Brother-in-law, you're asking a bit too much, Shin Jingnian said softly. Yun Jingyi smiled and asked, you still haven't changed your mind about not wanting to marry? Yes, Shin Jingnian nodded slightly. No, I haven't. Yun Jingyi looked at his little brother-in-law and said earnestly, Jingnian, I'm not saying that not marrying is bad. But marriage isn't as complicated as you think. If you meet a girl who makes your heart skip a beat, you must cherish her. Don't always think about staying single. Some things, once missed, can never be recovered. Cherish the person in front of you. After speaking, Yun Jingyi glanced at his wife beside him. I think Miss Jiang is quite good. Your sister said she will come to the house soon for a checkup. You should seize the opportunity. Although Jiang Ning is young, her incredible medical skills are not something ordinary people can match. Yun Jingyi and Shin Jingnian both think highly of Jiang Ning. At the same time, Jiang Ning is the girl Shin Jingnian is most compatible with that Yun Jingyi has ever met. For Shin Jingnian, he should find a partner who is his equal. Jiang Ning is just right. Miss Jiang saved my life, Shin Jingnian said calmly. I'm very grateful to her. Besides that, I have no other thoughts about her. Hearing this, Yun Jingyi sighed softly. Well then, forcing things isn't good. What do you mean by forcing things? Shin Jingxin snorted softly, turning to look at Yun Jingyi. You want to match him with Miss Jiang? Do you think she would like him? Stop being so narcissistic. A girl as outstanding as Miss Jiang is, I wonder how many people are waiting in line to pursue her. Shin Jingxiu's words were not meant to exaggerate. A girl as beautiful as Jiang Ning naturally has many suitors around her. Shin Jing's lips pressed slightly, silent, with deep eyes like ink, impossible to see through. It's okay, Jingnian. Old Madam Shin walked over and held her son's hand, comforting him. Miss Jiang doesn't like you, but that's not a big deal. I have a good girl here, who is not only pretty, but also has the right values. I really like her. Once I finish handling your matters, I'll help you bring her home. God knows how much old Madam Shen likes Jiang Ning. She wants to bring her home immediately. However, old Madam Shen couldn't find any detailed information about that girl, as if an invisible mysterious force was protecting her. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli went to Master Chen's research institute together. Master Chen's institute is located in the busiest part of the city, with strict security. Like the previous times, as soon as Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli reached the door, they were stopped by a security guard. Who are you looking for? Wang Xingli smiled and said, Hello, sir. We're here to see Academician Chen. The guard deals with many people like Wang Xingli every day. Do you have an appointment? No, not at the moment. Wang Xingli shook his head. Hearing that they had no appointment, the guard impatiently said, No appointment, then wait in line over there. But I can't guarantee whether Academician Chen will see you. Wang Xingli was momentarily stunned. On previous visits, because of Zhao Xinyue, they could at least go in with assistant Yu Xiaowen and wait in the reception room. Today, however, Zhao Xinyue was not here, so they couldn't even get into the waiting room. But Jiang Ning was not discouraged at all. She turned to Wang Xingli with a calm voice. Then we'll just wait in line. Okay. Wang Xingli nodded. They took a turn and arrived at the line for waiting. Wang Xingli was surprised when he saw the scene. The line to see Academician Chen was so long it stretched out like a dragon. They were at the end of the line. Someone approached Wang Xingli and asked, "Are you here to see Academician Chen too?" "Yes," Wang Xingli nodded. The other person continued, "Which company are you from?" Wang Xingli answered, "Jidong Games." The person was excited upon hearing this. "Jidong Games? Is that the one that's been trending on Weibo recently?" "Yes," Wang Xingli nodded. "You might as well give up. I heard that Academician Chen has already been taken care of by the Chung Group. You should stop wasting your time and leave quickly. It's so hot today it could make people faint." Although the game Heartbeat is quite popular lately, it still falls short compared to the Chung Group. Plus, the old lady of the Chung family and Academician Chen are classmates. With this connection, Heartbeat has even less hope. Hearing this, Wang Xingli was not discouraged. He just smiled politely and said, "It's all about effort." Meanwhile, Zhao Xinyue sent a message to Master Chen's assistant. "Little Wen, has Wang Xingli and that girl with the yellow hair arrived?" Yuxiuan, who was on good terms with Zhao Xinyue, immediately sent a screenshot of the surveillance camera showing them at the end of the line. "They've arrived, but they're at the back. Go and ask them to leave." Zhao Xinyue wanted Wang Xingli to know that without her, they wouldn't even get a chance to enter the reception room. She wanted Wang Xingli to apologize to her personally. "Okay, I'll handle this." As Master Chen's assistant, it was very easy for Xiaowen to ask someone to leave who was waiting in line to see Master Chen. Seeing Xiaowen's reply, Zhao Xinyue smirked with pride. Soon, Wang Xingli and Jiang Ning would be kicked out. She was waiting for Wang Xingli to come and beg her. Xiaowen acted quickly. After applying to Zhao Xinyue, she immediately went to the waiting area. Seeing Xiaowen, Wang Xingli was very excited. Could it be that their sincerity moved Master Chen? So, Master Chen asked Xiaowen to come and meet them? "Miss Xiaowen." Xiaowen snorted coldly, not even glancing at Wang Xingli. Her gaze fell on Jiang Ning. "Director Wang, Master Chen said that our research institute does not welcome people like you to queue up. So, please leave immediately and don't dirty our place." Wang Xingli was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiaowen, who was polite to him yesterday, would change her attitude today. Jiang Ning saw clearly that Xiaowen was clearly being provoked to target her. She was not angry, just looked at her calmly. Is this really Miss Xiaowen's decision? Or is it Master Chen's? Of course it's Master Chen's decision. If you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself. But I wonder if you have the ability to do so. Xiaowen's face was full of sarcasm at the end. If Jiang Ning were really that powerful, she wouldn't be waiting in line here. Today, Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli must leave immediately. Some people, just because they look good, act as if they are better than others. Actually, they don't realize they are just clowns. Yu Xiaowen continued, "Please leave now. If I call security, it will be embarrassing for everyone." Wang Xingli sensed something was wrong and looked at Yu Xiaowen. "Yu Xiaowen, you did this on purpose. You know we can't contact Professor Chen, so you're deliberately making things difficult for us." Yu Xiaowen rolled her eyes and played the role of a bully perfectly. "So, what if I did it on purpose? Go ask Professor Chen to settle this for you. With people like you two, I see hundreds every day. Don't be ungrateful. Leave now." Under Yu Xiaowen's signal, security personnel quickly came to remove Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli. With no choice, they had to leave the queue. Outside the research institute, Wang Xingli was angry. That Yu Xiaowen is too much. She thinks we can't contact Professor Chen, so she dares to bully us openly. "Miss Jiang, what should we do now?" The more Wang Xingli thought about it, the angrier he became. If he could contact Professor Chen, he would expose Yu Xiaowen's bad behavior. People like her only tarnish Professor Chen's reputation. Jiang glanced at her watch, her calm face showing no emotion. Let's go back to the company first. There are many ways to reach a goal. Since this way isn't working, she would think of another plan. Okay, Wang Xingli nodded slightly and followed Jiang Ning. At that moment, a car slowly approached the research institute. Inside was Chen Yin casually looked outside and saw a familiar figure. Who was it? Miss Jiang. Yes, that's right, Miss Jiang. Chen Yin was so excited she was afraid Jiang Ning would walk away at any moment. She quickly told the driver, "Stop. Lao Zhang, stop the car now." Hearing Chen Yin's voice, driver Lao Zhang quickly pressed the brake. Screech. The car stopped after a sudden brake. Chen Wanli turned his head in confusion. Mom, what's wrong? Chen Yin said, I saw Miss Jiang. Then she hurriedly got out of the car. Chen Wanli immediately followed his mother. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. As soon as Chen Yin got out, she called out loudly for Jiang Ning. They were a bit far apart. Jiang Ning faintly heard someone calling her, but the voice was not very clear, so she didn't pay much attention. At this moment, Wang Xingli spoke, Miss Jiang, it seems someone is calling you. Jiang Ning stopped and looked back, seeing an elderly woman with white hair walking and waving at her. Miss Jiang. Jiang Ning recognized her and responded, Grandma Chen. Grandma Chen had already reached her side, excitedly saying, Miss Jiang, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. At the same time, Chen Wanli came over. Grandma Chen then introduced Miss Jiang. This is my son, Chen Wanli. Wanli, this is my lifesaver and little benefactor, Miss Jiang. Hello, Mr. Chen. Jiang Ning politely greeted him. Seeing Jiang Ning in person, he was a bit stunned. Although his mother had told him that Miss Jiang was very young, this was still surprisingly young. Most importantly, he saw no trace of pride in her eyes. For a girl so young with remarkable achievements, this was very rare. Chen Wanli immediately reached out to shake her hand. Hello, Miss Jiang. Thank you for saving my mother last time. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. I'm just doing my duty. I shouldn't dare to take credit, Jiang Ning said. By the way, this is my partner, Wang Xingli. Grandma Chen is an academician, not a celebrity. She has dedicated herself to research over the years, so most people only know her name but haven't seen her in person. Even Wang Xingli didn't recognize Grandma Chen. Hello, Mr. Wang. Grandma Chen greeted Wang Xingli and Chen Wanli. Jiang Ning was not an ordinary person, so her partner was naturally not ordinary either. After greeting them, Grandma Chen asked, By the way, Miss Jiang, do you have any business here? Jiang Ning honestly replied, My partner and I originally came to find Academician Chen, but during the wait in line, something unexpected happened, so we are about to leave. Unexpected? What happened? Grandma Chen immediately asked. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems with lining up. If Jiang Ning had been waiting in line at the research institute, they wouldn't have almost missed their chance. Wang Xingli then added, The assistant of Academician Chen chased us out. The assistant said that people like us are not worthy to be in Academician Chen's research institute. Hearing this, Grandma Chen's face darkened. Assistant? Which assistant? Yu Xiaowen, Wang Xingli replied. Chen Yin became even angrier. What a person Yu Xiaowen is. She dared to bully others arrogantly. Chen Yin suppressed her anger and then said, Miss Jiang, Mr. Wang, come with me. I am the person you are looking for. Wang Xingli stared in disbelief. You? You are Academician Chen? Yes, Chen Yin nodded slightly. Wang Xingli was completely stunned. So, the person they had been searching for days to save was Jiang Ning. Oh my goodness. This was such a surprise. Chen Yin nodded slightly. Even Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. Miss Jiang, Mr. Wang, please follow me. Chen Wanli led the way respectfully, making a gesture to invite them. Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli followed behind Chen Wanli. They quickly arrived at the research institute. Yu Xiaowen was about to report to Zhao Xinyue that she had driven Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli out, but as she stepped outside, she saw Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli returning to the institute again. Because Chen Yin and Chen Wanli were walking ahead, Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli were behind, and due to an obstacle in front, Yu Xiaowen didn't see Chen Yin and Chen Wanli. Yu Xiaowen frowned slightly. Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli were so shameless. She had already made herself very clear, but they still shamelessly came back. Did they really think she was a fool? Yu Xiaowen snorted coldly and walked directly in front of Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli. Wang Xingli, Jiang Ning, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen you two so shameless. I've already made it very clear. You are not qualified to stand here. Get out of here. Who do you think you are telling to get out? Suddenly, a voice appeared in the air. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yu Xiaowen turned to look. She saw Chen Yin's face. More precisely, it was Chen Yin's angry face. Yu Xiaowen's face turned pale with fear. She never expected that her bluff could be caught by Chen Yin. But it's okay. She was Chen Yin's favorite assistant. Chen Yin would never embarrass herself over just Jiang Ning. Thinking this, Yu Xiaowen's expression softened slightly, and she quickly said, Academician Chen, these two have been causing trouble at the institute, and even insulting people. But don't worry, I'll call security to remove them. I promise they won't disturb you anymore. Shut up. Chen Yin's face turned red with anger. Miss Jiang and Mr. Wang are my honored guests. Yu Xiaowen, you don't need to come to work anymore from now on. Yu Xiaowen's whole body felt like her blood was rushing to her head. I almost couldn't believe my ears. A distinguished guest? Are Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli the honored guests of Academician Chen? After saying this, Chen Yin looked at Jiang Ning again. Miss Jiang, Mr. Wang, I haven't managed my staff well. I apologize to both of you. Please don't take this to heart. Oh my goodness. Who exactly is Jiang Ning? She actually made Academician Chen apologize to her personally. Yu Xiaowen was so scared, she almost lost her mind. She knelt on the ground with a thud, her face pale, and grabbed Jiang Ning's sleeve. Miss Jiang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Can you help me talk to Academician Chen and forgive me? Miss Yu. Everyone is responsible for their words and actions, Jiang Ning said, pulling her sleeve back. Chen Yin looked at Jiang Ning with admiration in her eyes. A mistake is a mistake. Chen Yin really dislikes people who are overly self-righteous. But clearly, Jiang Ning was not one of them. She is someone who knows right from wrong. Jiang Ning didn't try to flatter herself by begging for forgiveness to gain her favor or show how kind she is. The more Chen Yin looked at Jiang Ning, the more she thought this girl was far more complex than she seemed. Jiang Ning truly lives up to the phrase worthy of admiration. Chen Yin smiled and said, Miss Jiang, Mr. Wang, let's continue. My office is just ahead. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Wang Xingli glanced at Yu Xiaowen kneeling on the ground and thought she deserved it. He wouldn't sympathize with someone like her. Watching Jiang Ning and the others walk away, no one knew how regretful Yu Xiaowen felt at this moment. She wished she could slap herself. Why did she listen to Zhao Xingyue? Soon, they arrived at the office. Chen Wanli had some small matters to handle and left first. Chen Yin specially asked her assistant to brew the best Da Hong Pao tea. Jiang Ning briefly explained her purpose for coming to see Chen Yin. Chen Yin smiled and said, All right, Miss Jiang, you are my lifesaver. I agree to cooperate with your company. Grandma Chen, one thing at a time. People shouldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. I am already very grateful that you are willing to give us a chance. After you hear about our game culture and cooperation plan, you can decide whether to work with us or not. Compared to getting something without effort, Jiang Ning preferred to conquer. When she said this, Wang Xingli looked surprised. He initially thought Jiang Ning was trying to secure the partnership through her connection with Chen Yin. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ning never intended to take shortcuts. Chen Yin already admired Jiang Ning, and after hearing this, she admired her even more. She smiled and nodded good. Jing Ning took out her laptop from her bag and began explaining the PowerPoint presentation. Her voice was clear and bright, like a bubbling spring, and combined with her strong professional knowledge, she made her ideas easy to understand and very pleasant to listen to. At first, Chen Yin didn't think the game proposal would bring her much surprise. If it weren't for Jing Ning being her lifesaver, she might not have even bothered to meet with the game's creator. But as she listened, her calm expression was gradually replaced by shock. Especially after seeing the detailed cultural elements of intangible heritage in the game, she was impressed by how cleverly the creator integrated these cultural aspects into the game, helping players naturally learn about heritage. Recently, many companies had approached Chun-In about cooperation. However, those companies only wanted to use her identity as a heritage inheritor to boost their own popularity. They didn't truly love or respect the cultural heritage, often showing a lack of understanding and respect, mixing up details and misrepresenting facts. This made Chun-In very angry. On the other hand, the cooperation proposal from the Chun group a few days ago was quite proper, so Chun-In told them she needed 3 days to consider it. Today, however, she saw something that gave her hope. Jingning's proposal made her feel optimistic. As the times change, many young people are influenced by Western culture and are gradually forgetting the traditions left by their ancestors. Currently, games are one of the most popular ways for young people to relax. Incorporating cultural heritage into games allows more young people to see and learn about these traditions. After Jingning finished her presentation, Chun-In stood up excitedly. "Miss Jing, Director Wang, I've decided to sign a contract with you for the game. Please go back and prepare the agreement. I am ready to sign at any time." Hearing this, Wang Xingli was surprised and asked, "Academician Chen, are you joking with us?" Chun-In nodded. "Of course not. If you don't believe me, I can sign an agreement with you right now." Wang Xingli was so excited that he shook her hand. "No need for an agreement. Thank you, Academician Chen, for giving us this chance." Chun-In smiled and said, "It should be me thanking you. I haven't seen a company so dedicated to promoting cultural heritage in a long time. I believe that after your game is released, more young people will learn about and love the traditions our ancestors left us. It's a win-win cooperation." Chun-In believed that the game would not disappoint her. After agreeing on the signing date, Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli said goodbye. Chun-In personally saw Jiang Ning to the door. By the time Chen Wanli returned, Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli had already left. Chen Wanli looked at his mother and asked curiously, "How is it? Have you decided to work with Miss Jiang?" "Yes, I have," Chun-In nodded. Chen Wanli smiled and said, "Mom, haven't you always disliked these kind of mutual favors? I didn't expect you to finally agree." In Chen Wanli's view, his mother only agreed because Jiang Ning was her lifesaver. After all, Chun-In never used to accept business deals that seemed so purpose-driven. So, in the eyes of others, the Chen family is very proud and aloof. Moreover, his mother had already promised the Chen group to consider for 3 days, and now, before those 3 days are up, she chose to work with Jidong Games. Chun-In explained, "I chose to work with Miss Jiang because I really like Jidong Games' plan and content. They're not only making games but also seriously working on intangible cultural heritage. I see hope for inheritance in them." Chen Wanli's eyes widened. He rarely heard his mother praise someone like this. This was the first time. It seems Jiang Ning is truly impressive. Then Chun-In seemed to remember something and quickly added, "And also, I don't know why, but I always feel like Miss Jiang resembles someone." "Who?" Chen Wanli asked. Chun-In shook her head. "I can't quite remember who, but that feeling is very strange. Whenever she saw Jiang Ning, it was like meeting an old friend she hadn't seen in years." Meanwhile, after being kicked out of the lab, Yu Xiaowen felt like her world was falling apart. Working beside Chun-In not only paid well but also helped her make connections with high society, so her family was proud of her. But now, everything was gone. If it weren't for Zhao Xinhua, she wouldn't have offended Jiang Ning, wouldn't have been fired by Chun-In, and wouldn't have lost a job her family admired. Yu Xiaowen grew angrier the more she thought about it, took out her phone, and dialed Zhao Xinhua. Zhao Xinhua was taking a bath and suddenly saw Yu Xiaowen's call. She looked proud, knowing that Yu Xiaowen calling meant she was about to share good news. For Xiaowen, it was very easy to drive Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli out of the lab. She couldn't help but imagine how Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli looked when they were kicked out, feeling humiliated. Zhao Xinhua smiled even more proudly and said happily, "Xiaowen, is everything done?" "Thank you. When you have time, I will treat you to a meal." Just as Zhao Xingyue was feeling proud, a scream came from Yu Xiaowen through the phone. Zhao Xingyue. You wicked ghost, troublemaker. If you hadn't encouraged me to trouble Miss Jiang and Director Wang, I wouldn't have offended the savior of Professor Chen. Why don't you just die? Wait for me. I won't let you go. Zhao Xingyue was stunned. She quickly got out of the bathtub, looking upset. What's going on? Xiaowen, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Your mom. I am now in big trouble because of you. Just wait, I won't forgive you. I lost my job, and you won't have a good time either. Before Zhao Xingyue could figure out what was happening, Yu Xiaowen hung up the phone. Looking at the disconnected call, Zhao Xingyue felt uneasy. She tried to call back, but Yu Xiaowen immediately pressed the hang-up button. Zhao Xingyue narrowed her eyes. It seemed she overheard Yu Xiaowen talking about a savior. And she mentioned Professor Chen. Could Jiang Ning be the savior of Professor Chen? But soon, Zhao Xingyue dismissed this ridiculous idea.
Impossible.
How old is Jiang Ning? What right does she have to be Professor Chen's savior? While comforting herself, Zhao Xingyue dried her body with a towel, thinking about visiting Yu Xiaowen tomorrow to find out what was really going on.
Bam, bam, bam.
Just after changing into her pajamas, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Such strong hostility, no doorbell, just pounding?
Click.
When Zhao Xingyue opened the door, she saw an angry Yu Xiaowen. Xiaowen what? Before she could finish her question, Yu Xiaowen slapped her hard. Zhao Xingyue was stunned. But Yu Xiaowen's attack didn't stop. She was pushed to the ground, and Yu Xiaowen sat on her, hitting and scolding. Zhao Xingyue, you did this on purpose, right? You knew Jiang Ning was Professor Chen's savior, and you still made me trouble her. Now I've been kicked out of the lab by Professor Chen. Are you happy? You little. I will kill you today. Zhao Xinyue's face was soon swollen into a pig's head from the slap. What made her feel even more hopeless was that Yu Xiaowen didn't give her a chance to explain. Soon, the two women were fighting each other. Meanwhile, the Chung group. When news spread that Jiang Ning and Wang Xinli were expelled from Academician Chen's research institute, Cheng Zijuan sneered. I knew they couldn't make a big impact. Do they really think they can meet Academician Chen? That's just a dream. After saying that, Cheng Zijuan looked at Lin Yuze. By the way, how is the investigation into Academician Chen's lifesaver going? Lin Yuze also looked troubled. No news yet. Then he added, Brother Zijuan, the person who can save Academician Chen must be an expert from outside the world. Such people are hard to find, and even Academician Chen doesn't have any clues. Cheng Zijuan focused his gaze. In this situation, the more Academician Chen can't find her lifesaver, the more their Chung group needs to find him. Only then will Academician Chen owe them a favor. Keep searching until we find her. Yes, Brother Zijuan, Lin Yuze nodded. What about Jiang Ning? Has she contacted you? Cheng Zijuan asked. Lin Yuze shook his head. Not yet. Cheng Zijuan narrowed his eyes, showing disdain. She's quite patient. But Jiang Ning won't be patient for long. After all, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock is his engagement banquet with Zhang Shui. Thinking of this, Cheng Zijuan looked up at Lin Yuze. Is the engagement preparations going smoothly? Very smoothly, Lin Yuze replied. Cheng Zijuan then said, remember to arrange more security personnel. If Jiang Ning tries to her, she must not hurt Shui. Lin Yuze glanced at Cheng Zijuan. Brother Zijuan, I actually think Jiang Ning might not come. How could she not come when I'm about to marry Shui? You're giving her too much credit, Cheng Zijuan said with a slight smirk, full of sarcasm. The next day, Chen Yin personally went to Jidong Company to sign the contract. After signing, Wang Xinli looked at his watch. but the meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. the next day. So, she cleared her afternoon schedule and brought local specialties from City A to visit her old friend. Soon, the taxi stopped at the gate of the Sher family estate. Yes, the person Chun-in was visiting was elderly Lady Sher. She had grown up with elderly Lady Sher, and they shared a close bond like sisters. Later, both started their own careers and families, but stayed in close contact. The person waiting to greet Chun-in was Sher Nanhua. Mrs. Chun, you came to Beijing and you didn't tell us in advance? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up at the airport. Chun-in smiled and said, I didn't want to trouble you, so I didn't say anything. After speaking, Chun-in handed over local specialties to Sher Nanhua. These are your mom's favorite soybeans and golden vegetables. By the way, where is she? When mentioning her mother, Sher Nanhua looked worried. My mom had a headache a few days ago and hasn't gotten better. The doctor told her not to go out in the wind, so she's been inside. Hearing this, Chun-in looked very concerned. She's unwell? What did the doctor say? Sher Nanhua continued. The doctor said it's caused by nervous exhaustion, not a serious problem. You don't need to worry. Chun-in nodded. Let's go quickly and see your mom. Speaking of her old friend, she was also a person with a tough life. Her husband died early, and in middle age, her son became a vegetable. Her daughter-in-law and only granddaughter were missing. Seeing her friend so worried, Chun-in moved quickly, and Sher Nanhua also sped up to keep pace. The Sher family estate was very large. After entering, they sat in a carriage for another 5 minutes before reaching elderly Lady Sher's courtyard. At this moment, Tang-en was in the bedroom taking care of elderly Lady Sher. When she saw Chun-in arrive, Tang-en immediately stood up from the bed and politely said, Grandma Chen. Long time no see. And Un is getting more and more beautiful. Thank you, Grandma Chen. Hearing this, elderly Lady Sher looked at Chun-in. In, do you think Sheng Bao would be as beautiful as An if she were here? Sheng Bao has always been a beauty. When she was just a month old, her eyes looked like big grapes, and her nose was high. Everyone said she looked like a doll. Hearing this, Tang-en's eyes flickered with a strange light. Next to her, Sher Nanhua also frowned subtly. Sheng Bao, her mother only knew Sheng Bao. The person caring for Sheng Bao now was Tang-en, not Sheng Bao. Chun-in smiled and nodded. Of course, Sheng Bao is definitely as beautiful as An. Then she added, Jingqiu, are you having a bad headache? Do you want me to go with you to the hospital? It's nothing, just an old problem. Old Lady Sher shook her head. Sher Nanhua spoke at the right moment. Mom, you and Aunt Chin chat. I'll take In and out first.
Call me if you need anything.
All right, go ahead, Old Lady Sher said. Sher Nanhua took Tang-en and left. After her daughter and granddaughter left, Old Lady Sher looked at Chun-in with red eyes. I keep dreaming that Huasheng brought Sheng Bao back. Do you think I will see Sheng Bao again in this life? No one can truly understand how Old Lady Sher feels right now. She feels very sad. Very, very sad. In old age, the biggest wish is to see a house full of children and grandchildren, enjoying family happiness. But what about her? Her son is in bed, unable to take care of himself. Her daughter-in-law is missing. Her only granddaughter's whereabouts are unknown. Many nights, she cries until her eyes are swollen. Seeing her like this, Chun-in also tears up. She tightly held Old Lady Sher's hand. We will find her. We will definitely bring Sheng Bao back. Old Lady Sher nodded. I hope so. She wiped her tears and then said, let's not talk about this. When you come to Beijing this time, you must stay with me for a few more days. Research at the institute has been busy lately. I can only stay in Beijing for 3 days, Chun-in smiled. After I finish this busy period, I'll come back to Beijing to visit you. Don't trick me. Old Lady Sher looked at Chun-in. How could I trick you? When have I ever done that? Chun-in replied. By the way, you haven't been to City A in many years. Next time, come with me. I just met a very talented young girl here. She's a good doctor, inheriting ancient medical skills. Maybe she can cure your headache. If you meet her, you'll definitely like her. Really? Old lady Sher asked. Chani nodded. Really? Actually, I've been saved by her. Last Wednesday, I fainted from a sudden heart attack on the street. It was her who saved me. If it weren't for her, I might already be ashes. Hearing that her old friend had just narrowly escaped death, old lady Sher was very worried. She immediately said, "So she's your lifesaver. I really must meet her. She wants to see if Jiangning is really as good as Chanine said." In the hall, Sher Nanua has prepared delicate snacks. And later you take this to your grandmother's room. Tang glanced at her mother, then looked around, frowning slightly. Mom, that's useless. What's useless? Sher Nanua was a bit confused, not understanding her daughter's words. I mean, even if you try to please Grandma, it won't work. No matter how nice I am to her, it can't compare to Xingbao. Tang felt a headache coming on and rubbed her temples. Mom, why do you keep making me be so polite to her? Tang hates to flatter the elderly lady. She really hates it. She especially hates hearing Xingbao's name from the old lady. In the old lady's mind, she is just an outsider. Only Shi Sheng is her precious treasure. Hearing this, Sher Nanua immediately frowned and said sternly, "How can you say such things? If your grandma hears this, she'll be very sad. No matter what, you're her granddaughter, and you carry her blood. Whether she likes you or not, you should treat her well and not go against her. You are just being foolishly filial." Tang disagreed strongly with her mother. If she were Sher Nanua, she wouldn't be so obedient to the old lady for 10 years straight. Sher Nanua sighed, "Because she's my mother, I should respect her. Also, you will be taking over the Sher group in the future. As the heir of the Sher family, you can't have any stains on your reputation, especially not being unfilial." She paused and then said, "Actually, your grandma cares about you a lot. When you just turned an adult, she gave you $50 million as startup money to support your business. And last time in the US, she even brought back earrings that Princess Anna once wore." The old lady really liked Tang. In fact, the Tang family's background is quite ordinary. Tang's father, Tang Gaoi, was an orphan with no parents. Sher Nanua said she married Tang Gaoi, but it was more like Tang Gaoi joined the family after marriage. The old lady not only supported Tang's business ventures, but also continued to support her son-in-law's business over the years. If it weren't for the Sher family, the Tang group would probably have gone bankrupt long ago. But Tang scoffed softly. $50 million? What is that to the Sher family? Just a drop in the bucket. Mom, do you think if Shi Sheng were still here, Grandma would only give Shi Sheng $50 million? Moreover, as I know, Grandma returned from country and not only with a child who once wore Princess Anna's crown but also with a gemstone necklace that Princess Anna once wore. Where is the necklace? Clearly, she intends to leave it to her beloved granddaughter. Compared to the necklace, what are earrings? Earrings have less collection value than the necklace. I have been filial to her for so many years, only gaining tiny benefits. I should be grateful to her. Shi Sheng never shows her face, yet I can enjoy the best resources. Do you think I can feel balanced inside? Tang can understand. Both she and Shi Sheng are Grandma Sher's granddaughters, so why does Grandma Sher favor one over the other? Honestly, I am the heir of the Sher family. But if Shi Sheng is found today, she will get the Sher group tonight. But what about her? She still has to wait for Grandma Sher to make her will. That's the difference. The more Tang thinks about it, the sadder she feels, and she can't help but cry. Forget it. Seeing her daughter crying so much, Sher Nanua feels heartbroken. She quickly takes out a tissue to wipe her tears. Mom knows you're upset, but Grandma is old. Why argue over these? As long as you are the one to inherit the Sher group in the end, that's enough. The process doesn't matter. After comforting her for a while, Tang's emotions slowly stabilize. Sher Nanua takes out some snacks she prepared earlier. Go ahead, take this to your grandma. Although Tang really doesn't want to face Grandma Sher, she can only swallow her feelings now. She nods and says, "Got it." Seeing her daughter so sensible, Sher Nanua shows a relieved smile. That's my good girl. Hurry up. Learn to let go and take charge of the Sure Group in the future. At 8 p.m., it's the engagement banquet of Cheng Zijuan and Zhang Shi. The engagement is held at the luxurious 6-star Royal Hotel in City A. The Royal Hotel has 2 buildings, A and B. Today is a good day. Building A is booked by Cheng Zijuan for his engagement, while Building B is reserved for Yu family's daughter's 18th birthday celebration. Cheng Zijuan is a rising star in City A. With the new game from Cheng Group about to be released, many reporters have come early, hoping to get exclusive news before the event begins. Wang Yuan and Cheng Zijuan's mother stand at the entrance to greet guests. Cheng Zijuan wore a limited edition suit and looked at Wang Yuan beside him. "Mom, you need to watch your words and actions at all times. Today, the reporters must not make any mistakes." "I understand," Wang Yuan nodded, her gaze falling on the crowd ahead. She looked a bit puzzled. "Son, why hasn't Jiang Ning arrived yet?" According to Jiang Ning's usual behavior, she should have been here early. But today, she still hasn't shown up. Cheng Zijuan squinted his eyes. "Don't worry. Those who are supposed to come will come eventually." Another half-hour passed. Most guests had arrived, but Jiang Ning was still nowhere to be seen. Cheng Zijuan's brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong with Jiang Ning today? Has she really changed? "Brother, she's here. She's here." At this moment, Wang Qingke's excited voice rang out. "Jiang Ning is here." Cheng Zijuan immediately looked up. Sure enough, he saw a striking figure among the distant crowd. She had a great figure and fair skin. She was a beautiful woman with a strong, distinctive look. Even from afar, she was easy to recognize. A slight smile appeared on Cheng Zijuan's lips, but his eyes showed disdain. "Yusa, did you see that? Who just arrived?" Cheng Zijuan smiled proudly. "I told you, Jiang Ning can't do without me." All her previous actions were just playing hard to get. Seeing Jiang Ning, Lin Yusa was also very surprised. He thought Jiang Ning wouldn't come. After all, Jiang Ning had already made it clear she had completely forgotten about Cheng Zijuan. But now, she was at Cheng Zijuan's engagement party. It seemed he had overestimated Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's behavior was just a game to attract Cheng Zijuan's attention. Lin Yusa watched Jiang Ning with disappointment in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Jiang Ning insisted on clinging to Cheng Zijuan. Couldn't she live without him? Coming to this kind of event was almost like inviting humiliation. Lin Yusa looked at Cheng Zijuan and couldn't help but sigh. "Zijuan, I knew you understood Jiang Ning. She really loves you deeply." Hearing this, Cheng Zijuan's eyes were full of pride, and he showed no hiding of his feelings. Just wait. Soon, the feelings would be all his. Since Jiang Ning came tonight to steal the bride, she wouldn't come empty-handed. She probably already drafted the transfer agreement for the shares of Jidong. Wang Qingke moved a few steps closer. "Yusa Ji, what do you think Jiang Ning is going to do next?" Lin Yusa crossed his arms and looked at Jiang Ning in the crowd. Dogs will never change their nature. She's still the same, crying, throwing tantrums, threatening to hang herself. This was Jiang Ning's usual trick when she was at the Cheng family. "That's right." Wang Qingke took out her phone. "I'm going to record her shameless behavior and post it on Douyin so everyone can see how she clings to my brother." Wang Qingke became more excited the more she thought about it. She not only wanted to record Jiang Ning's shamelessness, but also wanted Jiang Ning to apologize to her. Given Jiang Ning's feelings for Cheng Zijuan, she would definitely apologize today. As Jiang Ning approached, Cheng Zijuan straightened up, looking proud and aloof. He wasn't going to forgive Jiang Ning easily today. He wanted her to know the consequences of offending him. But soon, Cheng Zijuan's smile froze on his face, and his complexion turned pale. Because Jiang Ning simply walked past him, continuing forward. Throughout the process, she didn't even glance at Cheng Zijuan, as if he didn't exist at all. Cheng Zijuan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. What was Jiang Ning doing? Still playing hard to get? Enough already. How long was she going to cause trouble? Lin Yusa seemed to notice something. He looked at Jiang Ning, then turned to Cheng Zijuan. "Zijuan Ji, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Jiang Ning doesn't seem to be here to see you." It looks like she's going to the band building for a party. Yes. Although Jiang Ning was there, her behavior didn't look like she was trying to reconcile with Cheng Zijuan at all. Hearing this, Wang Qingke snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Band building? Yuzaji, what are you thinking? Do you know whose house is holding the party? It's the Yu family's eldest daughter, Yu Qianlan's 18th birthday celebration. The Yu family didn't even invite me, so how could they invite a small-town girl? The Yu family was a well-respected noble family. They had recently moved from Shanghai to a city, and many powerful families in a city couldn't even dream of reaching out to them. Because of Cheng Zijuan, Wang Qingke was somewhat well-known in the wealthy circles. She had many connections with daughters of noble families. But the Yu family didn't invite her, let alone Jiang Ning. Compared to her, what was Jiang Ning? That small-town girl was not even worth a single hair of hers. There was no way the Yu family would invite Jiang Ning. It was simply a fairy tale. Hearing Wang Qingke's words, Lin Yuze frowned slightly. But besides brother Zijuan and sister Shui hosting the wedding banquet, the only other event is the Yu family's banquet.
And
Jiang Ning was also facing the Yu family banquet hall. Wang Qingke directly said, "So, Jiang Ning is definitely here to find my brother. She's just trying to pretend to be a guest of the Yu family to sneak into their banquet hall, aiming to raise her status." At this point, Wang Qingke glared sharply at Jiang Ning's back.
Bah.
Shameless little village girl. She really thinks it's easy to sneak into the Yu family's banquet? Just wait, she'll be kicked out by the Yu family's bodyguard soon. A little village girl is just a little village girl. Simple-minded. If it were really so easy to sneak into the Yu family's banquet, then why bother with invitations? Don't be fooled. Although the entrance to the Yu family's banquet hall appears unguarded, it's actually protected by recognition. If someone tries to enter illegally, an alarm will sound. Just as Jiang Ning was about to reach the door, two people came out from inside. One was dressed in a suit, looking sharp and clever. The other was in a champagne-colored evening gown, elegant and noble. Wang Qingke's eyes lit up. "Brother, look. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu are coming out. Oh my, Mrs. Yu looks so young. She doesn't seem like a mother of two at all." Hearing this, Cheng Zijuan immediately looked up. He had seen Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu at a business banquet before. But it was a hurried meeting and he didn't get a chance to greet them. Tonight is the 18th birthday celebration of Yu's daughter. Usually, Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu should be inside entertaining guests. Why are they suddenly at the door? Could it be that Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu came specifically to congratulate him and Zhang Shui on their engagement? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu are both here at the same time. They wouldn't be here just to greet Jiang Ning, that little village girl. Thinking that these two important figures took time out of their busy schedules to personally congratulate him and Zhang Shui, Cheng Zijuan felt very proud. After tonight's engagement banquet, he would definitely make headlines in the financial news of City A. There are many reporters here, all trying to capture explosive news. Cheng Zijuan smiled confidently, stepped forward, and greeted them. "Mr. Yu, Mrs. Yu, thank you for coming to my engagement banquet." Seeing Cheng Zijuan like that, the photographer standing nearby immediately perked up and exclaimed, "Quick, take the shot." Turns out Mr. Cheng knows Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu. It's important to know that the Yu family is a top influencer in Shanghai. Meeting the Yu family is like opening the door to the business world in Shanghai. Cheng Zijuan truly lives up to his reputation as a rare financial genius, managing to win over the difficult Yu family. Now, even Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu are personally here to congratulate him. This is a huge honor. Not just the reporters. Even the guests present are very surprised. Seeing so many cameras pointed at him, Cheng Zijuan feels more proud, standing straight with his chest out. He wants to look his best for tomorrow's headlines. But soon, Cheng Zijuan's face changes. His face turns pale, blood rushes to his head, and he almost faints. Because Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu ignore him completely and walk straight to Jiang Ning, speaking respectfully, "Miss Jiang, welcome, welcome. You've finally arrived." They went to find Jiang Ning. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu are actually looking for Jiang Ning. Chung Zijun is stunned, staring blankly at this scene, his mouth forming an O, cold sweat running down his back. The reporters who are about to interview Chung Zijun are also stunned and start talking among themselves. No one expected such a sudden turn of events. Who is that girl? She's so beautiful. Indeed, very pretty. If Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu come to greet her personally, her status must be impressive. Chung Zijun's attitude just now. I thought Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu were coming to find him. Turns out, that's not the case. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu probably don't even know who he is. Chung Zijun just now was so embarrassing. If I were him, I'd find a hole to hide in. Exactly. Chung Zijun just stood there, listening to the reporter's gossip, his face turning pale and white, feeling so awkward he wished to sink into the ground. It's not just that Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu aren't here for him. They're here for Jiang Ning. For Chung Zijun, this is a huge humiliation. Jiang Ning. What is she? How did she manage to get close to the Yu family? Her status and background are completely different from the Yu family. Chung Zijun never imagined that the Yu family, whom even he couldn't reach, would treat Jiang Ning with such respect. If I had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have gone over on his own. Now, it's too late. He lost such an important person for no reason. Chung Zijun took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. He couldn't panic. He must not panic now. Jiang Ning is his loyal follower. So, Jiang Ning must have approached the Yu family for him. This small-town girl, she may lack other skills, but she's very good at pleasing people. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have convinced old Master Chung to let him and Jiang Ning get married. Jiang Ning probably approached the Yu family tonight because she was afraid he wouldn't agree to remarry her. Yes, that must be it. So, Jiang Ning will definitely bring Mr. and Mrs. Yu to meet him later. As soon as Jiang Ning brings Mr. and Mrs. Yu to find him, he can regain all the dignity he just lost. Thinking of this, Chung Zijun's steps steadied. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Jiang Ning will appear in front of him. Chung Zijun closed his eyes and silently counted to 10. 10, 9, 8. Just as he reached 5, a female voice sounded in his ear. Brother Zijun. Jiang Ning is here. He knew Jiang Ning couldn't escape his grasp. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Chung Zijun's mouth, and he opened his eyes with some pride. But when he saw the person in front of him, his eyes widened. Shuyi, why are you here? It was Zhang Shuyi. The person wasn't Jiang Ning. Chung Zijun was a bit stunned. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Shuyi also looked surprised. Brother Zijun, the engagement ceremony is about to start. Who are you still waiting for? Chung Zijun immediately looked in the direction of Jiang Ning. He saw that Jiang Ning had already disappeared with Mr. and Mrs. Yu at the entrance of Building B. She didn't bring Mr. and Mrs. Yu to find him after all. Chung Zijun almost couldn't stand and felt faint. Next to him, Wang Qing was also struggling to hold on. Just 3 minutes ago, Wang Qing was mocking Jiang Ning for not being qualified to attend the Yu family's banquet. But now, Jiang Ning had become a guest of honor at the Yu family. Why does Jiang Ning deserve this? She's just a small-town girl. Wang Qing's eyes reddened with jealousy. First Shen Jingzhu, now the Yu family. She couldn't understand how a small-town girl could step on her and meet these big shots. Brother Zijun? Chung Zijun hesitated and didn't speak for a long time. Zhang Shui spoke again. Chung Zijun's train of thought was interrupted by Zhang Shui. He forced a faint smile and said, "No, I wasn't waiting for anyone. Shui, let's go inside." Zhang Shui nodded. Chung Zijun put his arm around Zhang Shui's shoulder and walked toward the banquet hall. The banquet hall was lively, filled with laughter and chatter. Chung Zijun, feeling mixed emotions, accepted everyone's blessings, but his mind kept thinking of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wasn't here now, probably waiting to crash the engagement ceremony when he would put the ring on Zhang Shui's finger. Thinking of this, Chung Zijun squinted and looked at Lin Yuza, waving to him. "Yuza, come here for a moment." Lin Yuza immediately jogged over. Brother Zijuan. Chung Zijuan lowered his voice. Arrange more people. When Jiangning arrives, make sure to keep control of the scene. Jiangning was very jealous of Zhang Shi, who knew what she might do if she lost her temper. There were many reporters present today. They couldn't let any negative comments about Zhang Shi spread. As her fiancé, he had to protect her. Brother Zijuan, Lin Yuza said, Jiangning went to the neighboring room for her cousin's 18th birthday celebration. She won't come here again. Chung Zijuan squinted. Attending the Yu family's banquet is just a cover. She's trying to flatter me. She's now a guest of honor at the Yu family, maybe even negotiating a partnership with the Shanghai Circle on my behalf. Lin Yuza thought Chung Zijuan was overthinking. Jiangning was like a new person now. She didn't resemble her old self at all. Lin Yuza frowned, about to say something, but Chung Zijuan, looking displeased, cut him off. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to go, then go. Lin Yuza looked up at Chung Zijuan, nodded, and said nothing more, just got it. Yu family banquet hall. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu led Jiangning inside. Mrs. Yu smiled warmly at Jiangning. Miss Jiang, our daughter San Yu is changing into her dress in the dressing room, so her father and I will meet you at the door. Jiangning replied calmly, Auntie, you and Uncle don't need to come out specifically. I can go in by myself. Hearing this, Mrs. Yu quickly said, You are our San Yu's great benefactor. How can we let you go in alone? Mrs. Yu was truly grateful to Jiangning. If it weren't for her, her daughter's reputation could have been ruined that night. There are many such cases in the circle, and the victim was even a girl from a distant relative's family. Although the bad people were eventually brought to justice, they left lasting psychological scars on the victims. 3 years have passed, and that girl still hasn't recovered. She is afraid to go out alone, afraid to meet strangers, and afraid to go to school. Even now, Mr. and Mrs. Yu still feel nervous when they think about that night. They are very scared. Hearing this, Mr. Yu looked at Jiangning. Miss Jiang, my wife is right. You are our family's great benefactor. Without you, we might not have been able to hold Miss Yu's 18th birthday ceremony tonight. Jiangning smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie, you're being too kind. Anyone in that situation would have helped. I just did what I was supposed to do. Mrs. Yu looked at Jiangning with admiration in her eyes. She thought this young girl was truly rare. She had done something very brave, but she was not proud or boastful. Instead, she was humble and polite. If other girls her age had been in her place, they might not have been so modest. The three of them were walking inside. Yu Qianlan, dressed in her new gown, happily ran over. When she saw Jiangning, her eyes were full of surprise. Ningning. Wow, you look so beautiful tonight. Like a fairy. She had never seen Jiangning in a dress before. Jiangning looked even more dazzling than a celebrity walking on the red carpet. Miss Yu, you look very pretty too, Jiangning said with a smile. Then she took out a small box. This is your birthday gift. Yu Qianlan took the box and asked, Ningning, can I open it and see? Of course, Jiangning nodded slightly. Yu Qianlan opened the box and saw a gold necklace inside. The pendant was a small, delicate gold lock with a very special design, something she had never seen in stores before. Jiangning explained, in our hometown, there is a tradition of giving a longevity lock when someone turns 18. It symbolizes a long, worry-free life, safety, and happiness. Also, this lock can be opened. Inside, there is a snow lotus pill. If you encounter an emergency, you can open the lock and take the pill to protect your life. Hearing this, Yu Qianlan immediately opened the gold lock.
Clink.
Inside the lock, there was a pure white pill. Seeing the pill, Mr. Yu's pupils shrank. If he wasn't mistaken, the full name of the snow lotus pill was Anha Snow Lotus Pill. Jiangning's words were not exaggerated at all. This pill can save lives in critical moments. This item, although not expensive, is impossible to buy with money. I didn't expect that. Jiangning gave such a big gift right away. Seeing the open gold lock, Yu Qianlan was surprised and said, It really can be opened. Ningning, thank you. I love this gift very much. Please help me put it on. Okay. Jiangning picked up the long life lock and helped Yu Qianlong wear it around her neck. Yu Qianlong has fair skin. Wearing the gold chain, it looks elegant and beautiful, not tacky at all. It's very pleasing to the eye. Looking at the small gold lock on her daughter's neck, Yu Qianlong lowered her voice and said to Mrs. Yu nearby, "Shoujing, our family has really met a lucky person this March." Mrs. Yu smiled and said, "I also think Miss Jiang is a lucky person for a March." Next door, the engagement ceremony of Cheng Zijuan and Zhang Shuyi has already officially started. After the opening remarks, the host's voice sounded. "Now please welcome our successful businessman and future groom, Mr. Cheng, CEO of Cheng Group, to the stage." Claps sounded. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Cheng Zijuan gathered his confidence and strode onto the stage. The host handed him the microphone. "Mr. Cheng, today is a big day in your life. Do you have any words you'd like to share with everyone?" Cheng Zijuan took the microphone and spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Cheng Zijuan. First of all, my fiancé Zhang Shuyi and I sincerely thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend our engagement. Having your witness for our happiness is an honor for us." After speaking, Cheng Zijuan bowed slightly. The audience erupted in more applause. After his speech, the host continued, "Now, please welcome the beautiful and elegant future bride, Miss Zhang Shuyi, to the stage." Zhang Shuyi wore an elegant dress, holding up her skirt with both hands. She walked step by step onto the stage and stopped in front of Cheng Zijuan. The host's voice kept going, "Please exchange engagement rings between the groom and bride." Two bridesmaids immediately brought trays. On the trays were 2 rings. Cheng Zijuan looked at the rings with deep affection, took one, and placed it on Zhang Shuyi's, but his gaze kept fixed on the door at the entrance. According to Jiangning's personality, she would probably kick the door open immediately, then loudly curse Zhang Shuyi for being a third party, cry and kneel on the ground, begging for a second chance. Thinking of this scene, Cheng Zijuan's lips curled slightly. Below the stage, Wang Qingke kept a close watch on the entrance and said, "Andy, you can't forgive Jiangning easily later. She's just a small village girl. How could she be a match for your cousin? I don't know how she managed to get involved with the Yu and Shen families. You should let Jiangning take me to Shen's house as a guest, introduce me to Mrs. Yun, then you might forgive her." Wang Qingke was still dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family. As long as she could meet Shen Jingzhu, she would have a chance to see Lord Shen. Wang Yuan was also watching the entrance. She specifically told the security outside to let Jiangning in if she saw her. But until Cheng Zijuan helped Zhang Shuyi put on the engagement ring and the engagement ceremony was successfully completed, Jiangning did not barge in like the Cheng family expected. Cheng Zijuan looked at everything in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had just agreed to marry Zhang Shuyi. Seeing Cheng Zijuan's strange expression, Zhang Shuyi asked kindly, "Brother Zijuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Although Cheng Zijuan said he was fine, Zhang Shuyi still suggested, "Brother Zijuan, maybe you should go rest in the lounge. I'll be here with you."
Okay.
Cheng Zijuan nodded, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Zhang Shuyi's ear, and said, "Shuyi, you've worked hard." Zhang Shuyi held his hand softly and said gently, "Brother Zijuan, from now on we're family." Isn't it a bit awkward to say these things? In the past, Cheng Zijuan would have said something more. But today, he simply had no mood to speak. His mind was full of questions about why Jiangning hadn't come. Cheng Zijuan's reason for rushing to get engaged to Zhang Shuyi was to attract Jiangning to come and compete for him. But unexpectedly, Jiangning ignored everything. What exactly does Jiangning want to do? No one knew how miserable Cheng Zijuan felt right now. "I'll go rest first." Cheng Zijuan withdrew his hand and headed toward the lounge. Zhang Shuyi watched his back, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. She wasn't foolish. She could sense that Cheng Zijuan's mood tonight was off all evening, especially when he was putting the engagement ring on her finger. His gaze wasn't on her, but was fixed at the door. Who was he waiting for? Zhang Shuyi squinted and looked outside. There was nothing unusual. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, her pupils suddenly shrank. She saw a tall, eye-catching figure being escorted out of the B building entrance. Was that Jiang Ning? Zhang Shuyi bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes showing a cold, sinister look.
No wonder.
No wonder Cheng Zijuan's mind wasn't on her tonight. It turns out Jiang Ning came. That little troublemaker Jiang Ning still has no shame. She has already divorced Cheng Zijuan, but she still stubbornly disrupts her and Cheng Zijuan's engagement party. How shameless. A homewrecker. Without shame. Zhang Shuyi's face turned pale with anger, and her whole body trembled. Just you wait. She must drive that troublemaker Jiang Ning out of a city. Zhang Shuyi clenched her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging deep into her skin without her noticing. Cheng Zijuan entered the lounge. He looked tired and had a terrible headache. Knock, knock. There was a knocking sound in the air.
Come in. Thud.
The door was pushed open from outside. It was Lin Yuze. Brother Zijuan. Cheng Zijuan glanced at him, but said nothing. Lin Yuze continued, Are you okay? Cheng Zijuan pressed his temples. Yuze, why do you think Jiang Ning didn't come tonight? Maybe she has moved on. Impossible. Cheng Zijuan grabbed a cup from the table and threw it at the ground. She loves me so much. She wouldn't give up so easily. Lin Yuze sighed softly. Brother Zijuan, face reality. Jiang Ning is no longer the girl who only had eyes for you. She went to flatter Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu, but wasn't that for me? Cheng Zijuan looked into Lin Yuze's eyes. Otherwise, how do you explain Jiang Ning appearing at the Yu family's banquet? Jiang Ning used to do everything for him. He liked the gray side of her. He liked her that way. She followed him around like a puppy every day, with no self of her own. Cheng Zijuan tried to see the answer he wanted in Lin Yuze's eyes. But Lin Yuze simply poured cold water on him. Yu Qianluan, the daughter of the Yu family, is about the same age as Jiang Ning. Just now, Yu Qianluan personally took Jiang Ning to her car. I suspect that Jiang Ning and Yu Qianluan are good friends. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Miss Yu be friends with someone like Jiang Ning? Cheng Zijuan shouted angrily. She only went to flatter Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu because of me. Lin Yuze looked at Cheng Zijuan without saying a word. The next day, old Master Jiang went to work as usual. When he arrived at his office and approached the punch card machine, Zhang Lei came out from inside. Old Jiang. No need to punch in today. No need to punch in? Old Master Jiang looked at the worker beside him. Manager Zhang, are we getting a day off today? Are you on vacation? The workers nearby heard this, and their eyes lit up. It's so hot today. Who wants to work? Everyone just wants to stay home and rest. Hearing this, Zhang Lei found it amusing and looked down at old man Jiang with a superior attitude. It's not a vacation, but you've been fired. You don't need to come back tomorrow. Better take your precious granddaughter back to the countryside. City A isn't a place for someone like you. Hearing this, old man Jiang suddenly panicked, his face turning pale. Manager Zhang, did I do something wrong? Why am I being fired without reason? Zhang Lei glanced at him. Honestly, you offended the wrong person. Since learning that Jiang Ning scored first in the high school entrance exam, Zhang Lei had wanted to fire old man Jiang. He didn't want a poor old man's granddaughter to surpass his own carefully nurtured son. Unfortunately, he had limited power and couldn't fire old man Jiang without cause according to company rules. But now, things were different. Old man Jiang had offended someone important. He could now openly dismiss him. And from now on, no other cleaning company would hire old man Jiang. So, old man Jiang could only leave City A with Jiang Ning. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei's face showed pride. Offended someone important? Old man Jiang was stunned. He knew he was too old to find another job, so he always worked very carefully and never dared to offend anyone important. Manager Zhang, you must be mistaken. I've worked here for so long and have never caused trouble. He took a few steps toward Zhang Lei and pleaded almost desperately. Manager Zhang, you know my situation. Ning Ning is still in high school and we have no other income. If I get fired now, I might not even be able to pay Ning Ning's tuition and living expenses this semester. Please, I can't lose this job. Be kind and ask the boss to reconsider so I won't be fired, okay? Although Jiang Ning had advised old man Jiang many times to quit his job, as she now had a steady income and even gave him a bank card with 300,000 yuan, old man Jiang had never checked the balance and didn't know how much money was in his account. Moreover, Jiang Ning was just a child in old man Jiang's eyes. A child, even with a steady income, could only earn a little each month. So, this job was especially important to old man Jiang. The two workers beside Old Master Wen also immediately spoke up, saying, "Yes, Manager Zhang, there must be some misunderstanding. Old Jiang works very hard normally, and no one has ever complained about his area. Please help us report this to the higher-ups, and don't dismiss old Jiang." Zhang Lei ignored the two workers defending old Jiang, unscrewed his cup lid, took a sip, and looked at old Jiang. "It's not that I won't help you, but I really can't do anything. Please take off your work clothes and leave. We are all acquaintances, and it would be bad if things got ugly." Old Jiang stood in place. "Manager Zhang, please have some pity on me," an old man. He was already quite old, and with the high unemployment rate now, even young people can't find good jobs. If he were dismissed, he wouldn't be able to find another good job. Zhang Lei squinted, as if he thought of something. "Old Jiang, do you really want to stay?" "Yes." Old Jiang nodded. "Manager Zhang, as long as you let me stay, I am willing to do anything." Seeing old Jiang's determined look, Zhang Lei smiled and sat down on a nearby chair, crossing his legs. "This morning, I accidentally stepped in dog while checking the lawn. Old Jiang, since you really want to stay here and work, why don't you clean all the dog off my shoes?" "Clean the dog off my shoes?" Old Master Jiang looked at Zhang Lei in disbelief, thinking he must be hearing things. Even the two workers next to him thought they had misheard. Ma Gui couldn't help but speak up. "Manager Zhang, making old Jiang clean your shoes is an insult, isn't it?" "Yes, Manager Zhang. Why make things difficult for him?" Li Chang also spoke. Zhang Lei smiled, looked up at old Jiang, and said, "Insult him? Well then, old Jiang, let's forget about this. Anyway, I see you don't care about this job." He was about to stand up from his chair and make a move to leave. Seeing this, old Jiang immediately held Zhang Lei back. "No, Manager Zhang, please don't go. I'll clean it right away. It's just cleaning shoes after all." He thought of it as changing his job. There are shoe shiners all over the street. Does that mean people are still living? Old Jiang comforted himself in his heart, took a tissue from the table, knelt on one knee, and started to clean Zhang Lei's shoes. Seeing him really bend down to clean Zhang Lei's shoes, Li Chang and Ma Gui immediately stopped him. "Old Jiang, get up. Get up. We won't accept this." This scene clearly shows that Lei is bullying someone. Old Master Jiang looked at the two of them and smiled, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. You don't need to pull me away. It's my honor to help Manager Zhang clean his shoes. He came from the countryside, can't read much, and is quite old. Finding a job is really hard for him. If helping Zhang Lei clean his shoes can keep his job, it's worth it." Seeing old Master Jiang like this, Li Chang immediately took out a piece of paper and said, "I'll help you clean too." Ma Gui also took out a piece of paper saying, "I'll help you clean as well." The older generation values loyalty very much. Li Chang and Ma Gui couldn't stand seeing their old brother suffer like this. Zhang Lei looked at Li Chang and Ma Gui with a frown, saying, "You two can stay out of this. I only want old Jiang to help me clean." Old Master Jiang looked up and smiled at the two, saying, "Old Li, old Ma, I appreciate your kindness." Looking at Zhang Lei, Li Chang and Ma Gui were very angry but felt helpless. Under the power of authority, workers like them can only bow their heads. Zhang Lei continued, "Keep cleaning, old Jiang. Be careful and thorough." Okay. Old Master Jiang nodded repeatedly. Zhang Lei leaned back in his chair and looked at old Jiang, saying, "Old Jiang, didn't you always boast about your granddaughter scoring first? Who would have thought that today the top grandpa would be helping me clean shoes? What's wrong with being first? So, what if she can get into first high school?" His son didn't get into first high or score first, but at least he doesn't have to live as humbly as Jiang Fuhai. Some people really live pitiful lives. Old Master Jiang didn't say anything, lowering his head seriously cleaning the shoes. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he threw the tissue into the trash can and said, "Manager Zhang, I'm done." Zhang looked at the shoes and said, not bad. You did a good job. Old Master Jiang stood up from the ground and said, "Manager Zhang, I need to go to work now." "Stop right there." Zhang Lei suddenly spoke. Old Master Jiang looked back in confusion, asking, "What's the matter, Manager Zhang? Do you have something else to say?" Zhang Lei snorted coldly. "Didn't I just say? You've been fired." "Fired?" Old Master Jiang was clearly stunned. "But Manager Zhang, you said that as long as I helped you clean your shoes, I could stay and keep working."
Did I say that?
Zhang Lei looked puzzled and asked, "Did I say that?" Li Chang immediately said, "Yes, I saw him say it. I can testify." Ma Gui added, "And me. I also heard that, Manager Zhang, you are not as mean as this person." Zhang Lei took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Old Master Jiang. "Mean? Today I will be mean to you."
What can you do about it? Zhang Lei.
Ma Gui clenched his fists, almost unable to bear it. "Don't bully people too much." Old Master Jiang immediately stepped in front of Ma Gui. "Manager Zhang, let's talk nicely. What exactly do you want?" Zhang Lei's eyes were full of mockery. "What can I do? I'm just following the company's rules. If the company wants to dismiss you, what can I do? You should leave quickly. Stop causing trouble here." Li Chang almost couldn't hold back. "Since you never intended to help old Jiang from the start, why did you ask him to help you clean your shoes? You're just a dog of the company. Who are you to bully others?" Hearing Li Chang call him a dog, Zhang Lei's face darkened with anger. "Li Chang, I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you and Jiang Fuhai can leave together. Leave if you want." "Zhang Lei, I've had enough of this." Li Chang took off his vest and threw it on the ground. "Me too, I quit." Ma Gui also took off his vest and threw it down. "Zhang Lei, you son of a gun. You will get what's coming to you." Seeing that both old friends lost their jobs because of him, Old Master Jiang quickly stepped in. "Old Ma, Old Li, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything foolish because of me." After saying that, Old Master Jiang approached Zhang Lei, begging for Li Chang and Ma Gui. "Manager Zhang, if you're angry, take it out on me. Old Ma and Old Li are innocent. They were just joking. Please don't hold this against them." Zhang Lei waved Old Master Jiang's hand away. "Get lost. All of you, get out of here. I tell you, from now on, you're all fired by the company." Old Master Jiang almost lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. "Old Jiang, don't beg him. Who cares about working for such a person?" Li Chang and Ma Gui directly took Old Master Jiang away. Outside the door, Old Master Jiang looked at the two with some guilt. "Old Ma, Old Li, I'm really sorry. Because of me, I caused you to lose your jobs. The environment is tough now, and young people find it hard to get work, let alone us older folks." "What are you saying, Old Jiang?" Li Chang comforted him. "We chose not to work. It has nothing to do with you." "Exactly," Ma Gui added. "I've long disliked Zhang Lei's grandson. He's not even worth A, yet he's always bossing us around." "Old Jiang, don't worry. Today, you should rest at home. Tomorrow, we will go out together to look for work." "Yes," Li Chang nodded. "Together tomorrow." Seeing the two old friends sincerely caring for him, Grandpa Jiang was very touched. He smiled and said, "Old Ma, Old Li, since we have nothing to do today, you guys don't need to go back. Come over for dinner at my place tonight."
No, Li Qian declinat.
"My little grandson has been asking me to buy him a toy gun. I didn't have time a few days ago, but today after school I'll take him." "I won't go either," said Jiang. "My wife sent me a message saying my little aunt's family has come over." After the others left, Zhang Lei made a phone call, acting very obedient. "Hello, Miss Zhang, don't worry. I have successfully dismissed Jiang Fuhai. Rest assured, they will be leaving a city very soon." That's right. Zhang Shuyi was the mastermind behind this. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to take Qing Zijuan away. So, the first step to get rid of Jiang Ning was to cut off her financial source. All of Jiang's money came from Jiang Fuhai working as a cleaner. If Jiang Fuhai lost his job, could Jiang Ning still stay in a city? Clearly no. You did very well. Zhang Shui's voice came through the phone. Don't worry, I will have Song Daqiang promote you. Song Daqiang was Zhang Lei's direct superior. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Thank you so much. Zhang Lei was very excited. If you need anything from me in the future, just ask. He knew that Zhang Shui was from a wealthy family's daughter. With her support, he believed he would rise quickly. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, imagining a bright future of promotions and wealth. When Jiang Ning returned home at 2:30 p.m., she was in a good mood. Humming a tune as she walked, if you listen carefully, you would hear a fragment from the Beijing opera The Locking of the Golden Bag. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Grandpa Jiang cleaning the living room. She was surprised. Grandpa, are you on leave today? Grandpa Jiang, worried she might worry, didn't explain the reason directly. Instead, he said, Ning, I resigned from my job. Hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled. Really? You finally came around. Jiang Ning had advised Grandpa many times to quit, but he never listened. Now, unexpectedly, he brought it up himself.
Quit.
Zhou Jinpeng walked out of the room, looking angry. He said, Ning, your grandpa has been bullied by someone. Hearing this, old Jiang quickly interrupted him. Old Zhou, don't say nonsense. Bullied? Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. She went to Zhou Jinpeng and asked, Grandpa, who bullied you? Please tell me if something happened. You can't hide it from me. Old Jiang knew Zhou Jinpeng was not good at keeping secrets, so he didn't tell her about Zhang Lei bullying him. But Zhou Jinpeng noticed that old Jiang suddenly resigned, which was strange. So he called Ma Gui and Li Chong to find out what was going on. That's when he learned the truth. I really wasn't bullied, old Jiang said with a wink at Zhou Jinpeng. Old Zhou, don't talk nonsense. Knowing about this could only cause trouble for the children and wouldn't solve anything. Plus, Ning was about to start her final year of high school. Old Jiang wanted her to focus on studying and didn't want other things to affect her. But Zhou Jinpeng didn't want his old friend to suffer unfairly. He immediately told everything he knew. After hearing the full story, Ning showed no particular expression. She turned to old Jiang and asked, Grandpa, what is the full name of your company? Ning's voice was calm, without any sign of anger or happiness. But somehow, Zhou Jinpeng, who was standing nearby, shivered. Although she was young, Ning had a strong presence. When she got angry, even he, over 50 years old, felt a bit scared. It was very intimidating. Old Jiang smiled and said, Ning, the situation isn't as serious as your Grandpa Zhou said. Don't take it to heart. Grandpa Zhou, you tell her. Ning glanced at Zhou Jinpeng. Old Jiang gave Zhou Jinpeng a quick look, signaling him not to speak. But the next second, Zhou Jinpeng said, Shuangyou Property Management Company. We are part of the cleaning department. Old Jiang. Okay. Ning nodded slightly. Zhou Jinpeng then asked, Ning, what do you plan to do? Ning replied calmly, change the boss of their property company. Change the boss? Zhou Jinpeng was stunned and didn't quite understand what Ning meant. Old Jiang instinctively thought Ning wanted to go to the property company to get justice for him. He quickly said, Ning, you must not cause trouble at the property company. This kind of situation is hard to explain. Jiang Ning is still a girl. If she really argues with the property management company, she will surely suffer. He is old now, and many things are beyond his control. He is more worried about protecting his granddaughter. Don't cause trouble. Jiang Ning turned to look at Grandpa Jiang. Her face clearly showed a smile, and her lips were slightly upturned, but it still sent a chill down people's spines. Grandpa, don't worry. I am a reasonable person. I will make Zhang Lei willingly wipe your shoes and apologize to you, Grandpa Li and Grandpa Ma. Make Zhang Lei apologize? And make Zhang Lei willingly help Grandpa Jiang wipe his shoes? Is Jiang Ning dreaming? Zhou Jinpeng widened his eyes. Ning stopped bragging. Grandpa Zhou, I never brag. She is protective of her family. She cannot stand seeing Grandpa Jiang suffer such unfair treatment. She also cannot bear to see the two elderly people who stand up for Grandpa Jiang suffer injustice. Good people should be rewarded, not lose their jobs. Zhou Jinpeng looked at Jiang Ning and continued, Ning, I understand you want to stand up for your grandpa, but you are still young. You don't see the full picture. Zhang Lei will never apologize or admit fault. He is our team leader. Also, I heard that there is a senior leader in the property company who is related to their family. He paused and then said, Ningning, if you want to help your grandpa vent his anger, focus on studying hard, get into a good university, and make Zhang Lei jealous. Maybe even get promoted to a leadership position in Shuangyo property someday. Why is Zhang Lei so arrogant? Because he has a powerful backing. No matter what mistakes he makes at work, someone always covers for him. Jiang Ning is only 19 years old. She and Grandpa Jiang have no power or influence in City A. They come from the countryside and have no background. What does she have to make Zhang Lei bow his head? Grandpa Jiang nodded approvingly. Grandpa Zhou is right. Ning, your most important task now is to study well. Leave the other things to Grandpa. Just don't let this small matter affect your studies. Yang Ning Smilet. Grandpa, don't worry. This small matter won't affect my studies. I'll go study now.
Good.
Seeing that Jiang Ning had no other actions, Grandpa Jiang relaxed and looked at her with a full of pride. He was really worried that Jiang Ning would impulsively go to find Zhang Lei. When she entered the room, Jiang Ning sat at her desk, opened her computer, and operated the mouse with one hand and the keyboard with the other. Her fingers moved quickly, jumping across the keys like flashes of light. Only streaks of shadows could be seen. Her skin was very white, and her fingers were slender, contrasting sharply with the black keyboard. If someone is present, they would surely notice that Jiang Ning's computer contains a copy of the acquisition document. Meanwhile, the Chung Group. Lin Yuza enters holding a pile of documents and knocks on the door. Brother Zijuan. I'm coming in, Chung Zijuan replies, looking up at Lin Yuza. How did it go? Lin Yuza shakes his head. The plan you sent was rejected by Lianzhou Group.
What?
Hearing this, Chung Zijuan immediately puts down his cigarette stub, his eyes full of shock. Lin Yuza repeats what he just said. Yes, Brother Zijuan, you heard right. Lianzhou Group turned down your plan. What's their situation? Chung Zijuan frowns. I was lucky to choose Lianzhou Group for cooperation. They dared to reject the plan? I must have heard wrong, right? Chung Zijuan never expected his plan to be rejected by Lianzhou Group. He is praised by the media as a rare rising star in the business world. In City A, many people are eager to work with him. Giving Lianzhou a chance was a great blessing for them, yet they actually rejected his plan. It's really ungrateful. They have no self-awareness. A wave of anger rises in Chung Zijuan's heart. Lin Yuza hesitates for a moment, but finally decides to tell the truth. General Manager Qi from Lianzhou Group said there were issues with your plan. Hearing this, Chung Zijuan is completely upset. My plan has issues? Chung Zijuan snorts coldly. That kid Qi Hongwen hasn't even grown a full set of hair yet. What right does he have to question my plan? When Chung Zijuan was featured as a once-in-a-decade rising star on financial newspapers, Qi Hongwen was still busy writing his graduation thesis. In Chung Zijuan's eyes, Qi Hongwen is not even as good as a single strand of his hair. Such a young kid, and he dares to say my plan has problems? It's just laughable. Chung Zijuan almost laughs out of anger. Lin Yuza licks his lips. Brother Zijuan, are you feeling too tired lately? Chung Zijuan also looked at the plan he submitted to Lianzhou Group. There are indeed a few hidden flaws. Showy but superficial. Merely theoretical, problems will arise once put into practice. It's very different from Chung Zijuan's usual style. Lin Yuza even begins to doubt whether the previous plans from the Chung Group were really made by Chung Zijuan. The Lin family and the Chung family are very close. Actually, Lin Yuza has heard rumors. At that time, Old Master Chung wanted Chung Zijuan to marry Jiang Ning. There were two reasons. First, because Jiang Ning had a good appearance, and second, because she had amazing business talent. The Chung Group was able to turn the situation around smoothly because of Jiang Ning. However, when Lin Yuza heard this rumor, he dismissed it. To Lin Yuza, a girl from a small village who never finished high school couldn't possibly have business skills. It was just nonsense. But now, thinking back on that rumor, Lin Yuza felt a chill. The person he admired might just be a business amateur. The real dark horse was someone else. For a moment, Lin Yuze felt mixed emotions, and his face looked unhappy. Chung Zijuan didn't want to answer Lin Yuze's pointless question. He pinched his temple and asked, "Does Qi Feihu know about this?" Qi Feihu was the chairman of Linzhou Group and also the father of Qi Hongwen. Lin Yuze said, "When I went there, Chairman Qi was also there." Young Qi seemed to want to cooperate with Jiang Ning. Hearing this, Chung Zijuan sneered, "Cooperate with Jiang Ning?" Yet Lin Yuze nodded and continued, "Zijuan, maybe you should submit a new plan to Linzhou Group?" Submit a new plan? Chung Zijuan looked full of disdain. What is Linzhou Group? Do they deserve a second chance? I only give opportunities once. If they miss it, it's their bad luck. Just wait. There will be a day when Linzhou Group regrets. What is Jiangning? What is the game of Heartbeat? When he wins the Skyward Award, he can crush Heartbeat with just a little finger. By then, Linzhou Group will only be a sacrificial victim to Heartbeat. Lin Yuze watched Chung Zijuan, licked his lips, and then spoke. "Zijuan, don't you find it strange? Since Jiang Ning divorced you and joined Heartbeat, things have been getting better and better for Heartbeat. And Chung Group has been getting worse. Zijuan can't even come up with a decent plan." Actually, Lin Yuze didn't want to say some things, but now he had to. "What are you trying to say?" Chung Zijuan interrupted angrily. "Are you saying that Chung Group's current success is all thanks to that girl from the small village, Jiangning?" "That's not what I mean, Zijuan. Don't misunderstand. I just think something is strange." Lin Yuze paused and then said, "Also, I heard that Academician Chen has already signed a contract with Heartbeat. Academician Chen and Jidong have collaborated?" Hearing this, Chung Zijuan immediately retorted, "Impossible. How could Master Chen choose Jidong? What is Jidong anyway? Jidong's game doesn't even compare to a single strand of our Chung Group's hair. Just think with your toes. You should know who Academician Chen would pick. If Academician Chen had truly signed with Jidong, he wouldn't have kicked Jiang Ning and Wang Xingli out of the research institute." Chung Zijuan loosened his tie. "I've already asked Qin He from the planning department to go to Academician Chen's research institute to get the signing contract. What is Jidong anyway? And he dares to compete with him?" Just as he finished speaking, a figure entered from outside. President Chung. It was none other than Qin He. Seeing Qin He, Chung Zijuan's mood instantly brightened. Qin He had left 2 hours ago for Chun Yin's laboratory. Coming back so quickly, things must have gone very smoothly. Academician Chen had already signed the contract. Thinking of this, Chung Zijuan excitedly said, "Qin He, quickly bring out Academician Chen's signing contract." Qin He looked up at Chung Zijuan with a complex expression, his voice muffled. "President Chung, you misunderstood. I didn't see Academician Chen today, nor did I get the signing contract. Moreover, his secretary told me that Academician Chen has already signed with Jidong." Hearing Qin He's answer, Chung Zijuan almost couldn't believe his ears. The air seemed to freeze. After a long moment, Chung Zijuan finally found his voice. "What did you say? Who did Academician Chen sign with?" "Jidong Games," Qin He replied firmly. Qin He was also confused. The current situation clearly favored the Chung Group, yet Academician Chen still chose Jidong. What is so attractive about Jidong? Could it be that they convinced both the Shen family and Academician Chen?
Bang!
Chung Zijuan slammed his fist on the table, his face almost veins popping.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Academician Chen would never cooperate with Jidong. Qin He, you must be mistaken. He couldn't believe this fact. Lin Yuze walked over to Chung Zijuan with his phone. "Brother Zijuan, Jidong has already announced it on Weibo. It seems this is real." Hearing this, Chung Zijuan snatched the phone from Lin Yuze. It was just posted a few minutes ago. Although only 3 minutes had passed, there were already over 1,000 comments. "Oh my god, Master Chen is actually collaborating with Jidong. The world of 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional finally breaking barriers, sob sob. I hope the exciting game does not disappoint me. The excitement is so disgusting. I know I can't compete with the Chung Group in gaming, so I secretly signed with Professor Chen." Isn't Professor Chen known for refusing commercial collaborations? Is there some secret that Excitement is holding over him? I'll ask again. When will your game be released? They've made such a big fuss. If Excitement doesn't deliver some results, it will be hard to explain. Professor Chen is confused. Everyone knows he should choose the Chung Group. Aren't you worried about losing your reputation? I heard the new shareholder at Excitement is quite capable. I think their game might be worth looking forward to. Maybe Excitement will even win the Skyward Award. What can the investors do? Even if that shareholder is talented, he won't be more powerful than Xia Huijin. Chung is a rare dark horse, and with these two strong people working together, they will surely be unstoppable. Excitement is destined to become a joke. Excitement's game is really disgusting. A few days ago, they released fake game screenshots and videos, and now they've poached Master Chen before Chung Group. Their behavior is so ugly. Luckily, Chung is solid. Even without Master Chen's endorsement, Cheng's games will still shine brightly. Every beginning is hard. There are doubts and congratulations in the comments. No matter what people say, the signing between Professor Chen and Excitement is already certain. At this moment, Cheng Zijuan's hands are trembling as he holds his phone. He is the real dark horse in the financial world, a once-in-a-decade talent. Is Chunying crazy? Partnering with Excitement. Does she not fear damaging her reputation? Cheng Zijuan tries to calm himself down and looks at Lin Yuza. Have we found Professor Chen's savior? Their only hope now is to find that mysterious savior. Only by finding him can they have a chance to step on Excitement and regain cooperation with Professor Chen. Lin Yuza shakes his head. Not yet. Cheng Zijuan narrows his eyes. Keep looking. No matter the cost, find Professor Chen's savior. Understood, I will keep searching. Cheng Zijuan scratches his head, feeling very annoyed. And contact Jiang Ning immediately. Ask her to bring the acquisition proposal from Excitement to meet me. Excitement has already stolen 2 collaborations from Chung Group. Chung must acquire Excitement immediately. There's no more time to delay. Lin Yuza watches Cheng Zijuan silently. Zijuan, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to arrange this. Jiang Ning is no longer the love-struck girl who would come and go at your command. Hearing this, Lin Yuza quickly said, Don't say I went to find her. Even if you go yourself, Jiang Ning probably won't see you anymore. Jiang Ning is no longer the clingy girl who only follows Cheng Zijuan around. Hearing this, Cheng Zijuan sneered, Yuza, you overestimate her. Everything she's doing now is just to make me contact her first, to call her first. Believe it or not, as soon as I call her, she'll come to meet me with Excitement and a new project. Lin Yuza shook his head. I don't believe it.
Fine.
You don't believe it? Then I'll prove it to you. Cheng Zijuan picked up his phone. Tell me Jiang Ning's number. Lin Yuza took out his phone and found Jiang Ning's number in his contacts. 138-6812. Cheng Zijuan immediately dialed the number. Watch carefully. Jiang Ning will definitely answer my call within a minute. Not only that, after she answers, she'll send me her latest project proposal and even write me a 10,000-word love letter. By the end of his words, Cheng Zijuan looked very proud. Jiang Ning's favorite thing was to write him cheesy love letters. Sometimes they were more than 10,000 words, even 20,000. But Cheng Zijuan had never actually read those love letters. Seeing Cheng Zijuan lost in his own world again, Lin Yuza felt a bit speechless. Zijuan, can't you see? Jiang Ning doesn't love you anymore. She won't answer your call, let alone help you with the project. Jiang Ning doesn't love me. But does she love you? Facts speak louder than words. Cheng Zijuan said confidently. Lin Yuza rubbed his temples, looking tired. You're right. Facts speak louder than words. Ding ding ding, hello. At that moment, a woman's voice came from the phone. Cheng Zijuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he looked at Lin Yuza with a proud expression, as if to say, See. Jiang Ning answered. He knew Jiang Ning loved him deeply. Everything Jiang Ning did was just for their reconciliation. Yang Ning. This is Cheng Zijuan. Cheng Zijuan spoke coldly. Wrong number. You dialed the wrong person. The other side immediately hung up. Staring at the disconnected call, Chung Zijuan was stunned, then looked at Lin Yuza. "Tell me Jiang Ning's number again." Lin Yuza repeated the number. Only then did Chung Zijuan realize he had dialed the wrong number. He relaxed and dialed Jiang Ning's phone again, but there was only a busy signal. Chung Zijuan used the landline to call her, but the result was the same. Chung Zijuan controlled his emotions and thought, Jiang Ning definitely wants me to find her in person. If I go to see her myself, she will immediately hand over the acquisition letter with both hands.
Yes, it must be like that.
Thinking this, Chung Zijuan narrowed his eyes. Jiang Ning is so disgusting. She knows that my favorite person is Xu Yi, yet she still forces me to find her. Little does she know, this will only make me dislike her more. This time, even if Jiang Ning delivers the acquisition letter, I can only forgive her temporarily. I will never agree to remarry her, because my current favorite person is Xu Yi. Lin Yuza. Ningzhu Building. Jiang Ning sat at the conference table on the third floor. Li Zhonglong, the founder of Shuangyo Property, sat opposite her. Li Zhonglong held the acquisition letter and looked at Jiang Ning. "Miss Jiang, are you sure you want to buy our Shuangyo Property for 5 million? Shuangyo Property is a new company under Li Zhonglong's name. It was established just 2 years ago. Because of poor service to property owners, it has been operating at a loss for the past 2 years. He wanted to sell it long ago, but the companies interested in buying kept offering very low prices. Jiang Ning was the most reasonable bidder recently." Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Li Zhonglong smiled and said, "Since Miss Jiang is sincere about buying and is so straightforward, I'll have someone prepare the contract right away."
Okay.
Li Zhonglong immediately called his assistant. "Xiao Wang, go and print out the purchase contract according to Miss Jiang's request." The assistant nodded, exchanged a meaningful look with Li Zhonglong, and then nodded again. "Understood, Mr. Li." About half an hour later, the assistant brought the contract. Jiang Ning took the contract and quickly skimmed through it. Li Zhonglong almost suspected she hadn't read the words on the contract at all, flipping pages so fast. Who would read a contract like that? It looked like she was pretending to be knowledgeable. Not understanding, pretending to understand. A calculating look appeared in Li Zhonglong's eyes. "Miss Jiang, there are quite a few places that need signatures in the contract. I'll tell you where to sign and you can just sign."
Exactly.
There was something wrong with this contract. Seeing how young Jiang Ning was, Li Zhonglong knew she was inexperienced with legal matters. So, he secretly sent a message to his assistant, instructing him to tamper with the contract. This contract is officially called an acquisition agreement, but in reality, Jiang Ning is only considered a partner and does not hold any shares. If the company improves in the future, Jiang Ning won't receive a single cent. Moreover, if the company encounters problems later, such as tax evasion issues, Jiang Ning would be the one to go to jail, with no connection to him. In short, Li Zhonglong nervously waits for Jiang Ning's response. "Hand me the pen," Jiang Ning says softly. Hearing this, Li Zhonglong breathes a sigh of relief. He knew Jiang Ning couldn't understand the contract at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so quick to ask for her signature. Li Zhonglong immediately hands her the pen, trying to suppress his pounding heart. "Miss Jiang, please sign quickly. Just sign it." Once Jiang Ning signs the contract, it becomes legally binding. Then he can do whatever he wants, since Jiang Ning would be the one to take the blame if anything goes wrong. Jiang Ning takes the pen and quickly signs her name on the contract. Seeing her sign page after page, Li Zhonglong's pride can't be hidden. A girl who can't even understand a contract dares to try to buy his company. It's laughable. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Ning puts down the pen and hands the contract to Li Zhonglong.
"Done," she says.
"Good." Li Zhonglong excitedly takes the contract, stands up, and reaches out to her, proudly saying, "Miss Jiang, congratulations on officially becoming a part of Shuangyo Property." Jiang Ning just looks at him, her lips slightly parted, and asks back, "Mr. Li, if I remember correctly, I came to buy Shuangyo Property. Why are you congratulating me on becoming part of your company?"
"Buy? What buy?"
Li Zhonglong raises the contract in his hand, pretending to be surprised. "Miss Jiang, didn't you see the contract clearly?" What you signed isn't an acquisition agreement. Once signed, the contract has legal effect. Even if Jiangning wants to back out, it's too late. Hearing this, Jiangning only smiles faintly, her delicate face showing no panic. Really? Then please, Mr. Li, open your eyes and see clearly what I signed. Li Zhonglong immediately opens the contract. Seeing Jiangning's signature on the document, his smile stiffens, and his face is filled with disbelief. Jiangning's voice is cold. I've already marked all the unreasonable parts of the contract. Please show sincerity and print a new copy. I only give you one chance. Li Zhonglong was stunned, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his face showed the embarrassment of being caught in the act of doing something wrong. He never expected that Jiangning not only understood the contract, but also marked and corrected all the unreasonable parts. She clearly read so quickly. It's terrifying. Too terrifying. Jiangning is really too impressive. In just 3 minutes, she not only marked all the unreasonable parts but also added some content, and she did it very professionally. Even he, a seasoned business person, found it hard to understand. If Jiangning weren't so young, he might even suspect she was a professional legal expert. At this moment, Li Zhonglong realized he had met someone extraordinary today. He shouldn't have underestimated her. He took a deep breath, looked up at Jiangning, and carefully chose his words. His face turned red as he said, Miss Jiang, I'm really sorry. I will have my assistant revise the contract immediately. Thank you for giving me another chance. After speaking, Li Zhonglong was about to call his assistant, but then he seemed to think of something. No, I will go myself. Miss Jiang, please wait a moment. I will print the contract myself and ensure there are no more mistakes this time. Go ahead. Jiangning glanced at him, radiating an aura of authority that made her seem like someone in charge. The atmosphere was very tense. Li Zhonglong almost couldn't breathe until he left the office, and the suffocating feeling eased a little. Phew. At the printing area, Li Zhonglong leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Although Jiangning was only 19 years old, he felt a sense of pressure from her like a superior leader. Old Li, congratulations. I heard you just convinced a young girl, said Li Zhonglong's friend Xianjin. Now you don't have to be so cautious when doing business. Anyway, someone will take the blame in the future. After all, the methods of making money are written in the law. Li Zhonglong now had someone to take the blame, so he didn't worry about earning money in the future.
Sure. Keep your voice down.
That girl isn't just any young girl. She's a real expert. Li Zhonglong covered Qianjin's mouth. Qianjin was surprised. What's going on? Li Zhonglong handed him the contract. Just look at this. Qianjin took the contract and looked at the annotations, his eyes full of shock. Isn't it true that the young girl came alone? She brought a professional lawyer? Qianjin asked with doubt. Li Zhonglong shook his head. I didn't bring a lawyer. She figured it out herself. Qianjin asked in surprise, really? Why would I lie? Li Zhonglong wiped the sweat from his forehead. And, do you know how long it took her to make these notes? 2 hours? Qianjin asked. Li Zhonglong shook his head. 3 hours? Qianjin continued. Li Zhonglong still shook his head. Surely it wasn't 4 hours? And it's only 10:30 in the morning. Double excellent property starts work at 8 a.m. Li Zhonglong held up 3 fingers. It's not 3 hours, not even 30 minutes. It's 3 minutes. She only took 3 minutes to make all these notes. Isn't she amazing? 3 minutes? Qianjin's eyes widened. Impossible, right? Qianjin studied law in college. The notes Jiangning made are like textbook-level work. Forget 3 minutes. Even if you gave him 30 minutes, he couldn't do it as a professional. How is that impossible? I was right there in front of her. I think she only needed about 2 minutes. Li Zhonglong took a deep breath. Anyway, I am completely convinced. Miss Jiang is truly extraordinary. I've never admired anyone in my life, but I admire her now. Hearing this, Qianjin's eyes opened even wider.
Wow.
If this were in the legal world, she would be a top expert who could beat everyone instantly. Soon, the new contract was printed. Li Zhonglong took the contract, nodded to Tianjin, and headed toward the office. Back in the office, Li Zhonglong looked very respectful. Miss Jiang, here is the new contract. Please review it. Jiang Ning took the contract and quickly flipped through it. Although she read fast, she understood every word clearly. After confirming there were no issues, Jiang Ning signed her name. Li Zhonglong then said, "Congratulations, Miss Jiang, on successfully acquiring double excellent property." "Thank you." Jiang Ning stood up. Li Zhonglong continued, "Shall I take you to see the company's interior?" "Yes." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. "Please." Li Zhonglong slightly bowed. Jiang Ning stepped forward to follow Li Zhonglong. Double excellent property isn't very big, with about 20 people working in cubicles. At 6:30 p.m., Jiang Ning returned home. Old Mr. Jiang had already prepared the meal. 2 dishes and 1 soup. Braised fish with stir-fried greens and lean meat soup. "Ning, it's time to eat." Old man Jiang was preparing the juice machine. "Would you like apple juice or orange juice?" "Apple juice." Jiang Ning smiled.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Old man Jiang happily peeled oranges and made juice. Jiang Ning washed her hands and went to the kitchen to serve the food. 5 minutes later, old man Jiang finished making the juice. The grandfather and granddaughter sat at the table to eat. Jiang Ning first praised old man Jiang's cooking, then said, "Grandpa, tomorrow at 9 in the morning, please call Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Li. We will go to the property together." "Why do we need to go to the property?" Old man Jiang asked curiously. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I told you. I want Zhang Lei to apologize to you in person. Also, Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Li lost their jobs because they helped you. I've already found them easier jobs at the property, and the pay is better than before. To get Zhang Lei to apologize? And to find easier jobs for Li Chong and Ma Gui?" Old man Jiang didn't think much of it. "Ning, don't joke. Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Li already found new jobs elsewhere. The only problem is the distance." "Grandpa, I wouldn't joke about something like this," Jiang Ning said seriously. Old man Jiang was surprised. "Ning, are you serious?" Jiang Ning nodded slightly and took a sip of lean meat soup. "Yes, really. So, remember to tell Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Li to come on time, and we'll go to the property together." Okay. After dinner, old man Jiang called and told Ma Gui and Li Chong about this matter. Seeing old man Jiang finish the call, Zhou Jinpeng said in disbelief, "Old Jiang, you really believe what Ning said?" To Zhou Jinpeng, Jiang Ning might just be bragging. She's just a kid. Where does she get such power? Old man Jiang looked at Zhou Jinpeng. My Ning isn't the kind of child who has no sense. Since she told me this, she must have some confidence. Zhou Jinpeng smiled. Then, tomorrow morning, go see for yourself. I think this is suspicious. Zhang Lei is a relative of the boss. As long as he's around, Ning probably can't find new jobs for old Ma and old Li at the property. And forget about Zhang Lei apologizing. How can Jiang Ning, so young, solve such a big problem? Zhou Jinpeng continued, Old Jiang, Ning is still inexperienced in society. You need to watch her tomorrow and make sure she doesn't argue with Zhang Lei. Historically, the poor can't compete with the rich, and the common people can't compete with officials. She's just a girl. She might get into trouble. Old Master Jiang nodded and said, okay. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Ning took Old Master Jiang, Li Chong, and Ma Gui to the property management office. It was just the start of work hours. As the three of them stepped into the gate, they were stopped. Stop, right there. Zhang Lei came out from inside, squinting at them with an arrogant look.
Zhang Fuai, Ma Gui, Li Qiang.
Don't think that just because a high-ranking leader is visiting today, you can take the chance to come back to work. You three are already blacklisted by the company. Not just in this lifetime, but even in the next, you won't be able to return to work. Get lost. Don't dirty our property. Hearing this, disappointment flashed across Ma Gui and Li Chong's faces. They knew Zhang Lei would never apologize, and Jiang Ning wouldn't find them easier jobs at the property. But seeing Zhang Lei's attitude made them very angry. They wished they hadn't come to humiliate themselves. Jiang Ning was only 19 years old. How could she have such power? Jiang Ning frowned slightly, sweeping a glance with her clear eyes that carried a coldness, making people feel chills. Zhang Lei broke out in cold sweat and shouted angrily, "Blonde girl, what are you glaring at? No matter how big your eyes are, you're just the granddaughter of a cleaner." "Xiao Zhang, what's happening outside? Miss Jiang is about to inspect. Are you ready?" At this moment, a figure came out from inside. Zhang Lei immediately changed his expression, flattering as he looked at the visitor. "Dai Zong, it's just a few troublemaking former employees. I've already told them to leave, so it definitely won't affect Miss Jiang's inspection. You don't need to worry." Hearing that they were just some troublemaking ex-employees, Dai Shanlin didn't pay much attention. He was about to turn away when he saw Jiang Ning's face. His calm expression turned to shock. "Jiang, Miss Jiang?" Hearing this, Zhang Lei quickly went over to Dai Shanlin and sneered, "Zong, you've mistaken her. She's just the granddaughter of a cleaner. How could she be Miss Jiang?" Remember, Miss Jiang was a new high-ranking leader. What was Jiang Ning? Just a village girl. Dai Shanlin slapped Zhang Lei across the face. "Are you blind? Not even recognizing Miss Jiang? Hurry up and apologize to Miss Jiang." Zhang Lei was stunned by the slap. He almost couldn't react in time. What? Jiang Ning is Miss Jiang? How is this possible? If Jiang Ning is Miss Jiang, then what should he do? Zhang Lei's mind was spinning, his head buzzing, cold sweat running down his back, trembling all over, almost fainting. Next to him, old Master Jiang, Li Chong, and Ma Gui were also stunned. No one expected such a turn of events. Just moments ago, Zhang Lei was so arrogant, and now he had been slapped. And Jiang Ning had unexpectedly become Miss Jiang, as Dai Shanlin called her. Dai Shanlin is the head of the property management at Shanshui community. He is also a relative of Zhang Lei's family. Usually he looked down on everyone. But today, he was so respectful to Jiang Ning. Could it be that Jiang Ning knows a leader even more powerful than Dai Shanlin? At this moment, Dai Shanlin walked over to Jiang Ning, bowing very low. "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry. I didn't manage my staff well, and I caused you trouble." Then he looked at Zhang Lei and shouted angrily, "Come here quickly and apologize to Miss Jiang." Zhang Lei's legs felt like lead, and his face was pale. He felt mixed emotions and deeply regretted it. He never thought that one day, Jiang Fuhai and Jiang Ning would step on him. He didn't even remember how he got in front of Jiang Ning, speaking with difficulty, "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry." Jiang Ning didn't even look at Zhang Lei, but turned to Dai Shanlin. "Your management skills are really poor. Your staff are all useless, and you're still using them." This sentence directly pointed out both of them. Dai Shanlin broke out in cold sweat. It's clear that the new official is making a strong start. And now, the first mistake was on him. It seemed Zhang Lei wouldn't keep his job today. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhang Lei's legs went weak, and he knelt in front of old Master Jiang with a thud. "Old Jiang, no. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I apologize for my behavior the day before yesterday. It's all my fault. Please forgive me this time." Zhang Lei's regret was so deep, he was almost crying, and he kept slapping himself. Slap, slap. He hit himself quite hard. He had finally managed to get a small position in the property management through Dai Shanlin's help. He didn't have to do much every day, just wandering around the community was enough to earn over 8,000 yuan a month. And he was almost 40 years old, which made it hard to find another job. So, he couldn't lose this job. Seeing that old man Jiang remained silent, Zhang Lei looked at Ma Gui and Li Chong again. "Old Ma, old Li, I know I was wrong. You two are generous. Please help me talk to Mr. Jiang." Ma Gui's sweat dropped and snorted. "Now you realize you were wrong? It's too late. Why didn't you do this earlier?"
Li Qiang nudda.
Exactly. Why didn't you do it earlier? When you insulted old Jiang and made him wipe dog, why didn't you think about today? It's old Jiang's granddaughter Ningning who is capable. If Ningning were just an ordinary kid, would you be kneeling on the ground to apologize to old Jiang? You're not really sorry. You're just afraid. Afraid of losing your job. Li Chong's words hit the mark. Originally, old man Jiang felt a bit sympathetic seeing Zhang Lei kneel and cry, but Hearing Li Chang's words and recalling Zhang Lei's aggressive attitude a few days ago, he no longer felt sorry for him. Dai Shanlin looked at Zhang Lei and then spoke. Zhang Lei, you seriously violated company rules. You are fired. From now on, you don't need to come to work. Hearing this, Zhang Lei's world seemed to collapse. He grabbed old man Zhang's leg, crying out, Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Whatever you want, just forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Let go. Quickly let go of old Zhang. How can you be so shameless? Li Chang and Ma Gui pulled Zhang Lei away from both sides. Dai Shanlin bent forward respectfully. Miss Zhang, please come inside. Jiang Ning looked at old man Zhang.
Let's go, Grandpa.
After saying that, she looked at Li Chang and Ma Gui nearby. Grandpa Ma, Grandpa Li, we're going in. Coming Ning Ning. The two let go of Zhang Lei and hurried to catch up with Jiang Ning. Inside the office, Jiang Ning explained some matters to Dai Shanlin, then said, arrange 2 easier jobs for Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Li. Dai Shanlin smiled. Well, there are 2 supervisor positions open in the cleaning and landscaping departments. They mainly check hygiene and attendance. The salary is 5,500 yuan a month. Do you think this job suits them? Ma Gui and Li Chang nodded immediately. Yes, yes. No problem at all. They never expected they could get supervisor positions. Usually such jobs were mostly monopolized by Zhang Lei. Sure enough, someone upstairs thought it was good. Old Zhang's granddaughter is really impressive.
Dai Shanlin nodded.
All right then. Please prepare and come back at 1 p.m. to complete the onboarding procedures, okay? Yes, yes. The two quickly nodded, then looked at Jiang Ning. Ning Ning, thank you. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Grandpa Ma, Grandpa Li, I should actually be thanking both of you. Thank you for standing up for my grandpa when he was treated unfairly. In this harsh and tricky society, having such sincere and pure feelings makes Jiang Ning very happy for old Master Jiang. Li Chang smiled and said, Ning Ning, what are you saying? Old Jiang and us are the best friends. That's right, Ma Gui added. We've been friends with old Jiang for many years. It's right to stand up for him. Besides, he treats us well too. After arranging the work, Ma Gui and Li Chang went back to prepare, since they had to start work at 1 in the afternoon. Seeing his granddaughter arrange jobs for the 2 old friends, old Master Jiang looked a bit worried. Ning Ning, can you also ask General Dai to find me something to do? I feel too bored just staying at home. Jiang Ning smiled and said, from now on, you are the boss of Shuangyu property. How can a boss do all the work himself? Jiang Ning bought Shuangyu property to give old Master Jiang something to do. After all, he can't sit still. Old Master Jiang widened his eyes. Boss, Yang Ning nodded.
Yes.
I have already bought Shuangyu property. Old Master Jiang's eyes opened even wider.
Bought?
Bought what? Oh my goodness. Ning Ning, are you joking with me? Old Master Jiang thought Jiang Ning knew Dai Shanlin, so Dai Shanlin was helping her. But he didn't expect Jiang Ning to tell him she had bought all of Shuangyu property. It felt like a dream. Dai Shanlin said, Old Master, Miss Jiang isn't joking. She really bought our property. From now on, we will follow your instructions. Old Master Jiang almost couldn't believe it. He turned to Jiang Ning. Ning Ning, Grandpa, I don't have the ability to be a boss. Yes, you do. With General Dai here, just ask him to handle things. You can just supervise, enjoy flowers, and practice Tai Chi. Old Master Jiang was now in his retirement years. Dai Shanlin looked at old Master Jiang with envy. If he could have a granddaughter like Jiang Ning in his life, he would be content even if he died. After returning from the property, old Master Jiang looked at Jiang Ning and finally asked his doubts. Ning Ning, what exactly is going on? Where did you get the money to buy the property? Jiang Ning smiled and said, Grandpa, I told you. This time I came back to help you live a good life. Over the past year, I've learned a lot and made more money than you think. This is just the beginning. Our days will get better and better. Grandpa Jiang finally believed that his granddaughter's words weren't just empty talk. Meanwhile, at the Chung family, Chung Zijuan worked overtime until after 3 a.m. yesterday, so he slept until 10:30 a.m. The first thing he did when he woke up was to turn on his phone. A whole night had passed. Jiangning had definitely sent him many little messages to show her love. When he unlocked his phone, he saw more than 10 WeChat notifications. A slight smile appeared on Cheng Zijuan's face as he immediately sat up in bed. He knew it. Jiangning must have sent him a flood of little messages. He swiped to unlock his screen and went straight to WeChat. But the next second, Cheng Zijuan froze. The messages weren't from Jiangning. Not only had Jiangning not sent him any messages, she hadn't even accepted his friend request. She hadn't sent him a single word of a little message, nor had she approved his friend request. All 18 WeChat messages were from Zhang Shui. Zijuan, are you up yet? I made some soup for you. JPG image. Made by me myself. Do you prefer it sweet or salty? Zijuan, why aren't you replying?
Zijuan?
Where did you go? Zijuan, can you reply to me? In the past, Cheng Zijuan would have immediately replied to Zhang Shui's messages. But now, seeing these messages from Zhang Shui, Cheng Zijuan only felt annoyed. His mind was full of why Jiangning hadn't approved his friend request yet. While Cheng Zijuan was feeling irritated, another message from Zhang Shui came through. Zijuan, where are you now? Cheng Zijuan simply turned off his phone and chose to avoid it. He couldn't understand why Jiangning hadn't accepted his friend request. That didn't fit her personality at all. She loved him so much. How could she ignore him? Cheng Zijuan grabbed his hair in frustration, then suddenly remembered something. It must be that he hadn't successfully sent the friend request, so Jiangning never received it. Yes, that must be it. He quickly opened his phone, went to the Add Friend page, entered Jiangning's phone number, and resent the friend request.
Ding.
It was sent. Cheng Zijuan let out a deep breath. This time, there would be no more mistakes. Next, just wait for Jiangning's short essay. Shenyuan. Shun Jingnian was working out at the gym. The man was shirtless, showing a strong chest and evenly defined 8-pack abs, thin but full of energy. A white towel was draped over his shoulders, and tiny beads of sweat ran down his chest into a mysterious area. Yun Haotian pushed the door open and saw his young uncle's perfect figure. Yun Haotian looked down at himself.
Sigh.
They say nephews look like uncles. Why don't I have abs? That's too much. Wawa, I also want to have abs. Little uncle.
Tell me.
Shun Jingnian lifted a 10 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. Yun Haotian continued, Little uncle, tomorrow Zhang's dad will come for your checkup. Shun Jingnian responded calmly, I know. Just between us, I prepared something good for you. Yun Haotian squinted. What is it? Yun Haotian mysteriously took out a book from behind him. Little uncle, look. Shun Jingnian took the book. Seeing the title, he paused. The title read, How Straight Men Win Girls' Hearts. Seeing the title clearly, Shun Jingnian was speechless. He directly threw the book to Yun Haotian, looking disgusted. What is this? I only read finance books. He wasn't someone who read just anything. Yun Haotian quickly caught the book. Little uncle, I've read this book, and it really works. The content inside is especially good at attracting girls. Just look at it and see. Shun Jingnian glared at him. Do you think I'm you? Wasting my thoughts on such meaningless things? He definitely wouldn't chase girls. And he definitely wouldn't read this kind of book. Little uncle, just keep it. Yun Haotian shoved the book back into Shun Jingnian's hand. Take a look inside, it won't hurt you. Shun Jingnian held the book. He raised his hand.
Bang.
The book was thrown into a trash can 3 meters away, right in the middle. Yun Haotian was speechless. Little uncle, if you don't cherish the opportunity one give you, you'll regret it. After saying that, Yun Haotian left the gym. Shun Jingnian picked up the dumbbell and continued working out. Yun Haotian just reached downstairs. He was stopped by Shun Jingshu. Haotian, how is it? Did your little uncle accept the book? Yun Haotian shook his head. He threw it in the trash. Hearing this, Shun Jingshu felt speechless and said, What a blockhead. It's one thing if he doesn't pursue girls himself, but he doesn't appreciate when others give him advice. That's right. The book was given to Shen Jingshu by Yun Haotian for Shen Jingnian, but Shen Jingnian completely didn't appreciate it. Grandma Shen stepped out from the side. Jingshu, your thinking is so outdated. What era are you living in? Still talking about saving someone's life with a life for a life? Jiangning saved Shen Jingnian, so Grandma Shen was naturally very grateful. But her daughter-in-law,
She has someone else in mind.
Grandma Shin still liked the young girl she saw at the hospital last time. She has proper values. She is also very beautiful. Her temperament is excellent too. Grandma Shin liked her more and more. Sometimes she even dreamt of her and woke up smiling. Shin Jingshu looked at Grandma Shin and said with a smile, Mom, you haven't seen Miss Jiang yet. If you saw her, you'd probably feel the same as me, wanting to bring her home as a daughter-in-law immediately. Jiangning is the most beautiful girl Shin Jingshu has ever seen, and she is also her ideal choice for a sister-in-law. TCH. I'm not as old-fashioned as you. Grandma Shin rolled her eyes at Shin Jingshu and said firmly, even if Miss Jiang is an angel fallen from heaven, I would never match her with Jingnian or join you in corrupting her. Shin Jingshu smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. What if you end up liking Miss Jiang? Maybe you want her to be your daughter-in-law just like me? Absolutely not. Grandma Shin pointed at the pet dog on the ground. If I were just like you, I'd be a little lapdog. Shin Jingshu raised an eyebrow slightly. Then I'll wait and see third floor.
Jim.
An hour later, Shen Jingnian finished all his workout routines and was about to go back to his room for a shower. But just as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something. He paused, looked back, and his gaze fixed on the trash can. His deep phoenix eyes almost seemed bottomless. After hesitating for a few seconds, he walked toward the trash can, bent down, and picked up a book titled How to Win Girls' Hearts as a Straight Man. Then he turned and left the gym. Back in his room, Shin Jingnian casually placed the book on the table and went to take a shower. About 10 minutes later, Shin Jingnian came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, one hand drying his hair, the other casually flipping through the book on the table. He originally just wanted to see what kind of nonsense this silly book was written with. But, unexpectedly, as he kept reading, he became completely absorbed. He stopped wiping his hair and turned the pages of his book one after another, focused and serious. Suddenly, there was a soft sound. At that moment, the door to the room opened. But Shen Jingnian was so focused on his reading that he didn't hear it. Then footsteps approached, along with Yun Haotian's voice, Little uncle, what are you doing inside? Dinner's ready. Come downstairs to eat. Startled by the sudden voice, Shen Jingnian quickly closed the book titled How to Make Girls Like a Straightforward Guy and hurriedly hid it under the blanket. He then acted as if nothing had happened, looked up at Yun Haotian with narrowed eyes, and his tone carried a sense of pressure. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Yun Haotian grinned and said, Little uncle, what are you saying? Have I ever knocked when I came into your room? Hearing this, Yun Haotian noticed something unusual on Shin Jingnian's face and looked around. Little uncle, you're not dressed properly, looking flustered. TSK, 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 could it be that you're hiding a secret lover? That's nonsense. Is he the type to hide a secret lover? He only hides
Books.
Thinking this, Yun Haotian hurried to the bathroom. He was determined to find that secret. He opened the bathroom door. No one inside. He then opened the wardrobe door. Still no one. He looked under the desk. Still no one. And under the bed, no one either. Yun Haotian stroked his chin, wondering, could little uncle have hidden someone on the bed? Thinking this, he took advantage of Shin Jingnian not paying attention and quickly lifted the blanket on the bed. At that moment, Shin Jingnian's heart seemed to stop. But soon, he let out a sigh of relief. Because the bed was empty too. Luckily, he had hidden the book under the mattress, not directly under the blanket. Yun Haotian was even more confused. There's nothing here. Little uncle, what are you feeling guilty about? This time, Shin Jingnian was completely unbothered. He sat calmly on the sofa, his lips slightly parted. People with impure thoughts see everything differently. Yun Haotian scratched his head, wondering if he was overthinking. Little uncle, you should change your clothes. Everyone's waiting for you to eat. Got it. Please go out first, Shen Jingnian said softly. Yun Haoyan turned to leave. Only after the door was closed did Shen Jingnian breathe a sigh of relief. He went to the bed, took out the book hidden under the mattress, and decided he needed a better hiding spot. Then he could read it slowly. Where should he hide it? Shen Jingnian looked around and felt that hiding anywhere was not very safe. In the end, he decided to hide among a pile of financial books. Only Yun Haoyan would come to his room, and Yun Haoyan hated reading financial books the most. After hiding the books, Shen Jingnian slowly walked downstairs.
Hong Kong.
The C family. Madam C was organizing jewelry in the living room when suddenly, the butler's voice came from outside. Madam, the young master and others are back. Soon after, 8 figures appeared in the living room. Hearing this, Madam C immediately looked up and asked urgently, any news about Sheng Bao? Leading the group, Si Huaxing shook his head. Mom, that girl isn't Sheng Bao. Madam C and her husband had 8 children, 7 sons and 1 daughter, who were all outstanding and influential in the financial world. After their sons married, they had 13 grandsons but no granddaughters. It wasn't until their youngest daughter married and had a daughter named Shisheng that Madam C's granddaughter dream came true. Since Shisheng was born, she was not only the family's treasure but also the heart of the C family. Madam C wanted to give her the best things in the world. The 8 uncles of the C family also cherished their only niece deeply, holding her carefully and protecting her from harm. Because Beijing and Shanghai are thousands of miles apart, the 8 uncles spent a lot to send her a private jet worth 4.5 billion yuan for her convenience. What does 4.5 billion mean? Even if an ordinary person bought a lottery every day and won 5 million each time, they would need to win every day for 3 years to reach 4.5 billion. To this day, the private jet still stays at the Beijing airport. Over the years, the C family never stopped looking for Si Huashang and Shisheng. Whenever there was a clue, they would go to great lengths, crossing mountains and rivers for verification. Half a month ago, Madam C heard that there was a young girl in City B who matched her idea of Sheng Bao. When the 8 brothers Si Huawen, Si Huawu, Si Huali, Si Huadao, Si Huajing, Si Huazhong, Si Huabua, and Si Huafeng heard this, they immediately stopped their work. Some, like Si Huadao and Si Huajing, even rushed back from abroad to go to City B in person. They thought they might bring good news. But, hearing this, Madam C's eyes turned red. She knocked over the jewelry box and suddenly broke down emotionally. Why isn't it? Why isn't it? Oh heavens! Where is my Sheng Bao? No one knows how sad Madam C is right now. She feels very upset, extremely upset, because her daughter is missing. Her only granddaughter is also nowhere to be found. She has 9 children in total, with Si Huarang being the youngest. Madam C is now 62 years old, but she is already 77, approaching her 70s. Her body organs are gradually aging, and she fears she may never see her daughter or granddaughter again in her lifetime. Every time she thinks about the possibility of never seeing them, her heart aches painfully. That feeling is probably beyond what most can understand, more painful than a physical injury. Seeing her mother's emotional breakdown, the 8 sons of the C family immediately gathered around her, surrounding Madam C in the middle. Mom, don't say that. We will definitely find Sheng Bao. Big brother is right. As long as we don't give up, we will find Sheng Bao someday. The sons comforted Madam C one after another. But the more she listened, the angrier she became. Her voice hoarse, she said, Find. You just say these pretty words to comfort me. You talk so much nice talk, but poor Sheng Bao is still so young and suffering out there. What are the 8 of you good for? What's the use of raising you? And what's the use of having uncles like you for Sheng Bao? In the end, Madam C grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at her 8 sons. Just thinking about her precious granddaughter suffering outside made her feel like life was meaningless. Sometimes at night, she would lie awake, unable to sleep. Because of this, her health is much worse than others her age. She hasn't had any major illnesses, but she often needs medication. Fortunately, the C family is wealthy, or she might not have lasted this long. The 8 brothers stood silently, lowering their heads, not daring to argue with their mother, letting her vent her emotions. The C family holds immense power in Hong Kong. The 8 brothers dominate all the resources in Hong Kong's business world. Their 4th brother, Si Huadao, 5th, Si Huijing, 6th, Si Huizhong, 7th, Si Huabua, and 8th, Si Huafeng, all have influence extending abroad. Over the years, they've tried every possible way and used all their resources, but they still haven't found their sister or Sheng Bao. It's as if they just vanished into thin air. Their mother was right. Indeed, it is true that their 8 uncles lack the ability and have not fulfilled their responsibilities as uncles. Thinking of this, all 8 brothers felt very guilty and wished they could take the suffering of their little sister and Sheng Bao themselves. Mom, please calm down. Our Sheng Bao has such good fortune. From birth, a master predicted she would be a phoenix and said she would rise from ashes. So, she won't be in danger. It's just that the right time hasn't come yet. When the time is right, we will find her, said Zhao Yunong, the wife of the eldest son of the Si family, Si Huawen. Zhao Yunong came out from inside and sat beside the old lady Si, speaking softly to comfort her. The Si family is from Hong Kong. People in Hong Kong believe in feng shui. When Sheng was born, the old lady Si invited the most famous feng shui master in Hong Kong to predict her fate. The master was amazed when he saw Sheng and predicted she would be a phoenix, bringing glory to the family. Later, after Si Huasheng and Sheng had problems, the family called the master again. He said Sheng would definitely rise like a phoenix. Then Zhao Yunong changed the subject and said, "There's news from Beijing that the old lady of the in-laws has had a recurrence of her head illness. I'm thinking, should we send someone to check on her?" Although Si Huasheng and Sheng are not here, Nanning is still around. Their families are still connected through marriage, and they have maintained contact over the years. Hearing this, the old lady Si also became worried. Her head illness has come back? No, I must go to Beijing myself. The old lady Shi is also a person with a hard life. Both of them lost their daughters and granddaughters at the same time. One lost her daughter and granddaughter, and the other lost her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Although Nanning is still alive, she has been bedridden for many years, unable to do anything but breathe on her own, like a vegetable. While missing her own daughter and granddaughter, the old lady Si also felt sad for the old lady Shi. She has at least 8 sons and more than a dozen grandchildren. But the old lady Shi only has 2 children. Since Nanning fell ill, only her daughter Nanue remains. She is lonely in her old age. Zhao Yunong thought for a moment and then said, "Then I will go with Xiang to visit her." Xiang is the wife of Si Huali, the 3rd son of the old lady Si. Because the old lady Si is still alive, according to Hong Kong customs, everyone in their big family must live together on one estate and cannot split up. However, because the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers have focused on living abroad in recent years, they rarely come back except during the New Year. Normally, only Zhao Yunong and 2 other sisters-in-law stay with the elderly Mrs. Si. Although the Si family has many brothers, they are very united. Even the sisters-in-law are like sisters, without any scheming or fighting, because everyone works together. When the Si brothers spent a lot of money to buy a private plane for Sheng, no one opposed it. Sheng is not only the favorite of her 8 uncles, but also the darling of her 8 aunts-in-law. None of the sisters-in-law have daughters, so when Sheng was born, they all loved her very much. Mrs. Si gently pressed her temple and said, "Yunong, you stay at home to take care of the family. I will go with Xiang for a quick trip." Zhao Yunong is the eldest daughter-in-law. She has many things to do. "Okay, Mom. I'll tell Xiang." Mrs. Si nodded. "Go ahead." After receiving news that Mrs. Si was coming to Beijing, Nanue immediately started making arrangements. The Si family is not only a powerful force in Hong Kong, but also has influence abroad. Currently, The status of the C family has surpassed that of the Shur family. Mrs. C plans to visit Mrs. Shur herself, so Shur Nanua naturally can't be careless. Shur Nanua told her daughter, "Anan, tomorrow afternoon, you come with me to pick up Mrs. C at the airport. Remember to dress nicely and leave a good impression on her." Mrs. C's 13 grandsons are all outstanding young men. If Tang An can catch Mrs. C's attention, there are endless possibilities in the future. Tang An asked doubtfully, "But Mrs. C isn't my real grandmother. Will flattering her help?"
Of course it will.
"Why wouldn't it?" Shur Nanua narrowed her eyes and then said, "Shur Shung is gone. You are now the only child of the Shur family. Although you have no blood relation to the C family, you are related to Shur Shung by blood. Plus, you are about the same age as her. Mrs. C is a very sentimental person. If you behave well, she will think of Shur Shung when she sees you. After all, Mrs. C has 13 grandsons, but no granddaughter she likes." She patted Tang An's hand and said seriously, "Anan, although you are not related by blood to the C family, it might actually be a good thing. You should know, all 13 of Mrs. C's grandsons are unmarried and outstanding young men. If you could get close to the water and marry into the C family, giving birth to the eldest grandson, then in the future, the Hong Kong area would be under your control." Tang An nodded, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Shur Sing's life is really good. From birth, she has 2 prominent families supporting her, 8 powerful uncles who hold her in high regard, and a brother who is a true leader among 13 siblings to protect her. Even her aunt, who isn't related by blood to Shur Sing, spoils her immensely. But even if Shur Sing is the beloved princess everyone adores, so what? Shur Sing is gone. What can a dead person take from her? She plans to turn Shur Sing's resources into her own, step by step. Her mother is right. If she can win the favor of the old Madam C and smoothly become the family's daughter-in-law, she will rise quickly. By then, the Shur family and the C family will all belong to her. Thinking of this, Tang An's eyes shone with determination. Shur Nanua patted Tang An's head and handed her a bird's nest snack. "Here, take this to your grandmother." "Why do I have to go again?" Tang An held the snack, looking clearly dissatisfied. "I've been sent to do the humble chores, but good things never seem to include me. She'd rather let the family's plane gather dust at the airport than let me use it." Recently, Tang An was studying for her pilot's license. She wanted to use the family's plane. She casually mentioned it to old Madam Shur. Old Madam Shur immediately frowned and said it was a gift from her uncles for Shur Sing, and no one else was allowed to touch it except Shur Sing. Tang An was already angry, and hearing this, she got even more upset. All these years, she had been working hard to serve old Madam Shur, almost to the point of doing everything for her. But what about old Madam Shur? She'd rather let the plane sit unused at the airport than let her use it. Moreover, she had already told her friends that the family had an idle private plane she could use any time. Now, old Madam Shur wouldn't even let her touch it. How could she stand tall in front of her friends? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It seemed no matter what she did, old Madam Shur would never love her as much as she loved Shur Sing. Old Madam Shur was always so biased. Shur Nanua smiled and looked at Tang An. "And I know you feel wronged, but your grandmother is old and sometimes forgetful. She might say things that hurt others, but you just have to endure it. It's not shameful. And besides, it's just a plane. Your uncle is now in a coma, and when the day comes when the family's assets are yours, everything will be yours. Could Mom still compete with you?" Hearing her mother's words, Tang An had to temporarily suppress her anger. She carefully served the bird's nest. "I'll go deliver some to Grandma now." "Go ahead," Shur Nanua nodded. Soon, Tang An brought the bird's nest to old Madam Shur's bedroom. Old Madam Shur was sitting on the bed, looking very unwell. She was holding a photo in her hand. It was Sheng Bao's first-month photo. The baby in the picture had very fair skin, a round chubby face, and big eyes like grapes, so adorable that people couldn't help but want to kiss and hug her. Old Madam Shur looked at the photo with red eyes, tears falling drop by drop. Sheng Bao, you really took Grandma's breath away." Seeing her grandmother miss Sheng Bao so much, Tang and frowned subtly. Is this going on forever? Every day, she cries over a photo. Isn't that tiring? Her good luck has been drained by old Madame Shi's crying. Although she felt annoyed inside, Tang and didn't show it. She smiled warmly and walked to the bed, speaking softly, "Grandma, are you thinking about Sheng Bao again?" Old Madame Shi wiped her tears, her voice hoarse. "In 3 days, it will be Sheng Bao's birthday. I wonder how she is now. That child must have suffered a lot over these years. Some things are better not to think about. The moment she does, tears won't stop." Her granddaughter was lost when she was only 3 months old. What does a 3-month-old child understand?
Why?
Why does heaven have to be so cruel to Sheng Bao? Seeing her grandmother like this, a flicker of strange emotion crossed Tang An's eyes. When Sheng Bao was in trouble, she was only 3 months old. Now she probably has turned into a pile of bones. In such harsh conditions, not only a 3-month-old but even adults couldn't survive. Why was old Madame Shi so biased? Maybe this is her punishment. She deserves to be childless. She deserves to never find Sheng Bao. Tang and quietly placed the bird's nest aside, pulled out a tissue to help old Madame Shi wipe her tears, and spoke again, still acting like a kind and sensible granddaughter. "Grandma, don't cry. If Sheng Bao knew you were crying every day because of her, she would feel guilty." Speaking of this, Tang and immediately said, "Your most important task now is to take good care of your health. Only when you are healthy can you look forward to Sheng Bao coming back and reuniting with Uncle, Andy, and the family." Tang An's words truly touched Madame Shi's heart. She also hopes to reunite with her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Tang An handed the bird's nest to Madame Shi. "Grandma, you haven't eaten much today. Please eat a little so you can stay healthy. Only with good health can you wait for Sheng Bao to come home and be with you." Originally, Madame Shi had little appetite, but after hearing Tang An's words, she suddenly felt hungry.
Yes, granddaughter is right.
Only if she is healthy can she wait for Sheng Bao to return and reunite with him. Thinking of this, Madame Shi took the bird's nest bowl and ate slowly. After finishing a bowl, she looked up at Tang and with very red eyes. "Anan, I'm so glad to have you by my side all these years, taking care of me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Since her son's family had successive problems, her daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter became her only spiritual support. She often thought that if Shernanxing were an only child, she might not have lived to this day. Tang An smiled and said, "Grandma, I am your granddaughter. It's my duty to be filial to you."
Huh.
Madame Shi said nice words, but what about her heart? Her heart was completely with Taipingjiang, the Pacific Ocean. Madame Shi clearly knew that the people who had been with her all these years were always herself, and she was the one who showed filial piety. Yet, she still left the best and most precious resources and things to Shisheng. Maybe she didn't even count as a pebble on the roadside to Madame Shi. If it weren't for the large Shi family facing the risk of no one inheriting, the heirs of the Shi family wouldn't even consider her. Thinking of this, a trace of bitterness flashed in Tang An's eyes, almost suffocating. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Jiang Ning went to the hospital for a follow-up appointment with Xin Jingyan. Early in the morning, Yun Haotian drove to pick up Jiang Ning. Xin Jingyan still had a video conference upstairs at this moment. Xin Jingzhu and Madame Shen were downstairs waiting for Jiang Ning. Xin Jingzhu looked at Madame Shen and asked suspiciously, "Mom, why don't you wear that purple-red silk cheongsam? The one that master made by hand?" To welcome Jiang Ning, Madame Shen had specially had 2 silk cheongsams made. One was purple-red. There is also a pearl-white dress that Madame Shen is currently wearing. Although the fabric and craftsmanship are top quality, it still doesn't compare to the one Master Xiang made himself. Madame Shen continued, "You mean that one? I plan to keep it to wear when I see my dear daughter-in-law." Madame Shen was a bit upset about this. The idle people in the Shen family are useless. A month ago, she told the housekeeper to find her dear daughter-in-law, but even now, there's no news. Jingshu was curious and said, I really want to know what that girl looks like. You've almost fallen for her. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. To me, she's the most beautiful in the world. Jingshu chuckled, haha, no matter how beautiful she is, Ningning is still the prettiest to me. Madame Shun was unhappy and immediately argued, I guarantee that your Miss Jiang isn't as beautiful as my dear daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is the most beautiful in the world. Ningning is the most beautiful. My dear daughter-in-law is the most beautiful in the universe. The mother and daughter argued fiercely over who was prettier, almost coming to blows. Half an hour later, Yun Haotian's car stopped downstairs at Zhang's apartment building. He opened the door, stepped outside, and took out his phone to send a message to Jiang Ning on WeChat.
It was daytime.
Since the neighborhood is an old relocation housing area, there aren't many luxury cars. Yun Haotian is handsome, and as soon as he stepped out of the car, many people's attention was drawn to him. He Sua followed He Sufang to visit relatives. He Sufang's second sister, He Sumei, also lives here. Suddenly, He Sua's eyes were caught by a luxury car. Her eyes lit up, and she tugged He Sufang's arm, exclaiming, Mom, look. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. I didn't expect there are such wealthy people in Auntie's neighborhood. He Sua had only seen this kind of luxury car on TV before. She never thought she'd see one in real life. Most importantly, the man beside the car was so young and handsome. He Sua, who was full of romantic fantasies about love at this age, couldn't help but daydream when she saw Yun Haotian. If she could marry someone like him, her life would be complete. Hearing this, He Sufang also turned to look, her eyes fixed on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, filled with greed. There are many rich people in City A. Sua, you're not less pretty than Jiang Ning. She married a rich man for her first marriage, and you will too. You must surpass that small-town girl. Hasua nodded and said, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely surpass Jiang Ning, that little village girl, in the future. Just then, a slender figure stepped out of the apartment building. The girl was dressed simply in a white shirt and light blue jeans, with no makeup or fancy clothes, yet she looked stunningly beautiful. Seeing her, Hasua's pupils shrank instantly. Mom, look. It's Jiang Ning. The owner of that luxury car is waiting for Jiang Ning. At this moment, Hasua felt almost jealous to death. Her heart was filled with envy. Why does Jiang Ning have such good luck? Just after divorcing Cheng Zijuan, she's now involved with a wealthy man. Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, he must come from an even more powerful family than the Chengs. The more Hasua thought about it, the more upset she became. She believed she was better than Jiang Ning in every way, but why could she never compare? Hasua's mother, He Sufang, squinted her eyes. Sua, you must have seen it wrong. Rich people aren't fools. How could they like a divorced second-hand person? Then she added, besides, that village girl lives in Building 3. Look at this, this is Building 5. Someone coming out of Building 5 can't be that village girl. Hearing this, Hasua relaxed. Yes, she must have been mistaken.
It was definitely a mistake.
Jiang Ning was just a divorced woman. No rich person would want her. And besides, this is Building 5. Jiang Ning doesn't live here. While mother and daughter were talking, they suddenly ran into Grandpa Jiang, who was wearing a yellow vest and cleaning. Although Jiang Ning had told him not to work, Grandpa Jiang was a busybody and didn't like to sit still. He still wore his yellow vest and cleaned the community every day, just like before. Seeing Hasua, Grandpa Jiang was very happy and immediately waved to greet her.
So,
to Grandpa Jiang, even though he had cut ties with Jiang Dongsheng, Hasua was still his granddaughter. Matters between adults shouldn't involve children. Grandpa Jiang thought Hasua would happily greet him back, but she looked at him coldly and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm not your granddaughter. Grandpa Jiang was stunned at first, then smiled and said, Sua, I'm your grandpa. Come on, let's go home. Grandpa will make you something tasty. Tasty food? Who would want that old man's cooking? Sua's eyes were full of disdain. She quickly stepped back several steps, afraid someone might see her talking to a cleaner. After all, there were several classmates in this community who knew her. Stop meddling in family affairs.
My name is Isuosuo.
My grandfather is Himanshi. I'm not like you, a street cleaner who only sweeps the streets. Old Master Jiang looked at Hisuasa. The smile on his face was slowly fading, and he felt his heart grow colder. He opened his mouth, unable to believe it, and said, Suwa, I am your grandfather. Your father has cut ties with me. Do you not recognize me either? To old Master Jiang, even though he had severed his relationship with Jiang Dongsheng, Hisuwa was still his granddaughter, his blood-related granddaughter. Seeing this old man still trying to bother Hisuwa Fang was very angry. She took a few steps forward, pointed at old Master Jiang, and shouted angrily, Old man. I tell you, Dongsheng now has the surname He. He has nothing to do with the Jiang family. Suwa has nothing to do with you either. Also, we are no longer in the same social class. Don't shamelessly try to meddle in our family affairs. Her daughter was going to marry a wealthy person in the future. What was this old man? Just a cleaner. What right did he have to be Hisuwa's grandfather? Hearing her mother's words, Hisuwa also realized at this moment, my mom is right. Old man, you'd better look in the mirror. We are no longer in the same social class. Stay away from me in the future, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Old man? Hearing this, old Master Jiang's eyes were filled with shock. Granddaughter. What did his granddaughter call him? Old man. At this moment, old Master Jiang felt a strange mix of emotions. He only felt it was very ironic. At this point, Hisuwa grabbed Hisuwa Fang's arm and said, Mom, let's go. Don't waste time with this kind of person. Hisuwa had several classmates living in this community. She didn't want others to see her talking to a cleaner. It would damage her reputation. She couldn't afford to be associated with someone like that. Hisuwa just wanted to leave this shameful place immediately. Okay. Hisuwa Fang nodded and followed her daughter. Watching their backs, old Master Jiang took several unsteady steps backward. It was like being doused with a bucket of ice water. He felt cold from head to toe. The son he had raised for over 20 years was ungrateful. And his granddaughter was also ungrateful. Fortunately, he still had Ning Ning. Otherwise, he would end up with a very sad and lonely future. Thinking of Jiang Ning, old Master Jiang felt much more at ease. Even during Jiang Ning's most rebellious times, she never treated him as badly as Hisuosu. Sure enough, a traitor is always a traitor. Meanwhile, Shin Garden. Shin Jingnian sat at his computer, participating in a video conference. He wore a black silk shirt with the top button undone, revealing a handsome and elegant Adam's apple. He seemed to be sitting casually, but those on the other end of the screen felt nervous and dared not meet his gaze. After the senior executives finished reporting their work, Shin Jingnian glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. His lips slightly parted, and he said, Meeting adjourned. Just 3 words. But they were deep and commanding, with a voice that could make anyone listen intently. Although he had already said the meeting was over, no one dared to leave the room. Until finally, Shin Jingnian was the first to exit. Only then did the senior executives dare to click to leave the meeting. Shin Jingnian picked up his watch from the desk, put it on while walking to the balcony. The watch was worth over 9 figures, showing his age and charm. Standing on the balcony, Shin Jingnian looked down. This was the 8th floor, the tallest building in Shin Garden. From his view, he could see the entire garden, including Old Lady Shin and Shin Jingju waiting downstairs. Yun Haotian had left at 8 o'clock. It was now exactly 8:30. He looked around the balcony for a while, then turned back into the house and took out a book from the bookshelf titled How to Charm Girls as a Straight Man. He flipped to page 10. It read, 1. When meeting a girl, pay attention to your appearance, shower, wash your hair, trim your nails and beard, wear new clothes, and maybe spray some high-quality perfume. Also, never wear tight pants or loafers when meeting a girl. 2. When getting along with a girl, pay attention to details and always show your most gentlemanly side. Seeing this, Shin Jingnian frowned slightly. Perfume? Shaving? Trimming nails? Changing into new clothes? It's so troublesome just to meet someone. What kind of smart book is this? Are there really fools following these instructions in real life? How funny. 3 minutes later, Shin Jingmian stood in front of the bathroom mirror, holding a razor, carefully shaving the light stubble on his chin. After shaving, he took out a nail clipper and trimmed his nails, which he had just cut a few days ago. Immediately, Shin Jingmian went to the dressing room and put on a brand new white shirt. Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce arrived at Shin Garden. Today is the weekend. Many people are visiting the scenic area. Fortunately, except for Shin family's cars, social vehicles are not allowed inside, so although many people come to check in at Shin Garden, there is no traffic jam. The flashy Rolls-Royce smoothly passed the electronic cameras and entered the scenic area, attracting everyone's attention. People took out their phones to take pictures and started talking excitedly. Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's a limited edition, with a listed price of over 80 million. This must be Shinjoy's car. Do you think the driver might be Shinjoy? The person in the front seat looks like a girl. Could she be Shinjoy's girlfriend? If the person in the front seat is Shinjoy's girlfriend, she must be very lucky. But as soon as this was said, voices of disagreement quickly appeared among the crowd. Girlfriend? Impossible. I heard Shinjoy doesn't believe in marriage. Doesn't believe in marriage?
Who said that?
Shinjoy himself said so. He once gave an interview to a financial newspaper, saying he's not into marriage. Although Shinjoy used to be against marriage, what if he has now met his true love? When people find someone they really like, they can be very tolerant and caring. True love?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Shinjoy is a top figure in the financial world. What ordinary girl could catch his eye? Everyone was passionately discussing whether the person in the front seat was Shin Jingmian's true love. Yun Haotian, driving the car, explained to Jiang Ning, Shin Garden is China's first private 5A scenic area with nearly 100 years of history. My grandmother loves lively places, so half of Shin Garden is open to the public. On average, it receives 6,000 to 7,000 visitors daily. During holidays, the number doubles. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, with a calm expression. Oh, I see. No wonder there are so many people here. Others might not stay so calm when visiting Shin Garden for the first time. Even Yun Haotian's good childhood friend was shocked when he first visited. He marveled at the power of capital. But Jiang Ning remained completely composed from start to finish. And not just pretending. Her calmness came from deep inside. It was natural and inimitable. Yun Haotian silently admired Jiang Ning in his mind. Sure enough, Jiang's father is truly remarkable. She has experienced many hardships. After passing through the scenic area and driving for about 3 more minutes, we arrived at the real Shin Garden, which is not open to the public. Because this part is private, it is much quieter than the open areas, and the environment is much better. If the publicly accessible part of Shin Garden is like a palace, then the private part can be called a paradise, an earthly paradise. Here, even the railings and steps carved along the road are made of white marble, and even the street lamps in the courtyard are from top international luxury brands. Everywhere you look, it's clear that money has been spent lavishly. It's the kind of scene you only see in wealthy family TV dramas, and some of those dramas could never fully capture the scene. At this moment, Madam Shen and Shin Jingshu are already waiting at the gate. They are both eager and looking forward to Jiang Ning's arrival. When they see the car approaching, Shin Jingshu excitedly says, "It's here. Mom, look, Miss Jiang is coming." Madam Shen immediately straightens up and looks ahead. Soon, the car stops steadily in the parking space. Yun Haotian quickly gets out of the driver's seat and walks to the passenger side to open the door. "Jiang Dad, we've arrived." "Okay." Jiang Ning leans down to get out of the car. Today, she's dressed simply, light-colored jeans with white sneakers, paired with a white shirt, full of youthful energy. Her face, naturally white and unadorned, is full of charm with every smile and expression, effortlessly attracting attention. Her simple outfit exudes a sense of high fashion, as if she embodies the style of a top international brand, proof that it's the person wearing the clothes, not the clothes wearing the person. Shin Jingshu immediately steps forward, reaching out to hug Jiang Ning. Ningning, welcome to Shen Garden. Jiangning smiles and replies, thank you, Sister Shen. After the hug, Shen Jingshu pulls Jiangning to Madam Shen and introduces her. Mom, this is our family's lifelong benefactor, Jiangning. Without her, you wouldn't see your precious son. Not only is Ningning highly skilled in medicine, but she's also kind-hearted, one of the best girls I've ever met. After speaking, Shen Jingshu looks at Jiangning again and continues, Ningning, this is my mom. Jiangning feels a bit shy from the compliment and looks at Madam Shen with a gentle smile. Hello, Madam Shen. I am Jiangning. When she smiles, her cheeks dimpling slightly, it's like a gentle breeze that makes people feel warm and almost drawn in. Madam Shen stares at Jiangning in awe, standing there stunned, with her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg.
Wow.
Isn't this the beloved daughter-in-law she dreams of seeing? Madam Shen froze in place, just staring at Jiangning. She took a long time to react. She really isn't dreaming? She actually saw her dear daughter-in-law at home. Seeing Madam Shen like this, Shen Jingzhu felt strange. Madam Shen is usually very proper and polite. She rarely loses her composure. At least, in her memory, she has never seen her like this. What's wrong today? Why is she looking at Jiangning like that? Could it be that she doesn't like Jiangning? Other than that, Shen Jingzhu couldn't think of any reason. Her mother really has no good judgment. Jiangning is so wonderful, yet she doesn't like her. Shen Jingzhu frowned subtly, feeling a little worried. She nudged Madam Shen with her elbow and softly reminded her, Mom, Ningning is greeting you. Only then did Madam Shen react. She wanted to raise her hand and slap herself to see if she was dreaming. But suddenly she remembered that her dear daughter-in-law was still here. Even if she was dreaming, she couldn't lose her composure in front of Jiangning. She is the best mother-in-law in the universe. Thinking of this, Madam Shen immediately showed a kind smile and took Jiangning's hand. Don't call me Madam. That's too formal. Ningning, just call me Mom. As soon as she said the word Mom, Madam Shen realized she had spoken wrong. She quickly changed her tone. Mom's my aunt. Just call me Auntie. Haha, just joking. Ningning, you can call me Auntie. After saying this, Madam Shen sighed in relief. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and didn't scare her dear daughter-in-law. She smoothly covered her mistake. Uncle Shen. Jiangning didn't expect Madam Shen, who looked serious, to have such an interesting personality. Seeing this, Shen Jingzhu relaxed. It seemed she was overthinking. Madam Shen really liked Jiangning. Otherwise, she wouldn't joke with her. Shen Jingzhu naturally and affectionately linked her arm with Jiangning's and smiled. Mom, Ningning, let's not stand outside. Let's go inside and talk. Yes, let's go inside. Madam Shen also linked her arm with Jiangning's and, as they walked, looked back at Yun Haotian and said, Haotian, go see if your little uncle has finished the car. Okay, Grandma. Yun Haotian responded and quickly ran into the house. Ning, do you like drinking tea? Old Madam, Shen asked. Yes, Jiangning nodded slightly. Compared to Western coffee, she preferred Chinese tea. And tea helps keep her alert. Old Madam Shen immediately ordered the housekeeper. Uncle Lu, bring me the Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain's mother tree. Hearing this, Shen Jingshu was surprised, with a puzzled look.
What?
Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain's mother tree? She must have heard wrong. What is her mother thinking? Suddenly so generous. Because over 20 years ago, picking from the Wui Mountain mother tree was banned, so now, Da Hong Pao from the mother tree is rare and valuable. Usually, old Madam Shen treasures it like a treasure. Even her daughter can't touch it. She never expected. Today, she actually asked the housekeeper to bring the Da Hong Pao to entertain Jiangning. This is more surprising than the sun rising in the west. Yun Haotian went upstairs. Actually, Shen Jingyan had been watching the situation downstairs. Hearing Yun Haotian's footsteps approaching, Shen Jingyan immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong forearm, then sat at his desk flipping through documents, looking busy and unbothered. Yun Haotian pushed the door open and saw Shen Jingyan sitting at the desk reading files. Brother-in-law, Zhang's father is here. Shin Jingnian replied calmly, seeming not to care much about it. Yun Haotian walked over and pulled Shin Jingnian, brother-in-law. Zhang's father is here. You're still reading documents.
Come on.
Let's go downstairs. Shin Jingnian was pulled out by Yun Haotian. Suddenly, Yun Haotian sensed something unusual, turned back to look at Shin Jingnian, and couldn't help but sniff him. Brother-in-law, are you wearing perfume? The Shin family's laundry room always kept pinewood incense. So, Shin Jingnian's body always carried the scent of pinewood. But today, besides the pinewood smell, there was also a faint fragrance. It was fresh and clear, very pleasant. High-quality perfume was very different from chemical-made perfume scents. No, Shin Jingnian denied directly, with a stern face that showed no emotion. You must have sniffed wrongly. I wouldn't wear perfume. Maybe I was mistaken, Yun Haotian said casually, then continued. By the way, the new game, Splendid Peak, will be released in 3 days. Do you think they can surpass the Process Group and complete the country's first 3A game, winning this year's Sky Award? 3A games are very difficult. Although the excitement improved significantly after the mysterious Miss Jiang joined the project, completing a AAA game still remains very difficult. Shin Jingnian narrowed his eyes and said, if Jingxiu Peak can always maintain the quality of screenshots they post on their official Weibo, then there would be no problem. Yun Haotian scratched his head and said, people tend to show their best side naturally, so the screenshots they release are definitely the most exciting and best parts of the game. Keeping this standard all the time is probably impossible. Shin Jingnian slightly smiled and said, let's wait and see. I am really looking forward to Miss Jiang's masterpiece. He was even more eager to meet Miss Jiang in person. He went downstairs and saw Jiang Ning chatting with old lady Shin and Shin Jingzhu, all drinking tea together. Jiang Ning seemed like a treasure. Although she was young, she had a strong core and a rich vocabulary. No matter what topic was discussed, she always had her own unique opinions. She was not the kind of person who flattered others. People who talked to her could constantly learn new things from her. Old lady Shin was already fond of Jiang Ning at first sight. Through their conversation, she liked Jiang Ning even more, her eyes almost sparkling with admiration.
Wow.
How can there be such a beautiful and talented girl in the world? If Jiang Ning could become her daughter-in-law, it would be like the Shin family's ancestors rising from their graves. Her son must work hard. Grandma, I brought my little uncle. Yun Haotian spoke at this moment. Hearing this, old lady Shen immediately waved her hand. Jingnian, Haotian, come here quickly. The two walked over. Shin Jingnian led and said, Miss Jiang. Both of them had chosen white shirts today. Looking at them, the scene was surprisingly harmonious and very pleasing to the eye. Shin Jingnian narrowed his eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, that foolish book still had some use. Miss Jiang and his tastes were quite similar. Mr. Shin, Jiang Ning slightly raised her eyes and confidently met his gaze. Have you felt any discomfort recently? Not really, Shin Jingnian shook his head slightly. Jiang Ning picked up a medical kit nearby and said, take your pulse first. Afterward, she took out a pulse pillow from the kit. Shin Jingnian sat in a chair opposite her, placing his hand on the pulse pillow. His hands looked very nice, with long, slender knuckles, neatly trimmed nails that shone with a faint, healthy glow. The skin on the back of his hand was white and smooth like jade, with faint blue veins visible, making people want to touch them. Jing Ning is a hand enthusiast. Seeing beautiful hands makes her feel unexpectedly happy. She reaches out and places her hand on his pulse. Her fingertips are warm, almost tingling with a faint electric current. The sensation feels like fine jade. They are standing quite close, close enough to see her curled eyelashes clearly. Her skin is very good, white and smooth, with almost no visible pores. At this moment, Shin Jingnian hears his heartbeat again. Thump, thump like a drum. How is it? Shin Jingnian tries to suppress the strange, restless feeling inside him. He looks up at Jing Ning with a low voice. Hearing this, Shin Jingzhu and Grandma Shin also look nervously at Jing Ning. No problem at all. She's recovering very well. Jing Ning pulls her hand back. Hearing this, Grandma Shen and Shin Jingju breathe a sigh of relief. No problems? Hearing this, Shen Jingnian's eyes narrow slightly. Really no issues? If there truly are no problems, then why does his heart race so much? He feels very anxious, like a drowning fish suffocating. Jingning notices the doubt in Shin Jingnian's eyes and asks, Mr. Shin, do you have any other questions? Shin Jingnian shakes his head slightly. No more. Maybe. The feeling of anxiety is just an illusion? After all, this feeling only happens when he touches Jingning. He decides to keep observing. Suddenly, at this moment, a chubby black cat jumps onto Jingning's lap, meowing loudly. Jingning quickly picks up the big, fat cat, surprised. Such a good, cute little fatty. Yun Haotian watches this scene in disbelief. Jiang Dad. It actually let you hold it. Everyone on the sofa also looks surprised, as if something incredible has just happened. Even Shin Jingnian, usually calm and expressionless, looks a bit shocked to see Jingning holding the cat. Jingning looks puzzled. Does it usually not let people hold it? Yun Haotian shakes his head. No, it doesn't. This guy has a bad temper. Usually it's like a dog, causing trouble everywhere. It scratches and bites. So it's a two-faced little kitty. Jingning can't help but kiss the big face of the fat cat, loving it very much. By the way, what's its name? Xiao Bai, Shin Jingju answers. Xiao Bai? Jingning looks at the black, fat cat, and falls into thought. Who named it? The black cat called Xiao Bai? That's quite an abstract name. Madame Shin smiled warmly at Jiangning and said, the name was chosen by Jingnian. Xiao Bai was also picked up by Jingnian from outside, from a trash can. When we first brought him home, his umbilical cord hadn't even fallen off. It was winter, and everyone said he wouldn't survive, but in the end, he did. So, Xiao Bai is usually closest to Jingnian. Besides Jingnian, you're the second person who can hold Xiao Bai. Even I can't hold him. Ningning, it seems you and Xiao Bai are very lucky to be together. Madame Shen's words had two meanings. Not only was she saying she was lucky with cats, but also lucky with people. Xiao Bai was originally raised by Jingnian, so naturally, the person destined to be close to Xiao Bai was Jingnian. Madame Shen was getting happier the more she thought about it. It was as if she could already see Jingnian successfully marrying Jiangning. Hearing Madame Shen's words, Jiangning looked at Jingnian with some surprise. She didn't expect Jingnian, who seemed cold and aloof like a high mountain flower, to bring home a stray cat. And he managed to raise a newborn stray cat so well, he must have put in a lot of effort. Jiangning's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Jingnian. How did you feed Xiao Bai so fat? Her smile was very pretty, her bright eyes sparkling as if a whirlpool was pulling people in. Jingnian suddenly felt a bit shy about looking into her eyes. It doesn't picky about food. Jiangning chuckled softly. How many cans does Xiao Bai eat in one meal? Start with 3, Jingnian replied. 3 cans? Plus cat food? Jiangning asked. Jingnian nodded slightly. Besides cans and cat food, he also eats 50 grams of raw beef and small biscuits after meals, then drinks goat milk to rinse his mouth. He's not picky and has a big appetite. Eating so much? No wonder he's fat. Xiao Bai needs to go on a proper diet, or he might develop health issues like high cholesterol or heart problems, which could lead to suffocation and death. Mr. Jing, spoiling a child like this is like killing him. Hearing this, Jingnian gently patted Xiao Bai's head. Did you hear that? You need to eat less from now on. Meow, Xiao Bai protested, turning his little head away and ignoring Jingnian. Jiangning held Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, you need to listen to Dad. Eat less so you can stay healthy. Meow meow meow. Xiao Bai refused to listen, making a little noise, and moved his paw slightly. Jingnian's gaze unintentionally fell on Xiao Bai's paw. The next moment, her face darkened a little. That dead cat. Where did it put its claws? Feeling the deathly stare from Dad, Xiao Bai was so scared that it quickly moved away and pulled its paw from Jiangning's chest. Boo, Dad is so scary. Seeing Xiao Bai move its paw away, Shin Jingnian's expression returned to normal. Then Jiangning held Xiao Bai and chatted with everyone. Shin Jingnian and Yun Haotian sat nearby, keeping company. The atmosphere was friendly. Madam Shin peeled an orange for Jiang Ning and asked with a smile, Ning, may I ask you a personal question? What kind of boy do you like? Old Madam Shen immediately perked up her ears to listen carefully. No one paid much attention. After hearing Madam Shen's question, even Shin Jingnian quietly put down his cup. Jiang Ning shook her head. I haven't thought about it yet. Right now, she just wanted to study hard, get into her dream university, and take Grandpa Jiang out of a city. Madam Shin then said, do you like handsome boys? Those with abs? Who earn money? And are super tall? Who doesn't love handsome guys with money and abs? Jiang Ning smiled. I'm a simple person, so I can't avoid the common tastes.
Madame Shen nodded, tut-tutting.
Looks like her son still has hope. In terms of height, Shun Jingnian is 192 centimeters. In looks, Shun Jingnian easily outshines the young stars in the entertainment industry. As for abs, no need to say, he works out every day. And money-wise, he's firmly among the top 10 wealthiest people on Forbes' list. For the first time, Madam Shen felt that her son's money might actually be useful. 11:30. Shen Garden started dinner on time. Madam Shen sat at the head of the table and introduced the dishes. Ning, over here is Sichuan cuisine, over there is Jiangsu and Zhejiang dishes, and here is Cantonese cuisine, and this is Hunan cuisine. Since I didn't know what style you like, I asked our chefs to pick some of their specialties, and they prepared a little of each. Don't be shy. Feel free to treat this as your home. The Shin family employs over 20 chefs, skilled in various regional cuisines.
Thank you, madam.
Child, I told you, there's no need to be so polite. Madam Shin smiled and said, Jingnian, you're a bit older than Ningning and sitting next to her. Girls have delicate hands, so when peeling shrimp the shells are hard to remove. Remember to help Ningning peel more. Got it, sister. Jiang Ning didn't pay much attention to Shin Jingnian's reply. Until a beautiful hand placed a peeled crab leg into her bowl. Jiang Ning looked up in surprise. The scene shows Shin Jingnian's sharp profile face, with a high nose and slightly pursed lips. Noticing Jiang Ning's gaze, he slightly turns his eyes and speaks in a deep, charming voice. You don't like eating? Should I peel a shrimp for you? Okay. Seeing his calm attitude, Jiang Ning also relaxes. It's free labor.
No need to waste it.
Seeing this, old Madam Shen and Shin Jingju exchange a look, both almost smiling widely. It seems they aren't just eager for this to happen. Big happy news. Even Yun Haotian is very surprised. Oh my! His little brother-in-law is peeling shrimp for a girl now? Is this really the same little brother-in-law he knows? If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe it. After dinner, Shin Jingju and old Madam Shen take Jiang Ning to walk in the back garden to help digestion. The Shen Garden's back garden is very large, filled with exotic flowers and plants, some of which can't even be seen in botanical gardens. At this moment, gardeners are trimming branches and watering plants. Everywhere they go, old Madam Shen introduces, this is Miss Jiang, our honored guest at Shen Garden. Hello, Miss Jiang. Yun Haotian and Shin Jingnian walk behind. Yun Haotian lowers his voice and says, little brother-in-law, be honest, do you like Uncle Jiang? Are you annoying? I already said I don't believe in marriage. Yun Haotian quickly adds, then why are you peeling shrimp for Uncle Jiang? Even. Because she's my lifesaver. Serving a lifesaver is his duty. Yun Haotian squints, thinking, could it really be that simple? He doesn't believe it. Yun Haotian continues, by the way, next month on the 8th is Uncle Jiang's birthday. Remember to give him a gift. Jiang Ning showed her ID at the hospital when she was getting acupuncture for Shin Jingnian. Yun Haotian secretly noted Uncle Jiang's birthday at that time. I never spend money on people without blood relation, Shin Jingnian says. Yun Haotian is speechless. Sure enough, his little brother-in-law is still as stingy as ever. Whenever money is involved, he immediately becomes a miser. But that's Uncle Jiang. Besides, isn't he your lifesaver? The consultation fee has already been paid, Shin Jingnian replies. Yun Haotian rolls his eyes in frustration. Little brother-in-law, lucky you're not married, or you'll never find a girlfriend in your life. In the evening, Jiang Ning suggests leaving. Although Madame Shin was quite reluctant to part with her, she couldn't stop others from going back. Jingnian, you take Ningning home. Okay, Mom. Madame Shen, Shen Jingshu, and Yun Haoyan took Jiangning to the door. Shen Jingshu advised, Jingnian, drive slowly.
Okay.
Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Madame Shen sat in the front passenger seat. Ningning, come visit us often in the future. Yes, Auntie. After Shen Jingnian and Jiangning left, Yun Haoyan said, Grandma, Mom, I'll head back now. There are some things at the company I need to handle. Go ahead. Madame Shen nodded. Once everyone had gone, Shen Jingshu looked at Madame Shen and asked, Mom, how about Ningning? Is she 1,000 times more beautiful than the girl you saw in the hospital? Madame Shen suddenly remembered something and smiled. Jingshu, I almost forgot. Ningning and the girl I saw in the hospital are the same person. Isn't that a great coincidence? Shen Jingshu asked in disbelief. Really? Of course, it's true. Madame Shen nodded. Shen Jingshu then said, No wonder you looked different when you saw Ningning. It seems Jingnian and Ningning are truly a perfect match. Yes, they are a perfect match. Now, mother and daughter no longer had to argue over who was prettier. The car was very comfortable inside. The music was her favorite Beijing opera, The Locking of the Golden Bag. Plus, Jiangning had been busy with the launch of a new game these days and hadn't slept well at night. So, as soon as she sat in the passenger seat, she leaned back and fell asleep. From the rearview mirror, she could see her delicate profile. Shen Jingnian instinctively slowed down the car. It wasn't until 40 minutes later that the car stopped at the building entrance. She didn't wake up when the car stopped. Shen Jingnian didn't call her or turn off the engine. Instead, she took out a clean blanket, carefully leaned over, and gently covered her. Her movement was soft, and because she leaned over, her high nose just touched Jiangning's nose. Shen Jingnian was stunned. When she looked closely, she saw Jiangning's prominent features. She immediately sat back, feeling her face flush hotly. Oh no! Her heart started to race again. She felt very hot. Shen Jingnian took a deep breath, reached into the car's mini fridge, and drank a bottle of cold mineral water all at once. Only then did she feel the heat easing a little. Next, Shen Jingnian turned his phone to silent mode, then opened Baidu and typed in the question, What is a good gift to give a girl for her birthday? The answers varied widely. Some said to give a doll, others suggested lipstick or skincare products, and some recommended bags because they can solve many problems. Shen Jingnian was not in a hurry. He carefully read each answer one by one. He didn't know how long he had been browsing. Suddenly, Jiangning woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw the car had already stopped at the door. She was still a bit groggy, but when she saw the time on the dashboard screen, she instantly became alert. Have you been waiting long? They left the Shin family after dinner at 6:10 p.m. Normally, it would take about half an hour to arrive, but now it was already 8 o'clock. Shen Jingnian slightly parted his lips, calmly replied, There was some traffic on the way. I just arrived too. The car hasn't even been turned off yet. Hearing Shen Jingnian's explanation, Jiangning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shen Jingnian had just arrived too. Otherwise, she would feel embarrassed. You're welcome. Shen Jingnian turned off the car and helped her out. Mr. Shen, I'll head back now, Jiangning said as she started the car. She had just woken up, and her voice sounded a little different, slightly nasal, a bit sweet, forming a cute contrast with her usual self. Thinking for a moment, Jiangning continued, It's too late today. Next time, I'll bring you home for tea. Sounds good. Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. It was only a little past 8 o'clock. Is it really that late? Although he was curious, Shen Jingnian didn't dare to ask. Until Jiangning's figure disappeared inside the apartment building, he sat in the car, closed the door, and drove away. The black Bugatti Veyron quickly vanished into the thick night. Chung Group. Chung Zijuan sat in the CEO chair. Since yesterday, he had been checking his phone almost every 3 or 4 minutes. But Jiangning hadn't sent him any messages, nor had she accepted his friend request.
Why?
What is Jiangning up to? Does she still want him to go find her himself? Where does Jiang Ning get the nerve? He definitely wouldn't go looking for Jiang Ning himself. Ding ding, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Chung Zijuan said through his anger. Lin Yuza strode in from outside. Brother Zijuan. What's wrong? Chung Zijuan squinted. Did Jiang Ning come to see you? Yes. It must be that Jiang Ning took the initiative to find Lin Yuza. Thinking of this, Chung Zijuan's eyes were full of excitement. Lin Yuza was first surprised, then said, No, nothing. No? A flash of anger appeared in Chung Zijuan's eyes. Lin Yuza then placed the information on the table and said, Brother Zijuan, I came to talk to you about the game Jingdong. Currently, Jingdong has already posted on Weibo, and they will release their new game, Peak of Splendor, in 2 days. Our new game is almost ready too. When do you think we should release it? Let's also set it for 2 days later, Chung Zijuan replied. 2 days later? Lin Yuza frowned slightly. Brother Zijuan, from the screenshots they released earlier, it looks like they might actually complete the first domestic AAA game. At this point, it's best for us to release our game first to gain some advantage. If we release at the same time as Jingdong is releasing a AAA game, and although Chung Group's game has a strong team, it's not quite the same level as AAA. If both are released simultaneously, Chung Group will be crushed by Jingdong. But if Chung Group releases first, we can attract some attention and not lose so badly. Hearing this, Chung Zijuan seemed to hear a big joke. AAA? Jingdong wants to beat me to make a AAA game? Why would they succeed? Because of Jiang Ning, that little village girl? Chung Zijuan's eyes were full of disdain. Our Chung Group's game department has not only Xia Huijin but also top talents recruited from abroad. Jiang Ning has never even stepped outside her country. Just think about it, there's no way they can make a AAA game. Jingdong and Jiang Ning are just stepping stones for us. This time, the Songqiong Award is ours. What is Jiang Ning, that little village girl? Xia Huijin is a true gaming expert, and Chung Group also has a strong team of elites. Moreover, Jiang Ning only joined Jingdong a few days ago, just a month and a half. Even if Jiang Ning has some business talent, what good games can she produce in a month and a half? Just think about it. Jingdong will only be beaten badly by Chung Group. When that happens, those who choose Jingdong's game will regret it. Shin Group will regret it. Shin Yin will regret it. By then, everyone will see the value of the once-in-a-decade dark horse in the financial world. Lin Yuza watched Chung Zijuan silently and said no more. All right, I'll make arrangements. The new game will be released in 2 days. Go ahead. Lin Yuza turned and walked away. Watching his back, her eyes showed a determined look. The Chung Group just announced they will release a new game in 2 days. The internet exploded with reactions. Looking forward to Cheng's big work. Wow. The excitement is also in 2 days. Let's see if it's real in 3 days. Honestly, I'm more excited for the AAA game from Jidong. Haha, you really think Jidong can make a AAA game? That's impossible. Didn't their previous videos get debunked? Only outsiders believe Jidong can make a AAA game. They don't understand what AAA really means. Chung is a rare talent in finance, a black horse in the industry. Even Chung Group wouldn't boast about making a AAA game. What's Jidong? I also heard that Jidong's new shareholder is a young girl with blonde hair who doesn't know much about games. A blonde girl daring to compete with Chung? That's a big joke. Xia Huijin from Jidong has left. Rumor has it half the team was taken by Chung Group. Forget AAA, even making a decent 2A game would be a big achievement for Jidong. It's obvious that Chung will crush Jidong this time. Hardly anyone believes Jidong can produce a AAA game. Everyone is just waiting to see Jidong's failure. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Manhwa was waiting at the airport pickup with Tang and for Madam C. Tang and looked a bit nervous. Mom, do I look good today? Hearing this, Manhwa looked up at her daughter. Today, Tang's and was wearing a chic Chanel-style suit, with wavy hair, pearl earrings, looking very elegant and refined. Very good, Manhwa said with a satisfied look. And don't worry. Madam C's biggest regret is not having a granddaughter. When she sees you, she'll treat you like her own granddaughter and love you dearly. Her precious daughter was not only beautiful but also clever and well-behaved. She was much better than Xisheng. Just thinking about it, Madame C would definitely like Tang, and very much after meeting her. Hearing her mother's words, Tang and relaxed. Sure, Nanue continued, by the way, I heard that this time, Madame C's third daughter-in-law, Xuangxiang, came along with her. Xuangxiang is the wife of the third son of the C family, C Huali. They have a son, C Hemming, who is 29 years old, has his own skincare brand abroad, and is still single. You need to seize this opportunity. Tang nodded. I will. Mother and daughter continued talking. Mrs. C and Xuangxiang stepped out from the crowd. Sure, Nanue's eyes brightened immediately, and she said, That's Mrs. C and third Madame Xuangxiang. Look over there. Tang looked up. She saw two elegant and noble figures standing out among the crowd. One was an elderly woman with gray hair, wearing a dark green qipao. Although she was older, she still looked graceful and had a straight posture, perfectly showing that beauty ages well. The other was a woman around 40, well-maintained, dressed in a top luxury brand suit, carrying a designer bag worth millions. Seeing that bag, even Tang was a bit surprised. The Sher family was not short of money, but Mrs. Sher had never bought her a bag worth so much before. The C family truly was a powerful family in Hong Kong. Even a single bag like that was beyond what ordinary people could afford. Fortunately, Sheng Bao was no longer here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the chance to meet the C family. Sure, Nanue smiled and said, Mrs. C, third madam. Mrs. C looked at Sure Nanue. Nanue, long time no see. Sure Nanue and Tang and immediately handed over the fresh flowers they had prepared in advance. Mrs. C, third madam, welcome to Beijing. Thank you. Mrs. C and Xuangxiang each took the flowers and then handed them to an assistant nearby. Sure Nanue then introduced, Mrs. C, third madam, this is my daughter Tangan. This is Sheng Bao's grandmother. This is Sheng Bao's third aunt. Sure Nanue deliberately emphasized Sheng Bao's name, hoping that when Mrs. C and Xuangxiang saw Tangan, they would think of Sheng Bao and develop affection for her. Mrs. C saw Tang and her eyes filled with tears. If Sheng Bao were still with her, she would probably look just like Tang graceful and beautiful. But sadly, Sheng Bao didn't know where she was suffering now. Mrs. C felt more and more sad. She took out a handkerchief from her bag and wiped her tears. Tang politely called out, Grandma, third aunt. Although Tang was a cousin of Sheng Bao, in terms of seniority, she couldn't directly call Mrs. C Grandma or Xuangxiang third aunt. She called them this way intentionally. She was about the same age as Sheng Bao and was more outstanding. Clearly, she was more suitable to be the C family's granddaughter. Starting today, she would gradually replace Sheng Bao's position in the C family and successfully enter the Hong Kong elite circle. Xuangxiang smiled beautifully and said softly, right? The young girl is very beautiful and charming. Hearing Xuangxiang praise her, Tang feels very excited. She knew it. She will definitely surpass Sheng and win the favor of the C family. Look, Xuangxiang has already acknowledged her. Otherwise, Xuangxiang wouldn't have allowed her to call her third aunt and refer to old Master C as her grandfather. You should know, whether it's grandma or third aunt, those are special titles for Sheng. Although she hasn't been to Hong Kong, Tang has heard of the legend of the famous third lady of Hong Kong, Xuangxiang. Xuangxiang was born into a business family and is the only child. She has a fiery personality and is hard to approach. But soon, Tang's smile froze on her face. She just heard Xuangxiang speak again, and it must be her first time meeting us, right? You're so nervous. Look, you even got the way you call us wrong. Just call me third aunt. Then, Xuangxiang took Mrs. C's hand and said, This is your Grandma C. Xuangxiang is the only daughter in her family. She has been clever since she was young and has spent many years in the business world. She is a true strong woman. Tang's little thoughts are completely visible to her. Also, although this seems like a small matter, just a title, it's actually a test crossing a line. Tang and is testing Xiaobao's status in the C family. Shui Yingxiang naturally won't tolerate this. She and the C family are very protective of Xiaobao. They can't stand anyone else calling her third aunt. As for the title grandma, that's even more unacceptable. The mother-in-law only has one granddaughter. Besides Xiaobao, no one else can cross that line. Compared to Xiaobao, what are the Tang family people? If it weren't for Xiaobao, she wouldn't even bother to see Tang. In Shui Yingxiang's eyes, Tang is not even as good as a strand of Xiaobao's hair. When she heard Shui Yingxiang correct her, Tang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She thought she had already gained Shui Yingxiang's approval. But she didn't expect Shui Yingxiang to be so ruthless. What surprised her even more was that Grandma Si, who looked kind and gentle, didn't speak up to help her. Tang felt a little uncomfortable inside. In terms of appearance, she is no less than stars in the entertainment industry. In terms of temperament, she is confident she can match anyone. She even bowed to flatter the Si family. But the Si family remained indifferent. However, she couldn't be anxious now. This was only her first meeting with the Si family. It's normal that Grandma Si and Shui Yingxiang didn't accept her. Shisheng is already dead. She has no chance to compete for anything herself. She will slowly win people over with her talent. I believe that one day, the members of the Si family will be won over by her. When that happens, she will be able to completely replace Shisheng and become the cherished one in the Si family's hearts. Thinking of this, Tang's expression softened a little. She smoothly said, I am Shengbao's sister. I thought I just needed to follow Shengbao and call people, but I didn't expect to cause a misunderstanding in front of Grandma Si and third aunt. Fortunately, Grandma Si and third aunt don't hold it against me. Tang is a clever person. She knows how to say the right words to please Grandma Si and Shui Yingxiang. She also knows how to resolve her awkward situation. Some things need to be done slowly. Rushing is not good. It was just a mistake in how she addressed them, a normal thing. Neither she nor Grandma Si paid much attention to it. As long as she doesn't make the same mistake again, it's fine. Shui Yingxiang smiled and said, you don't need to blame yourself. Next time, she won't make the same mistake? Tang knew Shui Yingxiang was warning her. But she didn't care at all. She was just waiting. One day, she would make Shui Yingxiang personally ask her to call her third aunt. When that day comes, Shui Yingxiang would naturally apologize for her behavior today. Thinking of this, Tang's lips curled slightly, and she felt very happy inside. She believed she could do it. After she finished speaking, Shui Yingxiang turned to Nanhua and said, Nanhua, you've taught N very well.
She's polite and well-mannered.
Thank you for the compliment. Third aunt, Nanhua looked at Shui Yingxiang and smiled. Actually, I didn't teach her much. Enin has been independent since she was young, whether in studies or hobbies. She may not be good at everything else, but she's very independent. She's already this big, but she's always busy with her studies and career. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, which worries me. It sounds like worry, but actually, Nanhua was indirectly telling Grandma Si and Shui Yingxiang that Tang was single now. Not only that, she was very outstanding. She was still in college but already had her own career. If I remember correctly, Anin is only 2 years older than Shengbao, right? Shui Yingxiang asked. Yes, third aunt, you're right. That's not urgent. Shengbao is still a child and can play for a few more years. Shui Yingxiang truly liked her niece. When she mentioned Shengbao, her eyes were full of affection. Seeing the love in Shui Yingxiang's eyes, Tang slightly frowned. It was impossible not to feel jealous. She didn't understand why everyone was so focused on Shisheng. Clearly, they have rarely seen Shisheng's face. Old Madame Si is like this. The Si family is still like this. Clearly, she is more outstanding than Shisheng and more deserving of their care. Fortunately, Shisheng is already gone. Otherwise, her brilliance might be completely overshadowed by Shisheng. The group spoke as they headed toward the parking lot. Old Madame Si suddenly looked at Nanhua and asked, Nanhua, how is your mother now? Has she been to the hospital? Yes, she has, Nanhua nodded. The doctor said she's suffering from longing, and her heart condition needs emotional healing. Unless we find Huashang and Shungbao, her illness might never get better. Nanhua sighed deeply at the end. Old Madam C also sighed. Life is hard. It's too hard. She is a woman with a tough life. Her son-in-law is in a coma, her only daughter and granddaughter are missing, and she has been living in pain all these years. Old Madam C's life is even harder than hers. Nanhua continued, Old Madam, don't worry too much. My mother is doing much better now. Good. Old Madam C nodded. Let's walk faster. We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. I wonder if we can still recognize each other when we meet. I thought our next meeting would be when Shungbao was found, but after so many years, there's still no news of Shungbao. Her tone grew sad at the end. Old Madam, don't think so much, Nanhua quickly comforted her. Shungbao is lucky and will definitely be found. Yes, Nanhua, you're right. Old Madam C nodded along. My Shungbao will be found. Soon, they reached the parking lot. The driver was in a stretched Lincoln. Nanhua and Tang and first helped Old Madam C and Shuang Xiang into the car, then they got in as well. The car sped along quickly. Nanhua kept chatting with Old Madam C, while Shuang Xiang didn't say much. Tang and wanted to flatter Shuang Xiang, but couldn't find a reason. Before long, they arrived at the Shi family estate. Old Madam C, weak from illness, stood at the gate to greet Old Madam C and Shuang Xiang. Through the car window, seeing Old Madam C's pale and weak face, Old Madam C felt uneasy inside and quickly got out of the car. Shuang Xiang also got out. Old sister, Xiang, you're here. Old Madam C immediately went over, holding Old Madam C's hand and smiling. Welcome to Beijing. It's been a long time since we saw each other. It's been 19 years since we last met. Everyone has changed a lot. Madam Shi feels that Madam C is no longer as young or spirited as she used to be. You can imagine. These years, she hasn't had an easy life. Even the younger Shuang Xiang has changed a lot. Madam C nods and holds Madam Shi's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Qiongfang, time really flies. It's been 19 years since we saw each other. 19 years since I came to the capital. The city has changed so much. If it weren't for Nan Yu and in introducing me along the way, I wouldn't recognize many old places. The capital has changed greatly. Madam Shi has changed even more. Although she is only in her 60s, she looks as weathered as someone in their 70s. At this point, Madam C looks up at Madam Shi and continues, Qiongfang, let's put the past behind us. Things will get better slowly. I have a feeling that Huashang will bring Shungbao back someday. You must take care of your health and not worry the children. Shungbao and Huashang are still waiting for you to bring them home. Madam Shi's maiden name is Shengguan. Qiongfang is her name. I understand. Madam Shi replies with a faint smile, but it quickly fades. But some things are easier said than done. The incident 19 years ago feels like a dream to me. That morning, Nanxing and Huashang came with Shungbao to see me, but by the next evening, I received a call from the police station. As she speaks, Madam Shi begins to cry uncontrollably. She doesn't want to cry, but for some reason, whenever she sees Madam C, she can't help it. She thinks of her daughter-in-law. She thinks of her adorable granddaughter. That morning when she parted from them, everything was fine. But after waking up, everything changed. To Madam Shi, it was like the sky falling. She has been holding on all these years, searching for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, managing the company. No one knows how she endured. Old sister, honestly, I regret every single day. I shouldn't have let Nanxing and Huashang take Shungbao back to pay respects. If they hadn't gone, that incident wouldn't have happened. I really regret it. She cries uncontrollably. Tang and watches Madam Shi silently, her face unreadable, but inside, she feels very upset. She is thinking, if the missing person was Shi Nanhua and her, would Madam Shi still feel so sad and upset? Certainly not. Besides the private jet worth 4.5 billion yuan at home, the C family also gave Shi Sheng many good things. However, Madame Shi stored all those items in the bank and wouldn't even let her see them. Shi Sheng is already dead. Does that mean her own granddaughter, who is always busy and obedient in front of Madame Shi, is worth less than a dead person? It's like guarding her from thieves. Hearing these words from Madame Shi, Madame C also felt very sad. She hugged Madame Shi and cried loudly. Shuang Xiang also had tears in her eyes. The atmosphere became tense. Shi Nanyue also shed sad tears. She choked and walked over to the two elders, saying, "Mom, Madame Shi, let's go inside to talk. Don't stand outside anymore." "Yes, let's go inside to talk," Madame Shi said, trying to stop her tears. She held Madame C's hand, and the two of them went into the house together. The butler had already prepared tea and snacks in advance. All of them were special local products from Beijing. Madame C and Shuang Xiang hadn't been to Beijing for many years, so they naturally wanted to try more local specialties. After a while, seeing that the two elders' emotions had mostly calmed down, Shuang Xiang suggested, "Mom, let Annie take us to see brother-in-law." Besides visiting Madame Shi, they also wanted to see Shi Nanying.
Madame C nodded.
Madame Shi stood up from her chair. "Old sister, Ing Xiang, come with me." Shi Nanying lives alone in a courtyard. His room was also the bridal room from his marriage to Si Huasheng. There were wedding photos of the two, as well as photos of Shisheng's full moon and the small bed where Shisheng used to sleep. Even the little bear in the crib was still there. The room was very warm and cozy. As soon as they entered, Madame Shi and Shuang Xiang could almost see the happy daily life of Shi Nanying, Si Huasheng, and their family from back then. They only felt their chests tighten. Their noses ached, and their previously eased feelings caused tears to well up again. Madame Shi walked to the bed. "Nanying, your mom and your third sister-in-law are here to see you." Shi Nanying was lying on the bed, with no response. Tears welled up again in Madame Shi's eyes. She reached out and held Shi Nanying's hand. "Nanying, you have to get better soon. Only when you get better will I know who the real culprit is for hurting our family. I want to avenge you and your family. My mother wishes that those who hurt you all never find peace." Just as Madame Shi thought. Madame C always believed that the car accident involving her daughter and son-in-law was not an accident. Shi Nanjing was the only survivor of that accident. Only when he wakes up can the truth be revealed. Shi Nanyue stood nearby, her eyes flashing with something, then handed Madame C a tissue. "Old Madame, don't be too sad. If that accident back then was caused by someone intentionally, I believe that one day the bad people will be caught and punished." "That's right," Shui Ingxiang added. "Justice will prevail. Heaven's way will not let anyone go." "Mom, once your son-in-law and his family get through this difficult time, they will come out stronger and reborn from the ashes." Hearing their words, Madame C felt a little more at peace. As the saying goes, every hardship can be overcome. Her daughter and son-in-law have already suffered so much. In the days to come, everything will be bright and beautiful. Madame C held Shi Nanjing's hand as if she suddenly realized something, wiping her tears. Nanjing also has a red birthmark on his arm. I remember Sheng Bao had the same when he was born." Madame Shi nodded with a smile. "You remember correctly. Sheng Bao's arm also has the same birthmark. Sheng Bao's eyes and mouth look like Huasheng, but his nose and the birthmark on his arm match our Nanjing." Madame Shi always thought that if her Sheng Bao were still alive, he would have grown into a handsome man. After all, both Shi Huasheng and Shi Nanjing are exceptional. Especially Shi Huasheng, who was once called the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong before she married. Shi Nanyue gave Tang a subtle look and said, "Mom, you, Madame C, and third aunt haven't seen each other for many years. You probably have a lot to talk about. I and Enem will go prepare dinner." "Okay," Madame Shi nodded. "Then you two go ahead." Tang followed Shi Nanyue out of the yard. The mother and daughter looked back and Tang asked curiously, "Mom, do you really think my little uncle's car accident was caused by someone intentionally?" Shi Nanyue squinted her eyes. "There's no evidence from the police that it was caused by someone deliberately. It's just their way of seeking comfort for their hearts. Tang and hugged Shernanyue's arm and smiled. Mom, luckily you and Dad had something urgent that day and didn't get in the car. Otherwise, the accident could have involved our whole family. There was no obvious expression on Shernanyue's face. She then said, everyone has their own fate. Maybe that is the destiny of your little uncle and his family. They are only here to visit this world. They can't hold on to anything, nor can they take anything with them. Their family came to enjoy wealth and happiness, and no one can take what belongs to them. Thinking of this, a firm look appeared in Shernanyue's eyes. Yes, this is what we call everyone has their own fate. Until the very end, no one knows what destiny is planned. Just like our family, Tang pushed her messy hair behind her ear. Originally, Shisheng was the heir of the Shi family, but now everything has changed. Currently, she was the heir of the Shi family, a destined noblewoman. Shisheng was just a person who had passed away. Once Madame Shi passed away, she would immediately change the Shi group to Tang group. She had once thought about not changing the name of the Shi group out of respect for her mother. But Madame Shi was too disappointing. She was nothing in Madame Shi's heart, less than a strand of Shisheng's hair. So, don't blame her for being cold-hearted. Shernanyue reached out and placed her hand on Tang's shoulder, speaking earnestly, and although your grandma didn't lose her son in her later years, your uncle's situation is no different from losing a son. So your grandma is also a pitiful person. In the future, be more understanding of her. It's okay to endure some hardships. After all, she's over 60. How many more years does she have left in her life? Once Madame Shi was gone, wasn't the Shi family still hers? Besides Tang, there was no one else in this world who was related to Madame Shi by blood. Even if Madame Shi disliked Tang, she could only pass the Shi group to her. After a pause, Shernanyue continued, also, you need to put more effort into Madame C and third Aunt Shuangxiang. They haven't been to Beijing for 19 years. Tomorrow, take them to visit the major scenic spots. Cherish this opportunity and make Madame C and third aunt like you. It would be best if Madame C invites you to Hong Kong as a guest. Okay, Mom. Shernanyue nodded, a faint gleam flashing in her eyes. She was determined to make the Shi family and the Tang family her own. City a milk tea shop. Jiang Ning was drinking milk tea with Yu Qianlong. Besides milk tea, they also ordered some delicate desserts. Yu Qianlong, while scrolling through her phone, said, Ning, do you know? Tonight at midnight, Cheng Group will release a new game. I really can't wait. Yu Qianlong is a big fan of video games. She especially likes the games released by the Cheng Group, and Cheng Zijuan is considered a rare talent in the finance world, which makes her even more excited. In fact, not only Yu Qianlong. Most people in real life are also looking forward to Cheng Group's games. As for the excitement, everyone is waiting, but mostly to see their jokes. Looking forward to Cheng Group? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Then you should also look forward to the excitement.
Why?
Yu Qianlong asked curiously. Jiang Ning took a sip of her milk tea. Because the excitement is about a 3A game, and the game is very innovative. You will definitely like it. Yu Qianlong smiled and said, 3A? That's a bit unlikely. Even abroad, they haven't produced a true 3A game, and it's even less likely here. Although the excitement has released some game screenshots and animations, those were long proven fake. That video isn't fake, Jiang Ning said calmly. Not fake? Yu Qianlong squinted. But it doesn't really look real, the excitement.
Bang!
Before she could finish, Yu Qianlong accidentally knocked over her milk tea on the table. The spilled milk tea soaked Jiang Ning's arm and wet her clothes.
I'm sorry, Ning.
I didn't do it on purpose. Yu Qianlong quickly stood up, frightened. Are you okay? Is it hot?
I'm fine.
The milk tea is cold. Jiang Ning rolled up her sleeve. I'm going to wash my hands. Yu Qianlong breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go with you. No need. Jiang Ning waved her hand to refuse.
San Yu, you stay here.
If we both leave, the waiter will come and clear everything away. All right, I'll wait here for you. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Ning came out of the bathroom. Her sleeve was still rolled up, revealing a white, smooth arm, delicate and shiny. Further up, you could see a red tattoo like cinnabar on her inner arm, beautiful like a red plum blossom in snow. Very eye-catching. Yu Qianmon's eyes immediately caught the tattoo. Ningning, your tattoo on your arm is really beautiful. Usually few people can handle tattoos well. That's why people think that people with tattoos look a bit rebellious. It's not that tattoos are bad, but that their overall aura isn't fitting. But Jiangning's tattoos seemed to be made for her, fitting perfectly and very attractive. Jiangning pointed to her arm. Sanyu, are you talking about this? Yes. Yu Qianmon nodded gently. Jiangning smiled and explained, this isn't a tattoo, it's a birthmark. I've had it since I was little. Yu Qianmon was a bit surprised. It was the first time she saw someone with a birthmark in real life. Birthmark? Ningning, you actually have a birthmark. If your parents had lost you when you were a child, they could have found you just by this mark. Thinking about this, Yu Qianmon seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Ningning, I've never heard you mention your uncles and aunts before. Having known Jiangning for so long, Yu Qianmon had only heard her mention her grandfather. Jiangning paused while holding a dessert, her eyes lowered as if covered with a mist. Her thick, long eyelashes hid her expression a little, making it hard to see clearly. I was a child picked up by my grandfather from a ditch. I have no parents. Jiangning has always been an orphan. In her past life, she was too. In this life, she still is. Jiangning didn't understand why no one wanted her. Back then, she had no grandfather. At just 6 or 7 years old, she made her home under a bridge. Every night, she loved lying on the bridge, looking at the stars, wondering why other kids had parents, but she didn't. She also wanted to be loved by her parents. She wanted to wear pretty dresses. She wanted to eat cotton candy. She looked tough and fierce, so the other children didn't dare to play with her. But no one knew. Despite her sharp spines, like a little devil, she would secretly cry alone at night. She cried so sadly. While crying, she would lean on a bridge pillar and fall asleep. She saw her parents come to find her, crying as they hugged her and apologized, saying they had accidentally lost her for many years. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she was so happy and smiling. From then on, she could have her own parents, just like other children. But as she smiled and laughed, her dream ended. She woke up. All she had was the cold bridge and the night wind. When she was 8, she was discovered by a welfare center. During her time there, she got her own name, Jiangning. Jiang was chosen from the common family names. Ning was given by the director, meaning happiness and peace. Later, because of her extraordinary talent, she was selected into a top research institute's youth program. And after that, no one called her by her name anymore. Everyone calls her Miss Jiang, Academician Jiang, or Big Boss Jiang. But in the quiet of the night, she also wonders who she really is. Somewhere in the world, could someone be looking for her? However, this life is luckier than her previous one. This time, she has a grandfather. Every time she sees Grandpa Jiang, she feels very warm inside. She feels a kind of love from him that she never experienced before. When she heard Jiangning's answer, Yu Qianmon's heart sank suddenly. She has known Jiangning for a long time, but this is the first time she has seen Jiangning like this. Jiangning she knew was so strong enough to face many troublemakers alone. But now, she seems so fragile. Fragile as if she could break with just a gentle touch. Ningning, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yu Qianmon held Jiangning's hand, feeling very regretful. Why was she so talkative? She wished she hadn't asked about Jiangning's parents. It's okay, Jiangning smiled softly, her dimples showing. It's all in the past. Seeing her smile, Yu Qianmon finally relaxed and asked, Ningning, have you ever thought about finding your parents? Yu Qianmon thought Jiangning had a birthmark, so she should be easy to find. No. Jiangning shook her head. Why not? Yu Qianmon asked immediately. Jiangning took a bite of her sweet rabbit dessert. Because when my grandpa found me, I was only about 3 months old, and I was thrown into a ditch. According to my grandpa, when he saw me, I was covered in blood, and he thought I wouldn't survive.
But I was tough and survived.
Yu Qianlong frowned slightly. So, your parents deliberately abandoned you? A 3-month-old baby can't walk yet, so they didn't just fall into the ditch by accident. I don't know. Jiangning shook her head. But in the academy, there are no skirts for abandoned babies, and in the orphanage, there are no baby boys. I often wonder if I had been a boy, would I still have been abandoned? Actually, in her past life, after she became successful, Jiangning searched for her family. When she found her biological parents, she thought she finally had a home. But when she stepped into that house, she realized how wrong she was. Back then, that couple was already 46 years old, and they had an 8-year-old son. To be precise, he was a spoiled prince who got everything he wanted. The first time she met that couple, a middle-aged woman held the hand of her 8-year-old son and said, "This is your younger brother. Your father and I are getting old, so from now on, you'll take care of your brother." After a thorough investigation, Jiangning learned that besides herself, she had 4 older sisters and 2 younger sisters. But none of her 4 older sisters and 2 younger sisters were as lucky as she was. All of them were abandoned one after another and eventually left this world. She was the only survivor. It was at that time that Jiangning realized that in this world, some parents truly do not love their children. From then on, her childhood dreams shattered. Her illusions about her parents were broken. So, after rebirth, she never thought about finding her family again. Her only goal was to be a good daughter to old Master Jiang, travel the world with him, care for him in old age, and see him off peacefully. For Jiangning, having her grandfather was enough. From the memories of the original owner, Jiangning felt a kind of love she had never experienced before. It was a special feeling, making her realize that in this world, family love is not only about blood relations. There is also love that goes beyond blood ties. Actually, Jiangning now loves sweets so much, and she only drinks full sugar milk tea because of her childhood experiences. She had suffered too much hardship as a child. So, when she grew up, she wanted to eat lots and lots of sugar. The school has no fancy dresses, and abandoned babies are not boys. These 2 seemingly light words deeply shocked Yu Qianlong. They reminded her of a news story she had seen before. A couple, because they preferred boys, abandoned their newborn daughter. 20 years later, their biological son developed kidney failure, and they found their daughter again. Through moral pressure, they forced the abandoned girl to donate a kidney to their son. When Yu Qianlong watched the news before, she thought those stories were too unbelievable, too far from her life. How could anyone be so cruel as to abandon their own children? But now, her best friend had experienced this herself. Yu Qianlong held Jiangning's hand tightly, not knowing how to comfort her. "Ningning, don't be sad. I don't know the real reason why you were abandoned. But if it wasn't your fault, then those people have probably been looking for you all these years. Now that the matchmaking website is so advanced, they will find you someday." Jiangning nodded slightly. Yes, let everything be up to fate. In this life, she would no longer chase after things that didn't belong to her. She wanted to live freely and happily. Yu Qianlong stood up, walked over to Jiangning, and gave her a big hug. "Ningning, you will always have me and Grandpa. From now on, my parents are your parents too." Okay. A smile spread across Jiangning's face. In this life, she not only had Grandpa, but also her best friend.
Thank you, March.
Although Jiangning healed Yu Qianlong in a way, Yu Qianlong also healed Jiangning. Jiangning was used to being alone. This was the first time she realized that, besides work and experiments, friendship between girls could be so beautiful. "What are you saying, Ningning? We are the best brothers." Yu Qianlong continued the unfinished topic. "By the way, Ningning, why do you believe so much in Heartbeat?" "Because of Xia Huijin, it almost went bankrupt before. I heard the new shareholders don't know much about games. Think about it, it's only been a little over a month. What good games can they make? And you know, the pre-orders for Above the Stars have already exceeded 10 million, while the Pinnacle of Splendor only has about 100,000. It's being crushed by the Chum Group. Honestly, don't hold much hope for them." One game has over 10 million pre-orders. The other has only 100,000. How can you compare? Unless you're a fairy descending from heaven. Otherwise, no one can save that mess called Heartbeat. March, I have a secret to tell you. What secret? Yu Qianlong asked curiously. I'm one of the new shareholders of Heartbeat, Jiang Ning said. So, I believe in my game. Yu Qianlong burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
Ning, you're joking too much. Jiang Ning. Now, no one even believed the truth. After returning from the milk tea shop, Jiang Ning received a call from Wang Xingli. The new game was about to be released, and Wang Xingli was a bit nervous. Miss Jiang, everything is ready on the programming side. We're just waiting to release the game after midnight. Do you have any questions? No problem, Jiang Ning replied calmly.
Just release it on time.
Okay, Wang Xingli said, then added, by the way, Chung Group has invited many celebrities to support us. Should we also invite a few stars? Academician Chun said she can help. Academician Chun has many contacts and knows big names. If Jiang Ning needs, she can help at any time. Wang Xingli thought support from celebrities was quite important. At least, the pre-sale status of the Chung Group now looks much better than theirs. Chung Group's new game, Above the Starry Sky, has already been reserved by 10 million people. Meanwhile, their game, Splendid Peak, has just over 100,000 reservations. It looks like Chung Group's game will soon surpass 20 million reservations, while theirs might not even reach 200,000. This makes Wang Xingli very anxious. No need, Jiang Ning just arrived home, changing her shoes as she said, as long as our game is good, we can still turn the tide even without fan support. Wang Xingli was originally quite nervous, but after hearing Jiang Ning, he instantly relaxed. Yes, Miss Jiang, you're right. Jiang Ning is so talented. She can definitely lead us to turn the tide with her strength. After chatting with Wang Xingli for a few more words, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. As soon as she hung up, she saw a familiar chubby cat on the sofa in the living room. She was a bit surprised and said, "Xiao Bai?" Meow meow meow. Jiang Ning went over and picked up the chubby cat. After seeing the collar information on the cat's neck, she finally confirmed that this cat was really Xiao Bai. It's really you. How did you come to my house? Meow meow meow. Old Jiang walked out of the bedroom and saw Jiang Ning holding the cat. Ning, do you know this cat? Yes, its name is Xiao Bai. A friend of mine is taking care of it. Although old Madame Shen told her that Xiao Bai was free-range and sometimes stayed out for several days, Jiang Ning didn't expect Xiao Bai to find her home. Old Jiang smiled and said, haha, no wonder it's hanging around our door. It must have smelled something. This cat is really clever. It's strange. Just now your grandpa and I tried to hold it, but we couldn't, yet it's so obedient in your arms, like a fake cat. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Xiao Bai has this personality. He's a bit shy at first. Is that so? Old Jiang nodded. Ning, the watermelon is sliced and in the fridge. Remember to eat it. Okay, Grandpa. Jiang Ning loved Xiao Bai very much. She held him while walking to the kitchen and said, since you're here, sleep with me tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow to go back, okay? Meow meow.
Yay!
The cat is happy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Kai and Wang Xingli were eating barbecue by the roadside. Watching Wang Xingli hang up the phone, Shui Kai asked curiously, what did Miss Jiang say? Wang Xingli took a skewer and said, Miss Jiang said we don't need to find fan support. Shui Kai was surprised. Miss Jiang is so confident? He is becoming more and more curious about Miss Jiang, whom he has never met before. Yes, because Miss Jiang has the credentials, Shui Kai said as he raised his beer. Old Wang, I wish your new game a smooth launch and great success. Thank you. Imminent bankruptcy for Jidong, and you still talk about smooth sailing? That's hilarious. A sarcastic voice suddenly appeared in the air. Shui Kai and Wang Xingli both turned around and saw Li Lei and Zhang Haoshuan mocking them. Li Lei and Wang Haoshuan used to be partners at Jidong. After Xie Huijin left Jidong, they disregarded their long friendship and terminated their contracts with Wang Xingli, then joined the Chung Group. Now, Chung Group's new game is doing very well, and they are very proud. Wang Xingli put down his glass. Not the final moment yet, Li Lei, Zhang Haoxuan. Don't celebrate too early. Watch out for back pain.
Back pain? Li Lei sneered.
Wang Xingli, stop dreaming. Our Chung Groups, Above the Stars, is about to hit 20 million reservations. It seems you haven't even reached 100,000 yet. What are you comparing with us? Just wait. You'll soon be in big trouble, and you might have to live under a bridge. Currently, Jidong is no different from a trapped bird in a cage. They can only wait to be crushed by Chung Group. Unless they can really develop a AAA game?
But
is that even possible? For Jidong, that's almost impossible. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan now feel very lucky they left Jidong. Otherwise, they'd be the ones suffering. Mr. Li, you shouldn't say that. Wang has been our friend for many years. How can we just watch him end up living under a bridge? Zhang Haoxuan pretended to be kind. By the way, my wife still needs a driver to take our dog to the pet school. After Jidong goes bankrupt, Wang, since you're such an experienced driver, you could come work for me and drive my dog around. Driving the dog? It's obvious. Zhang Haoxuan is insulting Wang Xingli, and it's a very serious insult. As for where he got the confidence from, it's naturally from the Chung Group. What is Wang Xingli? Just a spendthrift dog. Hearing this, Xue Kai slammed the table.
Zhang Haoxuan,
don't go too far. That's too much. Too far? Mr. Xue, you're using the wrong words. I'm actually praising Wang Xingli. Letting him drive my dog is an honor for him. If it weren't for the many years he has known me, he wouldn't be qualified to be my little dog's driver. Li Lei agreed. President Zhang is right. We're not the type to kick someone when they're down. If President Wang doesn't want to be the little dog's driver, we still need a gatekeeper. With President Wang's height and age, he's perfect for the job. He laughed loudly at the end. Zhang Haoxuan also started laughing. Wang Xingli's face showed restraint. He really wanted to stand up and punch Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan. But his reason told him he had to endure it now. Xue Kai pointed at Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan. Li Lei, Zhang Haoxuan. I tell you, the situation is different now. Jingdong has Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang can make AAA games. You two, who are always scheming, should prepare to regret it. Miss Jiang? Hearing this, Li Lei laughed even more wildly. Just a girl with dyed hair, and she thinks she can surpass our President Cheng to make AAA games? Dream on. Jingdong is already a dead fish. Even if we give that girl a vast ocean, she won't become a flying dragon. The only flying dragon in City A is our President Cheng. Even if we give that girl 10 more years, she won't catch up to Cheng Zijuan. Not 10 years. Even 100 or 1,000 years, she still won't catch up.
Puffed.
Xue Kai couldn't hold back. Still talking about flying dragons? More like dead dragons. Zhang Haoxuan wanted to say more but was grabbed by Li Lei. Forget it, President Zhang. They're just stubborn now. Don't bother with them. They'll come back begging us soon enough. Hearing this, Zhang Haoxuan straightened his collar and looked proudly at Wang Xingli. Wang Xingli, I'm waiting for you to come beg me to be the little dog's driver. After saying that, Zhang Haoxuan continued, President Li, let's go. Let's go.
Li Lei followed Zhang Haoxuan.
Watching their backs, Xue Kai said angrily, traitors never have a good ending. Li Lei, Zhang Haoxuan, just wait. After Jingdong finishes the AAA game, you'll regret it. Hearing this, Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan exchanged glances, both seeing a mocking look in each other's eyes. This was the funniest joke they'd heard all year. They laughed very loudly. Li Lei looked back at Xue Kai and Wang Xingli. Go back and dream. In dreams, anything is possible. Xue Kai looked at Wang Xingli, unsure how to comfort him. He just patted his back and then said, Old Wang, don't take those two jerks' words to heart. They will definitely regret it. Wang Xingli nodded, his eyes full of determination. Yes, they will surely regret it. Meanwhile, the Chum group was busy working. Lin Yuza excitedly pushed open the door. Brother Zijuan, we've hit 30 million reservations. Our bookings are about to surpass 30 million. This was unprecedented in gaming history. Currently, The most popular game in the country had only about 10 million reservations the day before its release. And the Chum Group was about to break 30 million. This surprised Lin Yuza. Zijuan squinted. It's 11:50 p.m. now. There are 10 minutes left, and today's reservations will definitely exceed 30 million. He paused. How's the situation with Jidong? Lin Yuza smiled. Jidong only has 200,000. The reason why the reservations for Starry Sky reached nearly 30 million wasn't just because the Chum Group hired many celebrities to promote it, but also because of the label attached to Zijuan. A once-in-a-decade dark horse in finance. A game made by a dark horse wouldn't be bad. Jidong doesn't have much. So, everyone was looking forward to the Chum Group. Hearing this, Zijuan showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Only 200,000? How does that compare to him? He knew that Jiangning was only outstanding because of his love for him. Love could overcome all difficulties. But what does Jidong have? Just wait and see. Jiangning would soon come back begging him. When that happens, he wouldn't forgive Jiangning easily. At midnight, both Jidong and the Chum Group's official pages posted their games. The Chum Group's page crashed due to too much traffic. On Jidong's side, only a few hundred people downloaded it. Zijuan kept watching Jidong's page. Seeing this, he slightly smiled, full of pride. He suspected that the poor few hundred downloads for Jidong's game were because the Chum Group's app was stuck, so everyone checked Jidong's page out of curiosity. Yes, that must be it. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the data. Zijuan turned off his computer and prepared to wash up and sleep. He had not slept well for several nights because of the new game's release. Qianjia is a game streamer. Because his live stream encountered lag while downloading the game's Starry Sky encounter by the Jidong Group, fans kept spamming the chat, urging him to download their new exciting game. Qianjia, wearing a microphone, looked speechless and said, Jin Xiao Jidian? Exciting? What good game can they develop? Downloading their game is just wasting data. Haha, it really is a waste of data. Though it's a waste, I still want to see it. Add 1+1. Previously, Jidong even posted fake AAA videos to attract attention. The streamer went live to review their Jin Xiao Jidian and harshly criticized Jidong. Seeing that most fans wanted to watch him download Jin Xiao Jidian, Qianjia moved his mouse and clicked on Jidong's official page. Alright, since everyone wants to see it, I'll pretend to play Jidong. Anyway, I have free time. Who made him a fan-friendly streamer? The download for Jin Xiao Jidian was very fast. Other big games usually take at least 10 minutes to download due to graphics and content, but Jin Xiao Jidian only took a minute. What good things can come in a minute? Qianjia clicked to open the game and said, such a fast download, just using your toes. You can tell Jidong is making a mess. Honestly, if you all didn't want to see it, I wouldn't download such a trash game. As soon as the game opened, a powerful and luxurious lineup appeared. Welcome to Jin Xiao Jidian. It looked especially stunning with the eye. Below, there was a small line of text. Game developer, Miss Zhang. Qianjia was stunned, then scoffed and said, Jidong's opening does look a bit AAA, but what a shame. Flashy start, but what's the point if the content is garbage? I heard Miss Zhang is just a show-off, not as good as Mr. Chung. Qianjia then registered an account and followed the game instructions step by step into the official game. His attitude shifted from disdain at first to shock, then to disbelief.
Wow.
No way. Jidong really has something. They actually developed a AAA game. Jin Xiao Jidian is a game combining wilderness survival and shooting. Players can hunt in the wild and also develop many projects within the game. The game's programming isn't fixed and is different from other games on the market. Plus, it has unprecedented AAA graphics, making the experience very immersive. As he played, he got more and more hooked. Qianjia and he even forgot they were live streaming. Soon, they got caught up in the game story. Only when the assistant reminded them did they remember to interact with fans. Sorry, everyone. This game is amazing. I apologize to Miss Jiang and Jingdong for my earlier behavior. From now on, Jingdong and Miss Jiang are like my parents. Everyone go download Splendid Peak.
Wow.
Miss Jiang is really impressive. I also want to download Splendid Peak. I'm so excited right now. I remember when people overseas mocked us for not making AAA games. But now we did it. I am proud to be Chinese. Miss Jiang is legendary. Who is this Miss Jiang? She's even more impressive than a rare dark horse. Looking forward to the Songqiong Awards. Will we finally see what Miss Jiang looks like? Suddenly, the situation changed. Players who had been waiting for Starry Sky rushed to the official website to download Splendid Peak. In just 1 hour, the downloads skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 1 million. Positive reviews flooded in. The keywords Jingdong, Miss Jiang, and Splendid Peak trended on Weibo. Meanwhile, at Cheng's group, the download count was still around 10,000 as before. But because expectations were so high early on, and with Jingdong as a shining contrast, Starry Sky seemed like a failure. The game's rating dropped sharply from 10 points to 3. The next morning, Cheng Zijuan just woke up. Before he could check his phone, Lin Yuze rushed into his room. Brother Zijuan, Jingdong, and Jiangning, they're trending on hot searches. Trending? Jingdong? How could Jingdong be trending? And Jiangning, that small-town girl, was even less likely. So, there was only one possibility. It was their unexpected dark horse, the game that was trending. But Lin Yuze hadn't explained clearly. Thinking of this, Cheng Zijuan immediately stood up from the sofa. Are we trending because of our game? Cheng Zijuan's face was full of pride. Seeing this, Lin Yuze quickly explained, it's not like that.
Zijuan, you misunderstood.
It's Jiangning. Jiangning's game, Thrill, and their new game, Peak of Splendor, are trending online. Jiangning really completed a 3A game. Also, since Peak of Splendor was released last night, it has already been downloaded over 100 million times. Most importantly, Peak of Splendor has no negative reviews at all. Thrill truly completed the country's first 3A game, not just domestically. Their game's quality is also highly regarded internationally. At this point, Lin Yuze continued, now, their game is not only popular in China, but has also gone viral abroad. I heard that foreign game companies have sent people to discuss licensing. That's GD, an international gaming giant. But now, even GD is humbling itself and traveling overseas to China for talks. This shows how excellent Peak of Splendor is. If the rights to Thrill are sold overseas, Thrill will truly soar to new heights. Even if Thrill remains unchanged in the future, no one will surpass it in the next 30 years.
What?
Hearing Lin Yuze, Cheng Zijuan thought he was dreaming. Yes, it must be a dream. Jiangning. That small-town girl Jiangning. How could she complete a 3A game in just a month?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How did everything change overnight? Yesterday, the person everyone was watching was still him. It was him. It was really him.
Fake.
It's definitely fake. Lying. You're lying. Cheng Zijuan shouted angrily. What is Jiangning? She's just my follower. How could she possibly finish a 3A game? Zijuan, I know it's hard to accept this fact right now, but... Lin Yuze sighed, it's true. Jiangning really did it. Until this moment, Lin Yuze finally dared to believe it. All those rumors before were true. The reason Cheng Zijuan became a rare dark horse in 10 years was mostly because of Jiangning. Otherwise, after Jiangning left, the Cheng group wouldn't have fallen apart like this. And the chaotic Thrill rose to the highest peak, just like their game's name, Peak of Splendor. Cheng Zijuan's face lost all color almost instantly, trembling as he picked up his phone from the table. As soon as he unlocked it, a flood of news pop-ups appeared. Almost every headline was related to Jiangning and the excitement. Mysterious Miss Jiang, mother of the 3A game. The game turned around against the odds, crushing a once-in-a-decade dark horse mysterious partner of the game. The game is about to sign with GD. Seeing these headlines, Cheng Zijuan was completely stunned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He should be the one making the news. It should be him. Why does Jiang Ning get to surpass him and step on him? Now, the game has become the focus of everyone's attention. What about the Chung group? He poured all his effort into this game.
No.
Chung Zijuan was very unwilling. He didn't want to lose like this.
Yes.
And Jiang Ning too. Jiang Ning loved him so much, she would definitely help him. Since Jiang Ning was involved in the game, Chung Zijuan then switched his phone to the WeChat page. Jiang Ning hadn't approved his friend request yet.
Bang.
Unable to bear it, Chung Zijuan threw his phone to the ground.
Zijuan.
Lin Yuze was startled by Chung Zijuan's sudden outburst. Chung Zijuan looked at Lin Yuze with anger and said, "Go tell Jiang Ning.
Her goal has been achieved.
I will agree to remarry her, and she should come home to see me immediately." Disgusting. Jiang Ning was just too disgusting. She would do anything to remarry him. He underestimated her. In the past, even if someone beat Chung Zijuan to death, he would never remarry Jiang Ning. But now, the situation was different. The game had developed a 3A game, and if he didn't act now, the Tsongqing Award would be taken by the game. At that point, the Chung group would truly fall apart and become a thing of the past. As the CEO of the Chung group, Chung Zijuan absolutely would not allow this to happen. No matter what, he had to find a way to get through this difficult time first. So, he could only choose to endure silently. Even knowing it was Jiang Ning's trap, he could only dive in. Lin Yuze stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Remarry? Yes. Chung Zijuan endured the nausea. Jiang Ning did all this just to make me take the initiative to find her and remarry her. What about Sister Shui? Lin Yuze asked. You're already engaged. This is just a temporary measure. Although I am nominally remarried to Jiang Ning, Shui is still my fiancé. Zhang Shui was the person Chung Zijuan loved most in his life. He naturally couldn't give up on Zhang Shui just because of Jiang Ning. Lin Yuze frowned slightly. Brother Zijuan, you're overthinking this. It's not just that you want to remarry, and Jiang Ning will agree. She's no longer the Jiang Ning she used to be.
Huh?
Zijuan, Chung sneered. Yuze, you really think highly of her? Do you know why Jiang Ning did those things? Do you think she helped Jidong just to attract my attention? Her real goal is to remarry. No one knows Jiang Ning better than Zijuan Chung. Although they were married for less than a year, Jiang Ning's heart was full of him. She wore heavy makeup for him. She only wore gray clothes for him. Because he liked light flavors, Jiang Ning never ate spicy foods. Because he liked orange-scented perfume, Jiang Ning's perfume was always orange scent. After the divorce, to attract his attention, Jiang Ning removed her heavy makeup and adopted a pure look. Later, she joined Jidong. She went through so much just to remarry him, because Jiang Ning couldn't live without him. Lin Yuze was a bit confused by Zijuan Cheng's way of thinking. He tried to explain patiently, Brother Zijuan, what you should be thinking about now isn't remarrying Jiang Ning. It's how to get through this tough time. The Zijuan group has invested all its funds in Shinkong. Now that Shinkong is failing, Jinxiu Zhudian has become a dark horse, and many partners are canceling their contracts. Although Lin Yuze already suspected that the previous Zijuan group succeeded because of Jiang Ning, he still held some hope for Zijuan Chung. If Zijuan Chung truly had business talent, this setback shouldn't be a big problem for him. Zijuan Chung rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. Stop wasting time. Go and contact Jiang Ning immediately and tell her to come see me. Sorry, Brother Zijuan, Lin Yuze shook his head. I don't have that ability. If you think you still have the charm to get Jiang Ning to remarry you, then go find her yourself. Zijuan Chung was stunned. What did you say? Lin Yuze had always been his little follower, never dared to contradict or disobey him. But today, Lin Yuze actually dared to talk to him like that. It was truly rebellious. Lin Yuze looked at Zijuan Chung. I'm sorry, I can't contact Jiang Ning. After saying this, Lin Yuze seemed to have made a big decision. Brother Zijuan, I used to see you as a role model. I was determined to become a dark horse in the financial world like you. Over this period, I have been learning by following behind you. I realize things are not exactly as I thought. The once-in-a-decade dark horse in the financial world, I believe, must be someone else. Chung Zijuan widened his eyes, pointed at Lin Yuze, and shouted angrily, Lin Yuze, are you questioning me? You, a kid who once couldn't even understand financial reports, have no right to doubt me. Lin Yuze's words deeply hurt Chung Zijuan's pride. It was no different from pressing Chung Zijuan's face to the ground and rubbing it. Seeing Chung Zijuan's reaction, Lin Yuze understood what was going on. There was no need to ask more. Lin Yuze took off his work badge from around his neck. Zijuan, Jiang Ning will not remarry you. Stop dreaming. I think I should leave the Chung group too. You want to leave the Chung group? Chung Zijuan asked in disbelief. Yes, Lin Yuze nodded. Are you sure? Chung Zijuan pointed at Lin Yuze and asked. Yes, I am sure. Chung Zijuan was so angry he laughed out loud.
Fine.
You can leave. Lin Yuze, I warn you, the Chung group is not a place you can come and go as you please. From now on, it will be hard for you to step into the Chung group again. Lin Yuze said nothing more, just looked at Chung Zijuan, and then turned to leave. Watching Lin Yuze's back, Chung Zijuan grabbed a vase and threw it.
Bang!
The vase shattered against the wall into pieces. Regret. Lin Yuze will definitely regret this. Just wait. Jiang Ning will come back soon to remarry him. Chung Zijuan quickly walked out, entered the hall, and said to the butler, Uncle Wang, check Jiang Ning's address. I want to find Jiang Ning myself. Shen Yuan. Shen Jingnian was sitting at his desk in the study, looking at the computer. The screen displayed the game's splendid peak. Shen Jingnian had been playing all night, but still felt no fatigue. The game's developer was truly a genius. She had made a significant mark in domestic games. He just didn't know whether Jiang Miss was the Jiang Miss he knew. Thinking of this, Shen Jingnian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a beautiful smile appeared on his lips. His anticipation grew stronger. Meow. Xiao Bai dashed over and jumped onto Shen Jingnian's lap. Xiao Bai, get down quickly. You smell terrible. Shen Jingnian grabbed the fur on the back of Xiao Bai's neck and, with a look of disgust, put him on the ground. He has a cleanliness obsession. He would only reluctantly hold Xiao Bai during the time after its bath. White hasn't taken a bath for over a month now. Shen Jingnian went to the bathroom, just about to wash his hands, when suddenly he twitched his nose. His hands seemed not too smelly, even carrying a faint fragrance. And it was a very familiar scent. Shen Jingnian didn't wash his hands anymore. He returned to the study, squatted on the floor, and reached out to White, smiling kindly, saying, Come, let Daddy hug you.
White.
Has Daddy been possessed? So scary. Before White could react, Shen Jingnian picked it up.
Yes.
It was this smell, like red plum after snow, with a light, refreshing scent. What surprised White even more was that, usually cold and aloof, Daddy not only hugged it but kept sniffing it. The cat looked shy. Meow meow meow. So Daddy loves it this much. Besides Daddy, only Ningning would do this to it. Shen Jingnian held White, almost reluctant to let go. He really liked the smell. Just smelling it made him feel strangely at peace. And he seemed to only smell this scent on Jiang Ning. White, in Shen Jingnian's arms, looked completely enchanted.
Meow meow meow.
Today, it's a happy little cat. Shen Jingnian's lips parted slightly, then he said, White, tonight sleep with Daddy, okay? Hearing this, White immediately struggled. Meow meow meow.
No, no.
It still has to sleep with Ningning tonight. But since Daddy is so enthusiastic, tonight it will reluctantly stay with Daddy, and tomorrow night, it will sleep with Ningning after all. It already slept with Ningning last night. Cats also need to share the love. Shen Jingnian held White with one arm and operated the mouse with the other, playing splendid peek. Bang! The door was pushed open from outside. Then Yun Haotian came in. Not knocking again? Shen Jingnian glared at him. Knocking would make us seem too formal. Yun Haotian cheekily walked over to Shen Jingnian. Seeing what was on the computer screen, he continued, So, little brother-in-law, you're also playing splendid peek? This game is addictive. I played all night at home last night. This new shareholder, Miss Jiang, really has some skills. She even made a 3A game. Can't deny it. I want to kneel to her. Hearing this, Yun Haotian paused, then said, "Little brother-in-law, your taste is really good. I truly admire you. How did you see that splendid peak would turn the tide and reverse the situation?" The excitement at that time had already fallen apart. Even Yun Haotian himself thought choosing to be excited was not a wise decision. After all, Cheng Zijuan was a rare dark horse who appeared once in 10 years. When Shen Jingnian chose to be excited, Yun Haotian even tried to dissuade him. Now, looking back, he really was a fool. Fortunately, my brother-in-law didn't listen to him. Otherwise, even the stocks of the Shun Group might have been affected. My brother-in-law's insight and mind are impressive. Shen Jingnian turned his head to look at Yun Haotian. This is the difference between you and me. Yun Haotian. He wished he hadn't asked. Besides being stingy, his brother-in-law was also very sharp-tongued. Yun Haotian's gaze returned to the computer screen. Curious, he asked brother-in-law, "Why are you still in the Misty Forest?" The Misty Forest is a map in the game's Splendid Peak. "There should be a hidden level here," Shen Jingnian said. "A hidden level?" Yun Haotian asked curiously. "Really? I played all night yesterday and didn't see any hidden levels. Moreover, the Misty Forest is a very scary level in Splendid Peak. Thick fog hides terrifying demons and various frightening animals. Players passing through here risk losing their lives if they are careless, forcing them to restart. So, very few people waste time in the Misty Forest." Shen Jingnian moved his mouse, controlling his character as it navigated through the Misty Forest. His fingers moved quickly on the keyboard, creating streaks of shadows. In the next moment, he found a hidden passage in the Misty Forest, and suddenly, a glow flashed. On the computer screen, a large line of text appeared. "Welcome to the Adventure Villa." Yun Haotian stood nearby, witnessing this, and couldn't believe it.
Wow.
There really is a hidden level. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. How did you know there would be this in the Misty Forest? Shen Jingnian's lips parted slightly. Actually, if you observe the entire game's design and atmosphere carefully, you can tell that the developer is a thoughtful and sensitive person. She seems strong and invincible, but inside, she's very soft. That's why she set up the Adventure Villa level against a scary background. Yun Haotian gave Shen Jingnian a thumbs up. "No wonder you're so impressive, brother-in-law. Incredible." Shen Jingnian continued controlling his character as he moved through the Adventure Villa. The style of the villa was completely different from other levels. It had a strong rural feel, with mountains and rivers. The scenery was so realistic that players could even go into the forest to pick mushrooms and build small houses. At that moment, the system displayed a message. "Congratulations, Mistress. You are the second guest to arrive at Adventure Mountain Lodge. Please accept your luxurious gift package." "Second?" Yun Haotian asked in confusion. "Little uncle, has someone come to Adventure Mountain Lodge before you?" "Probably." Shen Jingnian clicked on the player profile next to him. Sure enough, the first person to enter Adventure Mountain Lodge was a player named Phyllis. Yun Haotian scratched his head and said, "So there are people as smart as you in this world. Rare. Really rare." At least Yun Haotian had never seen anyone who thought the same way as Shen Jingnian. Shen Jingnian also looked surprised. It was rare for someone to share his thoughts. Except for Jiangning. This was the second person. After a moment, Shen Jingnian put down his mouse and looked at Yun Haotian. "Do you have anything else?" "Oh." Yun Haotian remembered the main matter. "By the way, little uncle, I heard you're going to Country M tomorrow. When will you return?" "In 2 days." Shen Jingnian replied. Yun Haotian then asked, "Can you bring me a bag from the Hermes store in Country M? I want to give it to someone. Send the details to David, and I'll have him arrange it." David is Shen Jingnian's assistant. Yun Haotian shook his head. "No, that bag is a limited edition at the Country M store and can only be purchased with a black card from the top bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all this way to ask Shen Jingnian." "How much does it cost?" Shen Jingnian asked immediately. "It's in the 6-figure range or higher, and you need to buy it with accessories. It's quite complicated. You need to go in person. Yun Haotian clasped his hands together. Please, please. He really didn't have time to go to Country M recently. Otherwise, he would go himself. Shin Jingnian continued. Is it for a romantic interest?
Yes.
Yun Haotian nodded. Shin Jingnian frowned slightly. Are you sure about the relationship?
No. Jun Haotian smiled.
We're still in the pursuit stage. Shin Jingnian shot him a look. Look at you, so clueless. He couldn't understand why Yun Haotian would spend so much money on someone he wasn't even sure about. Yun Haotian shrugged and complained, Little uncle, you're such a tightwad. I really don't know what you're saving all that money for. Save it for yourself to enjoy. Anyway, I won't buy such expensive bags for someone without blood relation, Shin Jingnian said calmly. But loving someone means giving her the best things. Yun Haotian continued. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. I've sent you the picture of the bag. Remember to buy it for me. After speaking, Yun Haotian turned and went downstairs. Shin Jingnian continued sitting at his computer, starting to play a game. His eyes quickly caught the chessboard under the peach blossom tree in the game. Both black and white pieces were in a losing position. Any further move would lead to death. It was obvious. This was a game in the endgame stage. Whoever made the next move was surely a careful thinker. Apart from him, the only other player in Adventure Mountain Villa was someone named Phyllis. It was easy to guess. This endgame was definitely left by Phyllis. Interesting. Not only did Phyllis enter Adventure Mountain Villa before him, but she also set up such a high-level endgame. Shin Jingnian was a Go enthusiast and had even won first place in professional Go tournaments, but he had never seen such a difficult endgame before. This was the first time. No matter what move he made, there was no hope of survival. He sat in front of the computer, thinking for over an hour, but still had no ideas. Moreover, Shin Jingnian was very competitive. If he couldn't solve this endgame, he might not sleep all night. Another hour passed. Shin Jingnian mentally simulated many moves before suddenly understanding. Oh, I see. Shin Jingnian controlled his game character and picked up a single piece. Just one move. The situation instantly changed. The endgame was solved. It took 3 hours to this endgame, which was a record for Shin Jingnian. Who exactly was this Phyllis? For a moment, Shin Jingnian was filled with curiosity about this player. 10 minutes later, he clicked to exit the game. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, Jiangning just opened her game and received a system message. Congratulations, Ms. Phyllis. You have a new neighbor. Today, the second player, Mr. S, has arrived at Adventure Manor. Phyllis was Jiangning's game name. Phyllis is a Greek word meaning leaf. It symbolizes green, hope, and rebirth. Mr. S? Jiangning raised an eyebrow slightly. She didn't expect that someone could find and enter her secret base at the entrance of Misty Forest, which she had set as a hidden level in Adventure Manor. Rather than calling it a hidden level, it was more like Jiangning's inner world. But now, a second person had entered here. This surprised Jiangning. It seemed that this Mr. S was quite something. After entering Adventure Manor, Jiangning first watered her flowers and plants, then went to the mountains to pick mushrooms. Finally, she discovered that her Go game endgame, placed under the peach blossom tree, had been solved by someone. Jiangning was very shocked. Who solved her endgame? She even thought this might be a hallucination. Is it S? After all, only S can enter Adventure Manor at the moment. Few people can easily solve her endgame, and only with one move. It seems this S is not only talented but also quite powerful. She moved her mouse and clicked on the online players in Adventure Manor. She saw that S had logged off half an hour ago. Right now, she was the only player in the entire manor. Jiangning then clicked on S's profile page from the official site. S. Gender. Confidential. Age. Confidential. Who is this person? Not only did they discover her secret in Misty Forest, but they also solved her endgame. This was the first time Jiangning felt so curious about someone. After watching for a while, she closed the profile page and went to the stone table under the peach blossom tree, setting up a new endgame. Meanwhile, Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan felt like the sky was falling when they saw the trending news about Jidong. 3A. Who would have thought Jidong really achieved 3A? Jidong not only crushed Chen Group's game, but also won very impressively. Zhang Haoxuan looked at Li Lei with a pale face and said, "It turns out, Jidong is really so powerful. We're finished. President Li, we're doomed now." They had invested all their assets into Chen Group. Now that Chen Group's new game failed to launch, it meant they would go bankrupt too. What should they do? What can they do now? Pull out the investment. Immediately withdraw from Chen Group. Li Lei tried to stay calm, then go to Jidong and find Wang Xingli, beg him to give us another chance. If they could successfully invest in Jidong now, they could still be winners. After all, Jidong made billions overnight from their new game. Jidong's game has now gone from last place to the top, sitting firmly at No. 1 in the gaming world, making international gamers crazy. Hearing this, Zhang Haoxuan looked worried. "President Li, didn't we say last night that Wang Xingli wouldn't give us another chance?" They had insulted Wang Xingli terribly last night. Zhang Haoxuan never imagined things would turn out like this now. Li Lei took a deep breath. "They will. He definitely will. 3 years ago, my company faced a financial crisis, and he was the one who helped to solve it. His biggest flaw is that he cares too much about feelings. As long as we casually ask him, he will definitely give us a chance to work together again." Hearing Li Lei's words, Zhang Haoxuan relaxed. He turned to Li Lei and asked, "Are you sure? Are you sure Wang Xingli will forgive us and work with us again?" "Yes, I am sure,"
Li Lei replied confidently.
He knew Wang Xingli very well. Wang Xingli is so emotional that he was betrayed by Xie Huaijuan. Otherwise, he would have become a listed company long ago without waiting until now. Zhang Haoxuan felt like he was grabbing the last straw of hope and immediately stood up from his chair. "Let's go. We need to go to Jidong right now." Li Lei stood up and followed Zhang Haoxuan. Because of the success of Jinxiu Jidian, there are reporters everywhere outside Jidong's building, waiting and filming. Everyone wants to get an interview with Wang Xingli. Of course, the reporters most want is an exclusive interview with the mysterious Miss Jiang. If it weren't for Miss Jiang, the success of the Jidong game wouldn't be possible. Looking at the strict security system at Jidong's entrance and the reporters holding cameras, Zhang Haoxuan and Li Lei were stunned. They never thought that meeting Wang Xingli in person would be so difficult one day. Just then, a crowd surged forward. "Here he comes. Chairman Wang is here." With that voice, Wang Xingli, who had just gotten out of the car, was immediately surrounded. Countless microphones and cameras aimed at his face. "Hello, Chairman Wang. The downloads of Jinxiu Jidian are now close to 100 million. Can you share your feelings with everyone? Currently, no game on the international market has reached 100 million downloads. Jinxiu Jidian is the first." Wang Xingli smiled at the camera and said, "Honestly, I didn't expect to be here today. 2 months ago, because some people left, Jidong was a mess. But it's all thanks to Miss Jiang. If she hadn't developed Jinxiu Jidian, the first international AAA game, we wouldn't be where we are now." "Is Miss Jiang in the car? Can I interview her?" the reporter asked. "Sorry, Miss Jiang is very low-key. She doesn't like to appear in public." "Then, Chairman Wang, can you tell us Miss Jiang's name? Netizens and gamers are very curious about her."
"Sorry."
"Will Miss Jiang represent the company to compete for this year's Sky Award?" Although the voting results for the Sky Award haven't been announced yet, there is no doubt. Once, the Chen Group could still compete. Now, the Chen Group has become a joke in the industry. Even Chen Zijuan, a rare financial genius, has become a laughingstock. Hearing this question, Wang Xingli paused. "I'm not sure about that either. I need to discuss with Miss Jiang." "Mr. Wang, we have another question. Is Miss Jiang an employee or a shareholder of your company?" "She is a shareholder," Wang Xingli replied with a smile to the camera. "Not only that, Miss Jiang is our biggest shareholder. For us employees, she is more than just a shareholder. She is a belief, a light in the dark. It is because of her that our company has achieved its best today." Wang Xingli's words were not flattery, but came from the heart. For him, Jiangning is like a symbol of faith. It was true before, and it is even more so now. He would never betray Jiangning. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan waved at Wang Xingli through the excited crowd. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. They tried to get his attention, but there were too many people. Wang Xingli didn't even look their way. Suddenly, Li Lei seemed to remember something. Let's go, General Zhang, let's go over there. Zhang Haoxuan didn't know what Li Lei was planning but followed him. The two circled around the building of the company, then went to the back door. Since the company only became popular last night, security was not very tight. Plus, the back door was in a less visible spot, so reporters didn't find it. Li Lei had worked with the company for 2 or 3 years and knew everything very well. As soon as they entered, they saw Xia Huijin coming out of the elevator. Xia Huijin's face looked different from before, no longer confident but rather defeated, like a deflated balloon. He thought that after leaving the company and joining the Chung Group, he would have a bright future, becoming a major figure in the gaming industry. He believed he would be admired by many and leave a mark in the gaming world. He thought the company would fall apart because of his departure, becoming a sad memory of the times. But he didn't expect that reality would be so different from his dreams. The feeling of excitement didn't fall apart because of his departure. Instead, it beautifully marked the end of the first international 3A game. And what about him? After joining the Chung Group, he didn't become a major player in the gaming industry but ended up in such a poor state today because of the failure of the Chung Group. Now, his reputation in the circle has changed overnight. People call him a traitor, and some angry netizens even found his private social media accounts to criticize him. No game company dares to hire Xia Huijin anymore. No one knows how regretful Xia Huijin truly is. If he had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have left Excitement in the first place. If he had stayed, he would have been the only employee helping to complete the 3A game, and his status would naturally have risen. So, Xia Huijin's goal was the same as Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan. He came to beg Wang Xingli for another chance. But unfortunately, Wang Xingli didn't give him that opportunity. That's why Xia Huijin looked so dejected as he walked out of the elevator. Seeing Xia Huijin, Li Lei's eyes were full of sarcasm. Oh, isn't this Manager Xia, the backstabber? Why do you still have the face to come to Excitement now? Zhang Haoxuan also mocked Xia Huijin. Why did you do it in the first place if you knew it would end like this? If I were Wang Dong, I wouldn't forgive a petty person like you. Xia Huijin paused, looked up at Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan, and sneered. You're not much different from me. All traitors. Do you think Wang Dong will forgive you?
Ha! Dream on.
It's over. Li Lei, Zhang Haoxuan, you're both finished just like me. It's all over. By the end, Xia Huijin laughed wildly, looking crazy.
Li Lei frowned slightly.
Humph. We're not like you. We are true brothers to Wang Dong.
Right.
Zhang Haoxuan straightened his posture. Xia Huijin ignored them and staggered out, acting erratically. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan took the elevator to the top floor.
Ding.
The elevator doors opened. They saw Wang Xingli talking to his employees. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan immediately approached him, and, as if they had planned it, they knelt down in front of Wang Xingli. Mr. Wang, we know we were wrong. We apologize to you. Whatever punishment you give us is fine. Yes, we truly know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Li Lei cried and said, Director Wang, if you are willing to give us a chance, I will do anything you ask. Zhang Haoxuan nodded along. Mr. Li is right. Director Wang, please consider our past friendship and give us another chance. We swear that no matter what happens in the future, we will never betray you. Based on Li Lei's understanding of Wang Xingli, usually when he says this much, Wang Xingli would be moved and decide to give them another chance. But today, Wang Xingli only looked at them with a cold face, very frightening. Li Lei suddenly had a bad feeling. In the next second, Wang Xingli spoke again. I told you I only give you one chance. Even if you regret later, it's too late. And also, you're not here to apologize and you don't realize your mistake. The reason you're kneeling here today is just for profit. You're afraid of losing your comfortable life. Hearing Wang Xingli's words, Zhang Haoxuan and Li Lei were completely panicked. What should they do? It seems Wang Shengli doesn't want to forgive them anymore. Are they doomed to go bankrupt? No, that's not possible. No, it's not. Zhang Haoxuan cried and hugged Wang Shengli's leg. Director Wang, please give me another chance. I have elderly parents and children. I can't go bankrupt. Please show some mercy. Wang Shenli directly pushed Zhang Haoxuan's hand away. When you were hiring a driver for your dog and sending it to pet school, why didn't you think of this now? And you? Wang Shenli's gaze turned back to Li Lei. Your family still needs a security guard, right? Go back and hire one. Why waste time here? Wang Shenli fully retaliated for the insults Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan had inflicted on him last night. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan's faces instantly turned pale. Regret. They regretted so much they felt like their intestines were green. If they had known it would turn out like this, they definitely wouldn't have treated Wang Shenli so badly. But now, what's the use of regret? As he finished speaking, Wang Shenli looked at his secretary, call security, and have these two people removed. Also, from today, improve the entire group's security system. If there's ever another stranger breaking in, directly deduct the security captain's salary. The secretary immediately bowed. Yes, Director Wang. I will arrange it right away. Security quickly arrived. Li Lei and Zhang Haoxuan were dragged out by security, looking extremely embarrassed. They were utterly humiliated. Shen Yuan. Xiaobai accompanied Shen Jingnian to sleep until midnight, then quietly left the large bed, which was 2.5 meters wide, and quietly went to the Jiang family. Jiang Ning's bedroom window was open. That was specifically left open for Xiaobai. Xiaobai gently jumped in and comfortably curled up in Jiang Ning's arms, meowing softly, meow 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 Ning Ning. I'm here. Did you miss me, kitty? Half asleep, Jiang Ning hugged Xiaobai and kissed its big, chubby head. Xiaobai, you seem a bit fragrant today. Xiaobai's fur carried a faint mint scent and a subtle tobacco smell. It was just the scent Jiang Ning liked. Meow meow meow, isn't Dad's scent always so nice? Shen Jingnian woke up in the middle of the night, noticing Xiaobai was gone from the bed, but he didn't think much of it. He went to the bathroom and then continued to sleep. Later, in the middle of the night, he had a very vivid dream. So real it was hard to describe. The next morning, Shen Jingnian lifted the blanket and couldn't believe what he saw. His mind involuntarily recalled last night's dream. It was the first time he had such a dream. What made it worse was that the girl in his dream looked exactly like Jiang Ning. Her face, her voice, even her voice seemed the same. Shen Jingnian's face instantly flushed. Ding ding ding, at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Shen Jingnian's voice was hoarse and strained. It's me, Madame Zhang, came the voice outside. I'm here to collect the dirty laundry. No need, I want to sleep a little longer this morning. Shen Jingnian tried to sound normal. Madame Zhang was surprised. Sleep longer? That was very unusual. She had worked at Shen Garden for many years and knew Shen Jingnian was very disciplined and never slept in. Today, he wanted to sleep longer? It was like the sun was rising from the west. But Madame Zhang didn't think much and simply said, all right, ninth master, I'll come back later. After Madame Zhang left, Shen Jingnian got out of bed, took the quilt to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, no laundry detergent, so he used body wash instead, and began to wash the quilt by bending over. The prominent leader in the financial world, Shen family's head, Shen Jui, was surprisingly sitting alone in the bathroom washing the sheets. If others saw this scene, who would believe it? Fortunately, although there was no washing machine or laundry detergent in the room, there was a dryer. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to handle. After finishing washing the sheets, Shen Jingnian took a half-hour cold shower again, which finally eased his body's heat. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Madame Shen was already sitting at the breakfast table. She looked at the clock on the wall with some surprise and said, I remember Jingnian came back last night. The butler stepped forward respectfully and replied, Madam, you are right. Young Master 9 has returned. Then where is he? Madam, Shen asked quickly. Usually, he would have come downstairs for breakfast by now. But this morning, Shin Jingyan was nowhere to be seen in the living room. This made Madame Shun very confused. She knew her son well. Shin Jingyan is a strict person who disciplines himself. He never arrives late or leaves early. No matter how tired he is, he would wake up before 8:30 a.m. But now it was almost 9 o'clock. The butler smiled and said, "Just now, Sister Zhang said young Master 9 wanted to sleep a little longer today." Sleep a little longer? Madame Shun frowned slightly. That child recently had an illness. Could he be unwell again? Thinking of this, Madame Shun felt a bit nervous. She put down her chopsticks. "I should go upstairs and check." The butler followed her. They reached the elevator. The elevator doors opened. Shin Jingyan came out from inside. Madame Shun quickly grabbed his hand. "Jingyan, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" At this moment, Shin Jingyan looked no different from usual, cold and noble. Anyone seeing him wouldn't connect him with someone who had just washed his bedding early in the morning. "I'm fine," Shin Jingyan said curiously. "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" Madame Shin continued, "If you're fine, why are you waking up so late?" It was better if she hadn't asked. But once she did, Shin Jingyan remembered the dream from last night. He quickly suppressed his messy thoughts and looked at his mother.
I'm fine.
"I was just a little tired, so I slept a bit longer." "You're fine?" Madame Shun looked up at her son. "Why is your face still red? Do you have a fever?" As she spoke, she tiptoed to feel Shin Jingyan's forehead. But Shin Jingyan is 192 centimeters tall, while Madame Shun is only 162 centimeters. There was a big gap between them, and she couldn't reach his forehead. Frustrated, she angrily patted his shoulder. "You little brat, why are you growing so tall, and still not mature?" And growing taller doesn't mean growing smarter. Who knows when she might bring her daughter-in-law back home? Shin Jingyan obediently lowered his head.
Mom, I really am fine.
"I was just a little hot." Ensuring her son was safe, Madame Shin finally relaxed and turned to the housekeeper, asking him to lower the air conditioner's temperature a bit. While eating breakfast, Shin Jingyan said, "Mom, I need to fly to M Country tonight at 10 o'clock and will be back the day after tomorrow." "All right." Madame Shin nodded. "Be careful on the way, and remember to send me a message when you arrive in M Country." "Okay." "Do you have free time during the day?" Madame Shin suddenly seemed to remember something. "What's wrong, Mom?" Shin Jingyan looked at her. Madame Shun picked up a gift box. "Last time Ningning came to our house, I prepared a small gift for her, but forgot to give it to her. Can you help me deliver it? Also, she really likes pineapple and white strawberries. Please bring some for her." When she heard Ningning's name, a not appropriate for children image involuntarily appeared in Shin Jingyan's mind. "Mom, I might not have time during the day. Even if you're busy, you need to make time." Madame Shun put down her chopsticks. "Don't make me use idioms to scold you again." Shin Jingyan. After finishing breakfast, just as Shin Jingyan was about to leave, Su Ruoying approached him. "Brother Shin." Shin Jingyan slightly frowned, as if he hadn't seen her, and simply walked past her. Although Shin Jingyan ignored her, Su Ruoying was not discouraged and continued to follow him. "Brother Shin, where are you going?" "My car broke down today. Can you give me a ride?"
No.
Shin Jingyan stopped impatiently, speaking coldly. "Su Ruoying, a person should know their limits. I've already made myself clear. Please stay away from me." Su Ruoying's eyes reddened for a moment. She had chased Shin Jingyan for so many years, but his heart remained as cold as stone. Isn't it said that women chasing men is like a veil lifting? Why doesn't it work for her?
But
she couldn't give up now. Shin Jingyan only rejected her because he hadn't realized his feelings yet. He wasn't just cold to her, he was like that to all girls. Once Shin Jingyan figures out his feelings, he would naturally be moved by her. Watching Shin Jingyan drive away, Su Ruoying felt full of confidence. One day, Shin Jingyan would see her and fall in love with her. Until the taillights of the luxury car disappeared from her sight, Su Ruoying looked away and took out a cat treat from her bag, beginning to look for Little White. Someone who couldn't catch Shin Jingyan's heart could still build a good relationship with his cat. Unfortunately, Sun Jingnan is very cold, not only in personality, but even his cat is unusually aloof. Su Ruoying keeps trying different ways to feed the cat with various canned foods and treats, but she still hasn't succeeded in feeding Xiaobai. Every time Xiaobai sees her, it runs far away. However, this time, Su Ruoying is very confident. A friend who raises cats introduced her to these treats, claiming no cat could resist their temptation. Soon, Su Ruoying saw Xiaobai hiding behind some bushes. Xiaobai, come here. Su Ruoying quickly tore open the treat package. Xiaobai's nose is very sensitive, and it immediately smelled the tempting aroma. Meow meow meow, it unconsciously moved towards Su Ruoying. Seeing Xiaobai respond and come closer, Su Ruoying felt very excited.
Come here, Xiaobai.
I have delicious treats for you. She was almost able to pet Xiaobai, and her smile grew brighter. This was a good start for her. As long as she could get Xiaobai to trust her, it wouldn't be long before she could approach Sun Jingnan. Watching Xiaobai about to eat the treat and knowing she was about to pet it, Su Ruoying's heart pounded quickly. She carefully reached out her hand.
Meow.
At this moment, Xiaobai seemed to realize something and quickly ran away. Clearly, Xiaobai was quick to react and fast to run. In just a few seconds, it was far away. Su Ruoying looked at the untouched treat with a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, the weather was nice today, and since school is about to start, Jiangning decided to go out to see a movie with Yu Qianlong. Going on a date with a girl, she naturally dressed nicely. Today, she wore a white dress, her hair tied in a bun, revealing her beautiful and elegant collarbones. She rarely wore dresses, and she looked like a fairy descending from the sky. Jiangning was in a good mood, humming a famous opera tune as she arrived outside her community, ready to catch a taxi. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped in front of her. The door opened, and Cheng Zijuan looked at Jiangning with a cold expression and gave her a strict command. Jiangning, get in the car. I have something to talk to you about. Get in the car? Is Cheng Zijuan crazy? She had already made everything clear. Why was he still coming? Jiangning took a few steps to the side, too tired to pay attention to Cheng Zijuan. Sorry, I have nothing to say to you. Cheng Zijuan frowned slightly. What was Jiangning doing? Still playing hard to get? Had she finally had enough? Cheng Zijuan snorted coldly and spoke as if giving charity. Enough. Jiangning, I agree to remarry you. Jiangning must have been very happy to hear that. After all, isn't her biggest hope to remarry him? Jiangning. Cheng Zijuan, are you crazy? I already told you I won't remarry you. I have no feelings for you anymore. Please don't delude yourself anymore. If I haven't made myself clear enough, I can write it down and stick it on your monument. Jiangning, I warn you, people's patience has limits. Cheng Zijuan couldn't bear it anymore and got out of the car, walking over to Jiangning. You don't want to remarry me and also want me to truly love you, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. The only person I love is Shuyi. Agreeing to remarry is already my biggest concession. The place in my heart only belongs to Shuyi forever. Now, you must come back with me to the Chung Group and get the Skyward Award this year. Also, Shuyi is a generous woman. She doesn't mind your existence, but you are not allowed to trouble her again. By the way, I heard you're now the biggest shareholder. The acquisition document is ready. If you want to remarry me, come back now and sign the papers. Don't even think about other things that don't belong to you. Hearing these narcissistic and childish words, Jiangning was stunned. She had never known that someone could be so narcissistic to Cheng Zijuan's extent, with no bottom line. It was truly disgusting. Like a fly. Impossible to shake off. Hiss. Another screech of brakes. Then, the car door opened and a tall, handsome figure stepped out from the back seat. The man wore a high-end handmade suit worth 7 figures, exuding an aura of restraint, coldness, and strength that made people afraid to look directly at him. The oppressive atmosphere was so strong that even Cheng Zijuan was forced to step back several steps. In contrast to the man's powerful presence, Cheng Zijuan looked like a small bodyguard, with no sense of existence. The man walked straight to Jiangning, grabbed her wrist gently, and pulled her into his arms. His thin chin pressed against her head, and his deep, magnetic voice sounded above her, declaring his dominance. Sorry, Ningning, I arrived late. Even Jiangning was slightly stunned. From her perspective, she could see Shen Jingnian's sharp, defined profile, and then the sound of his heartbeat reached her ears. Strong and steady. Thump, thump, thump. Again and again.
It felt very strange.
This was the first time Jiangning was hugged around the waist by a man. Through the thin fabric of her clothes, she could even feel the heat radiating from his palm. It was incredibly hot. Her breathing grew heavier. She almost forgot how to react. Until Shen Jingnian looked at Cheng Zijuan and spoke again. Ningning is my girlfriend now. Please don't bother her anymore. Shen Jingnian's voice was very cold, like a layer of ice. Hearing this, Cheng Zijuan's face broke out in cold sweat, layer after layer. Is Jiangning his girlfriend?
How could that be?
Isn't Jiangning's favorite person supposed to be him? They just divorced a few months ago. Why does Jiangning have a boyfriend so quickly?
And
why does Jiangning's boyfriend look so much like someone else?
Like
Shin Juri. Although Cheng Zijuan didn't want to admit it, the man in front of him, handsome and extraordinary, did resemble Shen Jingnian quite a bit. Because Shen Jingnian was very low profile and never gave interviews, Cheng Zijuan had never seen him in person. He only saw Shen Jingnian once from afar at a banquet, surrounded by stars. This man not only had similar features to Shen Jingnian but also had such a powerful presence. Jiangning also reached out to hold Shen Jingnian's waist, immediately switching to acting mode. Yes, Shen Jingnian is my boyfriend. Dear, didn't we agree to watch a movie together? Why are you so late? Shen Jingnian? It really was Shen Jingnian. Hearing his name, Cheng Zijuan's legs went weak. How did Jiangning manage to get close to Shen Jingnian? No, it's impossible. This person couldn't be Shen Jingnian. Shen Jingnian was a top-tier big shot. Why would he fall for Jiangning, a divorced woman? Jiangning smelled nice and felt soft. They were very close now. Not only could Jiangning hear Shen Jingnian's heartbeat, but Shen Jingnian could also feel Jiangning's heartbeat. The scent on Jiangning's body, a fresh plum after snow, filled his nose completely. It was a scent that couldn't be replicated by artificial perfume. Shen Jingnian's whole body stiffened. He felt a strange fire inside him that he couldn't suppress, no matter what. His throat felt like it was on fire. Sorry, Ningning, I tried to control myself, but Shen Jingnian's voice is still very hoarse, and his eyes are full of deep affection. I had some urgent matters to handle, so I was late. It won't happen again. If Jiangning looked up now, she would see that Shen Jingnian's face was very red, and his neck was also flushed. Shen Jingnian's eyes are full of tenderness, and his voice is soft and gentle, very different from his usual self. Even Jiangning can't tell if he's sincere or pretending. Shen Jingnian is a good actor. He could easily join the entertainment industry. Seeing Jiangning quickly find a new boyfriend, and that this new boyfriend might be a top boss like Shen Jingnian, makes Cheng Zijin feel very upset and confused.
Why?
He is Jiangning's true love and special person. Why does Jiangning like someone else so fast? The more Cheng Zijin thinks about it, the more uncomfortable he feels, almost unable to breathe. He points at Jiangning and says, Sir, you probably don't know. Jiangning is not only my ex-wife, but also someone I didn't want anymore.
He
thought Shen Jingnian would reject Jiangning after hearing this, since no man would want a second-hand person. So, Jiangning would be abandoned again. Thinking of this, Cheng Zijin feels very pleased. But before he finishes speaking, he gets hit hard in the face with a fist.
Bang!
He falls to the ground, his face swelling up like a pig's head, and his joints hit the floor heavily, as if they might break. But that's not the end. In the next second, a man in handmade leather shoes kicks him in the groin with force.
Ah!
A loud, pig-like scream fills the air. Cheng Zijin curls up, clutching his groin, trembling on the ground, his face twisted in pain. It hurts. So much pain. He feels both pain and fear. Will he break apart? Shen Jingnian's sharp features seem covered with an icy layer, looking down at Cheng Zijin from above. Listen carefully. No matter who Jiangning was before, she is mine now. Today is just a small warning. If you dare to bother her again or spread rumors about her, I will make sure you have no descendants. After speaking, Sun Jingnian takes a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wipes his hand as if he's contaminated with a virus, then throws it disgustedly onto Cheng's face. After washing her hands, Sun Jingnian gently placed his hand around Jiangning's waist. His voice still carried a deep, magnetic tone. Ningning, let's go. Jiangning's thoughts were pulled back by Sun Jingnian's words. Jiangning is mine. She nodded slightly and got into the car. His two assistants stayed behind to handle the aftermath. After helping Jiangning close the car door, Sun Jingnian also got into the car from the other side. The inside of the car was very cold, just enough to block out the heat outside. Jiangning turned to look at Sun Jingnian. He was looking at her at the same moment. Their eyes met. He had deep, captivating phoenix eyes, almost bottomless, like an ancient well. Her eyes were clear and delicate, with a hint of water light that seemed to enchant and captivate. Both of them froze for a moment. Jiangning was the first to react. Mr. Shen, thank you for helping me just now. If it weren't for you, that pest Cheng Zijuan might still bother me in the future. Jiangning felt that after this, Cheng Zijuan probably wouldn't dare to bother her again. Even Sun Jingnian's last move made her feel a chill down her spine. Miss Jiang, Sun Jingnian cleared his throat, trying to suppress his own heat. I was too abrupt just now. Because of the special situation, I pretended to be your boyfriend. It's okay, it's okay. I should thank you. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. All right, Miss Jiang. Sun Jingnian didn't hold back. Where are you going? I'll have the driver take you. Jiangning smiled slightly. We're so familiar now, just call me Ningning from now on. Like everyone else. Okay. Sun Jingnian nodded slightly. You can call me by my name too. Sun Jingnian? Jiangning asked. Yes. The driver in the front was stunned. Calling him by his full name? Most importantly, Ninth Master actually agreed and wasn't angry at all. Not just in City A. Probably not even in all of China could anyone dare to call their Ninth Master by his full name like that. It seemed that Jiangning's position in his heart was truly special. If it weren't for seeing and hearing it with his own eyes and ears, who would believe it? Who would believe it? So, Ningning, where are you headed? Sun Jingnian continued the previous topic. Hearing her name from his mouth had an indescribable charm, so soothing and pleasant. Jiangning hesitated for a moment and then said, I have a date with Sanyu to watch a movie at Wudong Square. 沈经年轻轻点头，对前座的司机说：“马叔，去梧桐广场。”好的，九爷。马叔恭敬地回答。江宁微微侧头，接着问：“你呢？你怎么会突然出现在我家小区门口？”是我妈让我来的。沈经年回答。伯母。沈经年点点头，对，她有东西要给你，但上次忘了带，所以让我送过来。什么东西啊？江宁很好奇。一些吃的，还有一个小礼物。伯母太客气了吧？这怎么好意思？没事，她很喜欢你，也很感激你救过我，所以宁宁你不用担心。说到这里，沈经年停顿了一下，等我把你送到梧桐广场后，再让司机把这些东西送到你家去。你家住几零几？5栋101，我爷爷应该在家。江宁回答。好的。车子一路飞快地驶向梧桐广场。沈经年下车帮江宁拉开车门。宁宁，如果以后再遇到那只苍蝇，可以随时给我发微信或者打电话。那只苍蝇自然是指程子俊。江宁微微点头，好的，谢谢。不客气。两人互相道别后，沈经年上了车。马叔，先送我去公司，然后把后备箱里的东西送到江小姐那。好的，九爷。几分钟后，沈经年又开口，算了，还是我自己去一趟吧。母亲让他亲自去一趟，他觉得直接让司机去不太好，太不尊重人。马叔愣了一下，九爷，那您暂时不回公司了吗？先去江小姐家。好的。
马叔表面平静，心里却波涛汹涌。看来九爷对江小姐真的很不同。啧，这真是老房子着火了，而且火势很猛。沈经年靠在后座，从车载冰箱里拿出一瓶冰矿泉水，拧开盖子，一口气喝了大半瓶。冰凉的水入喉，感觉身体的燥热似乎减轻了一些。马叔刚好可以看到沈经年喝水的样子。啧，老房子着火，果然不一样。喝完水，沈经年从口袋里拿出手机，打开游戏。没错，锦绣之巅的电脑端可以和手机端同步，这也是为什么一夜之间锦绣之巅能风靡全球的原因。
Sun Jingnian uses a foldable screen device. Just logged into the beautiful peak, Shen Jingnian clicked into the adventure villa. He first opened Phyllis's profile. Phyllis is not online. The system shows she was online 2 hours ago. Shen Jingnian opened Phyllis's details. Age, private. Gender, private. Only one game duration recorded. 26 hours. Shen Jingnian's eyes narrow slightly. He finds her interesting. Although he doesn't know her gender, Shen Jingnian thinks she might be male, since girls usually like chess more. Shen Jingnian went back to the peach blossom tree from yesterday and unexpectedly found a new chess game set up on the stone table. This game was very different from yesterday's. The difficulty was clearly higher by at least one level. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Jiang family's house. Shen Jingnian still couldn't solve this chess problem. Ma Shu spoke to remind him, "Ninth Master, we are downstairs at Miss Zhang's house." Shen Jingnian finally realized, opened the door, got out, and went to the trunk. He took the gift from Ma Shu and said, "I can go alone. You wait outside." Okay. Shen Jingnian carried the gift and stopped at door 101. Since there was no doorbell, he could only knock with one hand. Bang bang, soon, the door opened. Who was it? The person opening the door was old Master Jiang. "Grandpa Jiang? I am Ningning's friend, here to bring her something." For some reason, Shen Jingnian, who is usually confident and experienced, felt a bit nervous in front of old Master Jiang. Very nervous. And it was strange, something he had never felt before. "Oh, so you're Ningning's friend. Come in and sit." Old Master Jiang quickly welcomed him inside. Shen Jingnian stepped into the house. His high-end, elegant suit looked out of place in the simple rental home. Old Master Jiang could tell right away that Shen Jingnian was not an ordinary person and asked with a smile, "May I ask your surname?" Shen Jingnian quickly replied, "Grandpa Jiang. My surname is Shen. My full name is Shen Jingnian. Just call me Little Shen." Little Shen? Little Shen. If anyone else had heard this, they might be shocked by Shen Jingnian's nickname. In China, even internationally, everyone calls him Ninth Master with respect. But now he had old Master Jiang call him Little Shen. Old Master Jiang looked at Shen Jingnian with admiration in his eyes. This young man may not look like an ordinary person, but he is humble and polite, very different from wealthy people who look down on others. He also looks very handsome. "I like this young man." "Okay, Xiao Shen, sit down quickly. I'll make tea for you." "Grandpa Jiang, no trouble." Shen Jingnian stopped Grandpa Jiang from making tea. "I have something to do, and need to go back to the company immediately." "Are you going back now?" "Yes." Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. "Then I'll call Ningning and tell her." "No need," Shen Jingnian explained. "I just met Ningning on the way here." "All right then." Since Shen Jingnian had other things to do, Grandpa Jiang didn't insist on him staying for tea. He personally saw Shen Jingnian to the door, smiling as he said, "Xiao Shen, come visit us often in the future." Uncle Ma was standing at the car door. When he heard the nickname Xiao Shen, he was quite upset.
Who is this old man?
He dares to call Shen Jingnian that? Could he be Miss Zhang's grandfather? The next moment, Shen Jingnian's answer confirmed Uncle Ma's suspicion. He smiled and said, "Okay, Grandpa Jiang. You and Ningning are welcome to visit any time." Grandpa Jiang happily saw Shen Jingnian into the car and waved with a smile. "Xiao Shen, drive safely and take care." Shen Jingnian sat upright in the car and waved goodbye to Grandpa Jiang. Only after the car left the community did Xin Jingnian take out his phone and log into Jin Xiu Dian to continue solving the previous puzzle. Meanwhile, Zhang Ning arrived at Wudong Square and successfully met Yu Qianlong. Yu Qianlong had already bought milk tea and popcorn. Seeing Zhang Ning come over, she waved happily. Ning, over here. Zhang Ning jogged over. Sorry, March. I ran into some small trouble on the way and was late. When Yu Qianlong heard about the trouble, she asked nervously, Ning, are you okay? Do you need help? No, I've already solved it, Zhang Ning replied. That's good. Yu Qianlong handed her the milk tea. Ning, this is your favorite full-sugar Tianzhu fragrant taro balls. Thanks. March. Zhang Ning took the milk tea, took a big sip, and looked very satisfied. There's nothing happier than drinking a full-sugar, iced milk tea on a hot summer day. Yu Qianlong linked her arm with Zhang Ning's. Ning, the movie starts in 10 minutes. Let's go in. Okay. Zhang Ning followed Yu Qianlong's lead. Yu Qianlong then asked, by the way, Ning, what level have you reached in the Pinnacle of Splendor? I think it's level 15, Zhang Ning replied. She hasn't cleared many levels. Most of the time, she prefers to stay at the Adventure Mountain Villa, playing chess, planting flowers, and teasing the birds. Yu Qianlong smiled and said, I'm already level 20. I didn't believe before that the thrill could complete a 3A game, but now, wow. It's really amazing. I wonder what the developer of Pinnacle of Splendor, Miss Jiang, looks like. I really want to meet her. She made such a great game. She must be a remarkable person. Zhang Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you talking about Miss Jiang? Yes, Yu Qianlong nodded slightly. Yes, I really admire her. Zhang Ning smiled and said, she's far away, but close at heart. Yu Qianlong was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Ning, are you joking? Miss Jiang is a gaming expert. People online say that mysterious Miss Jiang is a talented student from a famous foreign university, and she's nearly 40 years old. Zhang Ning is only 19. As she laughed, Yu Qianlong suddenly thought of something. Don't say it, Ning. It's quite a coincidence. You have the same surname as the developer of Pinnacle of Splendor, Miss Jiang. Zhang Ning remained silent with a smile. After watching the movie, it was still early. Zhang Ning wanted to visit the sales office at the Wan City Villa. She had already decided to buy a big villa for old Master Jiang. She couldn't go back on her word. Pinnacle of Splendor had been very successful since its launch. Zhang Ning's bank account was not lacking money, and with school starting soon, moving to the Wan City Villa would be more convenient. Yu Qianlong turned to look at Zhang Ning. Ning, are you planning to buy a house? Yes, Zhang Ning replied. Yu Qianlong smiled. What a coincidence. Wan City Villa is one of my dad's projects. I'll ask him to give you a unit. He's been wondering what to give you. The Yu family is involved in many businesses. Real estate is just one of their many projects. No need. Zhang Ning quickly refused. It's March now. Why would I accept a house from Uncle? I'll buy it myself. What do you mean, no need? Ning, you're my great benefactor? It's just a house, nothing special. My dad is in this business. Come on, let's go see the Wan City Villa. There are ready-to-move-in luxury villas. Yu Qianlong really didn't take this matter seriously. March, you've already given me and Grandpa many things before. If you give me more, I won't buy a house at the Wan City Villa anymore. Zhang Ning kept a serious face. The villa in Wancheng costs over 50,000 per square meter, and even the cheapest one costs over 30 million. She naturally couldn't accept such an expensive gift from Yu Qianlong. Yu Qianlong truly regarded Zhang Ning as her best friend. She liked giving her friends gifts. If this had been an old friend, hearing she was giving a villa, they would have been very happy. But Zhang Ning immediately refused. It seems. This is the difference between people. All right, Ning. Since you don't want it, maybe I can give you a discount? If a discount isn't possible, what kind of friends are we? In the end, Yu Qianlong also looked serious. Okay, this time Zhang Ning didn't refuse. She took Yu Qianlong's arm. Let's go see it first. Yu Qianlong is the daughter of a property developer. So when they entered the sales office, they received the best treatment. The manager personally welcomed Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong. Yu Qianlong said, "Ningning is my best sister. Manager Wang, take us to see the best decorated, most spacious standalone villa." Besides standalone villas, Wancheng also has semi-detached villas. Semi-detached villas are naturally not as good as standalone ones. Wancheng villas are very close to number 1 middle school and have excellent greenery and environment, perfect for elderly residents. Soon, Jiang Ning liked a luxurious European-style villa. "Let's take this one." "How much is it?" Jiang Ning asked. Manager Wang quickly said, "This villa is 880 square meters, with 8 rooms, fully decorated, smart appliances throughout, all high-end brands. The fixed price is 50 million. Since you're my best friend's sister and want good luck, I can offer a discounted price of 18 million. 18 million? Jiang Ning looked at Yu Qianlong. "That's so cheap. Won't it lose money?" "It won't lose money at all. Ningning, you know this industry is very profitable. We usually sell to relatives and friends at this price." Manager Wang, right? Manager Wang quickly nodded. Yes. Miss Jiang, you're right. This is our normal internal price." All right, Jiang Ning was quite satisfied with this villa. "I'll pay by card. Do you need a loan?" Manager Wang asked. Although 18 million is cheap, for most middle-class families, it's still a large sum. "Nonet, Yang Ning replied." This surprised Manager Wang a little. Jiang Ning was dressed simply, without any luxury brands on her. She still thought Yu Qianlong was just an ordinary friend of hers. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning was able to pay the full amount of 18 million yuan in cash. Indeed, you can't judge a person by their clothes. "Miss Jiang, please come with me." After successfully paying and signing many contracts, Manager Wang said, "Miss Jiang, the property certificate should be ready in about a week. Here are the keys to the villa. You can move in any time. Once the certificate is done, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you." "Okay, thank you." Jiang Ning took the keys. Yu Qianlong smiled and said, "Congratulations, Ningning, on getting a luxury house. When are you moving? I'll come help you settle into your new home." Jiang Ning looked at her phone and checked the calendar. "Let's do it the day after tomorrow. That day looks good." "All right, I'll come to your house the day after tomorrow."
Great.
"I'll prepare some of your favorite dishes then." Yu Qianlong continued, "That small yard is nice. We can even have a barbecue outside." "Sounds good." Jiang Ning nodded slightly and said, "In March, I still want to thank you for saving me several tens of millions. If you want to eat anything tonight, it's on me. Let's go to Xiaohua Restaurant. I haven't eaten there in a long time." Xiaohua Restaurant was a small roadside eatery. Although it wasn't a fancy restaurant, the food was surprisingly good. Yu Qianlong, raised in wealth, was not at all pretentious and loved trying all kinds of delicious food. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also loved food and was willing to try everything, whether it was a 6-star Michelin restaurant or a roadside stall. Jiang Ning always enjoyed her meals, believing food had no class distinctions. It was only 5:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance of Xiaohua Restaurant, many people were already queuing. Because the prices were low, most of the diners were local residents, taxi drivers, or nearby workers. It was still early, so Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong weren't in a hurry. They queued and chatted while waiting. The 2 young women, smiling brightly among the crowd, looked lively and youthful, attracting many passers-by to look back. Hisuasua, passing by with her classmate Lin Wani, saw Jiang Ning queuing among the crowd. Hisuasua snorted coldly. Look at that poor village girl's poverty-stricken look. With someone like Jiang Ning, she probably wouldn't be able to afford a high-end restaurant in her lifetime. And she had just dined at an expensive restaurant where the average bill was over 300 yuan, enjoying premium service. From now on, she would be part of the upper class, while Jiang Ning would always be a lower-class person. Lin Wani asked curiously, "Do you know anyone in the line ahead?" "No. How could I know such a lowly person?" Hisuasua quickly denied. Lin Wani's family is also in business and much wealthier than the He family. Hisuasua definitely can't let Lin Wani meet someone like Jiang Ning, a small-town girl. That would only lower her status. Lin Wani smiled and said, "Good, I don't know her. I thought you knew people like that." He Sua linked arms with Lin Wani. "Let's go, Wani. Standing in such a poor place for too long isn't good for our family's luck." Lin Wani nodded. "Oh, you're right. Let's go quickly." They moved so fast as if this place was really poor. After waiting 30 minutes, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong finally got a small table. Jiang Ning isn't picky about food, so she left the ordering to Yu Qianlong. Jiang Ning took out her phone and logged into Jinxiu Jidian. Almost immediately, she received a new message from the system. "Ms. Phyllis, welcome back. Your latest Go endgame windbreaker has been solved by us. Please be aware." Jiang Ning was surprised. It was solved again. So impressive? Who is she? Able to repeatedly solve her endgames. Her endgames are all original, with no online guides available. Moreover, S not only solved her endgame but also left a new one for her to solve. It was extremely difficult, even more challenging than her previous endgames, with a very high skill level. Clearly a professional Go player. Looking at the endgame on the board, Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. This time, she truly met her match. Interesting. Jiang Ning hadn't felt this way about a challenge in a long time. This was the first time. She slightly smiled, a beautiful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yu Qianlong looked up and saw Jiang Ning smiling at her phone. Curious, she asked Ningning, "Are you in love?" "No." Jiang Ning closed her phone. "Why do you ask? I see you smiling so brightly at your phone." It seems only when in love that she would smile like that. "Oh, you mean that," Jiang Ning said with a smile. "It's because I met a compatible player in the game." Hearing this, Yu Qianlong became interested. "Is it a guy or a girl?" "Online dating." "It feels very exciting." "I don't know." Jiang Ning shook her head. "They set their gender as private in the game." "Keep the gender a secret?" Yu Qianlong suddenly lost interest and said if it's a man, he must be an ugly guy. If it were a handsome man, who would hide his gender? Thinking of this, Yu Qianlong looked at Jiang Ning. "Ningning, don't be fooled. There are many scammers online now." "I know." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Yu Qianlong handed the menu to Jiang Ning again. "I've already ordered the food. Take a look and see if it's okay." Jiang Ning took the menu. "That's fine, no problem." After speaking, Jiang Ning rinsed a glass with water, then rinsed another for Yu Qianlong. But Yu Qianlong rested her chin on her hand, watching Jiang Ning with sparkling eyes. As expected, beautiful people are beautiful. Even pouring water and rinsing glasses look so nice. Jiang Ning handed the rinse glass to Yu Qianlong and curiously asked, "San Yu, why are you looking at me like that?" "Because you're good-looking." "Ningning, if I were a boy, I would definitely pursue you." Yang Ning tuklet softly. "I know someone even prettier." "Really? Really?" Jiang Ning continued. "I have her photo. Do you want to see?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yu Qianlong quickly nodded. She loved looking at beautiful women the most. Jiang Ning lowered her head, took out a photo from her bag, and handed it to Yu Qianlong. "Here." Yu Qianlong took the photo, and when she saw the person in it, she was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Ningning, you're so good at making people happy." What she saw wasn't a photo at all, but a small mirror she carried with her. The reflection was naturally herself. Jiang Ning looked at Yu Qianlong seriously and said, "You are already very beautiful." Yu Qianlong's smile became even brighter. Yu Qianlong really liked Jiang Ning. She always had positive energy and could lift up those around her, like a little sun, never transmitting negative emotions. It was already past 8 p.m. After dinner, Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong each went home. At home, Old Master Jiang and Zhou Jinpeng had already finished eating. Zhou Jinpeng packed several suitcases. Seeing Jiang Ning return, he smiled and said, "Ningning, Grandpa Zhou is preparing to leave tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Jiang Ning was surprised. "So soon?" "Yes," Zhou Jinpeng nodded. "My hometown has everything ready. Going back early will give you peace of mind. As people grow older, they all have a heart that longs to return to their roots." Jing Ning then said, Grandpa Zhou, we are about to move in 2 days. Would you like to wait until we finish moving before going back? Moving? Hearing this word, old Grandpa Jiang and Zhou Jinpeng were both surprised. Old Grandpa Jiang quickly asked, Ning Ning, haven't we just moved not long ago? Why are we moving again? Where are we moving this time? It has been less than 2 months since they moved into building number 5. Jing Ning looked back at old Grandpa Jiang and said, Grandpa, I told you I want you to live in a big villa, right? This house is just a temporary place. The villa is already bought and fully decorated. I checked it out, and the date 2 days from now is good. After 2 days, we will move there to live. The villa has already been bought? Old Grandpa Jiang's eyes widened, as if he thought he was hearing things. Zhou Jinpeng, hearing Jing Ning's words, swallowed nervously in disbelief. Ning Ning, what did you say? You bought a big villa? First, they bought the property management of the community to help old Grandpa Jiang. Now they bought a big villa. It must be said that Jing Ning really impressed Zhou Jinpeng. What kind of 19-year-old girl can be so amazing? Yes, Jing Ning nodded slightly. I just bought it today. Old Grandpa Jiang quickly asked, Ning Ning, are you joking with us? No, I'm not joking. Jing Ning took out her phone and checked the time. Grandpa Zhou, it's only after 8 o'clock now. Do you want to go see the new house with me? Yes. Zhou Jinpeng said with a smile, I haven't seen the big villa yet. This time, I can also enjoy Ning Ning's good fortune. Let's go now, Jing Ning said. Old Grandpa Jiang added, wait a moment, I need to change my clothes. He wanted to put on the new clothes his granddaughter bought for him to see the big villa. Okay, I'll wait for you. Old Grandpa Jiang quickly changed clothes, taking only about 3 to 5 minutes. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at Wanqing Villa. Standing inside the luxurious decorated villa, old Grandpa Jiang finally believed it was real. This wasn't a dream. Oh my goodness! His granddaughter really let him live in a big villa. Old Grandpa Jiang never expected that, at his age, about to pass away, he could still live in a big villa in his lifetime. This feeling was hard to describe with words. Zhou Jinpeng was even more shocked. He looked around the villa, amazed, and exclaimed, Ning Ning, such a luxurious big villa. It must be worth a lot of money, right? Jing Ning smiled and said, Grandpa Zhou, this house belongs to my friend's family. Her father is a developer, so she gave me an internal price of only 18 million yuan. It's not expensive. 18 million? Not expensive? Is that considered not expensive? An ordinary person might never earn 18 million in their lifetime. Hearing this, old Master Jiang immediately asked, Ning Ning, is that little girl called March? Yes, Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Zhou Jinpeng, standing beside old Master Jiang, couldn't help but envy. Old Jiang, you really raised a good granddaughter. You're lucky to enjoy happiness in your old age. Although Jiang Ning isn't related by blood to old Master Jiang, she is much more filial than most blood-related grandchildren. Old Master Jiang also looked very happy. Ning Ning has always been very filial since she was little. Both elderly people were seeing a large villa for the first time. Everything felt new and interesting to them. They kept touching and looking around. When old Master Jiang heard Jiang Ning say that the whole house's appliances were AI-powered, he looked at her curiously. Ning Ning, what do you mean by AI in the whole house? Jiang Ning explained, for example, if you want to turn off the lights, just say, George, turn off the lights, and it will do it. Old Master Jiang immediately asked George, turn off the lights. Snap. The lights went out. Old Master Jiang asked, and if I want to turn the lights on? Zhou Jinpeng, standing nearby, smiled and said, I know. Just say, George, turn on the lights. Almost as soon as Zhou Jinpeng finished speaking, the lights turned on. Both elderly people were very happy to experience AI for the first time. They were as excited as children, especially old Master Jiang, who kept talking to the curtains by the floor-to-ceiling window, asking them to open and close several times. Old Master Jiang sighed. Technology is really advancing more and more. 60 years ago, we couldn't even get enough food in the countryside. Who would have thought we could live such a good life now? Yes. It's hard to imagine how fast the times are changing. Zhou Jinpeng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Old Master Jiang remembered the day he came out of the He family with Jiang Ning. At that time, Jiang Ning pointed to this villa area and told him she wanted him to live in a big villa in the future to enjoy his old age. Back then, Old Master Jiang thought his granddaughter was just comforting him. But unexpectedly, she had already made her words come true so quickly. After watching the villa for over an hour, Old Master Jiang and Zhou Jinpeng decided to leave. Jiang Ning ordered a ride through her phone. When she got home, it was already past 10 at night. Jiang Ning opened her bedroom door, and Xiao Bai jumped onto her. Meow 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 wah wah. Dear Ning Ning is finally back. She has been waiting so long that even the flowers are about to wither. Little White, you're here again? Are you hungry? Sister will open a can for you. Jiang Ning holds Little White in one arm and opens the cabinet with the other, taking out a can and opening it easily with one hand. Her movements are surprisingly stylish. Little White, sister is moving to a new house the day after tomorrow. Would you like to go visit the new place with me? Meow meow meow. Little White loves Jiang Ning so much. While eating the can, he responds happily. Jiang Ning sits at her computer, opens Splendid Peak, enters Adventure Villa, and begins solving the puzzle left by S. She is not in a hurry. She repeatedly imagines the game's scene in her mind. What was once a deadlock suddenly becomes clear, like a bright light breaking through darkness, revealing a new path. Jiang Ning clicks the mouse and makes a move. Congratulations! You have successfully solved the puzzle Willow Fluff. A slight smile appears on Jiang Ning's face. Shun Jingnian boards a plane heading to Country M. The flight takes 20 hours. On the plane, there is Wi-Fi. Shun Jingnian connects and opens Splendid Peak. Almost immediately after entering Adventure Villa, a system message pops up. Hello, Mr. S. Welcome back. Your latest Go puzzle Willow Fluff has been solved by player Phyllis. Please be aware. Shun Jingnian pauses at this message. It was solved so quickly. Remember, Willow Fluff was a puzzle that even the former Go champion couldn't solve in 7 days. This shows that Phyllis is truly extraordinary. Shun Jingnian quickly opens Phyllis's profile and finds that she logged in an hour ago, with only 2 hours of online time. That means Phyllis solved Willow Fluff within 2 hours. It's incredible. Shun Jingnian's eyes narrow slightly as he can't help but wonder, what kind of person is capable of such high talent in the game, discovering the entrance to Adventure Villa immediately and solving Willow Fluff in just 2 hours? Besides Jiang Ning, Shun Jingnian has never been so curious about anyone before. Yunjia. Yun Haotian searched for the entrance to Adventure Villa in the Misty Woods for a long time, but couldn't find it. He gave up and sent a message to Shun Jingnian. Little uncle, send me the code for the entrance to Adventure Villa. I want to go in and have a look. People really are different. He spent the whole day searching for the entrance to the Adventure Mountain Villa, but couldn't find it. His brother-in-law just wandered around the misty forest and ended up entering the villa. Seeing Yun Haotian's WeChat message, Shun Jingnian responded with a blank expression and sent a message. Find it yourself. In the past, the entrance to the Adventure Mountain Villa was given to Yun Haotian. But now, Shun Jingnian didn't want a third person to ruin the understanding between him and Phyllis. After replying to Yun Haotian, Shun Jingnian clicked the mouse and rearranged the chess endgame on the board. This time, it was a more difficult assassination. Assassination was a chess puzzle Shun Jingnian spent half a month creating. Willow Fluff had once tried to solve it. But assassination, besides him, no one has been able to it so far. Shun Jingnian was very curious about Phyllis's skill level. Seeing Shun Jingnian's reply, Yun Haotian was stunned. His brother-in-law was too stingy. He wouldn't even send him the entrance to the Adventure Mountain Villa. Not sending it? Fine, I won't ask, Yun Haotian said angrily. I don't believe I can't find the entrance myself. He was determined to find the entrance on his own and make his brother-in-law see him in a new light. Thinking of this, Yun Haotian instantly became motivated. With the big fire at Jinxiu Peak, the Chum Group status in the business world plummeted. Major shareholders all proposed to terminate their contracts. The company's core staff also chose to jump ship. In just 2 days, Even Wang Yuan standing in the wealthy circle dropped sharply. Now, no one even invites her to play cards. Knowing that her son went to find Jiang Ning today, Wang Yuan had been waiting at the door for Cheng Zijuan to return. After all hope now depended on Jiang Ning. Originally, Wang Yuan didn't believe Jiang Ning had a lucky charm for her family. But now, she couldn't afford not to believe. Since Jiang Ning left, the Cheng family's luck had indeed worsened, and they were on the verge of bankruptcy. As night fell and Cheng Zijuan still hadn't returned, Wang Yuan became very anxious. She couldn't help but look at Wang Qingke nearby. "Qingke, do you think it's possible that Jiang Ning, that small village girl, doesn't want to come back with your brother?" Hearing this, Wang Qingke snorted coldly. "Not willing? How is that possible? My brother is the life of that small village girl. Now that he's gone to find her himself, she must be so excited she fainted. There's no way she wouldn't come back with my brother. Auntie, you really overestimate that small-town girl." Hearing Wang Qingke's words, Wang Yuan's worries instantly disappeared. The niece is right. Jiang Ning loves her precious son so much. Now Cheng Zijuan is personally coming to pick her up. How could she not come back? Wang Qingke squinted, a sneaky look flashing in her eyes. "Auntie, this time Jiang Ning is back. You can't just easily admit her. You should make her kneel and apologize to you, really teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll become even more arrogant. You need to let her know who is truly in charge of this family." This time, Wang Qingke is determined to make Jiang Ning pay the price. Wang Yuan looked at Wang Qingke. "Qingke, you're right. We must teach that small-town girl a lesson. I heard she didn't want to come back when Zijuan sent her a message. She insisted that Zijuan come personally to pick her up. If this keeps up, that small-town girl will go too far. She's just a girl from a humble village. Our Zijuan is willing to remarry her. What a blessing. Yet she still has the nerve to act high and mighty. I really don't know where she got such face." The more Wang Yuan thought about it, the angrier she became. Small-town girl. She even dared to make her precious son make a trip. She really thinks she's someone important. Humph. At that moment, a black car stopped at the villa entrance. The door opened. Cheng Zijuan stepped out. Seeing Cheng Zijuan, Wang Yuan immediately went to greet him. "Zijuan is back."
"Mom."
Wang Yuan was so excited, she didn't notice Cheng Zijuan's face looked a bit tired. She looked toward the back seat and said coldly, "That small-town girl still dares to sit in the back. She better come out and apologize to me." After saying that, Wang Yuan looked at Cheng Zijuan and deliberately raised her voice. "Zijuan, I tell you, not everyone can step into our Cheng family's door. This time, don't stop me. I want to teach that small-town girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll never learn her place." Wang Yuan's words were meant for Jiang Ning to hear. It seemed like she was saying if Jiang Ning didn't get out and kneel to apologize, she wouldn't forgive her. Seeing Wang Yuan like this, Cheng Zijuan's expression grew even more unpleasant.
He didn't even know how to speak. "Mom."
Jiang Ning didn't come back with me."
"What?"
Wang Yuan's eyes widened. Even Wang Qingke nearby doubted whether she was hearing things. "Jiang Ning didn't come back with Cheng Zijuan." Wang Qingke immediately asked, "Brother, did you not find Jiang Ning?" "Found her," Cheng Zijuan sighed, still a bit overwhelmed. "But she doesn't want to remarry me." Wang Yuan was completely upset, angrily saying, "Little village girl, you went to find her yourself, and she still wants what? Does she expect us to carry her on a sedan chair?" In Wang Yuan's view, it was already a big deal that her son personally went to pick up Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning is really something. She still acts so proud. Cheng Zijuan is willing to remarry her. What a blessing it must be for her. That disgusting little village girl. What right does she have to refuse to remarry? She's ungrateful. Cheng Zijuan's mind flashed with the image of Xin Jingnian holding Jiang Ning at the waist. His mood was complicated, and he felt a bit breathless. Jiang Ning already has a new boyfriend. Wang Qing couldn't believe it and asked, "Brother, isn't Jiang Ning's favorite person you? It's only been a little over 2 months since your divorce. How could she betray you so quickly?" Cheng Zijuan shook his head. "I don't really understand what's going on, but Jiangning does have a boyfriend. Wang Qing squinted and then asked, "Who is Jiangning's boyfriend?" Wang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "With her being a divorced woman, what good man could she find? Probably not even better than your little finger. It's Shen Jingnian." Although Cheng Zijuan didn't want to admit it, that person was Shen Jingnian. Who? Brother, who is Jiangning's boyfriend? Hearing this, Wang Qing's eyes widened. Wang Yuan was also stunned. Cheng Zijuan repeated, "Jiangning's new boyfriend is Shen Jingnian." Wang Qing swallowed hard. "Brother, are you saying Shinji?" "Yes," Cheng Zijuan nodded. Hearing Cheng Zijuan's clear answer, Wang Qing felt a surge of jealousy and bitterness, almost crying out,
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
"What is Jiangning? She's not worthy of Shinjoi's attention. Even she couldn't get close to Shinjori. What right does Jiangning have? Why does Jiangning deserve this?" Knowing Jiangning was Shen Jingnian's girlfriend hurt more than if she had been killed. Wang Yuan also thought this was unbelievable. "Zijuan, you must have seen it wrong. Jiangning is just a second-hand good. Not only Shinjori, but even ordinary wealthy men wouldn't want her. Shen Jingnian isn't blind. He is Shen Jingnian, the top boss of the business world. With a man like Shen Jingnian, what kind of woman wouldn't he want? Would he really want a divorced village girl? Thinking with your toes, you would know it's impossible." Cheng Zijuan's mood was heavy, and he spoke with difficulty. "But that person looks very much like Lord Shen. Very much like him." Even now, Cheng Zijuan was still overwhelmed by the fear controlled by Shen Jingnian. "Looks like? There are many people who look alike in this world. Does that mean everyone is Lord Shen?" Wang Yuan looked at him with disdain. "That young village girl just wants to attract your attention this way. Zijuan, from now on, don't contact her or look for her. As long as you don't seek her out, she will come to you. She's counting on you to find her, so she dares to climb onto the frame. Once Jiangning realizes that Cheng Zijuan doesn't care about her, she will naturally come back to ask for help." Wang Qing squinted and said, "Annie is right. That little village girl Jiangning, why does she think she can get close to Lord Shen? That man is definitely a temporary actor she hired. Brother, if she comes back to find you again, you must set clear boundaries. Don't forgive her so easily, like this time." Hearing their mother and cousin's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Cheng Zijuan's eyes. Wang Yuan and Wang Qing also had a point. How noble is Shen Jingnian? How could he possibly date a divorced woman? Absolutely impossible. That man must be an actor Jiangning hired. She knew he was going to find her, so she temporarily hired an actor. Otherwise, how could everything be so coincidental? The man didn't appear earlier or later, but just when he went to find Jiangning, he showed up. So, Jiangning still loved him. As long as he waited a little longer, Jiangning would come back to him. The tallest building in the USA. Shen Jingnian just finished a meeting, followed by a group of high-level executives. Although everyone behind him had foreign faces, they all spoke Mandarin fluently and clearly. Perfect pronunciation. This is the world of the strong. When a person's status and position reach the top, they no longer need to adapt to the environment. Instead, the environment adapts to them. So, even if Shen Group's branch is in the USA and all employees are Americans, they still speak Mandarin in daily work. Lord Jiao, this is the full content of this morning's meeting. Please review. The secretary respectfully handed him the documents. Shen Jingnian took the files, flipped through a few pages casually, and lightly asked, "Any plans this afternoon?" The secretary immediately opened his schedule and reported his plans. "At 1 p.m., the chairman and representatives of KD Group will come to visit you. At 2 p.m., I need to inspect several key projects on Island F. At 5 p.m., I will attend a business conference. At 8 p.m., there is a charity dinner."
Got it.
Shen Jingnian raised his hand to press his high nose bridge, his gaze cold and sharp, making it hard for others to look directly at him. It was only 11 a.m. now. 2 hours until 1 p.m. He had been on a plane all night yesterday, came straight to the conference room today, and hadn't even adjusted to the time difference. In the afternoon, he would be busy back-to-back, So, after returning to his office, Shen Jingnian told his secretary not to disturb him unless necessary. But just after he rested for a short while, Yun Jingyi arrived. Seeing Yun Jingyi, Shen Jingnian was a bit surprised. "Brother-in-law, when did you come to the US?" "I came last minute for a meeting. I just arrived too," Yun Jingyi quickly replied. "Jingnian, can you help me with something?" "What is it?" Yun Jingyi continued. "Accidentally made your sister angry when I arrived. I called her several times, but she didn't answer. Can you help me call her and see if she's still upset?" "How did I make my sister angry?" Shen Jingnian raised his eyebrows slightly, looking directly at Yun Jingyi. Although Yun Jingyi was more than 20 years older than Shen Jingnian, he still felt very nervous around his younger brother-in-law. Even just Shen Jingnian looking at him without doing anything made Yun Jingyi feel uneasy. If his wife hadn't kept ignoring his calls, he wouldn't have come to Shen Jingnian. Yun Jingyi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I accidentally tore her favorite dress while smoking. So it was a small matter." Shen Jingnian withdrew his gaze. "Then just buy her a new one that looks the same." "I already bought one, but I'm worried your sister is still mad," Yun Jingyi said. "Jingnian, can you help me call her? Once I get through, I'll apologize to her myself. I just feel uneasy inside." Shen Jingnian was speechless. "Brother-in-law, you're just too easygoing and spoil my sister too much. Can you be a little more manly?" Jingsuo in the Yun family was decisive and authoritative. Yun Jingyi couldn't even handle small matters. But he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "What's so manly about a married couple? By the way, I heard from Mom that most men in the Shin family are afraid of their wives. If you laugh at me now, maybe your wife will make you kneel on the washboard someday. Your sister may have a little temper sometimes, but I have never once knelt on the washboard." For Yun Jingyi, not kneeling on the washboard is already happiness. His expectations are low. Kneel on the washboard? Shen Jingnian chuckled softly, his deep eyes narrowing slightly. "That doesn't exist. Brother-in-law, I'm not as soft as you, and I'm not easy to bully. A man's knees are valuable. If anyone makes me kneel, I will make them regret it. Everyone has their bottom line. Shen Jingnian is no exception. Kneel on the washboard? That will never happen. He will never kneel on the washboard in his life." Hearing this, Yun Jingyi smiled and said, "Jingnian, don't say that too early. Maybe you'll end up worse off than me. After all, there is a family trait of being afraid of wives. All the women in the Shin family are skilled at managing their husbands. And the men? They are all husband-ruled and afraid of their wives." Anyway, Yun Jingyi is really looking forward to Shen Jingnian kneeling on the washboard. That scene will definitely be very exciting. The more Yun Jingyi thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. After all, Shen Jingnian always mocks him for being afraid of his wife. Shen Jingnian didn't pay any attention to Yun Jingyi's words. "Brother-in-law, I'm not you.
Don't impose your ideas on me," he said.
"I'm just hypothesizing. What if you become a husband-ruled man in the future?" Yun Jingyi asked. "I don't believe in marriage." Shen Jingnian leaned back in his chair, his lips slightly parted. "So, that kind of hypothesis doesn't apply to me." Yun Jingyi. All right. A perfect conclusion. He just wants to see if his brother-in-law will stay unmarried forever. After a moment, Yun Jingyi continued, back to the main point. "Jingnian, please help me contact your sister. I don't know if she's still angry. It's my fault, I was careless when I was smoking. The fact that she allows me to smoke is already a concession. She's been so good to me. How can I take advantage and ruin her dress?" By the end, Yun Jingyi looked full of guilt. Shen Jingnian glanced at Yun Jingyi. "Brother-in-law, can you stop embarrassing yourself?" "Embarrassing?" Yun Jingyi looked puzzled. "Why would I be embarrassed?" Shen Jingnian said disdainfully. "Isn't it embarrassing to be afraid of your wife?" Yun Jingyi burst out laughing. "What's so shameful about being afraid of my wife? Do you know why my career is so successful now? It's all because your sister, this good wife, is managing me behind the scenes." Yun Jingyi and Shin Jingxin are in a love marriage. Back then, Shin Jingshu was the top beauty at University A, with many suitors. Among all of them, he was just an ordinary person. However, Shin Jingshu had no regard for social status and chose to marry him without hesitation. After marriage, she respected and loved him. Although she occasionally had a little temper, Yoon Jung-yi enjoyed it very much. So, even after many years of marriage, their relationship remained very good. About restrictions? Looking at Yoon Jung-yi, he seemed to be quite happy being controlled. Could Yoon Jung-yi be A? Shin Jing-myen looked confused. A tall, strong man being afraid of a little girl. Isn't that embarrassing? It's not embarrassing, Yoon Jung-yi replied. Nyen, stop talking so much. Quickly, help me contact your sister. Don't let her be upset alone. Shin Jing-myen had no choice but to pick up her phone and make a call. Jing Shu answered quickly. Hello, Nyen. What's the matter? It's my brother-in-law.
He wants to talk to you.
After saying that, Shin Jing-myen handed the phone to Yoon Jung-yi. Yoon Jung-yi took the phone.
Shu, I'm sorry.
I've been calling you, but you didn't answer. I had to find Nyen. Honey, I promise I won't smoke anymore. Hearing Yoon Jung-yi say more and more sweet words, Shin Jing-myen couldn't help but shiver and turned to walk into the lounge. Yoon Jung-yi didn't listen to a word of his conversation with Jing Shu. It was so sweet it made her teeth hurt. Shin Jing-myen didn't understand. They saw each other every day, so why did they have so many words just because they were apart for a little while? At this moment, Shin Jing-myen never imagined that one day, just because she hadn't seen Miss Jiang for a day, she would be so obsessed with her, pouring out her longing on her phone with a bunch of overly romantic words. Of course, that was later. There was a bed in the lounge. Shin Jing-myen took off his suit jacket and lay on the bed to rest for a bit. Half an hour later, Yoon Jung-yi happily came into the lounge holding his phone. Shin Jing-myen was already asleep. He didn't know what he was dreaming about. Usually serious and not someone who smiled easily. At this moment, his lips were slightly curved, and his once stern features looked gentle and warm, like glaciers melting, a spring breeze reviving the earth. Yoon Jung-yi was stunned. Who was his brother-in-law dreaming about? Could it be his first love? Yes, it must be his first love. Otherwise, why would Shin Jing-myen be smiling so sweetly? Haha, no wonder his nickname was Sweetie. Seeing his brother-in-law smile more and more sweetly, Yoon Jung-yi was very curious about what kind of young girl could win over this proud and aloof young man. He did not disturb Shin Jing-myen's good dream, quietly placed his phone aside, closed the restroom door, and left. Just as he reached the door, Yoon Jung-yi's eyes were drawn to a book on the office desk. Walking on Wall Street, it was a book about investing and finance, and it was Shin Jing-myen's favorite. Judging by the wear on the cover, it was probably brought from home. Yoon Jung-yi couldn't help but be amazed. His brother-in-law was really impressive. He even brought Walking on Wall Street from home. Such thoughts and ambitions. Who could reach that level? No wonder he was already a top figure in finance at such a young age. Not long after Yoon Jung-yi left, Shin Jing-myen also woke up. Although he had only slept for about half an hour, he felt much better. After getting up, he first washed his face with cold water, then sat down at his computer desk. It was 15 minutes until 1 o'clock. Shin Jing-myen logged into Jinxiu Jidian, a game or platform. He wanted to see if Phyllis had solved the puzzle he set up, an assassination scenario. But Phyllis had not logged in since yesterday. This made Shin Jing-myen a little disappointed. He rubbed his temples and casually picked up the book Walking on Wall Street, flipping to a page he hadn't seen last time. If Yoon Jung-yi were here, he would be surprised to find that this wasn't really a finance book at all. It's more like a disguised version of how straight men win girls' hearts. Shin Jing-myen carefully read the text. Dear male friends, remember, if you add a WeChat, be sure to post moments regularly so she can keep track of you. Sharing is the best confession. Also, if she likes you, she will definitely give you a thumbs up. Sharing is the best confession? What foolish words. How funny. He would never post moments. He never posts moments. Shin Jing-myen closed the book, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. It was winter in the USA, outside covered in snow. From the highest point, he could see all the beautiful scenery. A few seconds later, Shin Jing-myen took out his phone, took a picture, and shared it on Moments with the caption, "One day, experienced winter and summer." Almost immediately after posting, there was a knock on the door, followed by a respectful voice from his secretary. Ninth Master, the chairman and representatives of KD Group have arrived at the conference room.
Got it.
Let them wait a moment. I'll be there in 3 minutes. After confirming that her social media post was sent, Shen Jingnian finally turned off his phone. 3 minutes later, Shen Jingnian appeared in the meeting room. During the conversation, Chairman KD, Cha Junsheng, and Representative Zheng Canlai noticed that Shen Jingnian looked a bit different than usual. He kept checking his phone every 5 or 6 minutes. And each time he looked at his face, his expression darkened. Shen Jingnian normally has a cold, expressionless face. After a few checks, the tense atmosphere in the room grew stronger. Cha Junsheng and Zheng Canlai also became more nervous, their backs sweating cold sweat. Did they say something wrong? Did it upset the Ninth Master? What should they do? Would the Ninth Master cancel their cooperation now? Right now, it was the afternoon in the US. It was already the next morning in China. Jiang Ning usually goes for a morning run. At 8 o'clock, she just finished her run. Old Master Jiang had already prepared breakfast. Ning, eat quickly. After you're done, we'll take Grandpa Zhou to the station. The station? Jiang Ning was surprised. Didn't I tell Grandpa Zhou that I'd go back the day after tomorrow? That day after tomorrow was the day they were moving to the new villa. Jiang Ning had already agreed with Zhou Jinpeng to wait until they finished moving, then celebrate together, and Zhou Jinpeng would leave afterward. Just then, Zhou Jinpeng came out of his room and heard this. He explained, Ning, I was planning to wait until you finish moving before going back. But I got a call from my hometown saying my childhood cousin is very ill, and I need to go back to see him one last time. Old people have only these small wishes left. Jiang Ning asked, what time is your train ticket? 10:10. Hearing this, Zhou Jinpeng looked a bit anxious. All the tickets are sold out except for the 10:10 train. The train to my hometown city takes about 8 hours. I hope I can make it. I'll eat quickly, then go with Grandpa to send you to the station. Zhou Jinpeng smiled. It's okay, Ning. I've taken the train before. You don't need to see me off. I can go by myself. Let me and Grandpa send you, Jiang Ning said, looking at Zhou Jinpeng. You might not be able to come back to City A anytime soon. Old Master Jiang nodded. Ning is right. We can chat on the way. After breakfast, it was exactly 8:20. Jiang Ning booked a ride and went with Old Master Jiang to the station. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, Zhou Jinpeng looked at the unfamiliar landmarks with some confusion and nervously said, Wait, Ning? This isn't the high-speed rail station. Oh no. That driver took us to the wrong place. Old Master Jiang smiled and said, Old Zhou, you're not wrong. This is the airport. Ning bought you a plane ticket. You said before you've never flown before, right? She remembered that, and she even bought first-class tickets for you. Hearing this, Zhou Jinpeng felt a strange mix of feelings. He didn't expect that just by saying a casual remark, Ning would remember it so well. Everyone, even strangers, treats Ning so kindly. But his own 3 children, whom he raised himself, had driven him out of the house. The more Zhou Jinpeng thought about it, the more he felt sad, and his eyes welled up with tears. Ning, why are you spending money like this? I heard first-class tickets are very expensive, 10 times the price of regular seats. Grandpa Zhou, money isn't the problem. The main thing is that flying is much faster than taking the train. I booked a flight for 11 o'clock and will arrive in Chuan City by 1:30 in the afternoon. Then Jiang Ning continued, Grandpa Zhou, let's go inside quickly. First, we'll get your boarding pass, and then I'll take you to the gate. Okay, Zhou Jinpeng nodded. Today is Monday and the airport isn't too crowded. After getting the boarding pass, Jiang Ning took Zhou Jinpeng to check in his luggage. Zhou Jinpeng smiled and said, Ning, I don't have much stuff, so I don't need to check any luggage. I can carry everything with me. Many of his larger belongings had already been sent back in advance. I ordered some local specialties from a city through a food delivery app for you to take back, Jiang Ning said. She originally planned to buy these herself at the supermarket, but Zhou Jinpeng left so quickly that she had to order them online instead. Zhou Jinpeng looked at Jiang Ning. You're such a good kid. Not only did you buy me a plane ticket, but you're also spending money on local specialties. How can I thank you enough? It's nothing, Grandpa Zhou. You're my grandfather's best friend. If you round it up, you're kind of my grandfather too. You haven't been back to your hometown in many years, so I'm sure a lot of people will come to see you. When the time comes, you should share some of the specialties with everyone. Since marrying a divorced woman with 3 children, Zhou Jinpeng hadn't returned to his hometown. This was his first time going back since he left. Old Master Jiang also nodded and said, Old Zhou, Ningning is right. When you go back, many people will come to see you. Be sure to share some of the local specialties with your family. And remember, we're all family, so don't be shy. Grandpa Zhou's eyes were moist. He wanted to speak several times but didn't know what to say, so he could only hold Mr. Jiang's hand tightly. After checking in his luggage, Jiang Ning took Grandpa Zhou to the boarding gate and explained the security and waiting procedures. Grandpa Zhou, the business class has a special lounge. If you can't find it, just show your ticket to the airport staff. Also, everything in the lounge can be eaten for free. Feel free to take whatever you want. Once you reach first class, you can ask the flight attendants for anything to eat or drink. It's all free. The first class ticket costs much more than a regular one, so please don't try to save money for the airline. On the plane, the air conditioning is strong, so you might feel cold. You can ask the flight attendants for a blanket, those are free too. After landing, if you can't find the baggage claim, you can ask the airport staff for help. Jiang Ning patiently explained everything in detail, not at all bothered, because it was Grandpa Zhou's first time flying. She also emphasized that everything was free. In the older generation's view, items on the train are very expensive, so they prefer to go hungry rather than buy food on the train or high-speed rail. The young girl was very patient and had a pleasant voice. Grandpa Zhou listened carefully, his nose turning red. He spoke again, tears falling down his face. Okay, Ningning, I've remembered everything you said. Even as a grandson, he could probably only do this much. Having finished all the instructions and seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Ning waved goodbye to Grandpa Zhou. Goodbye, Grandpa Zhou. Okay, Grandpa Zhou was already crying. Goodbye, Ningning. Goodbye, old Jiang. Once I settle down back home, I'll come back to visit you all. Old Mr. Jiang also couldn't hold back his tears. Old Zhou, have a safe journey. Remember to call me after you land. They had known each other for 3 years. During this time, they helped each other a lot. Although they weren't related by blood, they were closer than many siblings. Jiang Ning handed Mr. Jiang a tissue. Grandpa, don't cry. Grandpa Zhou is going home to enjoy his retirement. After I finish my college entrance exam, I'll take you to Sichuan to visit him. Old Mr. Jiang looked at Jiang Ning. Really? Of course. Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. We'll take a plane then. 2.
Great.
Old Mr. Jiang wiped his tears, comforted by his granddaughter's words. After the grandfather and granddaughter returned to their rented house, Mr. Jiang rested for a while before changing into a small vest and heading to work. Jiang Ning finally had time to open her phone, log into WeChat, and scroll through her moments. She didn't have many friends. So, the first post in her moments was a picture just shared by Xinjingnian. Seeing the snow falling all over the sky in Country M, Jiang Ning felt very jealous. She had just been outside and was already feeling hot and sweaty. Jiang Ning liked Xinjingnian's post and left a comment. Nice scenery. After browsing her moments, Jiang Ning opened the Splendid Peak app and entered the Adventure Mountain Villa. As soon as she entered, she was surprised to find that S had left another puzzle. It was a very difficult puzzle, at S+ level. Excellent. She loved challenging puzzles the most. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. A worthy opponent. It was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, in Country M, Xinjingnian's face looked very bad all afternoon. His expression was cold and stern, making the senior officials inspecting the site with him feel nervous. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of offending him. Only the secretary beside Xinjingnian noticed a small detail. Master Zhou couldn't look at his phone. Whenever he did, his face darkened even more. What was going on? Could it be that Master Zhou was in love? waiting for his girlfriend's reply. But his girlfriend hadn't replied, so was Master Jiu sulking?
No, that couldn't be.
The secretary quickly dismissed this silly idea. This was Shinjio, after all. The unreachable Shinjio. If he liked a girl, he would just get her easily. There was no way he would be waiting here, looking upset for a reply. And if the other person didn't reply, she would be secretly angry? Besides, whoever Shinjio liked was lucky. She would be happy and wouldn't dare ignore his WeChat message. So, it was impossible. Master Jiu definitely wasn't waiting for a girl's reply.
Absolutely impossible.
His feelings were unpredictable. The secretary decided not to guess randomly. Shin Jingnian felt his mind was a mess. He couldn't hear what his subordinates were saying and found everything annoying. He thought for a moment, then opened his phone again. This time, his Moments had over 99 plus new messages. Shin Jingnian rarely posted on Moments, so when he did, he received many comments shortly after. Some flattered him, some complimented him, and hundreds of comments were full of praise. But none of them were what Shin Jingnian wanted to see. Just as Shin Jingnian was about to click to share, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart stopped because he saw a familiar avatar among the comments. Yes, it was Jiang Ning. She not only liked the post, but also left a comment. Shin Jingnian immediately replied, his hands trembling. Yes, the scenery here is quite nice. If you have time, you can come and visit. If someone saw his phone screen, they would notice there were hundreds of comments under his post, but he only responded to Jiang Ning. After replying to her comment, the gloom on Shin Jingnian's face disappeared. He looked up at his secretary.
Knees.
9 Master. I'm here. The secretary Knees immediately stepped forward. Shin Jingnian's lips curled slightly, and he looked around the construction site. Everyone has worked hard this month. Have the finance department give each person an extra 1,000 yuan bonus.
What?
Faced with this turn of events, Knees almost couldn't believe it. Bonuses? Is 9 Master serious? Just a moment ago, he looked annoyed at everything and scolded several people. But now, 9 Master is about to give everyone bonuses. Is he dreaming? Knees swallowed hard, uncertain, and asked, 9 Master, you mean you're giving all the workers a bonus of 1,000 yuan this month? Yes, Shin Jingnian nodded slightly. Knees found it even harder to believe. Oh my god. Did I hear right? Not only that. 9 Master even smiled at him. In all his time working here, this was the first time 9 Master had smiled at him. Luckily, Knees was not a girl. If he were a girl, he might start to wonder if 9 Master liked him. After returning from the construction site, Shin Jingnian continued with his work process. After attending the last charity dinner and returning home, the first thing he did was take out his phone, open a search engine, and type in the question, why do girls like and comment on the posts of the opposite after just sending a friend request? The answers varied widely. No special reason, just liked and commented casually. Maybe they have feelings for you. People are asking such questions? So boring. Bro, if you like her, remember to seize the chance and post more on your moments. Post more on moments? Seeing this comment, Shin Jingnian raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounded just like the words from that book. The next day, Shin Jingnian went to buy a bag worth over 6 figures for Yun Haotian. When he arrived at the luxury store, he took a photo and sent it to Yun Haotian on WeChat. Is this the bag? Yes, little brother-in-law, that's the one. The brand's other bags are also nice and very collectible. You could buy one as a birthday gift for Dad Jiang. Girls love bags the most. Shin Jingnian held his phone with one hand, typed quickly, and sent the message without showing any emotion. I don't spend money on people I have no blood relation with. Yun Haotian, on the other end of the screen, saw this reply and rolled his eyes in frustration. Still the same response. How could there be such a stingy person as his little brother-in-law in the world? Does Shin Jingnian know that he might be considered a wifeless man for acting this way? After replying to Yun Haotian, Shin Jingnian showed the picture on his phone to the sales assistant. Please pack this bag for me. Yes, sir. The sales assistant quickly went to pack it. Shin Jingnian then asked, do girls like bags very much? Although his voice was a bit cold, Shin Jingnian's features were very handsome, with deep, beautiful phoenix eyes like an endless pool, which made the sales assistant blush and feel very nervous. Could this customer be interested in her? Otherwise, why would he suddenly ask if she liked bags? Is he planning to buy a bag for her? Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, the sales assistant's heart beat faster. In their line of work, they often meet upper-class people, and many colleagues have married into wealthy families or become wealthy people's lovers. Looking at Shin Jingnian, he must be a top-tier boss, who would normally bring 3 assistants when going out. Her gaze fell on the 3 assistants behind Shin Jingnian. Could she soon become a glamorous lady of a wealthy family? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She looked at Shin Jingnian with awe. Sir, because bags can cure all ailments. I love collecting all kinds of bags. Cure all ailments. Shin Jingnian suddenly remembered that this was also written in a book. Then this one and that one. Shin Jingnian casually pointed to a row of bags in front of him, speaking in a low tone. Please pack all of these for me. Shin Jingnian's tone was very calm, calm enough to make buying luxury bags seem as simple as buying vegetables. The bags he referred to included classic styles, trendy ones, and even limited editions, with a total value exceeding 1 million. Sales assistant Jenny was stunned, standing there blankly. So many. Does Shin Jingnian really plan to buy so many bags for her? Jenny can tell that Shin Jingnian is not short of money. But she didn't expect that Shin Jingnian is so wealthy. It seems. Today, she truly met a top boss. She is about to get rich. Jenny's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she looks at Shin Jingnian, nervously stammering. Okay, I will have someone pack them for you. Shin Jingnian doesn't notice Jenny's unusual behavior. He just nods slightly, his deep voice very magnetic. Credit card. Please follow me over here. Jenny leads Shin Jingnian to the checkout counter. He takes out a black gold card from his wallet. His hands are very attractive, with long, slender knuckles, fair as jade, faint blue veins visible beneath the skin, contrasting sharply with the black card, like a beautiful piece of art, breathtaking. Not only are his hands good-looking, but the card is rare too. If Jenny isn't mistaken, this card is a limited edition black gold card from the world's top bank, Dre Bank. It is said there are only 5 in the world. During training, the instructor specifically mentioned this type of card. They said that opportunities to meet such top-tier people are rare. But to Jenny's surprise, she encountered one so soon. It seems. It's truly fate. Her heart races as she nervously takes the card from Shin Jingnian, her breathing uneven. She knows she looks good. She has had many admirers at work. But Jenny never thought she would be noticed by such a distinguished man. As long as she can be with him, even if they are not officially married, even if she is just a secret lover in the shadows, Jenny would be happy. After swiping the card, the clerk tremblingly hands the black card back to Shin Jingnian. Mr. Shin, it's paid. When swiping the card, Shin Jingnian's surname is visible, but not his full name. He takes the card and thanks him. Thank you. The clerk has already packed all the bags Shin Jingnian needs, including the one for Yun Haotian. A total of 11 bags. Mr. Shin, these are all the bags you purchased. Would you like us to deliver them to your home? No, thank you. As soon as he says this, Nies and David, standing behind Shin Jingnian, step forward and pick up the handbags on the table. Shin Jingnian turns to leave. Nies, David, and assistant Su Wenji immediately follow him. Seeing Shin Jingnian leave so quickly, Jenny becomes anxious. He's leaving? Why did he leave like that? Wasn't he supposed to deliver his bag? And he didn't leave his address either. Will he be able to find her? Jenny became more anxious the more she thought about it. She quickly tore off a piece of paper from the cash register, grabbed a pen, and wrote down her address and contact information before rushing outside. Jenny's action surprised the store manager, who looked stunned. Jenny, what are you doing? It's work hours now. What am I doing? What else? Going after him. Does Mr. Shin really like her? She's overestimating herself, a colleague sneered sarcastically. Jenny snorted silently. She wasn't overestimating herself. Mr. Shin was interested in her. This was mutual effort. Jenny quickened her pace and ran outside, shouting loudly, "Wait. Mr. Shun, please wait." Shun Jingnian didn't stop walking. Su Wenji paused and looked at Jenny. "Do you need something?" The cashier, blushing, handed over the note. "Assistant, Mr. Shun, you forgot to take something." As long as Shun Jingnian had her contact info, he would come to find her. Su Wenji took the note from Jenny, read the address and contact details, and immediately understood what was going on. Having worked behind Shin Jingnian for many years, he had seen plenty of women trying to latch onto wealthy men. He threw the note to the ground and said coldly, "Show some respect. Our ninth master isn't interested in women who chase after him like this." Hearing Su Wenji's words, Jenny's face instantly turned pale.
How could this be?
Did she misunderstand everything?
No, that couldn't be.
Shin Jingnian had clearly asked if she liked bags. "Assistant," Jenny tried to stay calm, looking at Su Wenji. "You didn't even ask Mr. Shin. How do you know I was just chasing after him? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Shin will find out how you treated me and fire you?" The cold CEO supporting his lover and firing his assistant was a common plot in stories about powerful bosses. And now, this scene felt like a real-life version of that story. She was the innocent heroine waiting for her boss to save her. Thinking of this, Jenny felt a sense of superiority. "Xiao Su, what's going on?" At that moment, Shun Jingnian's voice suddenly came from the air. He rolled down his car window and looked at Su Wenji. No one knew how excited Jenny was right now. He was coming to support her. "Just wait." Su Wenji is about to kneel down and apologize to her. Jenny feels happier the more she thinks about it. Su Wenji turns to look at Shin Jingnian and respectfully says, "Young Master Jiu, it's just a small problem. I have already handled it." "Then get in the car quickly." The man's cold voice clearly shows some impatience. "Coming." Su Wenji speeds up and walks toward the car. Jenny's face instantly turns pale. She looks up toward Shin Jingnian but sees that the cold man hasn't even looked at her once, as if she doesn't exist at all. Jenny's face turns even whiter. She realizes she was just imagining things. It was really just her own wishful thinking. Her blood runs cold, and all her strength seems to be drained in an instant. Her legs weaken, and she falls to the ground, her dignity crushed along with her. She feels so embarrassed, she wishes she could disappear into the ground. Su Wenji gets into the car and sits in the front passenger seat. Shin Jingnian sits alone in the spacious back seat, taking out a book called Strolling on Wall Street and slowly flipping through it. From Su Wenji's perspective, he just happens to see Shin Jingnian reading in the rearview mirror. Seeing the title on the cover, he feels full of admiration. No wonder he's young Master Jiu. No wonder he's a man at the top of the financial world. He even studies finance while riding in the car. After a while, Shin Jingnian lifts his gaze slightly.
"Xiao Su."
His voice is deep and magnetic. "Young Master Jiu, what do you need?" Shin Jingnian continues. "Is there a place nearby that sells lipstick?" "Lipstick?" Su Wenji's eyes widen. Did he hear correctly? Young Master Jiu wants to buy lipstick. Who does young Master Jiu want to give lipstick to? If those bags earlier were bought for Yun Haotian, then maybe the lipstick is too? Lipstick is easy to buy in China for Yun Haotian. There's no need to ask Shin Jingnian for it. Or maybe he's about to have a new lady boss? But Su Wenji knows that as a subordinate, it's best not to speculate or gossip about the boss behind his back. He tightens his lips, suppresses his curiosity, and turns to Shin Jingnian. "Young Master Jiu, there is a luxury beauty store ahead. Let the driver go there," Shin Jingnian says slowly. "Understood, young Master Jiu." They enter the beauty store. Shin Jingnian is dazzled by all the products. He doesn't understand. Lipsticks are all red, so why are there so many different shades? He can't see much difference. "Sir, if choosing shades is too troublesome, you can buy our all-color set. It includes all shades." All-color set? Sounds pretty good. Just right. Shin Jingnian was having trouble choosing a color, so I said, "Okay, let's go with this one." That saves him from picking back and forth. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Soon, it was time for Jiangning to move. The weather was very nice, sunny and bright. Most importantly, the hot weather suddenly cooled down. Old Master Jiang packed up a bunch of things. Ning Ning, can I take all these to the villa? They were old items with little use, hardly different from scrap metal. The old man had saved for a lifetime and was reluctant to throw anything away or sell it. Wherever he went, he wanted to bring everything with him. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Of course, Grandpa. The first floor of the house is your territory. You can put whatever you want there." To Jiang Ning, as long as Grandpa was happy, that was enough. Plus, the villa was very big, so there was plenty of space for these things. Moreover, she bought the villa mainly for Grandpa to enjoy his later years. Why make him unhappy over small matters? Okay, Grandpa, Jiang said happily after hearing Jiang Ning. All right, I'll quickly pack some things. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. I'll contact a driver from Hualala. Xiaobai followed Jiang Ning, meowing anxiously, afraid she would be left behind. Jiang Ning bent down and picked up Xiaobai. Come here, sister will hug you. Don't worry, I won't leave you. Xiaobai obediently rubbed against Jiang Ning's head. It melted Jiang Ning's heart. Although the villa was beautifully decorated, Grandpa Jiang really had a lot of belongings. Jiang Ning also had some clothes and personal items to bring. Without a van, it would be impossible to fit everything. Soon, the driver arrived. He and Grandpa Jiang loaded the items onto the car while asking Jiang Ning, "Miss, are you moving to which community?" Jiang Ning held Xiaobai in her arms. Building 8 of Wancheng Villa.
Wancheng Villa?
Building 8. People living there are quite wealthy. And they were moving from such a shabby neighborhood. The items they were bringing weren't worth much. The driver looked surprised and asked, "Miss, are you sure it's Wancheng Villa and not Wan Yuan Residence?" Wan Yuan Residence and Wancheng Villa only differ by 2 words, but the environment is very different. Wan Yuan Residence is a subsidized housing. Wancheng Villa is one of the most luxurious villa areas in City A. Yes, it's Wancheng Villa, not Wan Yuan Residence, Jiang Ning replied. Are you renting a villa in Wancheng Villa? The driver asked curiously. Old Master Jiang just came out of the apartment building, looking very proud. He said, I bought it myself. My granddaughter earned the money to buy it. My granddaughter is so filial. Out of 100 people, you can't find a child as filial as her. Like all parents in the world, Old Master Jiang is eager to tell everyone how good his granddaughter is. Hearing this, the driver's eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness. You really can't judge someone by age. This young girl looks quite young, yet she's so impressive. More importantly, although Jiang Ning is so young and successful, the driver saw no arrogance or condescension in her. People say that when the poor suddenly become rich, they tend to show off, wearing flashy clothes and making noise with their money. But Jiang Ning didn't do that. She remained modest and graceful throughout, with a unique elegance that's hard to imitate. Indeed, truly wealthy people are often low-key. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shen Jingnian has arrived at a city airport. Yuan Haotian personally came to pick him up. Shen Jingnian is dressed in a white shirt, with a black coat draped over his arm, pushing a suitcase with his right hand. He has a strong presence, and at 190 centimeters tall, he stands out even more among the crowd. Yuan Haotian immediately waved and called out, Brother-in-law, over here. Shen Jingnian looked over and walked over. Yuan Haotian took Shen Jingnian's suitcase and asked eagerly, Brother-in-law, did you buy that bag for me? Yes, Shen Jingnian replied softly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yuan Haotian then asked, did you buy a birthday gift for Dad Jiang? Shen Jingnian looked expressionless and said, no. No?
No.
Hearing this, Yuan Haotian was stunned. Brother-in-law, didn't I tell you? Dad Jiang's birthday is on the 8th. Why didn't you buy anything? Yuan Haotian sighed. Even a small gift would show your thoughtfulness. A simple gift with sincere feelings. Why doesn't brother-in-law understand this? Compared to Jiang Ning, what is money? I already told you, I don't spend money on people who aren't related by blood, Shen Jingnian said slowly, with almost no emotion on his stern face. Yuan Haotian shook his head helplessly. All right. No matter how much I talk to someone as straightforward as you just don't get it. You'll regret it later. What is there to say about a straightforward, tough guy? Even if he spoke until he was hoarse, Shen Jingnian wouldn't listen to himself. Nisi and David took an earlier flight back. They had already collected Shen Jingnian's luggage and were waiting at the exit for Shen Jingnian and Yun Haotian. Yun Haotian immediately ran towards the two. Little uncle, which one is my bag? That one. Shen Jingnian pointed to one of the packages. Oh. Yun Haotian nodded, then looked at the other two large bags with curiosity and asked, what are inside the other two? Before Shen Jingnian could answer, Yun Haotian seemed to think of something, and his face lit up with surprise and joy.
Oh.
I know. They must be gifts prepared for me. Little uncle, thank you. I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I feel warm all year round by the end. Yun Haotian even started singing. Now let me see what gifts you prepared for me, little uncle. It's not easy, not easy. The iron rooster finally shed its feathers. If only he had known to prepare a gift for his big nephew. So touching. But before Yun Haotian could finish feeling touched, Shen Jingnian's voice came from the air. That contains my personal belongings. Personal belongings? Yun Haotian immediately felt disappointed. So it wasn't a gift for him. He had thought that his little uncle's stinginess had changed. But no, he was still so stingy. Can I take a look too? Yun Haotian asked. No, Shen Jingnian replied firmly. Not allowed. Yun Haotian was not naturally curious, but after hearing this, he became even more curious. What exactly was inside? Even he wasn't allowed to see it. Little uncle, what did you buy? Yun Haotian continued to ask. Not to be disclosed. Yun Haotian felt frustrated but had no choice. He could have opened the bag and looked inside if it were anyone else. But this was Shen Jui. Although he was Shen Jingnian's great-nephew, he didn't dare to rummage through Shen Jingnian's belongings. On the way to the underground garage, Yun Haotian deliberately slowed down, walking alongside Nisi, and lowered his voice. Nisi, what exactly is little uncle's personal item? Nisi obviously knew what it was. But as Shen Jingnian's secretary, he knew what he should and shouldn't say. So, after hearing Yun Haotian's question, Nisi shook his head. I don't know. Yun Haotian continued to lower his voice. Nisi, if you tell me, I'll give you this amount. He made a gesture of 10,000. Nice continued to shake his head. General Yun, please don't make things difficult for me. I really don't know. Yun Haotian looked at David beside him. Feeling Yun Haotian's gaze, David immediately stepped back. General Yun, I don't know either. Yun Haotian.
I'm convinced.
Why are all my brother-in-law's subordinates so loyal? Even with money, they won't speak. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious Rolls-Royce. During these days on a business trip, Shen Jingnian hadn't rested well, so as soon as he got in the car, he leaned back and took a short nap. Yun Haotian had many questions to ask. But Shen Jingnian seemed to know what he wanted to ask first, and spoke before him. Shut up. Don't disturb my sleep. Yun Haotian. Poor him, the aloof brother-in-law. After 40 minutes, the car arrived at Shen Garden. The driver opened the door, and Shen Jingnian was the first to get out. He has a cleanliness obsession, so the first thing he does after a long trip is take a shower. Only after showering does he go to see others. Yun Haotian, who doesn't mind cleanliness, went straight to the inner courtyard, heading in a different direction from Shen Jingnian. Today, someone was visiting Shen Garden. Madame Shen's niece from her family brought her 3-year-old son to play. Children love playing with marbles. Almost as soon as they entered the inner courtyard, Yun Haotian stepped on a marble. He was walking quickly and hurriedly. His foot slipped on the marble.
Bang!
The next second, he fell flat on his back and couldn't move. It hurt so much. That sharp pain. Yun Haotian lay on the ground, stunned, unable to react for a long time. Madame Shen heard the noise and came out to see Yun Haotian lying peacefully on the ground. She walked over and kicked him with her foot. Wake up quickly. No sleeping here. Yun Haotian. What a? He was about to be crushed to death. His grandma thought he was sleeping. Such a loving grandma. Yun Haotian wanted to cry, but had no tears. After kicking him again, Yun Haotian still didn't wake up. Madam Shin kicked him once more. Haotian, get up. The ground is so dirty. This child. Is he that tired? Lying on the ground and sleeping. At this moment, Shen Jingjue also came out.
What's wrong with Haotian?
Madam Shen looked back at her daughter. Nothing, he just fell asleep on the ground. Yun Haotian was so angry, he almost laughed. He quickly rolled over and got up, complaining, I didn't fall asleep on the ground. I tripped and fell, Grandma. I almost got crushed to death. You and my mom also said I was asleep. The child feels very wronged. Little uncle has grown up safely and happily in this family. His luck is really strong. Yun Haotian is only 2 years younger than Shin Jingnian. He remembers that when Shin Jingnian was a child learning to swim, he almost drowned in the pool, but old lady Shen was still on the shore praising Shin Jingnian for swimming well. Fortunately, the swimming coach noticed in time. I've never seen anyone almost drowning who can still be so lively and energetic. After speaking, Shin Jingjue walks over to Yun Haotian and pats his back, dust off. Go inside quickly, your cousin's aunt has arrived. No wonder there are marbles on the ground. It must be that little troublemaker Tiger, Yun Haotian mutters as he walks in angrily. Old lady Shen's niece is named Zhao Qing'er. Tiger is Zhao Qing'er's only 3-year-old son. Before long, Shen Jingnian also finishes washing up and comes downstairs. Tiger immediately runs over to greet him. Uncle, hello. Shen Jingnian picks up a box of candies and hands it to Tiger. Here, have some. Thank you, uncle. After greeting Zhao Qing'er, Shen Jingnian looks at old lady Shen nearby. Mom, where is little white? Old lady Shen smiles and says, you know little white's personality well. He probably ran off somewhere wild again. Then, old lady Shen curiously asks, I don't usually see you so concerned about little white. Today's quite different. Why are you asking about him now that he's back? Nothing much. Shen Jingnian picks up a cup of tea, maintaining his usual cold and composed look. Just asking casually. Jiang Ning and Old Master Jiang have already moved into the villa smoothly. Old Master Jiang invites his colleagues over to visit and celebrate the new house. Right now, the villa is filled with laughter and lively chatter. Besides that, Yu Qianlong also brought flowers and a fruit basket. Ningning, congratulations on your housewarming. Thank you. March. Jiang Ning accepts the gift. Come in and sit. Yu Qianlong then takes out a red envelope. By the way, Ningning, this is what my parents insisted I bring you. Before Jiang Ning can refuse, Yu Qianlong speaks first. Ningning, my parents said that the housewarming red envelope is for good luck. You can't refuse. If you do, it's like you're treating them as outsiders. They're currently on a business trip, or they would have come to celebrate your housewarming with us. Jiang Ning takes the red envelope with both hands. In that case, please thank my uncle and aunt for me. You're welcome, you're welcome. I told you, Ningning, my parents are like your parents. As soon as she enters the house, Yu Qianlong sees little white lying on the cat climbing frame. Although Xiaobai was not raised by Jiang Ning herself, Jiang Ning often played with Xiaobai at home, so she prepared a cat tree for him. She also bought a bunch of canned food that Xiaobai loved. Yu Qianlong really liked small animals, especially kittens and puppies. When she saw Xiaobai, her eyes lit up. Wow! Such a cute little cat. Ningning, when did you get a cat? She said this while rushing over to try to hold Xiaobai. But Xiaobai quickly ran away. Phew, that was close, almost caught off guard by a human. Yu Qianlong was very disappointed. She didn't get to hold Xiaobai. Ningning, why won't your little cat let me hold him? Jiang Ning smiled and explained, his name is Xiaobai. I didn't raise him. Shen Jingnian did. Xiaobai has a strange personality and doesn't like being held. Shen Jingnian raised him? Yu Qianlong's eyes widened. Really, Ningning? Are you guys living together? She was so excited, thinking their favorite couple was real. She felt so happy and thrilled. Sanyu, what are you thinking about? Jiang Ning reached out and tapped Yu Qianlong's head. Xiaobai is Shen Jingnian's pet. He likes to run around freely. He's just visiting my house. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Yu Qianlong looked disappointed again. So they weren't living together yet. Jiang Ning linked arms with Yu Qianlong. Let's go, San Yu. Time for some barbecue. Yes, yes. Yu Qianlong was instantly drawn to the smell of barbecue. Jiang Ning had already prepared the ingredients. Meanwhile, Grandpa Jiang was welcoming his friends in the living room, and Jiang Ning was entertaining Yu Qianlong inside. The house was filled with happiness inside and outside. At Shen Garden, at 10 p.m., Xiao Bai returned gracefully. Xiao Bai, come here. Daddy wants a hug. Shen Jingnian stretched out his arms. Meow. Xiao Bai jumped into Shen Jingnian's arms. Shen Jingnian carefully sniffed Xiao Bai to check his scent. It hadn't changed, still the comforting smell that made him feel at ease. He liked it very much. Shen Jingnian hugged Xiao Bai tighter and tighter until Xiao Bai almost couldn't breathe. Meow meow meow, Dad.
My good dad.
You're going to strangle me. Seeing Xiao Bai roll his eyes, Shen Jingnian finally realized he was holding him too tightly and quickly loosened his grip. Xiao Bai seized the chance to jump down. Shen Jingnian opened a can of food for Xiao Bai.
Xiao Bai, come eat.
Watching Xiao Bai's body grow rounder, Shen Jingnian felt strange. He had told the housekeeper to feed Xiao Bai less while he was away, so why did Xiao Bai look a bit fatter than usual? Is it just his imagination? Shen Jingnian's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, but he didn't think much of it. He walked to his computer, sat down, opened Jinxiu Zhidian, and entered the Adventure Mountain Villa. His main goal was to see if Phyllis had successfully solved the assassination puzzle. After logging into the system, he didn't receive any notifications. Shen Jingnian's eyes narrowed slightly. The difficulty of assassination had already exceeded 5 stars. Only 2 days had passed, so it was normal that Phyllis hadn't solved it yet. Just as Shen Jingnian was about to log out, he saw an unknown character of either gender dressed in black standing under a peach blossom tree, sitting at a stone table, trying to solve the puzzle. Above the player's head was a label in English, Phyllis. Seeing Phyllis go online, Shen Jingnian immediately moved his mouse to control his character and walked over to Phyllis. He wanted to see firsthand how quickly Phyllis could solve the assassination puzzle. Shen Jingnian got up to pour himself a glass of water. When he returned, the game screen had changed overnight. The situation had turned around. At the same time, a system message appeared. Hello, Mr. S. Your puzzle assassination has been solved by player Phyllis. He was not surprised. Shen Jingnian never expected that while he was just going to get water, Phyllis would solve the assassination puzzle. That was too incredible. Meanwhile, Shen Jingnian's curiosity about Phyllis reached its peak. Who exactly was she? How strong was she? Jiang Ning on this side shared the same feeling. She was very curious about the person opposite, who must be capable of setting up such an assassination puzzle. In the world of Go, there are few opponents that make her feel like she's met her match. S was the only one. While Jiang Ning was puzzled, a message suddenly popped up on the game screen. It was a private message from S. Jiang Ning clicked on the chat window. How about a face-to-face meeting? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing the reply, Shen Jingnian typed another message. You choose a time and place, and we can play a game face-to-face. What do you think? But across a layer of the internet, he didn't know how the other person managed to his puzzle. They only needed to meet in person. A face-to-face game would clearly reveal Phyllis's true strength and whether she was truly on the same wavelength as him. After sending this message, Shen Jingnian felt a bit nervous.
Yes.
Nervous.
There are so many scammers online now.
He was not only nervous but also a little worried. What if Phyllis thought he was a scammer? Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was very surprised to receive S's invitation to meet. Because, just a second before S sent the invitation, Jiang Ning was about to send her own invitation to meet. Online, things are often fake or real, true or false. Behind the screen, Jiang Ning couldn't be sure of the other person's true identity. Only a face-to-face meeting could reveal the truth. If the other person was really so skilled and on the same wavelength, she would consider him a true friend. So, without much hesitation, Jiang Ning placed her hands on the keyboard and quickly typed a message. Okay, I'm in City A. Where are you? City A? Seeing Phyllis's reply, Shen Jingnian was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his deep eyes. What a coincidence, I'm also in City A. Jiangning was also very surprised. They were both in City A. She continued to reply, let's meet at the Yipin Pavilion Tea House at 2:23, Dongwu Road this Saturday at 2 p.m. What do you think? Shen Jingnian typed on his keyboard. Sounds good. Let's make this a gentleman's agreement. See you at 2 p.m. on Saturday.
See you then.
Shen Jingnian sat in front of his computer, watching Phyllis's avatar go from bright to dim, his deep eyes swirling with dark colors. She's also in City A? He had never known. Such a small city, yet full of hidden talents. Who exactly is Phyllis? He was increasingly looking forward to Saturday's meeting. Ding ding, just as Shen Jingnian moved his mouse to close the game Jin Xiao Jidian, there was a knock on the door.
Who is it?
Lord Jiu, it's me. It was Su Wenji's voice. Come in. Shen Jingnian closed his computer. Just one word, but full of authority, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Su Wenji pushed the door open. He wasn't empty-handed. He carried 2 parcels. Su Wenji placed the items on the ground and respectfully said, Lord Jiu, where should I put these? Shen Jingnian sat in his boss chair, slightly lifting his gaze. Bring them in first, and put them in the small storage room in the study. Shen Jingnian's study is quite large, over 80 square meters, and there is a small storage room inside. The storage contains Shen Jingnian's personal belongings. Usually no one enters. To be precise, no one dares to enter. Okay, Su Wenji immediately carried 2 large packages and headed into the small storage room. After placing the items properly, Su Wenji looked at Shen Jingnian. Ninth Master, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now. Go ahead, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Su Wenji turned around and closed the door behind him. Shen Jingnian picked up the book titled Walking Through Wall Street on his desk and slowly flipped through it. His brows and eyes were serious and focused, the crystal chandelier light evenly illuminating his sharp features, making him look even more noble. His long, white jade-like fingers gently turned the pages, like a ruler overlooking the world. He seemed to have no unnecessary movements, yet he controlled everything without effort. He flipped through many pages, but couldn't find the answer he wanted. So, Shen Jingnian reopened his laptop, went to Baidu's search page, typed in a line of text, and clicked search. He searched, when is the best time to give a birthday gift? There were many answers online. You can give the birthday gift half a month early. Of course, the gift should be given on the day itself. What kind of silly question is that? If you're worried about forgetting the date, giving it a day early is the best. Shen Jingnian didn't have the patience to read each answer carefully. Based on his experience, the most popular answer was the best. So, he scrolled directly to the answer with the most likes. Actually, it depends on the situation. If the other person is very special to you, then you should give your blessings exactly at midnight on the birthday. Midnight? Shen Jingnian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the calendar. There were 2 days until the 8th. So, he decided to give it to her early in the morning of the 8th. After confirming this plan, Shen Jingnian closed his laptop, left the study, and headed back to his room to wash up and rest. After washing, he put on black silk pajamas and started looking for Xiaobai. Shen Jingnian has a cold, fair complexion. Due to long-term exercise, wearing black silk pajamas made him look different from his usual cold and composed demeanor, more lazy and eye-catching, the kind that could make people scream on the street. He searched the house several times but couldn't find Xiaobai. Strange. Where did Xiaobai go? Frowning slightly, Shen Jingnian took the elevator downstairs. Madame Shen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, applying nail polish. Shen Jingnian spoke softly. Mom, have you seen Little White? Little White? Madame Shen shook her head. I don't know. After saying that, she looked up at Shen Jingnian. She was surprised to see her son still in pajamas and asked, It's so late. Why are you looking for Little White? Are you planning to let Little White sleep with you? Although Shen Jingnian has always liked Little White very much because of his cleanliness obsession, he had never let Little White sleep with him. After taking a shower, he wouldn't even touch Little White. Today, it was unusual. He was wearing pajamas and looking for Little White. No, Shen Jingnian denied. I was just asking casually. Just asking casually? Madame Shen suddenly felt this answer sounded familiar, but she didn't think much of it. She showed him her freshly painted nails and said, Jingnian, look, do you think this color looks good? Looks good. Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Does it look like an 18-year-old? Madame Shen asked next. How much? How much? 18 years old? Shen Jingnian's lips parted slightly. Yes. If the numbers were reversed, it would look even more like it. Reverse numbers? 81? Madame Shen, angry, grabbed a pillow and threw it at Shen Jingnian. Can you even comfort girls? Shen Jingnian. Madame Shen reached out with her other hand. And what about this color? Do you think it looks good? Looks good. Madame Shen rolled her eyes at him. You stubborn guy, besides saying it looks good, can't you say something else? None of what you said is what I want to hear. This little old lady is really hard to please. When she says she likes it, she doesn't want to hear it. When she says she doesn't like it, she still doesn't want to hear it. Shen Jingnian, my dad's temper is really good. What do you mean your dad's temper is good? Do you think I have a bad temper? Madame Shen looked at Shen Jingnian. You just need some discipline. Shen Jingnian's expression was calm. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. In this world, he was always the one disciplining others. No one else was allowed to discipline him. Madame Shen, too lazy to bother with him, scoffed disdainfully and continued painting her nails. They looked everywhere but couldn't find Little White, so Shen Jingnian didn't keep searching. He turned and went upstairs to rest. His work schedule during this business trip was very tight. So, he almost fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He had a good night's sleep, and his dreams were sweet. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Shen Jingnian woke up on time. He was about to lift the blanket and get out of bed when he sensed something was wrong. He pulled back the blanket and fell into deep thought. Again, dreaming of her once more? This time, in the dream, she seemed even more alluring than before. Is it addictive to have such dreams? Why? Why do I keep dreaming of her? Thinking about the scene in the dream, Shen Jingnian felt his whole body heat up and his mouth dry. He immediately went to lock the door and took the blanket to the bathroom, moving smoothly and quickly. Very skilled. Today is the first morning that Jiang Ning and Old Master Jiang moved into Wan City Villa. Old Master Jiang still prepared breakfast himself. While drinking milk, Jiang Ning said, Grandpa, I'll invite 2 housemaids to come back. Otherwise, you'll have to do both breakfast and cleaning every morning. It's too tiring. No, it's fine. I see it as exercise. Old Master Jiang looked at Jiang Ning seriously. Ning, I still have energy now. If you invite people over, having strangers at home will make me uncomfortable. Old Master Jiang really isn't used to having strangers at home. All right, Grandpa. Jiang Ning put down her cup. Starting today, I'll regularly invite someone to clean the house. They won't live here, so the house won't be so empty for you. It's too much for you to handle alone in such a big house. Okay then, Old Master Jiang nodded. Then he asked, by the way, Ning, when will the property management transfer be completed at Wan City Villa? Wan City Villa is a newly developed property. The property services aren't fully set up yet. To make it easier for Old Master Jiang to go to and from work, after paying for the house, Jiang Ning negotiated this deal. From now on, the property management of Wan City Villa is contracted to them. It's already done, Jiang Ning said with a smile. Starting today, you don't need to go to the East Pavilion Garden for work. East Pavilion Garden is the neighborhood where they used to live. So soon. Old Master Jiang was very surprised. Yes, Jiang Ning continued, you just need to go directly to the property center to report in later. Ning, did you tell them my identity? Old Master Jiang asked. This time, he didn't want to work in the community as a boss or a manager, because only by being at the lowest level can he see the most genuine management of a company. Property work is originally to provide convenience and service to the residents. Only by doing a good job in service can the company grow bigger and stronger. Since his granddaughter trusts him, He must work hard to supervise and not let her down. Jiang Ning shook her head. You specifically told me not to say anything, so I definitely can't say it. That's good. Old Mr. Jiang sighed in relief. I'll report to the office after dinner. Okay. After finishing dinner, old Mr. Jiang went to the property office to register. Since he didn't reveal his identity, everything went smoothly. After receiving a green reflective vest, he took cleaning tools and started to clear the trash. Another day passed quickly. It's the 7th. Soon, it will be Jiang Ning's birthday. At 11 p.m., Yun Haoyan sent a message to Shin Jingnian again. Brother-in-law, tomorrow is Jiang Dad's birthday. Are you sure you don't want to give a gift? Shin Jingnian sat in the driver's seat of the South Kula, with a designer bag and a matching lipstick set from abroad on the passenger seat, along with a bouquet of flowers. It was almost midnight, just 1 hour to go. Shin Jingnian picked up his phone and replied coldly, How many times do I have to say it? I never spend money on someone I have no blood relation with. Seeing Shin Jingnian's reply, Yun Haoyan's eyes darkened. He didn't want to comment on his brother-in-law anymore. Jiang Dad is your lifesaver. Are you sure you won't show any sign of it on his birthday? This time, Shin Jingnian didn't reply immediately because he was already driving to Dongga Garden. It was 11:30 p.m. Shin Jingnian's car stopped downstairs at Building 5. It was his first time giving a girl a gift. He wasn't nervous, but he was lying if he said he wasn't. Online advice said it was best to do it at midnight. So he wasn't in a hurry. He sat in the driver's seat, waiting patiently. He checked his phone almost every 2 minutes. Strangely, time usually passed quickly, but today it felt so slow. Shin Jingnian also experienced the feeling that time dragged.
Ding.
It was 11:45 p.m. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Ning. She should be asleep by now, so he wanted to give her some time to change clothes. He also had to wait for the elevator. When she finished her work and came downstairs, it would be almost midnight. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning finished her work and was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She took out her phone and saw a message from Shin Jingnian.
Ning Ning, come downstairs.
Downstairs? Jiang Ning found it strange and replied, Why should I go downstairs? I'm downstairs at your place.
What?
Seeing this message, Jiang Ning was surprised. She immediately looked downstairs. It was empty. Are you sure you're downstairs at my house? Yes, I am, replied Shin Jingnian quickly. Jiang Ning found it strange, but soon remembered something and replied, Actually, I've moved. Now I live in Building 8 at Wanqing Villa. Moved? Seeing Jiang Ning's reply, Shin Jingnian was stunned. So, all this waiting was in vain? Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon. Okay. Shin Jingnian put down his phone, started his engine again, turned the car around, and headed straight for Wanqing Villa. Shin Jingnian was not unfamiliar with Wanqing Villa. He also owned property there. Wanqing Villa is over 20 kilometers from Dongga Garden. Even now, at night without traffic, he couldn't arrive before midnight. So, when Shin Jingnian arrived at Wanqing Villa, it was already 12:08 a.m. He looked at his watch and felt a bit disappointed. He had prepared for so long but still missed the exact moment of midnight. But he still sent Jiang Ning a message on WeChat. Ning Ning, I've arrived.
Come downstairs.
Although Jiang Ning didn't know what Shin Jingnian was doing looking for her so late, she still went downstairs. Based on Shin Jingnian's personality, unless it was something important, he wouldn't come looking for her so late. His car was parked outside the villa's large iron gate. He leaned half on the car door. The moonlight shone on his face, making him look very cold and distant, as if he was walking on the moon, not an ordinary person. Shin Jingnian. Jiang Ning pushed open the door and saw the scene. People are often unable to resist beauty, and Jiang Ning was no exception. She was momentarily a bit dazed. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Shin Jingnian immediately looked up. The girl had just finished washing up, not wearing her usual bun but her hair casually down, giving her a messy yet lazy beauty. Her clear, charming eyes looked like peach blossoms. Although she wore a simple sweatshirt, her extraordinary aura couldn't be hidden. Their eyes met, and Shin Jingnian was slightly stunned. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and softly said, "Ningning." Jiang Ning walked over. "Do you need something from me?" "Turn around," Shin Jingnian said according to a tutorial he found online. "Turn around?" Although Jiang Ning looked confused, she still turned around. About a minute later, Shin Jingnian's voice came again. "Ningning, you can look back now." When Jiang Ning turned around, she saw Shin Jingnian standing there holding a bunch of sunflowers. "Ningning, happy birthday, wishing you joy and peace. I hope you are as lively as a sunflower, growing towards the sun." In this moment, Jiang Ning couldn't quite feel what she was experiencing. She had never celebrated her birthday before, and it was happening right at midnight. She walked over and took the flowers with both hands. "How did you know today is my birthday?" In her previous life, Jiang Ning's birthday was on the 8th day of the 7th lunar month. Whether by coincidence or not, in this life, her birthday is also on the 8th day of the 7th lunar month. "How Tian told me," Shin Jingnian said as he opened the front passenger door. "By the way, these are also birthday gifts for you." Then, Shin Jingnian coughed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. "Ningning, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. You are my only female friend, and I really value our friendship." "Thank you, Shin Jingnian." Jiang Ning stepped forward and hugged him. She was about 20 centimeters shorter than him. It was a perfect height difference. He just had to lower his head a little, and his chin would touch her hair. Suddenly, Jiang Ning hugged him, and Shin Jingnian's body stiffened noticeably. His hand, hanging in the air, was unsure whether to put it down or keep it up. His heart was pounding rapidly, and his Adam's apple moved up and down twice with each heartbeat. Her scent, familiar and comforting, filled his nose completely. It was that familiar, reassuring smell. But before Shin Jingnian could savor it, Jiang Ning released him, a faint smile with two small dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth as she explained, "Don't misunderstand. This is just a friendly hug." "Friendship? A friendly hug?" For some reason, hearing this, Shin Jingnian's heart suddenly felt empty, very empty. It was a lonely emptiness, like a stock market crash. A strange, unfamiliar feeling. "I'll help you move the stuff to the yard," Shin Jingnian said, suppressing his discomfort and speaking again. He had bought 10 bags, plus a full set of lipstick, all packed into a large cardboard box, one big box full of things. "That's very kind of you," Jiang Ning said. "No problem." Shin Jingnian picked up the box and headed toward the yard, casually asking, "Ningning, when did you guys move here?" "Just a couple of days ago." "What?" "They moved in only 2 days ago." Shin Jingnian nodded slightly, his face expressionless and cold. Jiang Ning continued, "Shin Jingnian, come inside and sit for a while, have some tea." "Too late now, I need to head back. I'll visit Grandpa Jiang another day when I have time." It was already late at night, and Shin Jingnian was not the kind of person to be inconsiderate. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow night, I will treat you to dinner." "Sounds good," Shin Jingnian replied. Jiang Ning saw Shin Jingnian off to his car and said, "Let's stay in touch on WeChat tomorrow. Drive carefully at night." "I will," Shin Jingnian assured. As soon as Shin Jingnian got home, he received a call from Yun Haotian. "Hello." His voice was still very cold. Yun Haotian's curious voice came through the phone. "Brother-in-law, where did you just go? I sent you so many WeChat messages, but you didn't reply." "Just busy with work," Shin Jingnian answered briefly and calmly, sounding as if he had really been working. Yun Haotian didn't doubt his answer, knowing Shin Jingnian was not only a miser, but also a workaholic. "Brother-in-law, you should be done working now, right? I know a really delicious street food stall. Want to go eat together?" In the summer heat, eating barbecue at a street stall and drinking beer sounds perfect. Yun Haotian is a wealthy second generation who knows how to enjoy life. "I never eat that kind of junk food," Shin Jingnian refused directly. "But the street barbecue is really tasty. Just try it once, I promise you'll love it. Life is short, why live so strictly? Stop wasting words." "Do I look like someone with poor self-control who would easily change my principles?" Shin Jingnian asked back. Only someone with low self-control would change their principles casually because of others. Shun Jingnian wouldn't. Since he was a child, he had never eaten from street stalls. Yun Haotian. It seems he really doesn't. At 8 a.m., Hisuosu followed Lin Wani to visit the Lin family. Learning that Lin Wani's home was in Wan City Villa, Hisuosu was surprised. Wani, you're so low-key. We've known each other for so long, and I never knew your family lived in Wan City Villa. He thought Lin Wani and the He family lived in a large apartment, but it turned out her family was in Wan City Villa. Hisuosu never imagined that one day he could even enter Wan City Villa. Wan City Villa is a high-end residential area with strict security. Even takeout and delivery are not allowed to enter casually, so ordinary people can't get in. Lin Wani smiled confidently. It's nothing special. Wan City Villa is divided into luxury and regular zones. My family lives in the regular zone. A villa there costs only 20 million. The most expensive are buildings 8, 9, and 10, where the average price is over 50 million each. Hisuosu's face was full of shock. She had never known before that villas could also have different levels of luxury. Those living over in Building 8 must be very rich or very noble, right? Yes, Lin Wani nodded. Hisuosu linked her arm with Lin Wani's, her eyes full of envy. Wani, you're so lucky. Born into wealth, and every day living in such a nice place. Lin Wani interacts with many high society people daily. Although the He family's life has improved a lot compared to before, people's greed is endless. Compared to a modest life, she dreams of living a top-tier life. She plans to visit Lin's house more often in the future. Maybe one day, she'll meet wealthy people in the villa area. Hisuosu squinted her eyes. After all, someone like Jiangning can step on her to marry into a rich family. She can do it too. Besides her face, what does she lack compared to Jiangning? She is confident she can surpass Jiangning, the small-town girl, marry into a wealthy family, and change her social class. As they talked and walked, they soon reached the gate of Wan City Villa. There was a person standing at the gate. It seemed she forgot her access card and was stopped by the security guard, looking down as she searched her bag. She wore a baseball cap, and from Hisuosu's angle, only her white, jade-like profile was visible. Although it was just a side view, Hisuosu quickly recognized her. Jiangning. Is that Jiangning? Hisuosu didn't expect to see Jiangning here. What was Jiangning doing here? Trying to flirt with the rich? TSK. This small-town girl is really shameless. Someone like her, divorced and second-hand, still dreams of marrying into a rich family. Pure, wishful thinking. Hisuosu looked at Lin Wani and deliberately raised her voice. Wani, look at that poor girl. She's so shameless. She doesn't even have her access card but still tries to pretend to be the owner to get into your villa area and flirt with the rich. Lin Wani snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. She took out her access card from her bag. I've seen people like her before. Seeing Lin Wani take out her access card, Hisuosu's eyes gleamed with pride. She has friends living in Wan City Villa. Does Jiangning? She can enter Wan City Villa openly and honestly. Jiangning can only be kept outside. That's the difference between people. Lin Wani handed the access card to the security guard, looking proud. Xiao Zhang, why are you wasting time with this kind of person? Just drive her away. Do you really believe she forgot her access card? In Lin Wani's opinion, letting someone like Jiangning, a materialistic woman, into their villa area would only lower the overall standard of the neighborhood. The security guard looked hesitant and said, Miss Lin, you are the owner here, and this young lady is probably one too. She just can't find her access card at the moment. Sorry, I don't have the authority to remove her. Is Jiangning also an owner here? That's hard to believe. Hearing this, Hisuosu burst out laughing, with a look of sarcasm in her eyes. I think your biggest achievement in life is just being a security guard. Look at her, so poor and shabby. Does she seem like someone who can afford a house in Wanqing Villa? Someone like her should just live in a low-rent apartment for life. If I were her, I'd just jump into the river and drown. There's no need to make a fool of herself here. Just then, Jiangning took out a black card from her bag, pinched it between her white fingers, and handed it to the security guard. Seeing the card Jiangning handed over, Hisuasua's face changed drastically. How could this be? How could Jiangning have an access card for Wanqing Villa? That card is only for owners. Nearby, Lin Wani also looked very upset. Wanqing Villa is quite large, but since it's a new development, not many people live there. Plus, she was in the owners group, so she knew a lot about the residents. But Lin Wani had never heard of such a girl with blonde hair and a shabby look getting an access card. Where did she get it? It must be fake. Definitely fake. Lin Wani squinted, thinking she could just use a fake access card to get by. That's wishful thinking. Thinking this, a mocking smile appeared on Lin Wani's face as she looked at the security guard. Xiao Zhang, you'd better verify this card carefully. Wanqing Villa isn't a place just anyone can enter. Hearing this, Hisuasua instantly understood.
Oh.
So the card is fake. I knew it. There's no way Jiangning, a girl from a small village, could be an owner of Wanqing Villa. What does she think she is? The security guard didn't dismiss Jiangning because of Lin Wani's words. Instead, he respectfully took the access card from Jiangning and said, "Please wait a moment."
Ding.
As soon as the card was placed on the sensor, the door opened. The card wasn't fake. Fake cards wouldn't work. After successfully swiping the card, the guard respectfully handed it back to Jiangning. "Please take care on your way." Jiangning took the card without even glancing at Hisuasua and walked inside as if Hisuasua and Lin Wani didn't exist. Security guard Xiao Zhang looked at Jiangning's back, his eyes full of shock. Sure enough, truly wealthy people are low-key and refined. They wouldn't act like Lin Wani and Hisuasua, who look down on others just because they have little money. It's true, silent waters run deep. This time, Hisuasua was truly stunned, his face turning pale. His blood seemed to drain away, and he felt as if his dignity had been stepped on by Jiangning. How could this be? Could it be that Jiangning really bought a house in Wanqing Villa? Looking in the direction Jiangning left, Hisuasua felt even worse, his eyes fixed on the roadside sign. The direction Jiangning was heading pointed directly toward building number 8. Buildings 1 to 7 and 27 to 51 are on the east and west sides, while buildings 8 to 26 are on the north and south sides. The luxury area and the regular area are clearly separated. Could it be? Jiangning not only lives in Wanqing Villa, but also possibly in the luxury area's building number 8? Hisuasua looked up at Lin Wani nearby. Wani, did you just say that building no? 8 is in the wealthy area of Wanqing Villa? Although Lin Wani was reluctant to admit it, she nodded. Yes. Hearing Lin Wani's precise answer, Hisuasua felt a surge of jealousy and envy.
Why?
Why can Jiangning live in the wealthy area of Wanqing Villa? Has Jiangning also hooked up with some rich person? She, who is divorced, what right does she have to marry into wealth? Thinking about Jiangning finding a rich boyfriend again, Hisuasua felt almost breathless, worse than losing her life once. Seeing her reaction, Lin Wani continued, "Do you know that girl with the yellow hair just now?" Not exactly, Hisuasua squinted. Her name is Jiangning. She was adopted as a foundling by a distant relative of my father's family. I have no blood relation with her. Over a month ago, her grandfather brought her to my house, trying to get her to stay and freeload. I don't know why she suddenly has access to the Wanqing Villa security card. Lin Wani narrowed her eyes. Could she be being kept? After all, Jiangning has a beautiful face. And not just any beauty. According to Lin Wani, many kept women live inside Wanqing Villa. Hisuasua shook her head. Probably no one would keep a divorced woman like her. Hearing this, Lin Wani's eyes were full of disdain. She's divorced?
Yes.
Lin Wani's expression grew more contemptuous. So, she's just a broken woman who's been divorced. Hisuasua was right. A divorced woman is considered the least valuable, and even if she is willing to give herself up, no one would want her. Young lady, please make way. A voice suddenly came from nearby. Lin Wani immediately stepped aside. An elderly person wearing a yellow vest was picking up trash from under Lin Wanyi's feet with tongs. After finishing, the old man left. Lin Wanyi didn't even get a clear look at his face. But he Sua looked at the old man's back and burst out laughing.
Suo, what are you laughing at?
Lin Wanyi asked curiously. Do you know that cleaner just now? Hearing Lin Wanyi's words, Grandpa Jiang looked back at his Sua. His expression was hard to read. His Sua quickly distanced herself, afraid of getting involved with such a low-level cleaner like Grandpa Jiang. I don't know him. How could I know someone like that? He's not on the same level as me, she said. The last flicker of hope in Grandpa Jiang's eyes disappeared.
He knew it all along.
He shouldn't have had expectations for someone unkind. What does blood relation matter? A mean person is always a mean person. His Sua lowered her voice and asked Wanyi, do you know who that old cleaner is? Who? Lin Wanyi asked. That's Jiang Ning's grandfather, his Sua said with a smile. Now I finally understand why Jiang Ning has the access card for one city villa. She had thought Jiang Ning bought a villa there. Turns out it's because she has a grandfather who's a cleaner. It's so funny. Hearing this, Lin Wanyi also laughed. The granddaughter of a cleaner has the nerve to act superior in front of me. It's disgusting. His Sua linked arms with Lin Wanyi and said, Jiang Ning has always been very vain, always trying to outshine me in front of others. Wanyi, don't bother with her. Lin Wanyi looked at her with disdain. Of course, I wouldn't bother with someone like her. What a joke. Arguing over a granddaughter of a cleaner only lowers her own status. After Jiang Ning returned home, she remembered to open the gift Xinjing Nian sent last night. She wasn't very familiar with luxury brands. She usually bought bags casually. But seeing Xinjing Nian give her 10 bags at once, she was a bit surprised. From the packaging, it was clear these bags weren't cheap. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, there was a special cabinet for bags. Jiang Ning took all the bags upstairs and stored them in the closet. After putting away the bags, Jiang Ning noticed a lipstick set at the bottom. There were over 60 pieces in total. The color scheme ranges from dark to light, very complete. Just then, the doorbell rings. Ding dong. I'm coming. Jiang Ning runs downstairs to open the door. Ding ding ding. As soon as the door opens, a bouquet of flowers comes into view. Then, Yu Qianlon's cute little head peeks out from beside the flowers. Happy birthday, Ning Ning. Thank you, March. Jiang Ning doesn't immediately take the flowers, but instead reaches out to hug Yu Qianlon. Yu Qianlon smiles and hugs Jiang Ning back. Ning Ning, why are you still so polite? We're family, remember? A few seconds later, Jiang Ning releases Yu Qianlon and takes the flowers. She then takes out a pair of special cat slippers she prepared for Yu Qianlon from the cabinet. What would you like to drink?
ILL pour it for you.
I want lemon cola, Yu Qianlon says naturally, slipping into the cat slippers. Okay. Jiang Ning nods slightly. I happen to have lemons at home. Jiang Ning places the flowers on the table, then goes to the kitchen to make the lemon cola. She slices the lemon, puts the slices into a container with ice, and blends it until it becomes lemon juice, then adds cola. A refreshing, thirst-quenching drink rich in vitamin C is ready. Drinking this on a hot summer day feels incredibly cool. While Jiang Ning is blending the lemons, Yu Qianlon skillfully finds a vase in the villa's cabinet and arranges the flowers. As soon as she finishes arranging the flowers, Jiang Ning completes the drink. March, here you go. Yu Qianlon takes the drink, then seems to remember something. She takes a jewelry box from her bag. Ning Ning, your birthday gift. Jiang Ning looks surprised. For me? Of course, Yu Qianlon continues. Ning Ning, open it and see. With Yu Qianlon's expectant gaze, Jiang Ning opens the jewelry box. Inside, a jade bracelet lies on black velvet. It's icy and transparent, with excellent water and clarity. It's the kind of mountain water bracelet that doesn't need much light to shine, simple yet elegant. Jiang Ning, who knows a bit about jade, naturally understands that this jade bracelet is quite valuable.
March.
Yu Qianlon seems to know what Jiang Ning is about to say and speaks first. Ning Ning, this was bought by my dad through a friend, an old mine jade. They say jade can nourish and ward off evil. You must not refuse it. If you reject my birthday gift, I won't want the gift I gave you either. Since Jiangning gave her a unique gold lock on her birthday, Yu Qianlong has been wearing it and never took it off. Hearing this, Jiangning smiles and extends her hand. All right, then help me put it on. That's more like it. Yu Qianlong also smiled. Jiangning's skin is very fair, and her fingers are slender and white, like long scallions. Her neatly trimmed nails show a healthy pink, which is very eye-catching and natural. Yu Qianlong gently took her hand and carefully slipped the jade bracelet onto it. The semi-mountain water ice jade bracelet looks cold and noble on her wrist, almost alive, as if it has gained vitality. Usually, bracelets enhance the wearer, but here, Jiangning makes the bracelet stand out more. Yu Qianlong exclaimed, "Beautiful, so beautiful. Ningning, you could be a hand model." Jiangning lifted her hand and gently moved the bracelet. It really looks good. March, you have great taste. I love this gift. I'm glad you like it, Yu Qianlong said happily, seeing how much Jiangning loved her present. Jiangning then asked, by the way, March, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll ask the maid to come over and cook. Jiangning is good at many things but can't cook. In her past life, she grew up in an orphanage. Although the orphanage trained children to be independent and taught them to cook, she was taken to a special class at age 12 and never had the chance to learn. Later, she spent all her time in labs and offices, so she rarely cooked. After moving, Jiangning didn't want old Jiang to cook every day, so she hired a maid to prepare lunch and dinner daily. Don't let the maid come today. Let's have hot pot for lunch. At home. I brought some delicious hot pot base from my mom, brought back from Yuzhou, spicy and numbing. Okay. Jiangning nodded slightly. It's still early. Shall we go shopping for ingredients together? Yes, yes. Yu Qianlong loved shopping with her friends the most. At 10:30, they returned home loaded with groceries. There were already several packages at the door. Jiangning picked up some to look at. Gifts from Yun Haoyan, Wang Shengli, Chen Yin, and others. All were birthday presents for her. By 11 o'clock, old Jiang also came back, carrying a cake. Ningning, happy birthday. Grandpa is going out for dinner with colleagues tonight. We're celebrating your birthday at noon. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiangning took the cake from him. Just in time, March is here too. Hello, Grandpa Jiang, Yu Qianlong said politely as she approached from inside. Thank you, March, for coming to celebrate Ningning's birthday with us. This was probably the most beautiful and meaningful birthday Ningning has ever had. She was surrounded by family and friends. Because there were guests coming to the house in the evening, Yu Qianlong left at 5:30. After Yu Qianlong left, Jiangning also prepared to go to the restaurant to meet Shen Jingnian. She had already sent the restaurant's address and phone number to Shen Jingnian. It was a high-end Cantonese restaurant. The environment was very nice. When Jiangning arrived, Shen Jingnian was already waiting for her by the window. Seeing her, Shen Jingnian waved and said, Ningning, over here. Jiangning was a bit surprised to see Shen Jingnian. She arrived 15 minutes early, expecting to wait for Shen Jingnian, but it turned out Shen Jingnian was waiting for her. Sorry, I am late. I misremembered the time, Shen Jingnian said calmly. After sitting down, Jiangning handed him the menu. What would you like to eat? Just order whatever. Shen Jingnian slightly opened his lips and said, I'm not picky. Ladies first. You order and I'll eat whatever you choose. Then I won't be polite. Jiangning picked up the menu. Suddenly, Shen Jingnian's phone rang. He picked up his phone. It was a message from Yun Haotian on WeChat. Brother-in-law, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Shen Jingnian quickly typed 2 words and sent them. In a meeting. After replying to Yun Haotian, Shen Jingnian quickly put down his phone and stopped looking at it. The book he read said that when eating with a girl, it's best not to look at your phone too often. Shen Jingnian has always been a top student. He always tries to do his best in everything. On the other side, Yun Haotian was speechless after seeing Shen Jingnian's reply. Meeting, just meetings. What a workaholic. It was bad enough that Zhang's birthday was cheap, but now he was still in a meeting. Yun Haotian never imagined that Shen Jingnian, who claimed he was in a meeting, was actually having dinner with Jiangning at a Cantonese restaurant. And he even said he wasn't picky about food. Knowing Shin Jingnian, he was the pickiest eater in the Shin family. He refused to eat this or that. The dishes at the Cantonese restaurant were small and delicate. So Jiang Ning ordered a few more dishes. Seeing that there was a dish called Mao Shui Wang on the menu, Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. She wanted to try what Mao Shui Wang from a Cantonese restaurant tasted like, and she looked up at Shin Jingnian. Do you eat Mao Shui Wang? Many people avoid eating blood and spicy food, and the portion of Mao Shui Wang is quite large, so Jiang Ning had to ask Shin Jingnian about his taste preferences in advance. Eat, Shin Jingnian nodded slightly. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, handed the menu to the waiter, then add another serving of Mao Shui Wang. Yes, miss. After the meal, the waiter brought a delicate white swan birthday cake. Happy birthday, Miss Jiang. Jiang Ning looked puzzled. Does your restaurant also offer birthday cake service? The white swan cake was not cheap. A small one cost over 5,000 yuan. The waiter smiled and said, Miss Jiang, you misunderstood. The cake was bought in advance by this gentleman and stored here for us. Jiang Ning looked at Shin Jingnian. Did you buy it? Yes. Shin Jingnian lit the candles. Ning Ning, make a wish? Okay. Jiang Ning clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and sincerely made a birthday wish to the candles. The flickering candlelight intertwined with the neon lights outside the window, reflecting on her beautiful, delicate face. A gentle breeze blew outside, softly ruffling her hair, creating a peaceful, beautiful scene. Shin Jingnian was momentarily lost in thought. He didn't know what she wished for. After a few seconds, Jiang Ning released her hands and blew out the candles in one breath. Shin Jingnian suggested, Ning Ning, let me take a picture of you? Sure. Shin Jingnian took out his phone and switched to camera mode. Jiang Ning made a universal peace sign with her fingers. Without needing to find the perfect angle, her good looks made it easy to capture a stunning photo with just a casual shot. Shin Jingnian took several photos in a row. I'll send them to you on WeChat. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ning went to the cashier to pay. The cashier smiled and said, Miss, your bill has already been paid by the gentleman sitting with you. Already paid? Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. During the meal, Shin Jingnian only went to the bathroom once. How could she have imagined that he would buy the bill? Yes, the cashier nodded slightly. How much is it in total? Jiang Ning asked. 1,200 yuan. Okay, thank you. Back at their table, Jiang Ning looked at Shin Jingnian. You promised to treat me, so why did you buy the bill in advance? I happen to have a coupon from their store, so I bought it casually. Jiang Ning continued, then I'll transfer the money to you. Remember to accept it. No need, we have plenty of time. Next time, you can treat me, Shin Jingnian said in a deep, magnetic voice. Jiang Ning felt a little embarrassed. Based on this calculation, how many times has she owed Shin Jingnian a meal? That's fine. What do you want to eat next time? Jiang Ning asked.
Decide yourself. All right.
Jiang Ning nodded slightly. After finishing the meal, Shin Jingnian drove Jiang Ning home. It was getting late, so Jiang Ning didn't invite him to stay for tea. As Jiang Ning opened the door, Xiaobai jumped into her arms.
Meow, meow, meow.
Such a cute baby. You're back again. Jiang Ning immediately held Xiaobai and kissed him several times. At these moments, she always thought to herself that humans can't live without kittens. Meanwhile, Shin Jingnian returned to Shin Garden and looked everywhere for Xiaobai. But after a long search, he didn't see even a shadow of the cat. Strange. Where could this naughty cat have gone? He hadn't seen the cat in days. Unable to find the cat, Shin Jingnian looked disappointed. Madame Shin sat on the sofa, squinting her eyes. Seeing her son acting strangely, she asked, Jingnian, why have you been coming home more often these days? In the past, Shin Jingnian thought Shin Garden was too noisy, and he only came home once every 10 or 15 days. What surprised Madame Shin the most was that every time Shin Jingnian returned, he immediately looked for Xiaobai. It was as if he had developed a cat addiction. Very strange. Shin Jingnian's face showed no emotion. His lips parted slightly. It's nothing. I just feel more at ease at home. Is that so? Madame Shin raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing his words. Yes, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Just then, Madame Shen seemed to remember something. By the way, Hao Tian just sent me a message saying today is Ningning's birthday. Have you prepared a gift for her?
No.
Shen Jingnian's tone was flat. No? Madame Shen was so angry she stood up from the sofa. You little brat. Who is Ningning? She not only saved you, but is also my dear daughter-in-law. You didn't even prepare a birthday gift for her. Do you not want to pursue her anymore? Shen Jingnian looked helpless. Mom, I never planned to pursue her. Besides, I am someone who doesn't believe in marriage. Not believing in marriage, huh? Madame Shen was so furious, she almost fainted. She quickly pinched her own.
Ah!
You're going to make me angry to death. Lao Lu, call an ambulance. Shen Jingnian was clearly used to Madame Shen's dramatics. Mom, I'm going upstairs first. Such a filial son. You're truly a filial son. I'm about to faint from anger, and you're still going upstairs. How could I raise such a filial son like you? The next day. Saturday. It was the day Shen Jingnian and Phyllis had planned to meet. Shen Jingnian left the meeting room and cancelled all his afternoon plans, preparing to go to Yipinge for the appointment. Yun Haotian followed behind him. Little brother-in-law, where are you going this afternoon? To meet someone.
Who are you meeting?
Yun Haotian asked curiously. A net friend. A net friend? Yun Haotian widened his eyes. Wow, it's really raining good news from the sky. My little brother-in-law is catching up with trends and going to meet a net friend. Yun Haotian then asked excitedly, little brother-in-law, are you dating online?
Oh.
I get it, you're going to meet in real life. The more Yun Haotian thought about it, the more excited he became. Shen Jingnian rolled his eyes at him. Can you think of something other than these messy thoughts? If it's not online dating in real life, then what is it? Yun Haotian asked doubtfully. Do you know assassination? Shen Jingnian asked back. Yun Haotian was stunned at first, then said, Assassination, isn't that a chess endgame you created? It's an endgame that even the previous chess champion couldn't solve, and it's highly regarded in the industry. Among professional chess players, there's a saying, no assassination, no chess. Shen Jingnian explained, a few days ago, I met a player named Phyllis at Chiyu Mountain Villa in Jinxiu Jijian. They easily solved assassination, so the person I want to meet is them. Phyllis? Yun Haotian suddenly remembered something and asked, little brother-in-law, is that the player who entered Chiyu Mountain Villa before you? Yes, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Yun Haotian's eyes widened in disbelief.
Wow.
That Phyllis is really impressive. Not only did they get into Chiyu Mountain Villa before you, but they also solved your assassination. Shen Jingnian's intelligence is already exceptional. Unexpectedly, there's someone even more talented than him. Now, not only is Shen Jingnian curious about who Phyllis is, but Yun Haotian is also very curious. Little brother-in-law, can I go with you? Yun Haotian asked. He also wants to see who Phyllis really is. No, Shen Jingnian refused directly. I didn't say I'd bring someone along. It would be too abrupt to bring you without notice. That's true, Yun Haotian scratched his head. Then, after you're familiar with each other, will you introduce us? Sure, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Cloud Haotian was lost in his imagination and couldn't help but say, it would be even better if she were a beautiful woman. Shen Jingnian gently patted his head and said in a low voice, stop thinking about such nonsense. From what I see of Phyllis's style of playing chess and her strategy, she doesn't seem like a girl. Phyllis's chess style was vast and bold, unstoppable like a divine force. Even Shen Jingnian felt inferior. Cloud Haotian stroked his chin and said, that's not certain. What if she really is a beautiful woman? Little uncle, you're just a single man who doesn't understand romance. If Phyllis is really a beautiful woman, you must introduce me to her. All right, if Phyllis is a girl, I will introduce you. Shen Jingnian picked up his watch from the desk and put it on. I'm leaving now. Okay, Cloud Haotian nodded. 30 minutes later, Shen Jingnian arrived at a private room in Yipin Pavilion and left a message for Phyllis online. Waiting for you at Primlai Ferry Pavilion. Jiangning had already gotten into a taxi. Just as he was about to message S, he received a reply from S. He clicked to respond. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Shen Jingnian replied with okay, and then turned off his phone. On the tea table, besides tea and delicate snacks, there was also a Go board. Shen Jingnian's slender fingers picked up a stone, playing against himself with his left and right hands. The tea smoke curled around his sharp features, hiding his cold expression in the mist. From afar, he looked like a celestial being, extremely pleasing to the eye. A waiter came in to refill the tea and couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Ding dong, it was Phyllis.
Bang!
At the same time, Shen Jingnian placed the last stone on the Go board. The game was very intense, but the result was a draw. This was also why Shen Jingnian was eager to meet Phyllis. He wanted to find a true opponent, not someone he played against himself every day. Shen Jingnian stood up and walked to the door, his beautiful hand resting on the doorknob, gently turning it. At this moment, it was impossible not to feel anticipation.
Click.
The door opened. Outside stood a tall, slender figure dressed in a light-colored hoodie, neat work pants, and black marten boots. There was an indescribable sense of coolness. Her hair was somewhat long, braided into a side plait resting on her chest. She wore a baseball cap, tilted to one side. The brim of her hat was pulled down low, just enough to cover her eyebrows and eyes. Only her elegant chin and pretty lips were visible. Her skin was very fair, and under the black hat, she looked like a snowflake in winter. Her natural red lips were charming without any makeup. She had a cool style and seemed a bit cold. There was also something familiar about her. Shen Jingnian looked at her quietly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Usually, a man who had experienced many battles without a frown now looked surprised, his pupils shrinking. Ning Ning?
Could it be?
At this moment, Shen Jingnian had a bold thought, and his heart started to race. Could Phyllis be Jiang Ning? So, the person who entered the adventure villa first was Jiang Ning. The one who broke the assassination was also Jiang Ning. When Shen Jingnian heard her voice, Jiang Ning was also surprised. She quickly looked up. Their eyes met, and both saw their own reflection in each other's eyes. At this moment, time seemed to stop. It felt like only they existed in the world. After a few seconds, Jiang Ning finally found her voice again. Shen Jingnian? Yes, it's me. Shen Jingnian slightly parted his thin lips, speaking calmly, but inside he was stormy, like a ship lost at sea in a fierce wind. It was really Shen Jingnian. Seeing the stern man in front of her, Jiang Ning was even more surprised. How could she see Shen Jingnian here? Did she go to the wrong room? After saying that, Jiang Ning took a few steps back and looked at the room name. Penglai Fairy Pavilion? She frowned slightly. That's right. Or maybe she remembered the wrong room name. Jiang Ning took out her phone and opened the chat with us. Yes, this was the place. Could there be 2 Penglai Fairy Pavilions in the first pavilion? Shen Jingnian looked down at Jiang Ning from above, his exquisite phoenix eyes full of intense ink. Ning Ning, are you Phyllis? It sounded like a question, but he said it as a statement. At this moment, everything around them seemed to fade into the background. Only she remained in his eyes.
Yes.
Jiang Ning nodded first, then suddenly looked up, asking in disbelief. So, URS? So, after playing chess together for so many days, the first person to find the entrance to the adventure villa in the misty forest and break into her inner world was Shen Jingnian? In that instant, Jiang Ning's heart was filled with waves of shock, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes, I am S. Shen Jingnian slightly parted his lips again, his voice still deep and magnetic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was even more shocked. She never expected that Shen Jingnian was truly S. The S that amazed her. The S that made her curious. Shen Jingnian felt the same way. At first, he thought Phyllis was a man. Unexpectedly, Phyllis is not only a woman but also just a young girl of only 19 years old. This made him feel somewhat ashamed. Come in and sit. Shen Jingnian slightly turned to the side.
Okay.
Jiang Ning stepped inside. The private room at Yipin Pavilion has a very good environment. decorated in a traditional style. Passing through layers of beaded curtains, you can see a solid wood tea table. Behind the table, there is a screen painted with images of the four great beauties. Incense is burning on the table. The scent is light. You can still distinguish the aroma of green tea morning dew, which smells very pleasant. Jiangning sat opposite Shen Jingnian, still feeling a bit unbelievable, her beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at him. Are you really yes? Do you want me to prove my identity? Shen Jingnian raised his eyebrows slightly. How should I verify? Jiangning asked. Shen Jingnian pointed to the chessboard. Very simple, play a game. Jiangning chuckled softly, sure. A match of equals. She was also a bit eager. There's no better way to verify Shen Jingnian's identity than playing chess. As she spoke, she began to organize the chess pieces on the board. No rush, there's still time. Shen Jingnian calmly picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to her. Drink some tea to soothe your throat first. Jiangning took the cup, sipped a little, then her eyes brightened with a hint of surprise, and she said happily, Zishan Yunwu? I didn't expect Yiping Pavilion to have such an excellent tea. Zishan Yunwu is as rare as the big red robe from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. The big red robe from Wui Mountain's mother tree can at least be bought with money. But Zishan Yunwu is almost priceless and hard to find. Having money isn't enough. You also need power. Tea lovers' greatest dream is to drink Zishan Yunwu. But Jiangning didn't expect to find Zishan Yunwu at Yiping Pavilion. It's something I brought myself, Shen Jingnian said, refilling her cup with tea. If you can taste Zishan Yunwu, it means I didn't bring the wrong tea today. Playing chess requires a confidant. Tasting tea also does. Good tea can only show its true value when it's shared with someone who understands tea. If someone doesn't understand tea, even rare and precious tea leaves are no different from plain water to them. Zishan Yunwu has a special aroma and flavor that is very similar to green tea. Because of this, most people tend to confuse Zishan Yunwu with green tea. Jiangning was the first person Shen Jingnian met who could immediately taste the flavor of Zishan Yunwu upon first sip. It would be false to say he wasn't surprised. Shen Jingnian couldn't help but wonder how many other things she might be unaware of about her. She is like an uncut jade stone. Before it is carved, no one knows what surprises it might hold. Jiangning really likes the taste of Zishan Yunwu. She picks up her cup and takes another sip. Maybe it's because I have a sensitive palate and I love drinking tea, so I can remember the taste after just one sip.
You're better than me.
I need several tries to remember the flavor and type of tea, Shen Jingnian said. Then he added, the snacks here are also good. Want to try some? Jiangning pinched a piece of lotus cake. She eats naturally, almost biting off a large piece in one go. Her cheeks puff out like a little hamster, which is very different from her usually cool and calm image. It's unexpectedly adorable and quite eye-catching. Shen Jingnian takes a sip of tea, seemingly thinking of something, and then asks, Ningning, can you eat sweets? Yes, I love sweets the most. Jiangning nods slightly. Jiangning has no resistance to desserts. She even drinks full sugar milk tea. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian takes out his phone and scans a QR code to order the most popular peach mousse and chocolate Earl Grey from the shop. He initially thought Phyllis was a man, so he ordered low sugar, not very sweet snacks. He remembers from a book that most girls like sweet things. But Jiangning is a girl who always surprises people, so Shen Jingnian asked her directly. When he learned she liked sweets, he placed the order. The new desserts are quickly brought in by the waiter. Jiangning's eyes are soon attracted to them. She tries a bit of this, then a bit of that. While she is tasting the desserts, Shen Jingnian begins sorting the chess pieces on the board and placing them into the corresponding Go containers. When Jiangning has had enough, Shen Jingnian also finishes sorting the pieces. He gently opens his lips and says, Ningning, shall we start? Jiangning nods slightly. Black goes first. You start. In Go, it is very important who goes first because the first player has an advantage. But Jiangning doesn't mind. A true master doesn't care who starts first. Okay, Shen Jingnian agrees without argument, nodding slightly. Then I shall humbly accept the challenge. Sun Jingnan picked up a game piece and placed it on the board. It was a star point. This position is good for controlling the outer influence, so it is a common opening move in Go. Almost every first player places their piece here. Sun Jingnan was no exception. Jiang Ning quickly followed, taking a white stone and placing it next to Sun Jingnan. Sun Jingnan slightly raised an eyebrow. What is she doing? Usually, the second player chooses an empty spot higher on the board to claim more territory for development. If they follow closely, they risk being surrounded. To be honest, Jiang Ning's move surprised Sun Jingnan a little. Her style is very strange. Hard to predict. But that also fits her personality. She always surprises others with unexpected moves, making people amazed. Sun Jingnan narrowed her eyes slightly, then picked up another stone and placed it to Jiang Ning's right. Jiang Ning remained calm, continuing to place stones beside Sun Jingnan, back and forth. Soon, the white stones on the board started to fall behind. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jingnan had captured 3 of Jiang Ning's stones. But Jiang Ning didn't seem anxious at all. Her clear, elegant face showed no signs of worry, and she kept moving forward. Sun Jingnan pressed forward step by step. Seeing her stones being surrounded and her position becoming hopeless, Jiang Ning suddenly placed a stone. This time, she didn't follow her previous pattern but placed her stone in the middle empty spot. In an instant, a new hope appeared. What was once a losing position turned around completely. Sun Jingnan found himself in a tight spot. Jiang Ning picked up her cup, took a sip of tea, and softly said, "I concede." Looking at the situation on the board, Sun Jing's pupils shrank. It was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He finally understood that Jiang Ning's earlier moves were just her setup. She seemed to be under pressure, with no way out, but in fact, she was leading him into her trap. The one with no way out was him, never Jiang Ning. What a clever trap. Brilliant. Brilliant. Sun Jingnan may have lost, but he did so willingly, feeling very satisfied and happy. It was a wonderful, exhilarating game. After a while, Sun Jingnan finally looked away from the board, slightly raised his eyes, and said to Jiang Ning, "Ning, I lost." "You're already very good." Jiang Ning turned to look at the clock on the wall, smiling. "Few people can play against me for more than 20 minutes. But Sun Jingnan played for over 2 hours before they finally finished. This clearly shows Sun Jingnan's strength. Jiang Ning's words are not just comfort, but a statement of fact. Sun Jingnan's lips curl slightly as he speaks. "It's the first time someone has made me lose. Want to play another round?" Although that last game lasted over 2 hours, Sun Jingnan still felt it wasn't enough.
Sure.
Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also wasn't tired of playing chess. According to the rules of Go, the winner gets to make the first move. So, Jiang Ning plays black this round. She makes her move casually, placing her first stone at the center point. Sun Jingnan raises an eyebrow slightly. Playing chess with this person always brings a different feeling each time. Since he already figured out Jiang Ning's style from before, this time Sun Jingnan is extra careful, taking almost every move very seriously. Jiang Ning is the same. Although she understood Sun Jingnan's tactics after the last game, she only won because Sun Jingnan didn't see through her plan. If it were someone else playing against her, that would be fine. But now, the person playing against her is Sun Jingnan. In front of Sun Jingnan, she can't use old tricks. Time passes second by second. It seems only the stones and the game matter to both of them. They go back and forth. Neither gives way to the other. This is a duel of masters, each move deadly. The scene is especially exciting. If someone who understands chess were watching nearby, they would surely be thrilled. An hour passes, then 2, then 3. From 3 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. in the evening. The game on the board is intense, but still evenly matched. Jiang Ning has never played against anyone for more than 4 hours. This is her first time. She must admit, this feeling is truly wonderful. She enjoys it very much. While playing chess, Jiang Ning also eats sweets, taking sips of refreshing Zishan Yunwu tea when thirsty. Such a delightful moment. Just as Jiang Ning picks up another piece of candy to eat, Sun Jingnan's beautiful fingers slowly place a stone on the board, than his melodious and magnetic voice sounds. Ning, I concede. The word Ning from his mouth sounds incredibly pleasant. Jiang is stunned, lowers her gaze to the board, and suddenly realizes she is lost.
Lost?
Someone actually beat her. It's almost unbelievable. She was careless and lost her footing. Careless and lost her footing. Jiang slightly raises an eyebrow and calls his name.
Shun Jingnian.
Shun Jingnian looks at her slowly, his deep phoenix eyes like ink. No one has ever called him by his full name before. Jiang is the first. He surprisingly liked hearing her call him that. Whenever she called him, he felt a tingling sensation in his heart, as if he might lose control. It was a strange but happy feeling. Jiang then asked, one more game? Yu Yining sang loudly, but no one could hear him. Since it was rare to find a good opponent, Jiang didn't want to stop after just 2 games. Also, she had just figured out Shen Jingnian's style. Naturally, she wanted to have a good match. Okay, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Actually, Shen Jingnian felt the same way. It was rare to meet someone on the same wavelength who could talk easily, so he didn't want to miss this chance. Playing chess is like a reflection of a person's character. Through playing, he could learn more about her. Next, the game turned intense. Before he knew it, it was already 11 o'clock at night. They played 4 games in total. Jiang won 2, lost 2, and they tied once. She stood up from her chair and stretched. Shen Jingnian, I didn't expect you to be so good at chess. Stretching might seem like a careless action, but when she did it, it felt natural and even attractive. You're also very good, Shen Jingnian said while boiling tea. You're the first person I've met who plays chess so well. Hardly anyone could tie with Shen Jingnian. Jiang was the first. She looked at her phone. It's already 11 o'clock. I really want to play a few more games with you. Shen Jingnian slightly opened his lips. There's always next time. Yes, Jiang nodded slightly.
There's always next time.
She grabbed her bag from the table. Let's find a place to eat now. She wasn't hungry during the game, but now she suddenly felt quite hungry. Okay, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. They left the private room one after the other. Jiang walked ahead. Shen Jingnian followed behind. It was already past 10 at night after the game. Most restaurants had closed by then, making it the perfect time for street food or late-night snacks. Jiang hadn't had late-night snacks in a long time. The last time she had was about a month ago. She looked at Shen Jingnian. What do you want to eat? It's on me today. I don't mind what I eat. Do you mind eating street food? Jiang asked. I know a really good barbecue place. It might be crowded by now. What proves a restaurant's strength? 2 words. Waiting in line. For words. Always waiting in line. Jingning's favorite street stall just happened to be the one with long lines all year round. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Sure, I often go alone to eat at street stalls, Shen Jingnian said casually, without blushing or feeling nervous. That's great. Let's go, Jingning replied happily. Shen Jingnian reached into his suit pocket for his car keys. I'll go get the car first. Wait for me at the tea house entrance. Don't. Jingning instinctively grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Shen Jingnian looked a little surprised, then turned to look at her. Jingning continued. It's hard to find parking over there. Let's walk instead. It's not far. All right, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. On a warm summer night, the two of them walked side by side under the sycamore trees. They talked about something, and Jingning chuckled softly, her cheeks dimpling. Suddenly, Shen Jingnian stopped and looked at the shared bikes parked by the roadside. Ning, wanna ride a bike? Bike? Jingning asked. Yes, Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. Jingning shook her head.
I don't know how to ride a bike.
Shen Jingnian's lips curved into a slight smile. It's rare to find something you can't do. Jingning also smiled. Looks like I'm quite impressive in Shen Jui's eyes. Yes, very impressive, Shen Jingnian nodded. Jingning thought he would tease her a little, but he surprisingly cooperated, which made her feel a bit shy. Ning, wait for me. I'll go grab a bike. But I don't know how to ride, Jingning said. I can ride. There's one with a back seat. I'll ride and take you, Shen Jingnian replied. All right. Jingning nodded slightly. Go ahead. Shen Jingnian quickly returned with a bike. It was a small blue bike. He placed one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground, then glanced at Jingning. Ningning, get on. Although it was just an ordinary bike, he made it look like a luxury car worth millions. That's the power of presence. The saying standing out from the crowd really fits here. Jingning cooperated and sat on the back seat. She sat sideways, holding her phone in one hand and gently resting her hand on the man's slim yet strong waist. Hold on tight, Ningning. Shen Jingnian's voice came from the wind. Jingning smiled and asked, Can you really ride fast on a bike? Of course. Shen Jingnian replied. When I was in school, no one in my class could ride faster than me. Jingning raised an eyebrow. Bragging. As soon as the words were spoken, the car suddenly sped forward very quickly, with wind rushing past Jiangning's face. The speed was very fast. Jiangning immediately hugged his waist tightly to keep his balance. Only then did he realize that he wasn't joking. Feeling the arm wrapped around his waist, Shen Jingnian's throat moved slightly, and a surge of strength rose between his legs. From an angle Jiangning couldn't see, a handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tonight's wind was sweet, very sweet. Following the map's directions, they arrived at the street food barbecue spot in 10 minutes. There was already a line. Jiangning got out of the car. I'll go wait in line first. You park the car and find me later. Okay. Watching Jiangning's back, Shen Jingnian's face showed mixed feelings, and he felt a bit regretful for riding so fast just now. After parking the car, Shen Jingnian jogged over. Ningning, I saw they're selling ice cream over there. What flavor do you want? I'll buy it. Chocolate flavor. Got it. Wait a moment. Shen Jingnian went over to buy ice cream. Boss, 2 chocolate flavors, please. No problem. That'll be 36 yuan. Shen Jingnian took out his phone to scan the code. Soon, he returned with 2 ice creams. Ningning, here's the ice cream. Thanks. The two of them queued up and ate ice cream together. The usually serious man was now chatting endlessly and even making her laugh. Just then, a leaf happened to fall onto Jiangning's hair. Ningning, don't move. What's wrong? Jiangning asked. You have something on your head. Shen Jingnian said, then reached out to help remove the leaf. He bent down, and a large shadow covered Jiangning. Then came a faint pine scent, very nice. For some reason, Jiangning felt like her heart was suddenly losing control. It was like a June day. Thunder roared loudly. In the line, there was a young couple. The girl looked at Jiangning and Shen Jingnian with some envy, then turned her head in dissatisfaction toward her boyfriend. Look at that guy's boyfriend. Handsome and thoughtful. When she asked the boss for tissue, he handed it over right away. And he even helps her pick up leaves. Okay. The boy was busy playing on his phone. Hearing this, he said impatiently, I'll get leaves for you someday too. Did I ask you to get leaves for me? Look at you, no matter where we are, you only care about your precious phone. I'm not eating anymore. You eat it yourself. The girl angrily turned around and walked away. The boy looked speechless. What's wrong with looking at his phone? Before he started dating, he looked at his phone every day too. Girls these days are so sensitive. They are hard to please. Shen Jingnian was stunned, but luckily, he had done his homework in advance and didn't look at his phone in front of Jiangning. It seems he needs to work even harder to learn in the future. After about 10 minutes, they were seated. Jiangning picked up a metal plate and handed it to Shen Jingnian. Don't be polite with me. Feel free to take whatever you want. I'll pay today. Okay, I promise not to be polite. Shen Jingnian was trying this kind of street food for the first time and didn't know where to start. It wasn't until someone next to him opened the freezer door to pick out ingredients that he followed suit and started to act. Why are you only taking vegetarian dishes? Jiangning grabbed a bunch of meat skewers and put them on the plate, then suggested, their grilled oysters are pretty good. Want to try a few? Oysters? He hadn't dared to even touch chives these days. Thinking about things he shouldn't, Shen Jingnian cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Sure, sounds good. He didn't know what he suddenly thought of, but his face turned bright red. It spread all the way to his neck. Even his earlobes turned red. Then add 10 oysters. Fortunately, Jiangning was busy choosing her favorite dishes and didn't notice Shen Jingnian's unusual reaction. Yun Haotian was out for a late-night snack with his friend Su Ziki. Suddenly, Su Ziki, sitting in the passenger seat, saw a familiar figure at a roadside barbecue stall and was shocked.
He stammered, "Whoa."
Bro Yun, look over there. Isn't that Shen Jiuyi? No one knew how shocked Su Ziki was right now. That was Shen Jiuyi, at the top of the financial world. He was a powerful figure in China, capable of turning the tide. But now he was eating at a street stall. That's so down-to-earth. Hearing Su Ziki's voice, Yun Haotian smiled and said, "You must have seen it wrong. You definitely saw it wrong. My brother-in-law has a cleanliness obsession. He wouldn't eat at a street stall. Summer is the season of mosquitoes and flies. Shen Jingnian is also extremely clean. For someone obsessed with cleanliness, eating at a street stall in summer is like a disaster scene. Moreover, Shen Jingnian is very stubborn. If he doesn't want to do something, no one can force him, not to mention street food. He wouldn't even go to a slightly lower-class restaurant. So, Su Ziki must have seen it wrong. I didn't mishear, I really didn't." Su Ziki kept looking at Shen Jingnian. "Drive slower, slower, and turn your head. You'll see Lord Shen." And I also saw a girl next to him. The girl was turned away from Su Ziki, so she couldn't see her face. But even though she couldn't see her face clearly, her posture and aura suggested she was very beautiful. She looked so elegant and impressive. Su Ziki was secretly amazed inside. Truly, Lord Shen has great taste. Hearing this, Yun Haotian burst out laughing.
"Ha.
That's impossible. I asked my little uncle to eat at a street stall, but he wouldn't go. No girl with such a big attitude would let my little uncle eat at a street stall. His little uncle, being such a straightforward guy, would never go to a street stall with a girl, especially not at a street stall.
Just thinking about it, it's impossible."
Seeing Yun Haotian didn't believe him at all, Su Ziki was very anxious. "I didn't missee, I really didn't. Stop the car, please. Stop and look carefully. That really is Lord Shen." If Yun Haotian wasn't driving, Su Ziki would want to grab his head and make him look over there.
It was so frustrating.
How could there be someone like Yun Haotian in the world? Such a stubborn guy. Yun Haotian remained unfazed. "No need to look. You don't really know my little uncle. He's a celestial being from the heavens. Would he ever be tempted by worldly things? Unless it rained red rain from the sky, he would never bring a girl to a street stall. But do you think it's going to rain red rain? Stop the car. Let's go see for ourselves." Su Ziki was both anxious and angry, almost wanting to hit Yun Haotian. "It's really unnecessary," Yun Haotian said while driving. "Plus, my little uncle is meeting a big boss today. If he's going to eat, he'd take the boss to a Michelin restaurant, not a street stall. Street stalls don't suit the status of those two big shots." As he said this, Yun Haotian didn't slow down. In fact, he pressed the accelerator and sped up. Su Ziki was stunned. He had just taken out his phone, ready to take a picture and show Yun Haotian, but before he could, they reached the next intersection. "Why are you driving so fast? I was just about to take a picture. That person really is Lord Shen. I swear to heaven." Su Ziki even raised 3 fingers as a vow. Oh, heaven. Can you believe him just once? He really saw it. Su Ziki really wanted to cry. "I'm so upset. I really think you should see an eye doctor." Even my close cousin, who personally invited my brother-in-law to eat at a street stall, didn't go. Do you think women outside can persuade him to eat at a street stall? What if that girl is Shunjui's true love? Eating barbecue with her is definitely more important than spending time with my cousin. True love. Hearing this phrase, Yun Haotian laughed even louder. "It's so funny. How could Shen Jingnian possibly have a true love? Do you believe it? My brother-in-law doesn't even know what true love means," Yun Haotian said as the car approached the destination, slowing down. "Everyone can have a true love, but my brother-in-law definitely doesn't. His heart has been sealed up with cement long ago. Suzuki rolled her eyes several times. You're so sure of yourself. Are you Shinjui's psychic? No, Yun Haoyan shook his head. Suzuki continued, since you're not a psychic, how do you know he doesn't have a true love? You didn't even see how gently Shinjui smiled at that girl just now. Although they were a bit far away, Suzuki still saw Shinjingyan smile. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that someone who usually looks like an iceberg could have such a warm smile. Like a gentle spring breeze. This really proves that saying is true. One thing attracts another. It seems Shinjui has met his match this time. I wonder who that girl really is. She has such great charm. Smile? Ziki stopped dreaming. My brother-in-law rarely smiles at me. How could he smile at a girl? What's wrong with you tonight? You haven't even started drinking and you're already talking nonsense. And she was talking about some far-fetched things. In the end, Yun Haoyan looked at Suzuki with some surprise. Suzuki didn't know what to say anymore. She was really speechless. I really saw Shinjui eating barbecue with that girl, and he even smiled at her. A pretty sweet smile. The reason he didn't smile at you like that just shows you're not important to him. Yun Haoyan didn't like hearing this. Are you saying I'm not important to my brother-in-law? That's impossible. Do you know how much my brother-in-law has sacrificed for me? He never used to listen to Beijing opera because he found it annoying, so he only listens to modern light music. Ever since I told him that Peking opera is a national treasure and that modern young people should carry it on, his phone has been full of Peking opera videos. Most importantly, now whenever Shinjingnian gets in the car, he immediately plays Peking opera. Not only does he listen, but sometimes he even hums along. Yun Haoyan feels more touched the more he thinks about it. Although it's just a small thing, for a stubborn and strong-willed brother-in-law, it's a very rare and precious gesture. In his brother-in-law's heart, he is absolutely the most important person. No one can replace him. Suzuki sighed softly. You're too self-absorbed. What if Lord Shin doesn't like Peking opera because of you? Yun Haoyan snorted coldly. Who else could it be? Could it be because of you? Suzuki narrowed his eyes. What if it's because his beloved likes it? He loves her so much that he also enjoys listening to Peking opera. I tell you, people are willing to compromise unconditionally in front of someone they love. To Suzuki, Shinjingnian's behavior shows he's fallen in love. Yun Haoyan laughed even louder. Haha, Suzuki, your imagination is so rich. Why don't you become a writer? Business is really too dull for you. I've told you, my brother-in-law is not the type to marry. Do you understand? Do you think a man who doesn't want to marry would fall in love with Peking opera because of a girl? Hearing Yun Haoyan's words, Suzuki squinted and looked at him, analyzing. Could it be that Lord Shen is a shy guy? Shy guys are often two-faced. He says he doesn't want to marry, but maybe he's already pursuing someone secretly, and you're just too blind to see it. Suzuki's analysis sounds reasonable, but Yun Haoyan thinks it's all nonsense. Pursuing girls? That's even less likely. I've never seen my brother-in-law chase anyone in my life. Jiang Dad is handsome enough. But his brother-in-law remains as calm as water in front of Jiang Ning, completely unaffected. Someone who doesn't even give girls birthday gifts. How could he possibly lower himself to chase after one?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Suzuki continued. Just because he didn't chase before doesn't mean he won't now. Anyway, I'm sure I'm right. That's Lord Shen. I'd rather believe that person is my dad, but I don't believe that person is my brother-in-law. Old Su, you really should get your eyes checked. Meanwhile, Yun Jingyi, who was sitting in his office reading documents, suddenly sneezed inexplicably.
Achou.
Cloud Justice pinched his nose, feeling a bit strange. He wondered, could someone be missing me? Maybe it's Shinjing's shoe. Thinking of this, Cloud Justice immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Jingshu. Meanwhile, over here, Yun Haoyan kept telling himself to see an eye doctor. Suzuki was really angry. Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something. He turned to Yun Haoyan and asked, Brother Yun, shall we make a bet? What kind of bet? Yun Haoyan asked. Suzuki squinted his eyes. If I'm not mistaken tonight, on the day Shinjui gets married, You have to wear women's clothes at his wedding. And it has to be a pink little dress with a wig too. Okay. Yun Haotian nodded without hesitation. Anyway, his brother-in-law wasn't into marriage. This day for Yun Haotian felt like it would never come. Su Ziki immediately took out his phone to record. Say that again. Yun Haotian cooperated and repeated himself. Su Ziki saved the recording right away. Jiang Ning and Xinjing Nian were already sitting at the table eating. Seeing Xinjing Nian eating only vegetables, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Don't just eat that. Their beef skewers are really delicious. If you add some lettuce, it's even better, like this." After speaking, Jiang Ning picked up a piece of lettuce, wrapped the beef on the skewer inside, and took a bite. Xinjing Nian had never seen such a way of eating and wondered if it was really tasty. Though full of doubts, Xinjing Nian still mimicked her and took a piece of lettuce to wrap the beef. The fresh lettuce balanced the greasy beef perfectly. With each bite, first the crispness of the lettuce, then the spicy aroma of the grilled beef, the taste was wonderful and layered. Xinjing Nian's eyes were full of amazement. "Ningning, you're such a good eater." "Of course. Only good food should not be missed in this world," Jiang Ning continued. "I also know many delicious hidden restaurants." "Hidden restaurants?" Xinjing Nian doubted if she was hearing things. "Hidden what? Hidden restaurants, you haven't tried them?" Jiang Ning asked curiously. Xinjing Nian quickly nodded. I've tried. Of course, I've tried. But I haven't tried any particularly delicious hidden restaurants. Next time, I'll take you to a really good hidden restaurant, Jiang Ning said. Sounds good. Xinjing Nian nodded slightly, a smile on her lips. The two ate late-night snacks and chatted. Unknowingly, it was already past 1 in the morning. Jiang Ning received several WeChat messages from old Master Jiang. Xinjing Nian first rode his bicycle to the tea house parking lot, then drove to take Jiang Ning home. Coincidentally, on the way there, Su Ziki sitting in the front passenger seat saw him. This time, Su Ziki shouted out loud, "Wow. Wow. It's Xinjuri. Yunge, I saw Xinjuri again. He's actually riding a bike with a date." Su Ziki knew that the girl must be Xinjing Nian's special someone. If she wasn't, would Xinjuri really ride a bike to pick her up? Who knows? Su Ziki was very excited now. Su Ziki, what's wrong with you tonight? You're talking nonsense. First, you said my brother-in-law was eating at a street stall with a girl, and now you say he's riding a bike on a date with a girl? It's too much. Absolutely unbelievable. Su Ziki took out his phone. You don't believe me? Fine, I'll show you pictures. He pressed the shutter button. But he forgot that both the car he was in and Xinjing Nian's bicycle were moving, so he couldn't take clear photos. All the pictures were blurry. Yun Haotian smiled and said, "Where are the photos? Let me see them. You think I can take clear photos while driving so fast?" Su Ziki was very angry. Yun Haotian pressed the brake and stopped by the roadside, then turned to look at Su Ziki. All right, I'll drive slower. Where's my brother-in-law? Where is he? Over there." Su Ziki pointed to the right outside the window. Yun Haotian turned to look. But outside there was nothing. Where is he? You said my brother-in-law was riding with a date? Yun Haotian looked confused. I knew you were lying. Is the Cullinan not handsome enough? How could my brother-in-law ride a bike? And with a girl? Why not say he's riding with 2 girls? Su Ziki felt very wronged. I saw it myself. I really saw it. It's all your fault for stopping so slowly. Who knew Xinjuri was riding so fast with someone? All right. Yun Haotian nodded helplessly, sounding very perfunctory. It's all my fault. I believe what you said, okay? Seeing Yun Haotian like this, Su Ziki felt even worse. Why? Why does he always get caught every time? Yun Haotian started the engine again and drove away. After Xinjing Nian took Jiang Ning home, he drove back to his apartment. He finished his shower and went to bed around 2 o'clock. There was a book on the bedside table. It was upside down. Xinjing Nian picked up the book. He saw that on the top of the page he picked up, a line of words was circled in red pen. Rules for pleasing girls, Rule 21. The most romantic thing in the world is riding a bike with her and going on an exciting trip, but the speed must be fast. That way, the girl will put her arms around your waist. Seeing this line, Shen Jingnian's mind not only recalled how he rode his bike with Jiangning that night. He didn't expect this little broken book to be somewhat useful. It seems he needs to keep learning. That night, Shen Jingnian studied diligently until after 3 in the morning. Not only that, he also took many notes. Although he stayed up late, the next morning when he got up for work at the company, Shen Jingnian looked energetic and showed no signs of staying up late. As soon as Shen Jingnian sat in his boss chair, Yun Haotian pushed the door open. Little brother-in-law? Shen Jingnian looked up and gave him a side glance. Yun Haotian continued, "Did you see that Go Master yesterday?" "I saw him." Shen Jingnian nodded slightly. "How was it?" Yun Haotian asked eagerly. Shen Jingnian answered carefully, "We had a very pleasant talk." Yun Haotian first seemed to think of something. Was he a man or a woman? "You said if he was a big beauty, you'd introduce us." Shen Jingnian frowned slightly, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What do you think?" Seeing Shen Jingnian like this, Yun Haotian sighed disappointedly. So he really was a man? He still hoped he was a woman. "By the way, little brother-in-law, where did you and that big shot eat dinner last night?" "Why are you asking this?" Shen Jingnian looked at Yun Haotian with a puzzled expression. "Because last night, I went out for late-night snacks with Suzuki. That guy first told me he saw you at a roadside barbecue stand, said you were with a girl eating barbecue, then told me he saw you riding a bike with a date. I told him you went to meet a big shot, but he didn't believe it. Besides, even if you didn't meet the big shot, you wouldn't go out with a girl to eat at a street stall, right? This doesn't match your status at all." Yun Haotian's words were casual, but Shen Jingnian felt very nervous. If Yun Haotian looked carefully at Shen Jingnian, he would notice that his expression seemed a bit strange, and even his hands trembling slightly while flipping through the documents. What a pity. Yun Haotian is a careless person. A few seconds later, Shen Jingnian raised his eyelids and looked at Yun Haotian. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Only then did Yun Haotian remember the main reason for his visit. "Oh, right. I need to invite an important person for tea tomorrow. Don't you have Zishan Yunwu here? Could you lend me some?" No one else in City A or even in the capital has Zishan Yunwu, like Shen Jingnian does. But Shen Jingnian has about 10 jin of it. Hearing this, Shen Jingnian stood up, took a small bag from the cabinet, and handed it to Yun Haotian. Judging by the weight, it was only about 70 or 80 grams. Yun Haotian took the paper bag. "That's so little. It's not enough for 3 cups. Uncle, could you give me another bag?" Shen Jingnian didn't say much. He turned around and took out another small bag, handing it to Yun Haotian. Yun Haotian's eyes widened. Wow. Today, this stingy uncle is surprisingly generous. He just gave 2 bags of 70 or 80 grams of Zishan Yunwu without hesitation. Usually, he wouldn't be so willing. It's like the sun is rising from the west today. It shows that his big nephew is extremely important to Shen Jingnian. The more Yun Haotian thought about it, the more excited he became. This bag costs money. 300,000 yuan, cash or transfer. Shen Jingnian's voice came again from the air. Yun Haotian. Wow. He got too excited too early. Uncle is still as stingy as ever. Charge? Yun Haotian felt terrible. "Uncle, am I really your biological nephew? Zishan Yunwu is a rare treasure among teas, priceless and hard to find. Do you think I would give a bag for free to someone without blood relation? Also, this bag is sold at a discount. How about I give you 300,000 yuan and you help me buy a bag?" Yun Haotian. Although he had to admit what Uncle said made sense. You can't buy Zishan Yunwu even with 300,000 yuan. Not even 8 grams. Not even 4 grams. "So I'll transfer the money to you," Yun Haotian said, taking out his phone and quickly transferring the money to Shen Jingnian. Only after receiving the transfer confirmation did Shen Jingnian hand the tea leaves to Yun Haotian. "Thanks, Uncle." September 1st. It was the first day of school. Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong arrived at First High School on time. Fortunately, both of them were assigned to the same class. Jiangning looked at the class assignment notice on the bulletin board. March, it seems we really are destined to be together. There are 30 transfer students in total. The senior class has 25 classes, and each class can only have 1 to 2 new students on average. The chance that she and Yu Qianlong end up in the same class is very small, like winning the lottery 1,000,000 times over. Yu Qianlong said, holding Jiangning's hand. Actually, besides fate, my dad also has some money-making skills. No wonder Jiangning chucklet softly. Jiangning and Yu Qianlong went to the office to check in. The homeroom teacher's last name was Wang, and she seemed very friendly. Jiangning and Yu Qianlong, right?
Come with me.
Life in senior year is busy and dull. Students spend all day doing practice tests, with no time for sports. Everyone guessed whether the new transfer students were boys or girls, and whether they were pretty or not. This became everyone's only entertainment. Have you heard? The new transfer students are named Jiangning and Yu Qianlong. From their names, they should both be girls, right? Not necessarily. My name is Zhang Haiyan, but that doesn't mean I'm a girl. The speaker was a handsome, cheerful boy. His parents liked Gorky's the seagull, so they named him Zhang Haiyan. Because of this name, whenever people saw him, they always thought he was a girl. Haha, that's true. But I think Yu Qianlong's name doesn't sound like a boy's. As for Jiangning, well, the character Ning means peace and happiness. Names with that character are usually unisex. I think Jiangning is probably a boy. Hearing this, Li Yeting, who had always disagreed with Zhang Haiyan, couldn't help but speak up. Jiangning has such a nice name. There's no way he's a boy. I believe Jiangning must be a beautiful girl. Yes, I also think Jiangning sounds like a name for a beautiful girl. Zhang Haiyan squinted his eyes. Can a beautiful girl score first in the whole school?
You guys don't know yet.
Jiangning scored 710 on the transfer exam. Can a girl have such high intelligence? Our top 3 students are all boys, so Jiangning must be a boy too. That makes sense. Our school's top 3 in every monthly test are boys, and only 2 girls are in the top 10. Jiangning scored 710, which is 15 points higher than Qian Xiqing, the top student in our school. I think Zhang Haiyan is right. Only a boy. Yes, I also. Qian Xiqing is the top student in the school, unbeatable in every exam. But since the transfer exam, this unbeatable top student has been replaced. Li Yeting angrily said, Zhang Haiyan Lu Bing, you look down on girls. What do you mean only boys can beat Qian Xiqing? What's wrong with us girls? Are we any worse than you? Zhang Haiyan turned to look at Li Yeting. So what if we look down on girls? I'm just stating the facts. Our school's top 10 only has 2 girls, and they are ranked 7th and 9th. If Jiangning were a girl, I would run on the playground. And if you lose and Jiangning is a boy, then you have to run. Just run. While they argued fiercely, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, suddenly appeared on the podium like a ghost. Quiet. Look at your class, then look at class 2 and class 3. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Hearing Mr. Wang's voice, everyone immediately stopped talking in fear. The air seemed to be paused. Next, I will introduce 2 new students. The first is Yu Qianlong. Please give a warm welcome. Yu Qianlong walked in from outside, looked at the new students below, and confidently said, Hello everyone, I am Yu Qianlong. You from you, just run. While they argued fiercely, clap clap, a deafening round of applause erupted from the crowd. Yu Qianlong really is a girl, and she's a beautiful one too. She looks so pretty.
So sweet.
Since Yu Qianlong is a girl, Jiangning must be a boy. Li Yeting is going to lose. Mr. Wang then said, Next, let's welcome our second new student, Jiangning, who scored 710 points in this transfer exam. Please give a warm welcome. Here she comes. Finally, she's here. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked toward the door. At this moment, the students below were very nervous, their eyes full of anticipation. Although everyone thought Jiangning was definitely a boy. Clap clap, a deafening round of applause. Soon, a slender figure walked in from outside. Jiangning was wearing the same blue and white school uniform as everyone else, but she was tall and thin, with skin as white as snow. Even in the ugly, baggy school uniform, her innate nobility and elegance could not be hidden. A girl. Jiang Ning was actually a girl. Not only a girl, but also a super beautiful one. Looking at the stage, the classroom suddenly fell into a strange silence, with everyone's faces showing shock and confusion about how to react. Until she spoke softly, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Ning. Iyank ninkus iyank ninkus nink." After saying that, she picked up chalk and wrote 2 characters on the blackboard. Her handwriting was very nice. It wasn't the neat, standard calligraphy, but a bit messy and free-flowing. It looked grand and powerful. This handwriting, not only the students in the class would be impressed, but even teacher Wang was amazed. No wonder she was the dark horse in the transfer student exams. No wonder the principal and the school director personally came to invite her to enroll. Just this handwriting alone was enough to make someone practice for over 10 years. Even she, having been a teacher for over 10 years and practicing her handwriting for so long, couldn't match the skill. Indeed, when it comes to talent, effort is almost useless. Teacher Wang's eyes were full of admiration. "Jiang Ning, Yu Qianlan, you two sit in the middle of the 3rd row in the empty seats." Because Yu's family had arranged it in advance, the middle row was reserved for them. "Thank you, Teacher Wang." The 2 of them thanked him and walked toward the stage. At this moment, the students finally reacted. "Wow, she's like an angel. Our class actually has an angel. Wow, how can there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Ha ha ha, our class's beauty is about to be replaced. Not just the class beauty, she might even take the school beauty's spot." Not only the boys' eyes were drawn to Jiang Ning, but even the girls' gazes were fixed on her. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not only a girl, but also so beautiful, the most excited person was Li Yeting. She turned to Zhang Haiyan and said, "Zhang Haiyan, aren't you looking down on girls? Didn't you say only boys can surpass Qian Xiqing?" Hearing this, Zhang Haiyan's face turned pale, and he looked very embarrassed, even afraid to look up at Li Yeting. He never expected that in this world, there could be a girl who surpasses Qian Xiqing. That's Qian Xiqing. Even the boys from Yizhang couldn't surpass him. But Li Yeting wasn't going to let Zhang Haiyan go. "Why aren't you talking? Weren't you very confident just now? And didn't you say that whoever loses has to run? When are you planning to do that?" Li Yeting's words contained several questions at once. Zhang Haiyan wished he could find a hole to hide in. If only I had known Jiang Ning was really a girl, he wouldn't have said such extreme words. Li Yeting turned to look at another boy and then spoke, "And you, Lu Bing, I remember you were also laughing happily just now. Keep laughing if you want. Why did you stop?" Big sister, I was wrong. Can I apologize?" Lu Bing stood up, his face turning red. "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing just now. Please forgive me, Miss Li." Lu Bing felt very regretful. If only he hadn't spoken so impulsively. Now things are worse. Li Yeting, who is quite petty, has found a reason to criticize him. Seeing Lu Bing stand up, Zhang Haiyan also got up and apologized. "Big sister, I know I was wrong too. Please forgive us this time, big sister, and be generous." Li Yeting's face didn't soften with their apologies. She kept a stern look and said, "You two don't need to apologize to me. You look down on all women, so you should apologize to all women everywhere. I can't forgive you on behalf of all women." After saying this, Li Yeting ignored Zhang Haiyan and Lu Bing and started reading a book. Looking down on all women? That's a bit of a heavy accusation. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyan and Lu Bing looked at each other nervously, not daring to speak. Their words just now were indeed inappropriate. Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlan sat down at their seats. The person at the front turned around and greeted them. "Jiang Ning, Yu Qianlan, hello. I am Su Xiaotong. From now on, we'll be sitting next to each other. Please take care of me." Jiang Ning smiled and shook hands with Su Xiaotong. "Hello, Xiaotong." Su Xiaotong was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the new classmate to be so beautiful and have such a good personality. When she first saw Jiang Ning, she thought he was an unapproachable, high and mighty person. But it turned out that the high and mighty image was just a misconception. Yu Qianlong also smiled and responded to Su Xiaodong. Hello, Xiaodong. My full name is Yu Qianlong, but you can call me San Yu. Okay, San Yu. Then Su Xiaodong's deskmate also turned around and said, Jiang Ning, San Yu, hello.
I am Yang Haoyu.
Just call me Lao Yang. Yang Haoyu and Su Xiaodong are both very friendly and outgoing. They quickly became friends. Zhang Haiyan and Lu Bing watched this with some envy. They also wanted to go over and say hello to Jiang Ning, but after seeing Li Yeding's dark face, they gave up the idea. Oh well, never mind. If I go over to greet Jiang Ning now, wouldn't I be walking right into trouble? What if Li Yeding says in front of the new classmates that they discriminate against women? Maybe I should wait a bit longer. Just one morning has passed, and the other classes already know that Class 1 has a fairy. Class 1's corridor window is crowded with people.
Wow.
She really is a fairy, no exaggeration. Why does she look so good in her school uniform? Such a beautiful fairy. Why isn't she in our class? She's even prettier than the school belle. If it were someone else, being watched like this would make them very nervous. But Jiang Ning isn't. She stays calm, as if the crowd and the attention aren't about her. She does what she needs to do, with a serene face that shows no emotion. Even Yu Qianlong feels nervous under all the gazes. She turns to Jiang Ning and asks, Ning, aren't you affected at all? Jiang Ning is organizing her notes from the last class. Affected by what? By those people outside the window. Jiang Ning smiles gently, a small dimple appearing. They watch, I do my thing. We don't bother each other. Yu Qianlong gives Jiang Ning a thumbs up. Ning, I need to learn from you. The people outside the window see Jiang Ning smiling again and become even more excited. Wow, she looks even more beautiful when she smiles. Class 1 students are really lucky. Why am I not in Class 1? He Suasua, Su Lin, and Lin Wani pass by Class 1. Seeing it's so crowded, they stop and ask a classmate curiously, Zhou Lan, what's going on with Class 1? What are you all looking at? Zhou Lan replies, we're looking at the fairy of Class 1. Fairy? He Suasua looks confused. What fairy? Zhou Lan continues, she's the new transfer student in Class 1. She's so pretty, even prettier than the school belle. As she says this, Zhou Lan seems to realize something and looks a bit embarrassed at Su Lin. Because Su Lin is currently the most beautiful girl in the school. Su Lin doesn't say anything, but her expression clearly shows she's not happy. This transfer student is a bit too showy. She just transferred yesterday, and she's already trying to outshine her? It's disgusting. Su Lin gets angrier the more she thinks about it. Lin Wani narrows her eyes. Lin, she's a rare beauty with a strong bone structure, and she's from Class 1. How could she be prettier than us? If she really is, then she's probably had plastic surgery. Su Lin is the wealthiest and most capable among the three. Even Lin Wan Yi, who lives in Wan City Villa, tries her best to please her. He Suasua nods in agreement, saying Wan Yi is right. Someone more beautiful than Lin Er has definitely been seen. Zhou Lan, you are so blind. You ignore natural beauty and look at a fake person. Zhou Lan quickly waves her hands. No, only the real fairy from Class 1 is not fake. She is naturally beautiful. If you don't believe me, go look out the window, and you'll see I'm telling the truth. There is a big difference between a polished face and a natural one. Without makeup, it's obvious. Jiang Ning is completely natural. Who would dare to go makeup-free if they had plastic surgery? A fake person isn't worth looking at. He Suasua rolls her eyes and links her arm with Su Lin's. Lin Er, Wan Yi, let's go. Let's go. Su Lin and Lin Wan Yi follow He Suasua. He Suasua looks at Su Lin and comforts her. Don't worry, Lin Er. A fake person can't take your place as the school beauty. Su Lin squints, her eyes full of sarcasm. Right now, I just want to study hard and get into a good university. What's the use of being pretty? What's the point of being the school beauty? I'm not here for a beauty contest. Those women in nightclubs are all stunning, but what good does that do? They're just empty shells without talent, and in the end, They're only toys for men. That girl from class 1 who had plastic surgery ended up the same way. With her background and intelligence, she wouldn't bother competing with that girl for the school beauty title. Suwa laughs out loud, agreeing exactly. If you don't do well in studies or come from a good family, being pretty doesn't matter. You'll end up working in a nightclub as a hostess, never rising above that. Lin Wani also laughs. The three walk and laugh together. Suddenly, Lin Wani seems to remember something. She turns to Su Lin and asks, "By the way, Lin Air, do you live in Xiangshang City?" Yes, Su Lin nods. Lin Wani considers her words carefully and then asks, "Xiangshang City's buildings are developed by the Yu family. Didn't there used to be news that Yu's daughter transferred to our high school? I heard Yu's family now lives in Xiangshang City. Have you seen Yu's daughter in the owner's group chat? There are 5 girls with the surname Yu, and they all look similar in background and dress, making it impossible to tell who is the real daughter of the Yu family. Even if Lin Wani wants to get close to the Yu family's daughter, she doesn't know who to approach. If she approaches the wrong person, it would be a waste of time and could damage her noble reputation." Shangqing Mansion is not only one of the Yu family's many properties, but also a high-end residence, even more luxurious than Wanqing Villa. People say that after the Yu family moved from Huqing to a city, they moved into Shangqing Mansion. That's why Lin Wani wants to ask Su Lin for some news. Hearing this, Suwa immediately up her ears to listen carefully. That's the daughter of the Yu family, truly a wealthy family. Even Su Lin and Lin Wani combined are no match for a Yu family daughter. If she learns any news about the Yu family's daughter, she can approach her first and become the best friends. Once they become close friends, the Yu family's daughter will surely take her into the wealthy circle and introduce her to rich young men. Then, it won't be long before she marries into a wealthy family and becomes a wealthy lady. Most importantly, she heard that Yu Qianlong has a brother studying abroad, who is also a standard heir of a wealthy family. If she can become friends with the Yu family's daughter, maybe she can even marry Yu Qianlong's brother and become the main lady of the Yu family. Suwa gets more excited the more she thinks about it. Su Lin shakes her head. No, not even among our property owners do we have anyone with the surname Yu. There are no Yu surnames in the Shangqing Mansion owners group. Hearing this, Lin Wani and Suwa both feel a bit disappointed. They thought they might hear some details about the Yu family's daughter from Su Lin, but it turns out even Su Lin doesn't know. Suddenly, Su Lin seems to remember something and continues. "Oh, I heard that the Yu family's daughter's name includes the character Qian." "Which Qian?" Lin Wani immediately asks. Suwa also looks at Su Lin. Su Lin continues, "It should be the Qian in million, I think. That's what I overheard when my mother was chatting with some wealthy women. I don't know how accurate the information is." Suwa suddenly remembers something. If the Yu family's daughter's name really has the character Qian, I recall there's a transfer student named Yu Qianlong, with Lon meaning blue. Because she wanted to get close to the Yu family's daughter, Suwa checked the names of the 5 Yu girls when the school announced the transfer students. Yu Qianlong? Lin Wani squints. What does she look like?
Suwa nodded slightly.
I don't know exactly what she looks like, but it seems she was assigned to class 1. Lin Wani's eyes flashed with a faint light. Su Lin said nothing. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts. In the evening, after school, Teacher Wang called Jiang Ning to the office. "Teacher Wang, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Teacher Wang looked at how much Jiang Ning was liked and smiled. "Jiang, classmate, the principal probably told you about giving a speech for the 3rd-year students, right?" "Yes, he did." Jiang Ning nodded slightly. "Have you prepared your speech?" Teacher Wang asked. "Yes, I have," Jiang Ning replied. Teacher Wang continued, "Then practice it tonight, and give your speech during tomorrow's big break." "Okay." Jiang Ning looked at Teacher Wang. "Teacher Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." "All right." Teacher Wang nodded, looking pleased. "Go back quickly, and be careful on the way." Yu Qianlong was waiting outside for Jiang Ning. As soon as Jiang Ning came out, Yu Qianlong couldn't wait to ask, Ning, what did Teacher Wang say to you?" "About the speech." Jiang Ning replied. "A speech? The kind where you speak in front of the whole school?" Yu Qianlong asked. Jiang Ning nodded slightly.
Yes.
Yu Qianlong then asked Ning Ning, are you nervous? The third-year classes at number 1 high school include 25 classes, the second-year 30 classes, and the first-year 28 classes, with over 4,500 students and teachers in total. That scene, TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes Yu Qianlong feel nervous. It's okay, just adapt as it comes, Jiang Ning said casually. Yu Qianlong smiled and said, Ning Ning, good luck. I'll support you from the audience tomorrow. Thanks. Jiang Ning now lives in Wancheng Villa, which makes going home very convenient. Not long after leaving the school with Yu Qianlong, they reached the gate of Wancheng Villa. March, I'll head back first. Yu Qianlong waved to her. See you tomorrow, Ning Ning. See you tomorrow. The third-year students finished school around 6 p.m. When Jiang Ning got home, Grandpa Jiang had already prepared dinner. How was your first day at school today? Are you used to it? Pretty used to it, Jiang Ning replied. Grandpa Jiang poured her a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice. Did any new classmates bully you? Jiang Ning had been away from school life for over a year. Grandpa Jiang was worried she might not get used to it, or that someone might bully her. Jiang Ning smiled softly, with charming dimples on her face. Grandpa, with how popular I am, who would bully me?
Don't worry.
That's good then, Old Master Jiang continued. Ning Ning, if you ever have any trouble at school, be sure to tell your teachers, and also let Grandpa know. In Old Master Jiang's eyes, no matter how old Jiang Ning is, she is still a child who needs care and protection. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Jiang Ning has a habit of going for walks after meals. Not long after she started her walk, hiss. A sudden break sound came from the air. A luxury car stopped beside Jiang Ning. The window rolled down, revealing a sharp-featured face, then a deep, magnetic male voice said, Ning Ning? Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. Shun Jingnian, why are you here? Shun Jingnian smiled and said, just passing by and happened to see you. Where are you going? I can take you. Such a coincidence. I'm just out for a walk. No need to see me off. You go ahead and do your thing. Okay. Shun Jingnian nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he opened the car door and got out. By the way, I have something for you. What is it? Tea leaves. He opened the trunk, took out a box of tea leaves, and handed it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the box, sniffed gently. Is this Zishan Yinwu? Yes, Shun Jingnian nodded slightly. Jiang Ning quickly refused. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Jiang Ning also loves tea and naturally knows the value of Zishan Yinwu. Tea can only show its true worth in the hands of someone who understands it. Otherwise, it's no different from ordinary Lao Banzhong. And tea should be shared. If you really feel bad about accepting it, next time you can invite me to dinner. The two stood under the street lamp. His shadow covered her completely. All right, Jiang Ning wasn't going to be polite anymore. Then I'll often invite you to dinner in the future. Hearing the word often, Shun Jingnian's lips curved slightly. It was almost impossible to suppress. At this moment, the phrase being hooked vividly appeared in Shun Jingnian's mind. Okay, Shun Jingnian nodded slightly.
It's settled then.
Jiang Ning nodded slightly. If Yun Haotian saw this scene, he would cry to death. Shun Jingnian gave her 2 small packs of Zishan Yunwu and charged 300,000 yuan for them, which moved him deeply. But now, Shun Jingnian was giving Jiang Ning a full jin, about 500 grams, of tea at once. That's a full jin. People are just too jealous. Until they returned to the apartment, Shun Jingnian's face was still smiling. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yun Haotian sitting on the sofa in the apartment. Little uncle, about the land owned by the Shang Group. Yun Haotian hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Shun Jingnian smiling in an unusual way. He quickly changed the subject and squinted, asking, Did something good happen to you, little uncle? You're so happy. Really? Shun Jingnian suddenly changed his expression, as if nothing had happened, and said, You must have seen it wrong. Is that so? Yun Haotian rubbed his eyes and didn't think much of it. Maybe he stayed up late last night and made himself confused. The next morning, at Yizhong School, during the big break, The principal stood on the stage and gave an inspiring speech. Then he announced, "Now, please welcome Jiang Ning, the top student of the entire senior year, to come up and give a speech on behalf of all the senior students." Is that the Jiang Ning who scored 710 points? Since she's the top of the grade, it must be her. Hearing Jiang Ning's name, Lin Wani seemed to remember something. She looked back at Hisuosu, who was standing behind her, and asked, "Suosu, is your relative who is divorced also named Jiang Ning?" "Yes, her name is Jiang Ning," Hisuosu smiled. "But she's just a girl from a small village in the countryside. How could she possibly be the top student at Yizhong?" "Don't worry, it's definitely not her." Although Jiang Ning had also taken the transfer exam to join Yizhong before, people like her just couldn't make it to the top. There are many people with the same name and surname. So it must be someone with the same name. Lin Wani nodded, thinking Hisuosu was right. That makes sense. "Dear teachers and students, good morning. I am Jiang Ning from class 3-1. Suddenly, a beautiful voice came from the stage. Then, there was a buzz among the crowd.
Wow.
The top student is so beautiful. Mom, I see a fairy. So the new school beauty is also the top student in the whole school. She's perfect. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Hisuosu felt a strange premonition. She looked up at the stage, and when she saw who was speaking, she froze in place, her eyes full of disbelief. It was her. The person giving the speech on stage was none other than Jiang Ning. Yang Ning. How did she become the top student?
No wonder.
No wonder everyone said the school beauty would change. It turns out the person they were talking about as the school beauty was Jiang Ning. Hisuosu's steps faltered, and her jealousy almost overflowed. She had spent money and used connections to get into Yizhong, so why could a small village girl like Jiang Ning just walk in and become the top student? And also, she is very popular at school, stepping on Su Lin to become the new school beauty.
Why?
What is the reason? Lin Wani was stunned. Is it really her? Seeing their reactions, Su Lin asked curiously, "Do you two know the stage who had plastic surgery?" In Su Lin's view, a person can't look so perfect naturally. So, Jiang Ning must have had plastic surgery. Lin Wani nodded. She is a distant relative of Hisuosu, and she is divorced. Lin Wani deliberately emphasized the last 3 words.
Divorced. Divorced?
Su Lin looked at her with disdain. I knew she definitely isn't an honest person. Who gets married and divorced at such a young age?
Disgusting.
Jiang Ning's voice was very pleasant, and her speech was very engaging, with a rich vocabulary and strong expression skills. The students below listened very attentively. Even the principal and teachers were captivated. Teacher Wang, your class's dark horse will definitely not be ordinary in the future. Yes, this child is truly rare. I've been teaching for many years, and this is the first time I've met such an outstanding student. Praise kept coming, and Teacher Wang was also proud. He looked at Jiang Ning, who was giving her speech, and smiled. This child is indeed very talented. On stage, Jiang Ning's 800-word speech was nearing the end. Finally, I wish all students in the next 140 days to seize the moment, not waste time, and achieve success in 2026.
See you at the top.
Thank you all. Clap, clap, clap. Then came deafening applause. Jiang Ning was not affected at all by the applause. She calmly walked down the stage with her back straight, exuding a noble and commanding presence. Yu Qianlong jumped up to greet Jiang Ning. Ning, you were so cool on stage just now. Jiang Ning smiled and asked, really? Of course, it's true. Seeing Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong interact, Su Lin frowned slightly. How does Jiang Ning, this girl who had plastic surgery, know Yu Qianlong? Are they good friends? Jiang Ning and Yu Qianlong are good friends?
Why?
Remember, Yu Qianlong might be the daughter of the Yu family. Hearing this, Hisuosu immediately looked up. She saw Jiang Ning happily chatting with a short-haired girl. When she recognized Yu Qianlong's face, Hisuosu's envy and jealousy instantly turned into disdain. Then she said, Liner, are you saying that the short-haired girl talking to Jiang Ning is Yu Qianlong, the daughter of Yu family? Yes, I asked around, and that's Yu Qianlong, Su Lin nodded. He Suwa snorted softly. If she is Yu Qianlong, then the daughter of the Yu family definitely wouldn't have that name. We guessed the wrong person.
Why?
Su Lin and Lin Wani both looked confused. Suosu, how can you be so sure that Yu Qianlong isn't the daughter of the Yu family? The Yu family is a real wealthy family, and they are the top family in Huqing. Miss Yu is also a proper rich girl. He Suwa squinted her eyes. Have you ever seen a wealthy daughter go to eat at a roadside, low-end restaurant?